Upon traversing into the world of Naruto, one might ponder the implications of having both parents present. Embracing the situation is the wisest course of action. Within the confines of the Hokage's office, the Fourth Hokage diligently attended to his duties when a sudden knock echoed through the chamber. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "As an advisor to the Hokage, I deem it essential to organize more fashion shows in the commercial district, preferably featuring beautiful women," came the response. "Enough. I am the Hokage, and did we not already establish a fashion show last month? Watergate. You shall regret this." Alas, as the master of seals in Konoha and the inheritor of the root, the founder of the inaugural commercial district beauty pageant, Aoshin Sōji, mused, "Isn't it merely a victorious secret show? We could host it clandestinely. Watch me, with my ceiling barrier, small black, Chapter 1, Enrollment. Where leaves flutter, the fire eternally thrives, the flame shall illuminate the village and foster the emergence of new leaves." At the Konoha Ninja Academy, a throng of newcomers listened intently to the oratory of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Many fresh faces were alight with admiration and fervent excitement. At this juncture, the third Hokage was in his prime, not yet 40, and the Second Shinobi World War had yet to erupt. It was a time of peace. Among the newcomers, Aoshin Sōji, clad in a black shirt and sporting short brown hair, also bore an excited smile. Gazing upon Sarutobi, he found himself reflecting, "No matter how many times I witness it, I cannot fathom the immense power of Kurizetsu combined with the resurrection and fire." Indeed, Aoshin, she was a time traveler, as for the circumstances of his demise. It was a tale of the toad's illusory promises. On that fateful day, he yearned to glimpse the official explanation, only to encounter the toad's empty assurances. Disheartened, he hastily initiated a duel arena, only to be overwhelmed by the combined might of the third Hokage's Kurizetsu and fire, resulting in a heart attack. Upon awakening, he found himself in the world of Naruto. In his previous life as an orphan, he bore little attachment otherwise. He would not have succumbed to such anger over a mere duel. Transformed into an infant in this new realm, he received the good fortune of having both parents, albeit from a humble background. Fortunately, his family operated a barbecue restaurant, ensuring he had never known hunger. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. Is your family open today?" Aoshin turned to find an adorable chubby boy. "Of course. We only close for a month each year." "That's a relief. I thought they might be resting today. When I saw them escorting you to school this morning, I wish they could take a break. But our business is thriving," he replied. Previously, Aoshin's family had run a traditional barbecue joint, yet the market had been largely dominated by the Akimichi clan, known for their culinary expertise. However, when Aoshin was 3, he proposed a novel idea to revamp the family business, focusing on unique recipes and techniques. As a true Northeastern native, he excelled in the art of barbecue, and his parents, initially apprehensive, were soon won over by his culinary prowess. As for why his parents did not question their 3-year-old son's remarkable innovation, one could attribute it to sheer genius in this world. Everything deemed illogical could be construed as brilliance. Just as Uchiha Itachi pondered the meaning of life at age 6, so too could Aoshin revolutionize barbecue at 3. The chubby boy, known as Akimichi DB, hailed from the Akimichi clan, but resided outside their designated area due to his mother's marriage to a commoner. "Indeed, every time I try to go, I can never get a spot in line." "That's because you always wake up too late. You live right across the street and still can't get a number." "Actually, you could grant me a special privilege like skipping the line." Aoshin sighed. "I suggested you come directly to my family's kitchen, but you refuse." "That's unacceptable. My mother has taught me that one must pay for their meals. And to be frank, your kitchen doesn't serve freshly grilled food, which pales in comparison to ours, due to the bustling nature of their business. Much of the barbecue was prepared in advance and set aside for customers." "Hey, having food at all is a blessing. Do you have any idea how busy my family is? Even with hired help, my parents still work hard. I return home just to assist, and I can only eat after everything is finished." Despite Aoshin's lengthy explanation, DB remained oblivious, his eyes wide and pleading. All right, you've worn me down. I will mention it, and see if we can arrange a VIP charging service." "What's a VIP?" "It's a membership with privileges. You pay a fee for a card that allows you to skip the line every time you visit." DB leaped with excitement. Oh, that sounds fantastic. Aoshin quickly grasped DB's eager hand. Be gentle. Sorry, I got carried away. Aoshin surveyed the surroundings, relieved that the nearby students were too engrossed in their own excitement to pay attention to them. However, as he looked up to see the third Hokage continuing his speech, their eyes met in an unexpected connection. Oh no, has the third Hokage noticed us? Aoshin thought, fearing he had already made a poor impression on his first day. Yet, Sarutobi continued his discourse, his gaze warm as he regarded the two, seemingly unfazed by their distraction. Feeling shy under the Hokage's watchful eyes, Aoshin scratched his head in embarrassment. Meanwhile, DB, fixated solely on food, had already begun contemplating how to rush to the line after school to secure a hot meal. Once calm, Aoshin resumed listening to Sarutobi's speech. Though somewhat repetitive, the message was undeniably inspiring, filled with valuable lessons. The essence of the will of fire. The youth represent the hope of the future, and the elder generation must trust and protect them. The sacrifices of the older generation are not in vain. They serve to inspire the young, who will become the pillars of tomorrow. Aoshin found this sentiment profoundly resonant, reflecting on how many around him embodied it, particularly his own parents, who tirelessly ran their barbecue restaurant to ensure he could attend the Ninja Academy. Although the academy was open to commoners, not every individual could gain admission. Those that did not meet the standard would be turned away. Aoshin had never worried about hunger, having led a disciplined lifestyle filled with nutritious meals, allowing him to excel in the entrance exams. This was all thanks to his parents and grandparents. Indeed, Aoshin's grandparents were merely 45, proprietors of a pharmacy. From a young age, Aoshin had often indulged in medicinal baths, cultivating a robust physique that, in the recent entrance examinations, he proudly achieved 5th place, while the top 4 were held by Uchiha, Hyuga, Sarutobi, and Shimura, names he was not particularly familiar with, as they scarcely appeared in the original narrative. Although I have watched Naruto, the intricate details have faded from my memory, and while the broad narrative remains somewhat intact, the timeline into which Aoi Sōji has traversed is rather awkward, leaving him utterly oblivious. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of making the best of one's circumstances, Aoi Sōji has resolved to not dwell too much on it, as long as he possesses the strength to safeguard himself and his loved ones. All shall be well. However, if one were to mention familiar faces among his peers, Aoi Sōji's gaze would fall upon a small, excited blonde boy in the back rows, who gazes at the third Hokage with unrestrained admiration in his eyes. The son of the prince, he muses. Chapter 2, Class Division. Kushina Namikaze, a man nearly perfect in every regard, casts a shadow of mediocrity on anyone who dares to compare themselves to him, if only he had not met an early demise. As he delivers his speech, it seems Kushina senses something amiss, glancing down to the front. Is it merely my imagination? In that fleeting moment, when Kushina lowers his head, Aoi Sōji swiftly averts his gaze. Ah, such keen observational skills. Is this what one would call talent? Among the top 10 from the recent assessments, Kushina Namikaze is one of the 2 commoners, achieving an impressive 8th place. Given his slight frame, resembling someone malnourished, and that hair at present, Kushina's golden locks are not the gentle, soft hue one would expect, but rather appear dry and lacking in vitality. Aoi Sōji cannot help but marvel at the man's innate talent, not merely physical, but mental fortitude. As an orphan who endured hunger and hardship during his formative years, yet still managed to achieve such prowess, it is evident how much effort and innate ability he possesses. His perseverance is beyond Aoi Sōji's understanding that, in any case, had Aoi Sōji been an orphan of humble origins, he would certainly not aspire to be a ninja. A job at a local shop would suffice, allowing him to live a simple life. Safe within the village's confines, alone and solitary, he thought, should the Nine-Tails attack occur, the tailed beast attacks would surely be painless after all. It would be a swift death. In the days to come, I hope everyone can coexist harmoniously, strive for knowledge, and grow together. Thank you all for your hard work. The speech concludes with a rather official tone. Yet, Aoi Sōji notices the beads of sweat forming on the third Hokage's brow. He must be somewhat anxious, having recently assumed the role of Hokage, and such speeches often require memorization. After the speech, The teachers of each class step forward to announce the names of their students, instructing those called to follow them. Sarutobi Hiruzen watches the scene unfold, a knowing smile gracing his lips. These are the future of the village. It's hard to believe you're a master of ninjutsu, yet you can't even memorize a speech. He hears a voice remark, turning to see his old friend, Shimura Danzo. What brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen responds, feeling somewhat exasperated. I came to see if there are any promising talents. Danzo replies, hasn't your Root organization found any promising candidates this year? Root lacks the illustrious reputation of the Anbu. It's only been established a few years, and talent is scarce. The mention of Root causes his expression to darken, while many wish to join the Anbu. Few understand the purpose of Root. Observing Danzo's robust visage, Sarutobi Hiruzen strokes his chin in contemplation. They are of the same age. Yet Danzo appears to have grown a full beard while he remains. Clean-shaven, and oh worries, we are still young. As long as you continue to develop, talent will inevitably arrive. Do I need your reminder? Besides, every time I spot a promising candidate, you snatch them up before I can. Do you think I'm unaware of that? Sarutobi Hiruzen, feeling a pang of guilt, turns his gaze away. I'm not sure what you mean. You will regret this. I just spotted a remarkable candidate, though further evaluation is needed. If he performs well, I shall recruit him. Hey, I am the Hokage. Shouldn't you consult me on such matters? I am still a consultant. After all, with a sudden turn, Danzo steps on a stray ball, causing it to burst. Where did this ball come from? I'll let be. I think I shall indulge in a hot spring today. This speech has left me drenched in sweat. In a corner unnoticed by others, Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly uses a transformation technique, emerging as a robust young man. Ha 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 ha! Aoshin Sōji observes his companion, Akimichi Chuji, grinning foolishly beside him. The class division has turned out favorably, landing them the good class after all. The top 10 from the assessments are all in this group. What are you grinning about? Guess what I just found? Chuji exclaims. What is it? It's a rice ball. He displays his hands, revealing a neatly wrapped rice ball nestled within. You shouldn't eat something that fell on the ground. Aoshin Sōji is taken aback. Being greedy is one thing, but has it come to this picking up food from the ground? Chuji shakes his head vehemently. It's not something that fell on the ground. Then why claim you found it? I found it on someone else's table. You should return it. It might belong to someone else. I already asked around. They all said it wasn't theirs. Aoshin Sōji sighs, rubbing his forehead. It's possible that the owner just temporarily left it on the table. Which table did you take it from? From the one in the middle. Aoshin Sōji and Chuji are seated towards the back. You certainly have a knack for picking. We're quite a distance from that spot. What are you doing over there? My nose detected the aroma of food calling for rescue. Aoshin Sōji is left speechless, unable to comprehend how Chuji could smell a sound. His priority now is to locate the rightful owner and ensure they do not miss their meal. Hurry and return it. It's not like you didn't bring your lunch. But this rice ball smells so delicious. I really want to eat it. Aoi, Chuji pleads with a forlorn expression. Aoshin Sōji merely maintains a stern demeanor. Chuji immediately softens. Fine. Look at that person. Their rear is so high. They must be searching for their rice ball. Quickly, return it. Aoshin Sōji spots a high rear end in the middle, swaying back and forth. If this isn't a performance, then they must be searching for something on the floor. All right. While he says all right, Chuji's body remains frozen in place, unwilling to move. When it comes to food, he is bold and decisive, but in social situations, he is as shy as a girl. Fine, he'll go with you. All right. And be sure to apologize. After all, you did take something without permission. Don't worry, I will. With the teachers yet to arrive, Aoshin Sōji and Chuji hurriedly make their way to the middle, prepared to return the rice ball to its owner. Upon reaching the center, they see the elevated rear end, but the head remains concealed beneath the table, searching for lost items. Goodness, what a prominent backside, like the reincarnation of Captain America. Chuji understands a reference to the prominent backside, but is confused by the rest. What do you mean by Captain America? But that skin does look rather smooth. The previously swaying backside halts upon hearing their voices, and slowly, a head of striking yellow hair emerges from beneath the table. Akimichi Chuji, Aoshin Sōji, is there. Something you need from me. You remember our names? Aoshin Sōji is surprised that Namikaze Kushina has such a good memory, recalling their names from the class division. I just made a note of them. Such humble bragging. Minato Namikaze did not understand. Asuka did not elaborate further, but had already resolved to amend his habitual speech. You are looking for this, right? Chapter 3. Chicken legs for rice balls. Aikido, Tobin reluctantly relinquished the rice ball. When Minato Namikaze spotted the familiar rice ball, he exclaimed, "How wonderful! I thought I lost it." I distinctly remember placing on the table fortunately. You found it. Point one must commend his emotional intelligence. Had he been slightly more provocative, others would have pointed fingers, accusing Aikido Tobin of pilfering his rice ball. Yet, Minato gracefully offered a way out. Asuka, believing himself to possess a thicker skin, remarked, "No worries, we shall return it to its rightful owner. Let's go, Tobin." As Minato reached the rice ball, he discovered it was firmly clutched between Aikido's thumb and forefinger. "All right, thank you. Aikido." Asuka could hardly bear to witness the scene. It was a recurring flaw of Aikido Shu's body would betray him in the presence of food, a purely physiological reaction. "Do you want it that badly?" Aikido, eyes apologetic as he looked at Minato, drooled slightly, attempting to pry his fingers apart with his other hand, but the two were locked in a struggle. Asuka approached and gently tapped Aikido on the back of the head. "All right, enough of this performance. Don't let others see you making a fool of yourself." Minato." Minato Namikaze replied kindly, "What is it?" She paused for a moment before realizing, could we perhaps exchange for the rice ball in your hand? "No need for that. We are classmates after all. If Aikido truly wishes to eat, I have no objections. We can just grill a few fish for lunch." The midday break was ample, and some students even returned home for meals. There was a small grove beside the school with a stream where they could fish. Before she could speak, Aikido Tobin stepped forward, grasping Minato's hand in gratitude and affectionately calling his name. "Really? Thank you so much. Minato." Minato was taken aback. "Minato? It's just a rice ball. Why the sudden familiarity?" She explained, "That's just how he is. If someone gives him food, he considers them a friend." "Ah, I see. No worries. If you want to eat tomorrow, I can prepare another one," Minato said, tilting his head and closing his eyes, his voice warm and gentle. He had the nearby chubby boy utterly enchanted. Truly, he was deserving of the title little son, possessing such charm at such a tender age. Aikido Tobin thought little of it, merely finding Minato impressive and suitable for friendship. "You made this yourself? You're amazing." All right. Rest assured, we won't take it for free. Let's trade chicken legs for it." Asuka quickly dashed to his seat and retrieved a package from under the table, revealing a massive lunchbox. Upon opening it, it was brimming with chicken legs. "Take as many as you like." Minato's attention, however, was drawn to another matter. There were nearly a dozen chicken legs inside, and judging by the bulging appearance of Shi's package, there must be more. "Lunchboxes? Do you consume this much in one meal?" "Primarily because this guy can eat over half of this is for him. I only have two, but since it's an exchange, it will certainly be his." She pointed to Aikido Tobin with his thumb. Unexpectedly, Aikido had already begun enjoying the rice ball. "Delicious. Minato, you should try it too. My mother makes the best chicken legs. After all, there was only one rice ball for lunch, and if they went fishing, it would cut into their training time." With a good solution at hand, Minato would not refuse. "Then thank you both." Exchanging chicken legs for rice balls was not something one would expect, yet it happened. As class was about to commence, Aikido Tobin rubbed his stomach. One rice ball barely registered, instead igniting his hunger. "Let's have some snacks later." Asuka observed Aikido's belly, noting that the rice ball was at least the size of two hands, and yet within seconds, he had devoured it, still claiming to be hungry. "You really can eat. By the way, have you started training with the family secret techniques?" Aikido shook his head. "Not yet. Why mother says it's a bit too early. She believes my weight is still too light." "Still too light? Your weight is nearly double mine." Though they were of similar height, Aikido's girth was twice that of Shi. "Yes, my mother says I should at least wait until next year, until I have a little more fat in my body and my weight increases before starting training." She recalled the original work's depiction of Aikido's multiplication technique, which consumed a significant amount of energy without proper replenishment. One could indeed be drained. All right then. With a creak, the classroom door swung open, and a male teacher wearing a chinin forehead protector entered, his appearance quite handsome, surely not lacking for admirers. "Hello. Students, I am your teacher, Hakuba Inoue, also a chinin. In the time to come, I will be your instructor. Now, Before we begin, how about we introduce ourselves and share our interests and hobbies? A classic self-introduction, followed by the timeless aspiration of becoming Hokage. Shi Asuka stepped up for his introduction. I am Shi Asuka. My hobby is researching gourmet food, and my dream is to become a jonin skilled in sealing techniques. Indeed, she had a keen interest in sealing techniques, recalling that the climactic battle against Kaguya relied on them. Mastering sealing techniques would allow him to traverse the world without fear. Aikido Tobin. Hello everyone. I am Aikido Tobin. My hobby is enjoying delicious food, and my dream is to become a gourmet who can savor every delicacy in the ninja world. A cool, black-haired boy took the stage. I am Uchiha Shirchi. I have no particular favorites. My dream is to become the strongest Uchiha. I am Higashai. My hobby is practicing gentle fist, and my dream is to become the head of the main clan. His tone became especially somber at the end. Shi Asuka reflected. Another child tormented by the main family. Perhaps it would be better to aspire to be Hokage. However, with a name like that, it would be a shame not to play volleyball. The only little son in the class, Minato Namikaze, with his striking hair, drew a chorus of admiration from the girls as he stepped up. So handsome. Hello, everyone. My name is Minato Namikaze. I enjoy making new friends and helping others. I believe that a ninja exists to protect their village and its people, so I will strive to train diligently, enhancing my strength to contribute to Konoha in the future. I also have a keen interest in learning new knowledge, particularly in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. I hope to master more ninjutsu, that I aspire to become a great and powerful ninja, like Hokage-sama. Though I still have many shortcomings, I will continually strive and challenge myself. I believe that as long as I persevere, my dreams will surely come true. Lastly, I hope to become good friend with all of you, growing and progressing together for the prosperity of Konoha. Shi Asuka was left speechless. Only the teacher's applause brought the class back to their senses. Clap, clap, clap. Well said. Everyone should learn from Minato. Shallow, Song Zongsi. My goodness, while others succinctly introduce themselves in a single sentence, you have composed a veritable essay for your self-introduction. Truly, you are destined to become a Hokage in the future, already exhibiting the mindset of one. Chapter 4, Chakra Refinement Technique. Well, that concludes this morning's class. Everyone, take a moment to rest and have a bite to eat during the lunch break. In the afternoon, we will delve into the much-anticipated Chakra Refinement Technique. While most of the students in this class are either members of prestigious clans or descendants of ninjas, many have already mastered the art of chakra refinement. However, a few remain uninitiated. Among them are Namikaze Minato and Senju Aoi. Can I have one? No. You've already had one earlier. Why do you want another? But the burger in your hand looks so delicious. Aoi had even prepared 3 burgers today. Anticipating that a kimchi dongbang would surely eat one. It's just a regular meat sandwich. It can't be that great. A kimchi dongbang widened his watery eyes, trying to sway Aoi with a display of friendship, but it's really delicious. Aoi replied, don't look at me like that. I said no, and besides, you haven't finished your chicken leg. Then I'll trade you my chicken leg for a burger. Don't overthink it. 2 are enough for me, or else I'll get tired of them. But a burger is a staple. If I give you one, I won't have any left. Just then, 2 individuals sitting under a tree heard a familiar voice and looked up. Minato? What brings you here? I thought you were invited to lunch by some girls. I'm not quite used to being around so many girls. Minato tugged at his hair nervously. Aoi listened to this modest confession, thinking, truly, handsome boys are different from us ordinary folk. And those little girls in the ninja world are quite forward. They approached good-looking boys right after meeting them for just half a morning. Could it be shyness? Minato candidly admitted, just a bit. Aoi was at a loss for words. Minato approached the empty spot by the tree, holding his lunchbox. May I sit here? A kimchi dongbang loved having more people around. It made meals lively and allowed for sharing of food, even though they had already exchanged some. Of course, this space is for sharing. Aoi had no objections. If he wanted to sit, he could. A kimchi dongbang sat in the middle, with Aoi on his right and Minato choosing the left side, creating a balanced arrangement. After sitting down, Minato didn't initiate a conversation, but focused intently on his chicken leg. However, after tasting the delicious meat, his eyes lit up. Wow. This chicken leg is amazing. Dongbang, your mother's cooking is truly exceptional. Haha, it's not that impressive. My mother merely provides the chicken legs. The marinade is Aoi's creation. Minato turned to Aoi. Aoi, I didn't realize you were such a culinary genius. It makes sense, given your passion for exploring food. Aoi ate his lunch quietly, casually waving his hand. It's nothing special. His modesty went unnoticed by others. Yet, as childhood friends, they knew Aoi's routine all too well. In his words, it was typical pretense. Instead of exposing him, Aoi countered, "By the way, Minato, are those rice balls your original recipe, or did a family member teach you? They're delightfully sweet and fragrant with plum, not at all cloying. They're my own creation, taught to me by the grandmother who runs the rice ball shop next door." "Really? Could you tell me where the shop is? I'd like to buy some after school." Aoi quietly interjected, "I think you mean by a lot, considering the short shelf life of rice balls." Never mind. He suddenly recalled the size of a kimchi donbon's family. Even a large quantity could be devoured in one evening. "Of course. How about this, Dongbang? After school, you can walk with me." "All right, it's settled then. Just make sure you don't leave early." MMHM. Aoi was uncertain if it was his imagination, but it seemed as though pink bubbles were forming around the two. They were becoming too familiar too quickly. "By the way, Aoi, would you like to join us?" "Me? Even if..." A kimchi dongbang draped an arm around Aoi's shoulders. "Of course Aoi will come, right?" With little choice, Aoi reluctantly agreed. Refusing would only prompt dongbang to become insistent. And Aoi couldn't endure that. He would rather deal with the aftermath later. "Yes, I will go." After enjoying a delightful lunch, they finally arrived at the class Aoi had been eagerly anticipating, the chakra refinement technique. In the world of Naruto, the most extraordinary element was undoubtedly chakra. Whether for ninjutsu or taijutsu, chakra served as the foundation. However, possessing chakra and being able to refine and utilize it are two entirely different matters. Aoi had long mastered the hand seals, having frequented barbecue restaurants where many ninjas dined. Each time he encountered a ninja, he would eagerly approach them with admiration and questions. Although they didn't teach chakra refinement techniques, they would gladly share the basics of hand seals suitable for children. He could execute 4 seals in a second. But speed alone was insufficient without the ability to refine chakra for ninjutsu. As Aoi pondered these complexities, the instructor, Hakuba Izaka, prepared to commence his lecture. Despite knowing that most students might have already refined their chakra, Izaka earnestly began from the very beginning. "This morning, we discussed the history of the ninja world. To wield ninjutsu, one must possess chakra, the chakra refinement technique. Now, everyone, take a moment to feel it." Once the teacher concluded, Aoi found Izaka's explanations commendable and quite comprehensible. Although most students had previously learned chakra refinement, they still feigned ignorance since, officially, ninjas were prohibited from privately teaching ninjutsu to civilians without permission, even within clan disciples. Within just a few minutes, students began raising their hands, declaring their success. Only 2 remained uninitiated, Namikaze Minato and Shinju Aoi. When Minato raised his hand, "I did it, teacher." All eyes turned to him. After all, he was one of only 2 students whose parents were not ninjas and who were not from noble clans, but rather ordinary civilians. "That was fast, Minato. Take a moment to absorb it properly." Izaka hadn't anticipated Minato would grasp it so quickly. He had expected at least half a day. "Remarkable. A typical Uchiha youth." "Minato? How intriguing. Minato, you're amazing. You're much faster than I was." One of Minato's admirers chimed in. "Indeed. Not only handsome, but also exceptionally talented." Aoi couldn't help but admire Minato's genius. When he finally began his own attempt, he realized just how challenging it was. It felt as though he was groping in the dark. Relying on intuition was far more complicated than it sounded. At long last, as the class neared its conclusion, Aoi successfully raised his hand. Upon opening his eyes again, "Teacher?" Hakuba Izaka generously offered praise. "Excellent work, Aoi." "Thank you, teacher." Chapter 5. The Invitation, Part 1. How does it feel to be a teacher? In the Hokage building, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at Hakuba Izumo standing before him, inquiring about the experience of being a teacher. Due to his injuries, he had withdrawn from combat as a ninja and transitioned into an educator. "It feels quite pleasant, though I lack significant experiences," he remarked. After all, this was an elite class, where students required minimal guidance. "Ha ha ha, they are all bright children." Sarutobi felt a sense of pride as he observed the scene of students leaving school through the crystal ball, recognizing them as the future of the village. Hakuba Izumo continued. "By the way, Third Hokage, I have high hopes for 2 students in my class." "Oh, Pray tell, Sarutobi replied, intrigued. Hakuba proceeded to discuss the talents of Namikaze Minato and Alway SG, noting that, for commoners, their chakra refinement speed was nothing short of genius. Is that so? Then please take the time to nurture them, Sarutobi urged. Commoners lack the opportunities afforded to clan members, often missing out on ninjutsu training, without guidance. Their graduation would only yield the basic transformation technique. Of course, Hakuba agreed. The two continued discussing future teaching plans until Hakuba prepared to take his leave. I shall take my leave now. I need to prepare for tomorrow's lessons. Farewell, Third Hokage. Do take care of your health and avoid overexertion, Sarutobi advised, patting Hakuba's shoulder. The moment their skin made contact, Hakuba felt a wave of relief wash over him, and the lingering pain from his injuries diminished significantly. With a spark of excitement, Hakuba gazed at Sarutobi. Third Hokage? It's merely a small ninjutsu. Teaching is one thing, but proper recovery is paramount. I understand. Thank you, Third Hokage. Indeed. After Hakuba departed, a low voice resonated within the office. Sarutobi, hand those two children over to me. Sarutobi, caught off guard while attempting to sneak a peek at girls bathing, sighed in exasperation. You've repeated this countless times. My stance remains unchanged. No. Shinobi Danzo, aware that a direct approach would not suffice, opted for a more subtle tactic. What if they willingly consent to join the Anbu? Sarutobi, who was susceptible to such persuasion, inquired, What do you mean? Are you attempting to entice them? Humph, I need not entice them. My status is sufficient for their recruitment. Sarutobi found himself at a loss for words, realizing that not everyone in the village recognized Danzo as he did. Danzo, perceptive as ever, quickly detected the significance behind Sarutobi's gaze. What kind of look is that? The Hokage is impressive, yet I am also one of the Hokage's advisors. Yes, I have not argued that point. However, if you can indeed persuade them to join willingly, it might be acceptable. Danzo responded, So, it is settled then. Hold on, while voluntary consent is essential, you must not harbor any ill intentions. They are still mere children. Although the Anbu had recently been established and had yet to recruit many members, Sarutobi had previously recommended several promising candidates, none of whom returned unscathed. Contemplating this, Sarutobi felt a headache coming on. In this world, light coexisted with darkness, and certain tasks required someone to undertake them. They all serve the village of Konoha. I have not wronged them, Sarutobi reassured. Danzo understood Sarutobi's sentiments. Engaging in shadowy dealings always came with risks. Sometimes, infiltrating other villages as spies involved emotional investment, which was equally burdensome. It is precisely because they volunteer to serve Konoha that we feel indebted to them. By the way, has the compensation for this month been properly allocated? Sarutobi inquired. Rest assured, I am more acquainted with these matters than you. Every detail has been meticulously addressed. During this period, Danzo had not yet succumbed to the darkness clouding his soul. Though his ideologies were somewhat extreme, he remained fair in his judgments. That is reassuring. Danzo added, By the way, I hear the Anbu has recruited a formidable individual. What do you intend to do now? It would be a shame to waste such talent in the Anbu. If they were to come to my... However, Sarutobi interrupted, Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. You should not lay claim to this individual. I have already permitted your involvement with those two children, but it seems I have granted you too much authority if you wish to seize even the talents at your side. Danzo merely indulged in idle chatter. Acquiring the individual would be ideal, but if not, it mattered little. TCH, you will regret this. You speak of regret daily. Yet I have yet to witness you truly make me regret anything. As they exchanged barbs, a Kimichi CHB, with a rice ball in each hand, stood expectantly, mouth agape, waiting for the kind old lady to prepare more food. Delicious, delicious. Grandma, I want more. Oh dear, slow down. I cannot keep up with your pace. The rice ball vendor, though, was exceedingly kind-hearted. A typical person might be astonished to see a Kimichi CHB consume so voraciously. But the old lady felt a sense of joy. In her eyes, a child's hearty appetite was a blessing. Namikaze Minato observed CHB's belly, which had swollen considerably as he continued to stuff himself with rice balls. Is it really all right to eat like that? You may not understand. The Akimichi clan is like this. You will come to see it for yourself. They can slim down just as swiftly. As a commoner, Minato was not particularly familiar with ninja families, but CHB was the first person he had encountered with such a hearty appetite. Really? I've never seen anyone eat like this before. Atoy SG chimed in, of course. Once you become a ninja, you will know, ninjas can eat a great deal. At my family's barbecue shop, many ninjas come by, and they consume vast quantities. Since Minato lived on a relatively secluded street, few ninjas resided or shopped nearby. It was mostly small vendors. Thus, he had not witnessed ninjas dining before. Aoi glanced at the small two-story building beside the vendor's modest abode. Is this your home? It seems quite large. Minato, feeling slightly embarrassed, pointed to the small wooden house nestled between the two structures. Actually, that is my home. Aoi, observing the small wooden house resembling a public restroom, thought it was designated for such purposes. So, you live there alone? CHB turned to Minato, asking, so, you live there all by yourself? Minato replied matter-of-factly, I am an orphan, so I live alone. CHB's face displayed remorse. I am sorry. Minato, unaffected, had long since grown immune to such sentiments. It is nothing. Aoi patted Minato and CHB on their shoulders. Make sure to eat well. It will help you gain strength. CHB, enchanted by the food, resumed devouring rice balls with enthusiasm. Minato, however, shook his hand, indicating he had eaten his fill. Chapter 6, Invitation, Part 2. Having satisfied their hunger, the trio prepared to return home. Minato did not invite the two to stay, considering the late hour and his lack of preparation. Perhaps next time, he would be ready to host them. CHB did not ponder much on it. He was simply grateful for the meal. Aoi noticed, but chose not to comment. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Minato watched as the two gradually disappeared from sight. Once they were gone, he returned to assist the vendor, who had begun tidying up. Let me help you, Grandma. Thank you, little Minato. It's nothing. You've made some friends. That's wonderful. Living on the same street, Minato had grown up under the vendor's watchful eye. This street was filled with elderly residents, with few children around. After all, if they struggled to support themselves, how could they afford to raise children? Minato could be considered the only child on that street, compared to other children. At a very young age, Namikaze Minato already understood the importance of helping his neighbors and repaying kindness, displaying remarkable maturity that fostered both strength and gentleness within him. His grandmother took great joy in seeing little Minato make friends, and upon hearing her mention the word friends, Minato felt a surge of excitement at having made a friend on his very first day of school, which was truly delightful. After tidying up his belongings, Minato returned to his humble abode, a small wooden house that was nonetheless impeccably clean and orderly. After a brief wash, he sat cross-legged on his bed and began practicing his chakra refinement technique. Though he had already learned it, this knowledge required reinforcement and mastery. Minato was acutely aware of his status as a commoner. If he wished to catch up with the powerful ninjas and aspire to become Hokage in the future, he had to put in the effort. He silently cheered himself on. After practicing for a while, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock. Who could that be at this hour? Minato opened his eyes, puzzled. Slowly, he opened the door to find a middle-aged man with brown hair, a neatly trimmed fringe, and a cross-shaped scar on his chin, none other than Shimura Danzo, who had come to recruit Minato, with his usual stern expression exacerbated by the dim moonlight. His countenance appeared somewhat intimidating. However, Minato was not one to judge by appearances. He was merely curious as to why a stranger was seeking him at this hour. May I ask who you are? Danzo, slightly irked that this child did not recognize him, decided not to dwell on it, as long as the boy had potential. Commoners are commoners. I am the Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo. Oh, Lord Danzo, greetings. Minato exclaimed, surprised by the introduction. He quickly bowed to express his respect. Danzo appreciated Minato's show of respect and decided to overlook the boy's earlier ignorance. I wonder what brings you to me, Lord Danzo. I hold your talent in high regard. How would you feel about joining the Root? What is Root? Just as Danzo was about to explain, a sudden voice interrupted. Hey, why are you still out here so late, little Minato? Minato turned to see a long-haired man clad in a bathrobe, his white hair flowing down to his waist, with a red marking beneath his eyes. Jiraiya-sensei, I didn't expect you to come here for a bath. Indeed, this is the only bathhouse in the area that I find comfortable. Danzo, what brings you here? Danzo was equally surprised and puzzled by Jiraiya's presence. Did it come from the Hokage's orders, or was it merely a coincidence? I was just about to ask you the same thing. Don't think that just because you recently became a jounin, you can forget the 3 ninja prohibitions. Danzo, well acquainted with his old friend's 3 disciples, could tell from Jiraiya's attire what he had been up to. Haha, don't worry, I won't forget, Jiraiya chuckled, scratching his head, attempting to brush it off. Danzo gestured toward Minato, asking Jiraiya, "Do you know this boy?" "Ah, I'll give him a few pointers when I have the time. Ninjutsu. Just the basics. I see this boy is quite diligent. Rest assured, I won't impart any ninjutsu without permission," Jiraiya said as he walked over and ruffled Minato's hair. Danzo remarked, "So, this boy is your disciple?" Jiraiya suddenly adopted a mischievous expression. "Of course not. You know how it is." Danzo sighed, "Never mind. I am not one to covet another's disciple." Just as he finished speaking, before either Jiraiya or Minato could respond, Danzo suddenly vanished. Danzo's body flicker technique is truly impressive. "I must try that next time," Jiraiya mused. "Jiraiya-sensei, what on earth just happened?" "Nothing to worry about. Hurry back inside and get some sleep. You have school tomorrow." "All right," Minato replied, still bewildered. It was indeed strange to encounter two prominent figures in one night. Although he occasionally crossed paths with Jiraiya, their conversations were usually brief. After Minato closed the door, Jiraiya looked up at the sky and sighed, rubbing his forehead. "I hope this doesn't disrupt Danzo's recruitment plans. Oh well, I'll just continue gathering materials." Despite his failure to recruit Minato, Danzo did not feel disheartened. His next target was Asaka's Sure, and he had a strong premonition that he would succeed. Within just a few minutes, Danzo arrived at Asaka's Sure's doorstep, dusting off his clothes. Unlike Minato, who was an orphan and required less formality, Sure, with living parents, needed to observe certain courtesies. "Knock, knock. Who is it?" A gentle female voice responded, and a young woman in a white house dress and apron opened the door. "May I inquire who you are?" "Hello, I am the Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo." The young woman quickly bowed. "Ah, Lord Danzo. I have come to see Asaka's Sure. Of course, he is upstairs practicing. Let me go fetch him." "No need. I would rather not interrupt his training." "I would like to observe," Danzo replied, intrigued at the prospect of witnessing Sure's training firsthand. After all, one must see to truly understand a person's talent. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Asaka's Sure felt the chakra he was refining swell within him, filling him with immense power, yet he found himself unable to perform any jutsu. "Sigh," he lamented, feeling helpless. When he finally opened his eyes, he was startled to see a middle-aged man with the scent of smoke wafting around him. What does this mean?" Sure nearly jumped out of his skin, taking several deep breaths to calm himself. "Nothing, I was just surprised. Feel free to chat with Lord Danzo. I'll go prepare some tea," the young woman said, exchanging a glance with her husband before closing the door. Danzo nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, madam." As Sure regarded the middle-aged man before him, he noted the hardened features and the cross-shaped scar on his chin, a stark contrast to the bandaged, one-eyed figure he would later come to know as Danzo. "Lord Danzo, do you know why you've come to see me?" Sure shook his head in confusion. He had no idea why Danzo would seek him out, having never had any prior contact with him. "Are you familiar with the Yanbyu?" Sure nodded. "Yes, we discussed it in class today." "And do you know about Root?" Sure's eyes widened in surprise, but he quickly masked his ignorance with a blink. "What is Root? Are you referring to?" He gestured downward. Danzo scolded. "Your thoughts are impure." "Hey, I couldn't think of anything else." Root is an organization akin to the Yanbyu, but it is even more esteemed and requires a greater caliber of elite ninjas to execute more demanding missions. To join Root, one must contribute to Konoha. "What are the benefits?" Danzo expected admiration in response to his assertion, but instead, Sure's question left him momentarily flabbergasted. "What? Are you saying Root is superior to Yanbyu?" "Of course. And what about the compensation? For example, how do mission rewards compare to Yanbyu?" Regarding this matter, Shimura Danzo had never given it much thought. After all, the entire Root organization's funds were under his control. The money earned from missions was managed solely by him. The ninjas of Root essentially spent all their time there, attending to their basic needs without any specific expenditures. Thus, the overall salary and benefits of Root depended entirely on whether Danzo wished to grant them, as the ninjas themselves would not demand it. This is something to be discussed once you join Root. To be honest, Aoshin Sōji was rather reluctant to join Root, for the darkness of the ninja world was no mere jest. He had little desire to associate with a petty man like Shimura Danzo. Although Danzo had yet to reveal his future character traits, Sōji remained cautious, unwilling to wager that he would simply refuse to join. Danzo was puzzled as to why no one seemed eager to join Root, even with figures like Minato Namikaze expressing disinterest. Why was it that even Aoshin Sōji did not wish to join? Sōji noticed that Danzo's expression was beginning to falter. Lord Danzo, please remain calm. You wouldn't become psychologically unstable due to my refusal, would you? Is this how it gradually distorts one's mind? Danzo took a deep breath. First of all, I am not yet a ninja. Danzo nodded, encouraging him to continue. Furthermore, I only just learned the chakra extraction technique today. With my current abilities, can I truly join Root? This question caught Danzo off guard. Even if Sōji joined Root now, he would not quickly become an effective combatant and would require time for development. However, Lord Danzo, you could invest in me. Invest in you? I have no interest in business. He thought Sōji was referring to his family's barbecue restaurant. Yet Sōji shook his head and pointed to himself. Though it may sound a bit brazen, you could invest in me by teaching me ninjutsu and sealing techniques. Once I become a ninja, I shall repay you. No, you haven't joined Root yet. What if I suffer losses from this? Join the Anbu. And once I label you, you won't be able to escape, and I can slowly nurture your abilities. This was essentially a form of brainwashing. His plan to exploit someone without any risk was quite clever. If he invested in Sōji and made him stronger, what if Sōji refused to join him afterward? Although these techniques were trivial for Danzo, the time and effort wasted were substantial. You are mistaken, Lord Danzo. Your Root has only just been established. Danzo replied. Indeed, it hasn't been long since its founding. Exactly, if I were to join now, I wouldn't be of much assistance. My strength is insufficient, and it would consume your time to train me, especially since the Root system is still immature. Wouldn't you agree? Unbeknownst to him, Sōji spoke for 3 to 4 minutes, feeling as if he had exhausted his words. Meanwhile, Danzo, with his eyes wide open, observed Sōji seriously. At such a young age, could he be remarkably mature or truly talented? After listening to him, Danzo could only conclude. So, are you implying that you refuse? Of course not, Lord Danzo. How could I possibly refuse your invitation? It is merely that the timing is premature. Once I graduate, I will wholeheartedly serve Root. For you, Lord Danzo, are such an excellent commander, so dashing, and a capable leader. It would be a pity if you weren't to become Hokage. Danzo initially dismissed the flattery as mere sycophancy, but upon hearing the last line, he realized that this individual possessed some merit. Really? Absolutely. Then I shall await your decision for a while. Do not disappoint me. Of course. Subsequently, Danzo handed him a scroll. Here. What is this? I heard you are interested in sealing techniques. They are not easy to learn. This is the most basic sealing technique. Once you master it, we shall see. As I do not appreciate boastful individuals. Thank you, Lord Danzo. I shall not let you down. Well then, I shall take my leave. Won't you stay for a meal? No need. I have many matters to attend to. What a pity. With a click, he closed the door, leaning against the inside. Sōji gazed at the scroll in his hands, smiling faintly. He then lifted his head to the light bulb on the ceiling and sighed helplessly. Sigh. Outside the door, Danzo looked up at the moon and sneered. Humph. Chapter 8. Sealing techniques after dinner. Sōji eagerly approached his desk, unfurling the scroll before him. To his dismay, he found it filled with obscure and complex characters and incantations. What on earth is this? After examining it for over an hour, Sōji deciphered only 2 things. First, he needed to find books that could explain the meanings of these characters, which were available at the Konoha Ninja Library, allowing him to borrow them. Without understanding these characters, attempting to perform sealing techniques would render him incapable of controlling the flow of chakra, making it utterly useless. The second point was that to draw these seals, he required a special scroll infused with chakra. It was likely similar to chakra test paper, and just thinking about it made his wallet ache. How much did chakra test paper cost? Not to mention, chakra-infused scrolls sounded exorbitantly priced. It was no wonder that few ninjas specializing in sealing techniques were visible in the Hokage's ranks. Sōji lamented, noting that the only exception was Tenten, who merely employed summoning scrolls to conjure weapons. The poor could only rely on mutations, while the rich's technological prowess continued to ascend. Sōji shook his head, placing the scroll back into his drawer and locking it away. As he prepared for bed, he learned about the projection of ninja tools. As the Uchiha clan's most adept member, he was called upon by the teacher to demonstrate first. Uchiha Shoichi, please give everyone a demonstration. Upon stepping onto the stage, he flicked his black hair, eliciting cheers from the surrounding girls. Although Shoichi's initial remarks upon starting school were somewhat pretentious, his skills were undeniably genuine. No problem, teacher. Approaching the table where weapons were stored, he was disappointed to find nothing but wooden shuriken and kunai. He had expected to train with real weapons at home, only to find wooden replicas at school. Sighing, he resigned to practice with the wooden tools, which were merely lighter in weight. Hajime Shirama, AJ Nin, clearly noticed the disdain on Shoichi's face, and he too felt helpless. I wish I could provide you with real weapons for practice, but the budget is limited. Furthermore, using real weapons could injure those who are not skilled. With a flick of his fingers, Shoichi sent a shuriken soaring into the air and effortlessly hit the bullseye of the target. After showcasing what he believed to be extraordinary shuriken techniques, Shoichi emerged without a single bead of sweat, merely blowing a puff of air to brush aside the bangs obscuring his right eye. Shirama, having witnessed the display, could only commend the impressive technique, which had reached the highest standard for a genin. What sharp shuriken skills! Tsuji, observing this scene, could not help but marvel at the stark difference between the children of today and those of the past. Although the current era was marked by a fleeting peace, families with even a modicum of intelligence understood that war was on the horizon, thus directing their training towards practical combat, and with remarkable results. As silently murmured to himself, "Can I truly catch up to them?" he observed, and nearby, one engrossed in devouring a bag of chips, while the other had already begun to diligently study the technique of wielding shuriken as demonstrated by. Is this what it means to be a genius? No. It is more accurate to say, a diligent genius. While lamented the chasm between himself and others, was already striving to absorb knowledge like a sponge, determined to narrow that gap until he surpassed it. Chuckled self-deprecatingly, perceptive as ever, noticed demeanor and inquired, "What's wrong?" After becoming familiar with one another, the three began to address each other by name. Upon hearing's question, momentarily distracted from the allure of his chips, turned to, "Is everything all right? Are you hungry?" "It's nothing. I just feel that I need to work even harder from now on." May not have fully understood, but, having grown up alongside, was acutely aware of his relentless dedication. Isn't that a given? When do you not work hard? You just need to double your efforts. After bidding farewell to post-school, instructed to head home first, as he intended to visit the library to borrow a book. All right, what was he searching for? A survival manual? A guide to identifying weeds? A treatise on fashion coordination? A design plan for ninja footwear? Upon discovering a book on such peculiar shoes, with toes exposed yet remarkably functional unless it rained, could not resist flipping through it. However, as he perused, he found it filled with the author's self-introduction and various images of shoes. Why were all the models female? The more he flipped through, the more he felt something was amiss. Were all the wearers women? A disconcerting thought crossed his mind. To avoid further entanglement in this peculiar subject, he decisively tucked the book against his chest, vowing to decipher the designer's intentions later, with absolutely no ulterior motives. None at all. The library, rich in volumes, lacked any literature on ninjutsu, presenting only a collection of diverse books. After nearly half an hour of searching, found nothing, despite having been informed by the librarian that the book was in this section. How long will it take to find? The shelves towered above, at least 2 meters high, and had only been scanning at his eye level. Was it possible it was placed higher? Sighing, he craned his neck to look up. Thankfully, his eyesight was still quite good, but after a few minutes of intense searching, fatigue set in. His eyes felt dry and strained. Suddenly, caught sight of a special title, the meaning of special characters? This must be the one. However, upon assessing the height, he realized he would need a ladder. Just then, a slightly sharp and eerie voice interrupted. "Are you looking for this book?" Before could fully comprehend, the desired volume appeared before him. Here. He reached out to accept the book, intending to express his gratitude. But upon seeing the person, he froze. The child before him clearly recognized him. "Oh? You know me?" "Of course, I am, the disciple of the Hokage. We are all aware of you." Chapter 9, at this moment, appeared remarkably youthful, likely just in his 20s, with long black hair, golden vertical pupils, purple eyeshadow extending to the nostrils, and pale skin adorned with blue-green, comma-shaped earrings. He possessed a delicate complexion, as if it could be easily bruised. This made sense, as he was at an age of peak metabolism. Moreover, exuded an aura that was not dark or cold-blooded. Rather, he resembled a cool, handsome figure. Glanced at the book on special characters and asked, "Are you interested in sealing techniques?" "How did you know?" After all, normal individuals would not seek to understand such characters. Typically, only those who employed sealing techniques would endeavor to grasp their meanings. "Well, you are quite astute. Are you interested in sealing techniques?" "I have a slight interest. Do you?" "It's all right. I've learned a few sealing techniques." "Really? How do you find the difficulty of sealing techniques?" "It seems manageable. I haven't studied them for long. But sealing techniques can be somewhat impractical in battle. The activation time is lengthy, and the preparation requires a great deal of materials. Although the results can be impressive, adversaries won't grant you the luxury of time to prepare. Following this, offered some advice, cautioning that if aspired to become a ninja and engage in combat using sealing techniques, he would encounter numerous challenges, an understated yet earnest counsel from a scholar. However, seemed not to absorb this wisdom, primarily due to his genuine interest in sealing techniques. So, do you have any tips to share? Could you reveal a bit? Tips. First, hone your chakra control. Is that so? Thank you. Although would later develop a rather twisted reputation, his younger self was undeniably a bona fide genius, quick to learn, adept in theoretical knowledge and scientific experimentation, a well-rounded prodigy. Though he could not escape the constraints of lineage. By the way, I remember you are the son of the barbecue restaurant owner in the commercial district. What brings you here to study sealing techniques? Did someone recommend it? Of course, if you prefer not to share, that's your prerogative. This was merely innocent curiosity. To my surprise, you remember me? Your memory is impressive. In truth, had encountered before, he had also met and, as they had dined at his home. However, during that time, had merely busied himself in the background, serving plates, without approaching the trio. He was astonished by his keen observational skills, able to recall him from a brief encounter. It was who introduced me to the storage sealing technique. I am still learning. Upon hearing the familiar name, while the two had no direct connection, as teacher was quite familiar with, having exchanged pleasantries. Yet, was aware that was not as simple as he appeared. He harbored ambitions for the Hokage position. Indeed, after this, fell silent, leaving the atmosphere awkwardly quiet. Felt his toes digging into the ground, truly feeling the weight of the moment. Then I shall take my leave. Casually acknowledged him, returning to his book, stole a glance at the text, which detailed human anatomy. Was he genuinely interested in such matters at this juncture? Certainly not. In truth, sought this book to enrich his learning and knowledge, for, according to reliable intelligence, the Second Shinobi World War was likely approaching. With war comes injury, and, not yet possessing overwhelming strength, needed to learn self-treatment in the absence of. On his way back, purchased a pen, chakra scrolls, and chakra test paper, seizing the opportunity to test his elemental affinity. A month's allowance vanished in an instant. Sigh. This is still too expensive. Am I truly meant to become a sealing technique ninja? Never mind. If I can learn, I shall. For there are no other ninjutsu to pursue. Shallow Tsangzongsi would inevitably find greater opportunities to utilize these items in the future, thereby incurring even more expenses. Truly, it is a financial drain. First, let us assess my attributes. Shallow Tsangzongsi slowly channeled his chakra into the chakra test paper and, after a few moments, the paper began to react. The left half crumpled while the right half disintegrated completely. Earth and lightning. Does this imply I am leaning towards Kakashi's style? Ah, forget it. I do not possess the Sharingan, and using Chidori is beyond my grasp. Furthermore, Shallow Tsangzongsi was unaware of how to train in Chidori. It is not like Rasengan, which has a clear training process. Regarding Rasengan, it would be prudent for Shallow Tsangzongsi to first refine his control over chakra, lest he exhaust himself after only a few attempts, as he is no Naruto. Moreover, Naruto was already 12 years old when he practiced Rasengan, while he is merely 6. Assessing the chakra within him, he believed that managing to unleash Rasengan even once would be a commendable feat, let alone training for it. As for the next task, it was to learn the sealing techniques. Shallow Tsangzongsi began perusing a compendium of special characters, where each character represented a specific meaning. For instance, the 12 basic seals. With sub-seals, thumb overlapping, right thumb on top, ugly, right hand horizontal, left hand vertical, tiger, both thumbs extended, rabbit, right hand extended except for the pinky, while the other 4 fingers are gently clenched. Although Shallow Tsangzongsi practiced these 12 seals primarily through demonstrations by others, which involved verbal cues corresponding to actions, the book elucidated these concepts splendidly. As time progressed, Shallow Tsangzongsi meticulously translated the characters on the sealing scroll, taking a full 2 hours to render them into a comprehensible version of the sealing technique. Goodness, it is fortunate that it utilized special characters. Had it been in plain text, I might have set up my own grave before mastering the sealing technique. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Shallow Tsangzongsi massaged his sore fingers, preparing to take a shower and grab a bite before returning to practice the sealing technique. After refreshing himself, with everything in place, he first practiced drawing these symbols on regular paper. Once he had mastered them, he would proceed to inscribe them onto the chakra scroll. It was a bit crooked, somewhat unsightly, but thankfully, it was not as challenging as mastering calligraphy. Is this the slender gold script? He chuckled, pleased with his drawing. During the practice, Xiaolao Zongzi gradually refined his grip on the pen, striving to inscribe these unique symbols in the most efficient manner possible. Phew, that should suffice. Glancing out at the night sky and then at the clock, he realized it was quite late. Time to sleep, and he would resume practice tomorrow. Chapter 10. The Initiation Bang. After 7 days of painstaking effort, meticulously controlling his chakra to coalesce at the pen's tip, crafting the symbols one by one with precision, Xiaolao Zongzi finally managed to inscribe the storage ceiling symbols onto the chakra scroll. He placed several cups atop the scroll and, following the given instructions, channeled his chakra into it. With a loud pop, a small white cloud emerged. Was it a success? Upon inspecting the scroll again, he noticed the cups had vanished. If all went well, they should have been sealed within the scroll, as long as he could successfully retrieve them again. It would be a significant achievement. Xiaolao Zongzi channeled chakra into the sealing scroll once more. Bang! Something appeared? Could it be a success? His initial excitement quickly turned to disappointment as he found the same cups, but they were not intact. They had shattered. Darn it. Practice makes perfect. Xiaolao Zongzi resolved to try again while analyzing where he went wrong. Perhaps it was spatial turbulence? That shouldn't be the case. This is merely a fundamental storage sealing technique. Could it involve another dimension? Suddenly, he recalled the summoning scrolls frequently employed in the original narrative. Although those primarily summoned weapons, they also served as a means of storing items. So simply drawing them isn't enough. I must utilize them as well. Xiaolao Zongzi was adamant that he would not succumb to such superstition. Without the requisite talent, it could not be done. He carefully compared his work and attempted 3 more times, witnessing the cups transition from shattering to developing cracks, gradually approaching perfection. My drawings are flawless. I have absolutely no issues with them. Each time, he replicated the same design, even using the initial scroll to store the items, which also resulted in only a single crack appearing. Was it truly a matter of instinct for usage? A sensitivity to spatial elements? But what does that even mean? It must be merely a matter of familiarity, as Xiaolao Zongzi felt no particular awareness of this enigmatic spatial concept. However, with thoughts of spatial talent swirling in his mind, Xiaolao Zongzi devised a plan. The following day at school, Xiaolao Zongzi brought along 3 scrolls. During lunchtime, Akidu Tobu and Wave Wind Minato both produced their lunchboxes and exchanged food, sharing their meals. However, when Xiaolao Zongzi revealed his 3 scrolls, both friends wore puzzled expressions. Zongzi, where's your lunch? Yes, what are you having for lunch? And what are these 3 scrolls? These scrolls contain my lunch. In an effort to preserve his possessions, especially since he had already lost his cups, he decided to store some food within the scrolls. After all, if the food were to be damaged, it would likely become softer and more palatable. Within the scrolls, Xiaolao Zongzi had packed rice balls and grilled meat. If they were to break, it would turn into a delightful grilled meat and rice combination. This must be a storage scroll, right? Did you buy it at the ninja tool shop? That must have cost a pretty penny. How extravagant of you to use it for food. I made it myself. What? You made it yourself? Wave Wind Minato looked at Xiaolao Zongzi in astonishment. Are you saying you drew this scroll yourself? Akidu Tobu also gazed at Xiaolao Zongzi, who nodded affirmatively. Yes. When did you learn sealing techniques? It hasn't been long. Lord Danzo provided me with the sealing techniques, and I studied them over the past few days, achieving some minor breakthroughs. Impressive. This is fantastic. Now we don't have to carry heavy bags filled with snacks. With these scrolls, we can store as much as we want. Carrying a bag to school every day is exhausting. You should make the most of it. Put in some effort. Yes, Tobu. Think of it as a way to exercise. You too, channel your chakra into the scrolls. I'll teach you how to form a seal, as I worry you might be unclear on the process. Once they had completed their training, are you ready? Yes. Both Wave Wind Minato and Akidu Tobu responded in unison. All right, summon the contents from the scroll. Release. Release. Bang. Bang. 2 small clouds of smoke dissipated, and Akidu Tobu looked at his meal. So, your lunch today is grilled meat and rice? Can I eat it? Xiaolao Zongzi observed the shattered meat and the indistinct rice ball, which had become a true grilled meat and rice dish. It's for you. Feel free to enjoy it. Wave Wind Minato gazed at his own plate, which held a fine piece of grilled meat and a beautifully formed rice ball. Mine consists of a rice ball and an entire piece of grilled meat. Is this a different way of eating? Truly, he was destined to master the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. This spatial talent is remarkable. Achieving such results on the first attempt with the scroll, Shallow Tsang Zongxi envied and admired Wave Wind Minato's talent, vowing to practice more diligently. Yes, it is indeed a different way of eating. Shallow Tsang Zongxi swiftly became accustomed to casting the release technique. Bang! What appeared before him was a generous portion of roasted meat accompanied by a rice ball, though the nori atop the rice ball was somewhat torn. Asanagawa Tusher sighed with relief, acknowledging that progress had been made. I began to indulge in the meal. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and Asanagawa Tusher had now become adept at drawing storage seals, with the items summoned remaining intact. The more intricate the runes, and the larger the scroll, the greater the storage capacity. He purchased an exceptionally long scroll, meticulously inscribing seals upon it, pondering why one could not consolidate and store more items within the smallest possible confines. While it was said that a multitude of items could be stored, the reality was that he was merely inscribing seal after seal on the lengthy scroll, with each seal only capable of containing a limited amount. Aggregating them did not differ much from merely connecting smaller scrolls. Deep in thought, Asanagawa Tusher considered the convenience of storing more items at minimal cost. Envisioning scrolls reduced to the size of paper, capable of holding an abundance of goods, thus eliminating the need to carry numerous scrolls. However, still grasping only the basics. Asanagawa Tusher could only conceive these upgrades in his mind without the means to actualize them, as he was unaware of many necessary details. For the first time, he experienced the benefits of learning, feeling a twinge of envy for his previous life, where knowledge was readily accessible. In the realm of ninjas, however, knowledge came at a price. He felt troubled about how to learn other sealing techniques. Chapter 11, Sparring, Part 1. A year had flown by swiftly, and the final examinations were just around the corner. Akimichi Dongbang munched on chips, lamenting the passage of time. Indeed, a year can feel neither short nor long. Yet it was sufficient to bring about significant changes. Not only had each individual's strength undergone a tremendous transformation, but the web of relationships surrounding them had also shifted. Namikaze Minato's charisma was undeniable. Even standing idly, he attracted others, amassing more friends by the day. He even managed to forge friendships across grades, including with the older Inuzuka and Nara clans. Notably, Akimichi Dingswa and Dongbang shared a slight familial connection, fostering a bond between them. As for Asanagawa Tusher, he was less adept at navigating social interactions due to his slight social anxiety. Nara Shikaku leaned against a tree, observing Asanagawa Tusher sprawled on the ground with a pen in hand, claiming to practice drawing runes, while covertly glancing at a group of girls playing jump rope in the distance. After watching for a while without understanding, Shikaku mused that perhaps he had yet to encounter the matters pertinent to his age. Are you really socially anxious? Asanagawa Tusher nonchalantly tucked away his pen, responding, What's wrong? If socializing terrifies you, that makes you socially anxious too. Yamanaka Ino, with her braided hair, interjected, with finals approaching, there will be practical examinations. How prepared are you all? Nara Shikaku adopted a laid-back tone. What else can we do? Just surrender if we can't win. After all, claiming first place is impossible. And coming in last would only invite a beating from my dad. As for first place, it's undoubtedly going to be Minato. In just a year, Minato's talents had begun to manifest. He would often approach teachers with questions after class, and Hirama Shinju responded warmly, unintentionally imparting small techniques. A practice colloquially labeled as special treatment. It wasn't that Hirama Shinju was unwilling to assist other students. Rather, few approached him for help. Hirama Shinju remarked, Teachers are not averse to answering student inquiries. The issue lies in the lack of students asking. Upon hearing this, Minato quickly waved his hands, blushing and scratching his head. No, I think everyone is quite impressive. When it comes to sparring, who knows who will prevail? His humility was evident, especially considering that Hinata and Uchiha had ceased their bickering, having redirected their rivalry towards Minato. It was undeniable that having an ordinary ninja between them quelled their disputes, shifting their focus to earnest study. Otherwise, during regular classes, the Uchiha and Hyuga would engage in relentless verbal sparring, each refusing to yield. Now, however, they had united against a common foe. Whoever could defeat Namikaze Minato would claim the title of the premier clan. Over the course of the year, Minato not only mastered the body flicker technique reserved for upperclassmen, but also acquired a variety of basic ninjutsu. He even learned several techniques personally taught by Hirama Shinju. Although these were only 2 or 3 tiers of ninjutsu, had he been on the verge of graduation, he would undoubtedly rank as the strongest genin. Regrettably, he could release only 2 types of ninjutsu at once before succumbing to exhaustion. Yet, what a remarkable feat for a 7-year-old to unleash 2 types of ninjutsu, especially as a commoner. Throughout the year, Asanagawa Tushar also made considerable progress, seeking out teachers, though he did not delve into other ninjutsu. Mindful that one could not bite off more than one could chew. Given his affinity for sealing techniques, he decided to focus on them. Unfortunately, Hirama Shinju had only a rudimentary understanding of sealing techniques and did not impart any advanced techniques. However, he did provide some inspiration. Asanagawa Tushi's storage sealing technique had developed to the point where he could store a considerable amount of items, nearly 1,000 pounds, simply by inscribing seals on a piece of paper the size of his palm, which was no small feat regrettably, since the last time he had received a scroll for study, Shimura Danzo had not sought him out again, leaving Asanagawa Tushar feeling somewhat disheartened. His disappointment stemmed not from Danzo's absence, but rather from the inability to learn new sealing techniques. Fortunately, Asanagawa Tushar had secretly managed to create a miniature Rasengan. Indeed, he had successfully formed it, as his exceptional chakra control had allowed him to transcend the limitations of more ostentatious ninjutsu, resulting in a diminutive, projectile variant of the Rasengan, colloquially dubbed the spiral bullet. He concentrated a small Rasengan at his fingertips and flicked it away, refining and compressing it to resemble a bullet, sacrificing immense destructive power for greater penetrative capability. He affectionately named this technique the spiral bullet. Asanagawa Tushar intended to keep this technique under wraps until after graduation, refraining from teaching it to anyone, as it was, in essence, a borrowed concept. He wished to avoid exposing his secrets. By fortunate chance, Asanagawa Tushar frequently spotted Lord Orochimaru in the library, fostering a slight familiarity. Observing Orochimaru through a modern lens instilled a sense of awe. Contemporary technology was remarkably advanced. The technological landscape in the ninja world had diverged, and at this point in time, a series of technological advancements had yet to emerge. Orochimaru also casually shared several sealing techniques, known as cursed seals, which are simply referred to as curse marks. Cursed seals are a somewhat vague term, but convey a more sophisticated approach than traditional sealing techniques drawn with ink. When applied, the recipient bears the seal upon their body. Sealing techniques can be categorized into even and odd seals, each serving distinct purposes. Asanagawa Tushar learned one of each type, both capable of effectively sealing an opponent's chakra, provided their chakra levels were comparable. Otherwise, the seal would easily be broken. Asanagawa Tushar believed mastering these techniques sufficed, as many sealing techniques were ultimately built upon the foundation of even and odd seals. Apart from a few unique elemental seals, mastering the fundamentals rendered the more complex aspects manageable. Recently, Asanagawa Tushar had also been exploring the idea of simplifying his storage seals into a cursed seal format, allowing for direct inscription onto scrolls. This innovation would ensure that in battle, should a scroll be damaged, he could effortlessly store items, enhancing convenience. Moreover, many of the sealing techniques to be employed in the future require a swift and effective demonstration of combat prowess. It must be executed with agility and convenience, akin to the latter stages of the Fourth Hokage, where a mere press on the heart would invoke a contractual seal. Imagine if one were to master a highly efficient sealing technique. Merely pressing the heart's location could induce immediate paralysis. How formidable that would be. However, at this stage, Aoi sure has yet to grasp such profundity. He cannot yet simplify and expedite the execution of these techniques. For now, he can only inscribe the runes on paper, learning later how to manifest them through incantations. Chapter 12, Sparring, Part 2. In the next pairing, Hinata Shy and Uchiha Ichi stepped up. The competition in the training grounds was in full swing as Shirama Ishigami announced their names. Upon hearing his name, Hinata Shy's eyes ignited with fervent determination, and without hesitation, he dashed towards the center of the arena. His physique was lithe, his steps light, the signature black hair of the Hinata clan swayed with his movements, and his white eyes, with their upward tilt, brimmed with confidence for the match ahead. Uchiha Ichi, in contrast, wore a stoic expression, following at a measured pace. Clad in a black tracksuit emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem, he approached the arena with a demeanor that exuded confidence and resolve, as though victory in this contest was already within his grasp. Throughout the past year, their encounters numbered no less than 8, if not 10. Was their instructor intentionally orchestrating this? Aois sure pondered, scratching his chin in confusion, especially considering the top student was present. Casting a sidelong glance at the focused Minato Namikaze, he questioned why the two had not been arranged to challenge him. Of course, it was a decision made privately by the two, agreeing that the victor would earn the right to confront Minato. Yet, in their previous matches, neither had managed to outshine the other. Each bout saw them pushing themselves to the limits, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion before even sealing their reconciliation. Every encounter had been a clash of sheer willpower. The combatants formed their battle seals, standing face to face, with Hinata Shy launching the first strike. He leapt into the air, his speed rendering his movements nearly imperceptible. With extraordinary leaping ability and explosive force, he aimed a soft punch at Uchiha Shy. The punch, though gentle in nature, carried a formidable wind. Uchiha Shy, however, remained unfazed, calmly sidestepping the attack with ease. He swiftly propelled himself around Hinata's back, releasing several shuriken aimed at Hinata's rear. Byakugan, activate. Hinata Shy reacted with remarkable quickness, activating his Byakugan as Uchiha Shy maneuvered behind him. In that instant, he discerned the trajectory of each shuriken, executing a deft turn and side dodge to evade them all. Following this, he crouched low, his right leg springing forth like a powerful coil, sweeping towards Uchiha Shy's legs as he descended. Uchiha Shy, seizing the moment, pressed down on Hinata's leg and leaped effortlessly into the air, avoiding the sweeping strike. In midair, he swiftly adjusted his stance, forming seals with his hands and shouting, "Fire style, fireball jutsu." Ishigami Shirama watched in admiration, astonished that Uchiha Shy had already mastered advanced ninjutsu. In a class devoid of Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Shy would undoubtedly be the undisputed top student. Despite the fact that Uchiha Shy and Hinata Shy always seemed evenly matched, it was primarily due to Uchiha Shy's overly rigid and perhaps prideful nature. He relied solely on taijutsu, rarely employing ninjutsu. In his words, "Since the Hinata clan's taijutsu is so formidable, I shall defeat you in that regard." However, this time was different. It was the final examination, a true battle for honor, to determine who among them was the foremost clan of Konoha, as both Uchiha Shy and Hinata Shy believed. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth, surging forward with a scorching wave towards Hinata Shy. Unfazed by the oncoming inferno, Hinata's resolve only strengthened. He inhaled deeply, channeling chakra that surged forth from his chakra points like an unstoppable tide. Simultaneously, his body began to spin at high velocity, creating an afterimage nearly impossible to discern. A protective hemispherical shield of chakra formed around him, crystalline and radiant, yet emanating a potent oppressive force, accompanied by a resonating hum born of his rapid rotation and immense chakra. 8 trigrams palm. Return heaven. As the fireball made contact, it met with a momentary resistance before being gradually dissipated by return heaven. As the spinning ceased, Hinata shook off the residual heat from his palms. Although he had nullified the flames, their intensity lingered. Undeterred, he advanced, knowing that Uchiha Shy, having just executed a demanding ninjutsu, would still be recuperating. Upon landing, Uchiha Shy refused to yield. He deftly dodged Hinata's assaults, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, he seized the moment when Hinata exposed an opening, lunging forward with a powerful right punch aimed at Hinata's abdomen. Marvelous, splendid. Is this the caliber of combat that students of the Shinobi Academy can display? They could easily graduate. Aois sure mused enviously, captivated by the exhilarating duel, reminiscent of the battles depicted in the Naruto anime, marveling at the fireball jutsu and the 8 trigrams palm. Alas, he lamented that he could not master such techniques. Minato Namikaze observed the duel intently, aware that, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely face one of these two. What do you think the outcome will be? I believe they will remain evenly matched. Do you not concur? Why do you say that? Look into their eyes, Minato replied, scrutinizing both combatants. Each pair of eyes reflected a fierce determination, embodying an indomitable spirit. Not everyone is like you. who holds back during sparring sessions. Not only do you hold back, but you also apologize when using techniques, exclaiming, "Be careful. Sorry if I hurt you." It's one thing to say that to a girl, but to a boy as well. Minato was perplexed, but we are all from the same village. Why should we strike our comrades so fiercely? Aoi sure interjected, perhaps it is the nature of those from prestigious families. Nara Shikaku, observing the exchange, sighed. Hey, let's not conflate us with them. Who could possibly compare? Your laziness is a whole different level. Nara Shikaku continued, they likely bear significant responsibilities, otherwise. They wouldn't exhaust themselves in every match just to determine a victor. It was precisely because they had always exhausted themselves that neither had ever faced Minato, their pride forbidding them from engaging in private provocations. Thus, the match continued, with Minato remaining the top contender. Midway, Uchiha Ichi unleashed another advanced ninjutsu. Yet it was again repelled by Return Heaven. One had depleted their chakra entirely, while the other was not far behind, as Return Heaven demanded substantial chakra, leaving Uchiha Ichi's hands singed, a testament to their fierce struggle. Nevertheless, both remained steadfast, glaring at one another, suggesting that they were nearing the conclusion of their bout. It appeared that the outcome would be the same as before. Chapter 13, Sparring, Part 3, Bang. Almost simultaneously, both combatants collapsed onto the ground. At the moment when the two fell, Bai Majing swiftly appeared at the center, promptly initiating treatment while announcing the result. Good. It's a tie? This had become a commonplace occurrence, and the other students were merely astonished by the display of ninjutsu. As for the outcome, they had witnessed it no fewer than 7 or 8 times over the year, rendering it rather unremarkable. The next pair to take the stage were Nara Shikaku and Asakura SG. Nara Shikaku, glancing at Asakura SG, hoped he would take it easy. Oh? It's us again, please go easy on me this time. Asakura SG, observing the cunning individual before him, thought to himself, if you truly wish to avoid competing, why not just surrender outright? Instead, you insist on engaging in combat before conceding, which is quite annoying, especially when fighting someone who thinks too much. Likewise, Nara Shikaku and Asakura SG formed their battle seals, preparing to commence. However, after taking their positions, a full minute passed without either making a move. Why aren't we starting? Asakura SG was curious to see what tricks this fellow had up his sleeve. Last time, he had acted first and ended up caught in Shikaku's trap. If the enemy does not move, I shall not move. With a resigned shake of his head, Nara Shikaku sighed. Alas, in this day and age, no one believes in honesty anymore. After a moment of silence, Nara Shikaku took the initiative, swiftly forming hand seals and exclaiming, Shadow Bind Technique. In an instant, shadows from the ground surged forth like living creatures, lunging towards Asakura SG with remarkable speed. Asakura SG's eyes narrowed, and he skillfully leapt backward, evading the advancing shadows. Once he had retreated a safe distance, the shadows could no longer advance. This was the limit of Nara Shikaku's control. Any further extension would diminish its effectiveness, making it easy to break free. Asakura SG remarked, You needn't put on a show with me. Hurry up and reveal your techniques, or else you may find me less than courteous. He struck a pose reminiscent of the 1,000 years of pain. Nara Shikaku recalled some unpleasant memories. Ugh, I detest fighting someone I know well. It's hard to act. It turned out that Nara Shikaku's earlier struggles were merely a ruse to confuse his opponent. However, Asakura SG was not easily deceived. Battling someone intelligent was indeed troublesome. The apple does not fall far from the tree, especially with the Nara clan, known for their sharp intellect. Shadow Spike. The shadows on the ground suddenly transformed into black spikes, launching directly at Asakura SG. He had anticipated this. Lifting his right hand, a small white scroll appeared in his palm. For convenience, he had sewn it onto his glove, eliminating the need to retrieve it later. The scroll bore the symbol for shield. With a thud, the effectiveness of the shadow control was commendable, yet its attack power was rather mediocre. Especially against a specialized shield scroll, this won't be easy to handle. Nara Shikaku licked his lips, beginning to formulate a strategy. Meanwhile, Asakura SG hastily formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. 3 clones emerged, each wielding shuriken. Go. The 3 clones dashed in a straight line towards Nara Shikaku, suddenly splitting apart at a certain distance, surrounding him in a triangular formation while hurling shuriken from different angles. Without the Byakugan or Sharingan, Coupled with the rapid speed of the three clones, Narashikaku found it difficult to discern which was the real one, shadow mimic technique. He could only conjure 2 additional shadows, which sped towards the 3 Asakura SJIS. I've already controlled the distance. This is futile, Asakura SG declared, increasing the gap beyond the attack range of the previous shadow spike. With a quiet chuckle, Narashikaku muttered, boom. What? As the 3 shadow spikes approached, 3 explosive tags were revealed. Narashikaku knew this would be ineffective, so he had cleverly concealed the explosive tags beneath the shadows. I hope this doesn't hurt you. After all, the explosive tags had considerable destructive power. By Majin, watching from the sidelines, prepared to intervene at a moment's notice. The explosion required a brief moment to detonate. But given Asakura SG's speed, he would likely be unable to evade. If Asakura SG displayed any signs of panic, Majin would swiftly use the body flicker technique to pull him away. However, the 3 Asakura SJIS, upon noticing the impending explosive tags, did not betray any signs of alarm. Instead, they simultaneously extended their right hands. Narashikaku had yet to comprehend the significance when he suddenly heard Earth Release, Inner Decapitation Technique. Before he could finish his thought, a tremendous force pulled him downward. Narashikaku found himself buried in the earth, with only his head remaining above ground. Asakura SG emerged from a small hole nearby and crouched beside Narashikaku. Phew, remember to treat me to a drink. This earthy flavor is quite unpleasant. Having burrowed underground, he inevitably got covered in mud, but fortunately, Asakura SG had prepared an extra set of clothing. Yet, some dirt had still found its way into his mouth. Narashikaku lazily rolled his eyes. All right, fine, I concede. Hurry and pull me out. This mud is unbearably wet. After all, it had rained just yesterday, and it was still quite damp. Teacher, I leave it to you. As Narashikaku acknowledged his defeat, Majin approached the two and, with a gentle stomp of his foot and a tug of his right hand, lifted Narashikaku from the ground. So all 3 were your clones? Would I lie? Asakura SG replied. Sigh, I suppose you've outdone me. He had already executed the Earth Release and burrowed underground the moment the 3 clones appeared. Aren't you worried about suffocating yourself? After all, the battle had lasted quite a while. Rest assured, I'm not that foolish. I would never place myself in such a perilous situation. Narashikaku casually extended his right hand. Observing this, Asakura SG extended his hand as well, forming a gesture of reconciliation, while Majin announced the victor. Asakura SG emerges triumphant. The spectators applauded, and Narashikaku dusted off the mud from his back, returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor. Next time, I might as well concede right away. I truly hope you do. Using explosive tags is quite something, Asakura SG remarked. The explosive tags had indeed caught him off guard. He had anticipated that Narashikaku's shadow mimic technique could extend further, given the nature of his clever remarks. Regardless, I calculated it well. You wouldn't be killed. At most. You'd just need to rest in bed for 3 days. But don't worry, the medicine from the Nara clan works wonders in just a day, Narashikaku said with a sly smile. Asakura SG replied. I genuinely appreciate it. No need for such formality. Chapter 14. Minato Namikaze. The subsequent matches continued in succession, with each student showcasing their full prowess, displaying a myriad of techniques, some utilizing secret arts, others employing ninjutsu. Meanwhile, several individuals observed the contests from the teaching building above. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his cigarette and inquired of his companions, "What are your impressions?" Orochimaru spoke first. Each participant exhibits commendable strength. However, you did not summon us merely to observe, did you, teacher? Beside him, a young woman with golden hair, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade, chimed in. Indeed, what is the purpose of our presence? They are merely a bunch of kids. What is so captivating? These are the future of Konoha, the children we must protect. What do you mean a bunch of kids, Tsunade? I heard you went gambling again last night. How do you know that? Tsunade asked, recalling that she had indeed been gambling elsewhere the previous night, even employing a transformation technique. If anyone was privy to her whereabouts, it could only be Jiraiya. You can't blame me, Tsunade. You still owe me the money you borrowed last month. I need money for food too. Are you looking for a fight? I never said I wouldn't repay you. Then why don't you repay me? You knocked me out yesterday and stole my wallet. It's one thing to take my money, but you won't even return my wallet? I was just a bit too hasty at that moment and didn't notice. Here, take it, I wouldn't even care. Tsunade carelessly tossed a cloth pouch to Jiraiya. He hastily caught it, only to find it completely empty. Tsunade turned her head away, pretending to whistle nonchalantly. Sigh, Orochimaru, please treat me to dinner tonight. Jiraiya immediately draped his arm around Orochimaru's shoulder. All right, I came here to have you observe the younger members of various clans and their talents. After all, you are now at the level where you could lead a team of ninjas. If any of you catch your eye, let me know. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of smoke, feeling somewhat troubled by his disciples, who, apart from Orochimaru, were rather worrisome. The group exchanged glances, a little excited at the prospect of being assigned to lead teams so soon. Don't get too excited. You will be leading this batch. That's still years away. Why are we seeing them so early? You should focus on your studies. You wouldn't want to be clueless when the time comes to actually lead. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Orochimaru was the first to speak up. I want that kid who used the mind decapitation technique just now. The rest can be assigned later. Hiruzen looked at his most prized disciple with satisfaction. Oh, you have a good eye for talent. I've only seen him a few times in the library, so I'm somewhat familiar. As for his talent, it's decent. While it doesn't quite match my own, he is certainly diligent and hardworking. To be praised for his talent by you is no small matter. Then I want Namikaze Minato. Tsunade craned her neck to identify the individual. Namikaze Minato? Which one? It seems like all of you have someone in mind. That one with the blonde hair. His talent surpasses even yours, Orochimaru. Orochimaru observed Minato, who had swiftly dispatched his opponent. Oh, his movements are clean and precise, taking down his opponent without causing injury. This kid is likely ready to graduate as a genin. Jiraiya puffed out his chest proudly, right? Ha. Tsunade glared at him, irritated by his smug demeanor. What are you laughing at? What does it have to do with you? That's because this kid learned several of his techniques from me. Tsunade scoffed at Jiraiya's claim. You think you can be a teacher? Jiraiya retorted indignantly. What? You look down on me? Yes, I do. I can't see any qualities in you that would make you a good teacher, wasting time drawing those little books. What little books? That is art. Do you understand art? Tsunade, not at all. Hiruzen, who had hoped for a peaceful day to discuss matters with his three disciples, could no longer tolerate the noise. He finally said sternly, enough. Seeing their teacher's anger, Tsunade and Jiraiya fell silent, exchanging sour glances. Let us leave it at that. Oh, by the way, there's a new mission for the three of you. Hiruzen had gone to great lengths to select a task that was both valuable and efficient for his disciples, assigning them individually to help them accumulate achievements. Recently, we received intel regarding the surviving remnants of the land of whirlpools. The mere mention of this made the three realize the significance of the matter. Tsunade thought of her grandmother. Sigh, I wish we had received word sooner. Hiruzen felt helpless. No one wished to see the fall of the land of whirlpools. But the current mission was to locate and protect those survivors, a duty not only mandated by Lord Mito, but also a responsibility of a qualified Hokage towards allies. Hiruzen then detailed the mission, stating that he would send Anbu to assist them, ensuring their safe return. Yes, as Akiyama Tsuke was knocked to the ground. He looked up at Minato, who had come to help him. You are quite fast. Minato smiled bashfully. Thank you. He pulled Tsuke up. Tsuke regarded the boy before him. Just now, we both executed the shuriken technique simultaneously, showcasing a slight variety of ninjutsu, each surpassing the other by a small margin. Ultimately, I fell to Minato's body flicker technique. His speed was so overwhelming that I couldn't even react to use my sealing technique before he had already bested me. To defeat me so swiftly. Yet still play with me. Are we not all meant to showcase our abilities? You're quite cunning, aren't you? Minato chuckled. Ha. However, as he admitted, Tsuke recognized some of his shortcomings. Against foes with significantly greater speed, his sealing techniques proved ineffective. Chapter 15. The holiday during the final exams. Tsuke achieved a commendable 4th place. As for the 2nd and 3rd places, they were undoubtedly from the two prominent clans of Konoha. Although they tied and didn't participate in the following battles, it was evident that they outperformed Tsuke, who had not showcased his true capabilities. But the undeniable 1st place was Namikaze Minato. Tsuke believed that even if he were to employ the Rasengan, he would still likely fall short against Minato. After all, with Minato's terrifying reaction speed, should he truly apply himself, Tsuke would struggle to grasp even a corner of his garment, let alone defeat him. However, if he could set traps in advance, Tsuke felt he could manage a 50-50 chance, but that was the extent of it. With the exams concluded, The next day would herald a break from school, ushering in a period of rest. What should I do during the holiday? The previous day's fatigue made Tae-suk reluctant to venture out. He simply wanted to lie at home, contemplating how to spend his break. However, he soon dozed off again. And when he awoke, he was greeted by a chubby face and a young blonde. "It's me." Tae-suk jolted upright, colliding with the headboard of his bed with a thud. The blonde was Minato, who, upon seeing Tae-suk's startled reaction, felt a bit embarrassed and shrank back, revealing behind him a grinning chubby boy, Akimichi CHG. "What brings you here?" CHG, holding a skewer, replied, "Your door was unlocked, and your mom let us in. So here we are." Tae-suk rubbed his sore back, watching CHG devour his food early in the morning, feeling rather nauseated. "I meant, why are you here looking for me? Why aren't you resting at home? Today is the day for our gathering, don't you remember?" Tae-suk recalled their conversation from the previous day about having a meal together, "But you never specified it was today. When we talked about the gathering, wasn't he understood that today was the day?" Tae-suk thought they were merely being polite, saying they would gather another time. And now it seemed they took it as a firm commitment. "All right, how many people are going?" "Most of the class is attending. After all, Minato Namikaze holds significant influence in our class, and more than half the students are going, with only a few unable to make it due to time constraints. Even Uchiha Sho and Hinata Shoyo are coming. You might as well take on the role of class leader. It's practically the same. With your charisma, you could dominate at the Ninja Academy." "Me? Be the class leader? I think not. Besides, other classes don't have designated leaders. Typically, when teachers want to assign tasks, they do so personally, calling on a few students at random or those they are familiar with. Because Minato frequently consults teachers, he tends to be given small tasks, effectively functioning as a class leader without the title. Indeed, if they were to recommend you as class leader, many would likely object. Most are boys, after all. Who could resist a good-looking guy? It's not just his looks that attract attention. He possesses considerable strength and is well-liked by the girls, which leaves many boys feeling envious, especially those who aren't particularly close to him. However, it's merely a shallow envy that Aoshin interprets as competition for the girl's affection. In this precocious world of ninjas, it's hard to fathom that 6-year-olds are already setting their sights on lifelong commitments with their peers, even meeting parents to discuss such matters. All right, let us hurry along. SG, I wonder what delicious food awaits us at this gathering. I'm absolutely famished. Aoshin sighed slightly. Could you swallow that barbecue before speaking? I'll be back later. Goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Aunt. Aoshin's mother waved cheerfully to the trio. Be careful on the road. Sure. Should we buy some ingredients? Aoshin revealed several small scrolls, each no longer than a pinky finger. Don't worry, I've already brought plenty of skewers. Akimichi Tobu was salivating, having barely satisfied his hunger after eating only a few at SG's house. Are they cooked? Of course not, they're raw. Barbecue is only delicious when freshly grilled. If I brought cooked ones, they'd be cold by the time we arrived. Fair enough. SG, can you really write on such small scrolls now? Minato Namikaze observed closely, indicating that Aoshin was likely concealing his true capabilities, as he hadn't used such tiny scrolls during their battle yesterday. These diminutive scrolls could easily serve as hidden weapons, even smaller than shurikens, especially if they contain something sealed within. It's manageable. Minato didn't press further, respecting SG's desire for secrecy. Everyone has things they prefer not to share. By the way, how's your leg feeling? After the forceful sweep Minato delivered during their spar, Aoshin had remained on the ground for quite some time. Not an issue at all. In truth, there was no significant problem. Since SG had been carrying weights, Minato's strength had largely been absorbed by the iron weights. The reason he and T stood up was merely an act. Is that so? I didn't expect you to have such strong legs. When I returned home last night, I noticed your big toe was swollen. Aoshin glanced down, and though the swelling had subsided, it was evident that Minato had clipped part of his toenail. Haha, I suppose I've been eating quite a bit, so perhaps my muscles are tougher. Minato chuckled at the sight of Aoshin, then narrowed his eyes with a smile. Is that so? Upon arriving outdoors, they found themselves in a lush forest with a clear lake and gentle breezes, an ideal setting for a picnic. Coupled with the cheerful banter of students, it created a wonderfully harmonious scene. Except for Minato, who was immediately surrounded by several girls eager for him to sample their homemade dishes. I'm not hungry right now. Sorry everyone, I'll go fishing instead. He dashed to the lakeside, quickly shedding his shoes in preparation. Are those Minato's shoes? Hey. What else with that look? Aoshin couldn't bear to watch any longer. He hadn't expected the situation to escalate to this level of absurdity. Cough, cough. Let me help you. He stepped over to the lakeside and stood on Minato's shoes. Thanks, I'll toss the fish to you later. Sure. However, apart from the current situation, there were other competitive displays of culinary prowess. Fire style, great fireball technique. A fireball erupted onto a piece of raw pork as Uchiha Sho wiped his mouth. Roasted pork, who wants some? Gentle fist, pressure point technique. After several precise strikes, the rice brought along transformed into glutinous rice balls. Please enjoy. Oil girl Shiwi produced several pieces of bread, murmuring something under her breath. Suddenly, a swarm of bees appeared, bringing fresh honey to drizzle over the bread. I'd like to share this honey bread for you all. Yet, she found that no one was paying attention to her. Sigh. Kuromaru. Up. Of course, there were also competitive girls like Inazukitsum. Aoshin silently observed this scene, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Chapter 16. The transfer student recently. Aoshin couldn't shake the feeling that his encounters with Orochimaru in the library were becoming increasingly frequent. The peculiar part was that Orochimaru never seemed to be searching for books. Rather, he came to chat, often about ninjutsu knowledge. If it weren't for the scholarly nature of their conversations, SG might suspect that Orochimaru had taken an interest in his body. Lord Orochimaru. I'm not yet of the age to become a father. Orochimaru looked puzzled. What do you mean? Oh, nothing much. While it was a question, Orochimaru assumed there was no issue. After all, this was merely a sealing technique at a certain level. How is your progress with the fire sealing technique? Speaking of the fire sealing technique, it was Aoshin who had expressed a desire to learn it. Though categorized as a basic sealing technique, it was undeniably powerful, capable of sealing even Amaterasu and all forms of fire release. However, the preparation time was notably lengthy. I've mastered it, but can it only be drawn on scrolls? Is there no way to utilize it with a curse seal? If it could be activated instantly with a curse seal, it would serve as an excellent method. Facing fire release, wouldn't Aoshin simply need to perform a seal to eliminate any fear? Future fire releases wouldn't merely be about whether they could harm him, but rather if they could reach him at all. Your idea is excellent, but unfortunately, I cannot achieve that. Among those I know, even the ones skilled in sealing techniques cannot do it. Orochimaru recalled Jiraiya, who had a better grasp of this technique. Yet even he couldn't activate the fire sealing technique instantly. To accomplish that requires a profound understanding of sealing techniques. Some can be instantaneously activated, while others cannot. Orochimaru remembered the sealing techniques the child had brought in a few days prior. The seals were advanced, most of which could be deployed in the form of a curse seal. Truly, the Uzumaki clan is renowned for their expertise in sealing techniques, and they execute them with remarkable ease and efficiency. A single-handed clap, a curse seal appears, and whatever is to be sealed is sealed. While this method is convenient, efficient, and quite remarkable, it lacks offensive capability. Your preparation time may be brief, but your defensive power is still weak. Ultimately, it remains ineffective, and you would still resort to the corpse demon consuming seal as a last resort. Is that so? Very well. Aoshin's tone carried a hint of disappointment. However, Orochimaru did not notice the determination in his gaze. It was not the kind that would easily concede. Although he verbally expressed otherwise, Ayakawa sure remained unconvinced. If ninjutsu could simplify hand seals with a mere clap, why should sealing techniques be any different? Even if he had not mastered the 4 symbols or 8 trigram sealing techniques, which could be executed solely with hand movements, it mattered not. They were merely extensions of fundamental techniques. Ayakawa sure was resolute in his approach. Orochimaru-sensei, may I pose a question? Certainly. Why are you so kind to me? Is there a need for a reason to be kind? I am not fond of men, especially those older than myself. Orochimaru observed the boy's expression. Were it not for the seriousness he displayed, he would have relished the opportunity to crush the boy's head. To speak frankly, that is the reality. Oh, I see. I was under a different impression. Ayakawa sure sighed in relief, primarily fearing the prospect of being subjected to human experimentation, as the sealing technique he had proposed was in exchange for Orochimaru's idea of artificial insemination. By the way, your notion of artificial insemination and test tube babies was indeed correct. That woman really did become pregnant. This addresses the issue for many who struggle with infertility. Given that the era was not far removed from war, resources were still scarce. Many young individuals bore the physical scars of conflict, making the prospect of having children quite challenging. Is it truly happening so soon? Indeed. She should give birth in a few months. The plan has been remarkably successful. The first experiment yielded positive results. Orochimaru had found a farming couple and reached out to Tsunade. Initially, Tsunade was quite serious upon hearing about the plan, as she had never encountered the concept of test tube babies before. To conceive, one typically relied on natural methods. If achieved artificially, could it still be considered one's own child? The answer was unequivocally yes. The sperm belonged to the male, the egg to the female, and ultimately, the child would be born from the woman's womb. What difference did it make if an intermediary step was omitted? If successful, this plan could be effectively promoted. For a village to thrive, it must rely not only on economic strength, but also on its population, especially in the ninja world, where the population was sparse and even children were sent to battlefields. Aokawa sure pondered whether his proposal was right or wrong. In an era of peace with a larger population, it would undoubtedly be feasible. But now, what troubles you? Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru paused at the title, yet did not deny it. The matter had already been clarified. Although he had not officially graduated from the Ninja Academy, a master-apprentice relationship had formed, and thus the title was appropriate. What is it? When will the war end? To claim one is indifferent to war would be disingenuous. From the moment Aokawa sure entered the ninja school, he understood he would inevitably face battle, and frequently at that. However, warfare inevitably leads to casualties, which was precisely why he sought to enhance his strength to survive. Orochimaru fell silent at this, as his own parents had perished in conflict. He too despised war. Yet it was not something one could simply choose to avoid. If only everyone in the world could be well fed. Aokawa sure uttered a sentiment he didn't fully believe. Setting aside past lives, the idea that everyone could be nourished was a lofty ideal. Yet, even if starvation were eradicated, wars would persist in various forms. Human desire is insatiable, Orochimaru mused, uncertain if the day of peace would ever arrive. Even if all were fed, as long as there existed division, there would be competition for resources, and such competition breeds conflict. Overthinking was futile. It was best to focus on one's studies. By the way, in a few days, your class will welcome a transfer student. A transfer student? Aokawa sure suddenly recalled someone. It can't be. Indeed, if possible, do look after her. With Orochimaru's instruction, the students would undoubtedly comply. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Chapter 17. Uzumaki Kushina. Days later, the new academic year commenced. Early in the morning, a red-haired girl entered alongside Hakuba J. The moment Aokawa sure laid eyes on her, he knew. It was indeed her, Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina cautiously lifted her head to observe the assembly of students, her gaze landing on a boy with hair of the same striking hue. Namikaze Minato also noticed her. Indeed, he had been aware of her presence the moment she stepped in, yet he displayed no particular reaction. Hakuba J continued, "This is our new transfer student." Gathering her courage, Kushina boldly declared, "I am Uzumaki Kushina." However, as soon as she introduced herself, mockery erupted from the crowd. "Look at that hair color. It's unbelievable. How does one even achieve such a shade? How strange." Had she merely stated her name to be met with such bullying? Was this the harsh reality of schoolyard cruelty? Aokawa sure shook his head in dismay. With the new year beginning, the second-year class was significantly larger, incorporating new students. As the laughter grew, Hakuba J interjected, "All right. Everyone, quiet down." Facing her detractors, Kushina declared, "I will become the first female Hokage." Silence enveloped the classroom, followed by an eruption of laughter. A boy leaned over his desk, slapping his thigh in mirth. A woman becoming Hokage? Dream on. Kushina's nails dug into her palms, her chin held high in defiance. At that moment, a golden figure stood from his seat. Namikaze Minato, his hand clasped in front of his chest, spoke with a calm yet undeniable authority. "My dream is also to become Hokage." Implicitly, he extended an invitation to strive together. However, Kushina misinterpreted his words, believing he too looked down on her. Thinking only he could achieve the title of Hokage. "Kushina, perhaps you should find a seat." "All right." Kushina chose a spot near the wall, where another girl with black hair sat nearby, a relatively favorable position. "May I sit here?" The black-haired girl hesitated for a moment before smiling warmly, of course. Having never encountered such a gentle girl, Kushina instantly felt at ease and took her seat. "I am Uchiha Makoto. The boys in our class are quite unbearable. Do not pay heed to their words. Kushina nodded eagerly. Throughout the class, the two conversed extensively, unnoticed by another observer. Aokawa sure whispered to himself, Uchiha Makoto? Had they already known each other? Sure. Feeling a gentle nudge on his arm, Aokawa sure turned to see Akimichi D. Baku prodding him with his elbow. What is it? There are so many pretty girls in our class. After the initial shock wore off, Aokawa sure looked at Akimichi D. Baku incredulously. Has the allure of food lost its hold on you? Have you reached that age of budding romance? Caught off guard, Akimichi D. Baku quickly shook his head. Impossible. Food will always come first for me. Come on. Which girl has caught your fancy? As Autumn Dao Dongbang lightly tapped the shy opening with his 2 index fingers, he exclaimed, Indeed. The lovely Xiaomei, seated in the front row, brought with her a lunchbox this morning that wafted the most delightful aroma. Shallow Tsang Zongxi, in a moment of silent exasperation, raised a hand to his forehead, realizing after much contemplation that he had indeed succumbed to the allure of someone else's culinary delights. Alas, he sighed. Zongxi, go by yourself. Very well. The morning classes progressed at a leisurely pace, neither too slow nor too fast, concluding as the students focused intently on their lessons. Although it was her first encounter with the knowledge of ninjas, Whirlpool Kushina adapted quickly, having learned much of it in the village, albeit expressed differently. All right, everyone. Let's take a break. We shall resume in the afternoon, announced by Ma Jingshang. As soon as class ended, Autumn Dao Dongbang approached, leaning eagerly over the desk. Anticipating Shallow Tsang Zongxi's response, how about we go eat something delicious later? Since you have so kindly invited me, replied Shallow Tsang Zongxi. Great. I'll ask Minato, said Autumn Dao Dongbang. Minato, I brought a lot of delicious food today. Shall we go eat together? Of course, Dongbang, Minato replied, smiling warmly, though his gaze seemed elsewhere. Oblivious, Autumn Dao Dongbang moved on to invite another. Look at you, your eyes nearly floating to her, teased Shallow Tsang Zongxi. But before he could finish, a slender hand waved gently before Minato's eyes. Shaken from his reverie, Minato blinked, his eyes slightly sore from prolonged focus. Upon recognizing the visitor, he smiled amiably. Zongxi? With a knowing smile, Shallow Tsang Zongxi gazed at Minato, reflecting on the precocity of the children in the ninja world. What? Distracted by a beauty? Of course not, Minato replied, his gaze softening as he watched Whirlpool Kushina laughing with Uchiha Makoto. I simply think this girl is remarkable. Surely you don't genuinely believe her claims of becoming Hokage? Afraid it might jeopardize your own aspirations? Shallow Tsang Zongxi jested, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Minato recognized the humor in his words and shrugged. All right, Zongxi. Very well, I shan't tease you further. Let us meet at our usual spot later for food. Shallow Tsang Zongxi said, waving his hand as he departed, primarily to attend to nature's call. After a morning spent in classes, he could not fathom how the other students managed to hold it in. He certainly could not endure such discomfort. Understood. Meanwhile, in a cluster of girls, Uchiha Makoto extended her lunchbox to Whirlpool Kushina. Kushina, would you like to join me for lunch? Kushina, filled with joy, realized that in just a morning, their friendship had evolved dramatically, allowing them to call each other by name. Uchiha Makoto's kindness had touched her deeply. Having just arrived in this unfamiliar class and suddenly encountering such a gentle soul was profoundly moving. Of course. Yet, mischief was afoot. As an unruly child approached. Hey, transfer student. Tomato? From today onward, you'll be called Tomato. The chubby-faced boy, flanked by 2 companions, pointed at Whirlpool Kushina. With his round face and fiery red hair, he indeed resembled a tomato. He strutted with pride, having just arrived in the class, determined to conquer it. Starting with this transfer student. Others, intrigued by the unfolding spectacle, gathered around, noting the resemblance. Makoto, about to intervene, exclaimed, Hey, that's too much. A voice chimed in, Makoto. S.H. Ichi, come here. But, Uchiha S.H. Ichi furrowed his brow slightly, prompting Makoto to nod. You mustn't bully her. Kushina, don't worry. I'll be right back. Chapter 18. Blood red chili. As soon as her friend departed, Whirlpool Kushina's expression shifted dramatically. Just then, a child grasped her hair, taunting, It's tomato festival time. Let us harvest some fruits. Kushina, feeling embarrassed, glanced around to find no one paying her any heed. Noticing that the yellow-haired Minato was merely observing but not intervening, she scoffed inwardly, Humph, cowardly and effeminate. Clearly, someone who preys on the weak. Unable to contain her temper any longer, Kushina seized the child's wrist and twisted, causing him to wince in pain. "Who are you calling tomato? Just so you know, I despise tomatoes." With a swift motion, she yanked his arm and spun him around, sending the surrounding children sprawling. Seizing one who fell, she sat atop him, delivering a barrage of playful punches. "Dare to belittle me and call me tomato? You'll regret it." Sensing her strength, Kushina turned her gaze back to the now familiar yellow-haired boy, who was smiling, unable to contain his amusement. "What is so funny?" Caught off guard by her sudden attention, Minato quickly averted his gaze, though his eyes betrayed his curiosity. In a corner outside the classroom, Uchiha Ichi addressed Uchiha Mikoto. "Recently, my father has instructed me to limit contact with that transfer student." Ichi's father was an elder in their clan, and they shared a distant familial bond. As Mikoto's father was also an elder, Mikoto, puzzled, asked why. "I don't know, just a warning to keep a distance. But she is my good friend." Ichi scratched his head, finding girls troublesome. He was reluctant to meddle, knowing that offending Mikoto could mean crossing an elder, complicating his own ambitions for clan leadership, especially with Uchiha Fugaku, the son of the clan leader, in the running. "Well, I'll leave it up to you. I'm just giving you a heads up. I will handle it." In the familiar dining area beneath the tree, Minato surveyed his food, feeling less than enthusiastic. Why is it that Whirlpool Kushina isn't very popular among the others in class? Could it truly be due to her hair? Shallotsong Zongxi replied. "It's because she is an outsider." "Outsider? What does that mean?" Autumn Dao Dongbang inquired, realization dawning. "Is that the reason? But once she joins the village, shouldn't she be considered one of us? Why the rejection?" Shallotsong Zongxi empathized, recalling that even in his past life, many were exclusionary, not just between nations, but even among provinces, where some looked down upon others. Merchants from different provinces often faced hostility. It's quite normal. It stems from war. War? The very existence of Konoha village arose from the ashes of war, as it united people yearning for peace, preventing further chaos. However, many were displaced, leading to the formation of new villages. Villagers will naturally unite, but between villages, it's a different story. Otherwise, we wouldn't see the ninja world plagued by wars. Outsiders in our village are perceived as intruders, encroaching upon our resources and interests, hence the instinctive disdain for outsiders, even if it's but a single individual. But as far as I know, the Whirlpool village and Konoha are allied, correct? Shouldn't she be considered one of us? After all, the first Hokage's wife, Mito, was from the Uzumaki clan. You know of the Whirlpool village? You must just read that up. Don't pretend you're not interested. Ahem. It is no wonder that the meal took so long earlier. You truly possess a remarkable talent. I am merely curious, though. Hee. Ayakawa sure chuckled, casting a skeptical glance at Namikaze Minato. Regardless, this issue is not one that can be resolved at the moment. If she wishes to gain the recognition of many, it must be through her own prowess, or, perhaps, her inner strength that renders her indifferent to such matters. However, Ayakawa sure found it difficult to discern this. He did not know her well, only aware that in the original story, Uzumaki Kushina bore the nickname Blood Red Chili Pepper, a name that certainly implied a fiery temperament. Namikaze Minato quietly muttered to himself, lost in thought. Is that so? Ayakawa sure did not elaborate further. In truth, most of those who referred to her as an outsider were merely commoners. Those with a modicum of knowledge or children from prominent families did not look down upon Uzumaki Kushina, for her surname alone commanded respect, being the same as that of the first Hokage's wife. Moreover, at this stage, Uzumaki Mito had yet to depart. Who would dare bully Uzumaki Kushina? Such audacity could only stem from those unassociated with the clan. Indeed, within a month, the moniker Blood Red Chili Pepper reverberated throughout the class, instilling both fear and trepidation among many, particularly the common folk. However, on this particular day, Uzumaki Kushina endured a rather severe ordeal, unexpectedly. The child she had defeated summoned his older brother, a lower-ranking ninja, and Kushina found herself on the receiving end of a brutal attack. Gripped by her hair, tears of indignation streamed down her face as they slandered her, leaving her both furious and heartbroken. Perched in the branches of a tree, Ayakawa sure hung upside down, arms crossed, observing Namikaze Minato, who stood atop a branch. Are you truly going to stand idly by? Minato's gaze sharpened, fists clenched, his gentle demeanor betraying a hint of ferocity, creating a striking contrast I believe in her. Do not ask why Aokawa sure was simultaneously hanging from the tree. He was simply practicing chakra control, having stealthily come to hone his skills, only to witness this dramatic spectacle. Aokawa sure pondered a strategy. If you were to engage in a heroic rescue, she would undoubtedly develop feelings for you. She is a remarkably strong-willed girl. At times, Aokawa sure genuinely wished to understand what thoughts occupied Minato's mind. Whether he lacked the ability to court women was uncertain, given the throngs of girls surrounding him. If he did possess such skills, he seemed utterly speechless when encountering a girl he fancied. As Minato had anticipated, it did not take long for Uzumaki Kushina to break free from her restraints. Though a few strands of her hair were lost in the process, her fury only intensified, and she swiftly defeated one of the lower-ranking ninjas. Aokawa sure commented from the sidelines. This level of strength is more than sufficient for graduation. Unbeknownst to them, Uzumaki Kushina had long been aware of the two observers. Ignoring the ordinary boy dangling beneath the tree, her attention was drawn to the casually smiling blonde atop the branch. Her pent-up frustration erupted. Is it simply because I am an outsider that you choose not to assist me? Minato faltered, clearly taken aback by the misunderstanding. Just as he began to explain, he realized he had not taken any action. Words failed him, further affirming Kushina's suspicions as she angrily retorted, "You think the same way." Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, and she was about to flee when Minato, concerned, leaned against the tree, eager to pursue her but unsure of how to justify his actions. At that moment, a voice from below interrupted. "Hey!" Kushina found herself suddenly immobilized, rooted to the spot. Minato, startled by the voice, turned his attention to Kushina. "Sure? Do not blame your brother for not helping. You have 5 minutes to clarify your situation." Aokawa sure patted Minato's shoulder before leaping away from the scene. Confusion clouded Kushina's mind as she looked down at her feet, now ensnared by several seals. Is this a sealing technique? Minato descended from the tree and slowly approached her. Chapter 19. Summoning technique. Another year of study had passed, and Aokawa sure's sealing techniques had reached a level sufficient for entry into the sealing class. This elicited a note of admiration from Orochimaru, who remarked on the boy's evident talent in sealing arts. If there exists a fire sealing technique, why not water, lightning, and earth sealing techniques? Have you made any substantial progress with the fire sealing technique you are practicing? I have streamlined some of the symbols required for the fire sealing technique and reduced the size of the necessary scroll. Aokawa sure produced a scroll the size of his fist. Orochimaru examined the scroll, flipping it open to find it only the length of a face. His previously calm serpent-like eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated the boy's success. Although instantaneous spell activation had not been achieved, reaching this level in just half a year was indeed impressive. Orochimaru's thoughts began to shift, yet he felt the need for a test. By the way, how did you fare with the task I assigned you? The strength of the Uzumaki clan does not require my assistance, and besides, they are busy with their romance. Aokawa sure shrugged, fully aware that the topic pertained to Uzumaki Kushina. Are you referring to that fellow named Namikaze Minato? As far as I know, Jiraiya has taken him as a disciple. Although Aokawa sure had anticipated this outcome, a twinge of envy still surfaced. Indeed, handsome, powerful, and with a girlfriend, the two were still in that ambiguous stage. He did not know what Minato had said during their last encounter, but thereafter, Kushina and Minato had grown close friends, making every meal with Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto a rather uncomfortable affair for Aokawa sure, who could hardly eat heartily. Now he even had a notable background. In just a year, Aokawa sure felt the gap between them widening, not due to a disparity in strength, but rather in status. For a moment, he felt lost, reminiscent of his previous schooling. In college, everyone was good friends, yet upon graduation, they all went their separate ways, engrossed in their careers. Even if they held similar jobs and salaries, their connections dwindled. Recently, even Akimichi CHG had moved back to the Akimichi clan, embarking on systematic training in their secret techniques, necessitating his presence within the clan to prevent any leaks and to engage in specialized training with medicinal baths and specific dietary regimens. Aokawa sure could only see him at school. It was impractical to seek him out within the Akimichi clan, not to mention how awkward it would be to visit. Observing Aokawa sure's downcast demeanor, Orochimaru understood the source of his discontent. After all, It was natural to feel compelled to catch up when companions progressed ahead. Reminded of his own teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he addressed Ayakawa Sure. What are your dreams? Upon hearing the question, Ayakawa Sure fell into silence. In truth, everything he engaged in was driven by interest, be it cooking or other pursuits. Even his study of sealing techniques stemmed from mild curiosity alongside a desire for strength. Yet, this desire was not a conscious ambition. Rather, it arose from the necessity to protect his family and friends, to safeguard himself in the forthcoming turmoil. I do not know. What about you, Orochimaru-sensei? For the first time, Orochimaru revealed his aspirations to someone younger. My dream is to explore the depths of ninjutsu and to become stronger than anyone else. The pinnacle of ninjutsu? Yet, achieving that would require an immeasurable amount of time. Indeed, the brevity of human life is striking. The second Hokage devoted himself to the development of numerous techniques until his final breath, yet he never reached the pinnacle of his endeavors. Thus, the quest for the ultimate ninjutsu remains a daunting challenge. Also, Tsukasa seemed to perceive something extraordinary. Was this truly the purpose behind your pursuit of immortality? Engaging in human experimentation solely to attain eternal life, and in doing so, to explore the zenith of ninjutsu. Also, Tsukasa felt compelled to rectify Orochimaru's ideology. After all, the pursuit of immortality ought to be through legitimate means. However, one must first ascertain the true origin of ninjutsu. Who was its creator? The Sage of Six Paths. This is common knowledge, Orochimaru interjected. But from whence did the Sage of Six Paths originate? This question had not crossed Orochimaru's mind. While it is undeniable that the sage was the first to create ninjutsu, his origins remain a mystery. Did the Sage of Six Paths perish? Also, Tsukasa knew the answer. Though his physical form may have succumbed, his spirit endured, existing in the Pure Land, capable of wielding ninjutsu and bestowing power upon others. Also, Tsukasa even speculated that the Pure Land might be a dimension he himself conjured for souls to inhabit. With such formidable power, the necessity of a corporeal body becomes trivial. If he truly desired a physical form, could he not simply create one? This notion lingered in the air, for while records indicated that he had died, Orochimaru had never witnessed it firsthand. Moreover, given the legendary status of the sage, it seemed implausible that he could easily succumb to age. What relevance does this have to my earlier aspirations? Is there a possibility that the Sage of Six Paths is not of our world? After all, he is the offspring of Kagaya Otsutsuki, an extraterrestrial. Hence, it stands to reason that his progeny could also be of alien origin. Even if he was born in the shinobi world, also Tsukasa's assertion holds merit. He pondered whether the sage could hear his musings in the Pure Land, and whether he might come to confront him. It seemed unlikely. The sage would probably be more concerned with the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra than with a minor existence, such as himself. According to Orochimaru's research, he too considered this possibility. Based on descriptions, the sage's appearance differed from that of typical shinobi, although it could also be attributed to a bloodline limit. As seen with the Sharingan and Byakugan, an unusual appearance does not preclude the possibility of being different. Why not investigate further? What do you mean? Since he is the creator of ninjutsu, unraveling the mysteries surrounding the Sage of Six Paths would reveal the truth. But how could one locate a deceased individual? That is not necessarily the case. Perhaps someone might know him. Also, Tsukasa shrugged nonchalantly, for he did not know him, yet that did not imply no one else might. If one seeks knowledge, they must seek out others. As long as thoughts of immortality do not consume one's mind, it is acceptable. Although currently, Orochimaru's thoughts were merely beginning to wander in that direction, he had yet to manifest any concrete plans. With a glimmer of inspiration, Orochimaru grinned mischievously. Tsukasa. How about I teach you the summoning technique? Chapter 20. The Dragon Cave. Also, Tsukasa gazed at the vast scroll adorned with countless names. The most recent being Orochimaru's, the Dragon Cave. Indeed, this is the scroll of the Dragon Cave, one of the 3 great sages' sanctuaries. Also, Tsukasa had always been curious. Orochimaru, how did you discover the Dragon Cave? By sheer coincidence. Also, Tsukasa thought to himself, asking was futile. Only those who sincerely pay homage can meet the White Snake Sage and gain the recognition of the Dragon Cave. Noticing Aso Tsukasa's somewhat dazed expression, Orochimaru questioned, "What's wrong? Aren't you excited?" If Aso Tsukasa could hear Orochimaru's inner thoughts, he would nod vigorously. After all, Who could forget the notoriously unruly serpents of the Dragon Cave? They are not as obedient as the toads of Mount Myaboku. It is well known that snakes are cold-blooded creatures. In the original narrative, Orochimaru had to provide ample food to control the giant snakes. Moreover, mastering the sage arts of the Dragon Cave is no trivial matter. It is one of the most potent techniques. Once mastered, one could transcend to the level of a Kage. To claim disinterest would be a falsehood. However, the risks associated with the Dragon Cave sage arts are formidable. Should the serpent bite, it could inject natural energy directly into one's body. If one can withstand it, they succeed. If not, they perish. Unlike Mount Myaboku, where one might receive a gentle prod, the Dragon Cave is far more merciless. While these thoughts lingered, Aso Tsukasa recognized that mastering this summoning technique could significantly enhance his current capabilities. Thus, he nodded affirmatively. Of course, I wish to learn. Then sign your name on the scroll and press your handprint. Filled with a mix of anxiety and exhilaration, Aso Tsukasa suddenly pondered, Orochimaru-sensei, should I address you as teacher or master? Seeing the boy finally react, Orochimaru smiled faintly. You may call me whatever you prefer. Aso Tsukasa grinned widely. Orochimaru-sensei. Now, hurry and sign your name. Understood. He inscribed his name, slightly pricked his palm, and pressed it onto the scroll. That should suffice. Now, attempt to perform the summoning technique. Aso Tsukasa had learned the necessary hand seals long ago, as summoning is a form of sealing technique. Observing the library around him, he wondered if summoning a giant snake might frighten others. Should we step outside? Understanding his thoughts, Orochimaru shook his head. With your current chakra levels, and as a first-time summoner, you need not worry about that. All right. Aso Tsukasa bit his thumb, formed the seals, and declared, summoning technique. With a resounding poof, a snake of human size materialized, eliciting admiration from Orochimaru. Given Aso Tsukasa's chakra reserves, managing to summon a snake of this size was commendable. It seemed he had mastered the summoning technique well, indicating he had practiced the seals diligently. Who summoned me? A large, oval-headed snake with medium-sized scales and yellow eyes featuring vertical pupils appeared, confused as it clutched a mouse in its mouth. Rising to its full height, nearly human-sized, it questioned. You? Aren't you Orochimaru? Aso Tsukasa noted the striking resemblance to a cobra. A cobra? What cobra? I have a name. Call me the Golden Snake. The snake retorted. Hey, Orochimaru, why did you give the Dragon Cave contract to an outsider? This is my disciple, and I did not give it away casually. I consulted the White Snake Sage yesterday, and she did not decline. How infuriating. I wasn't there yesterday and received no notice. I can't believe you summoned me. Impressive, kid. The Golden Snake, still chewing on the mouse, greeted Aso Tsukasa. It appeared he was not as cold-blooded as one might expect. Perhaps that was true. The myriad snakes were exceptionally powerful. However, since he had been summoned, he expected Aso Tsukasa to provide him with food. Hurry and bring me something to eat. The Golden Snake moved with astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, Aso Tsukasa felt a golden flash. The Golden Snake swiftly coiled around Aso Tsukasa's entire body. The golden serpent's scales shimmered with an eerie luster, and the frigid sensation coursed rapidly along the skin. Shallow Tsong, the commander, attempted to struggle, only to discover that the constricting force tightened further, rendering his breathing labored. The serpent's head slowly lifted. Its crimson-slit pupils fixated upon him, its mouth agape, releasing a wave of bloody stench, likely from a mouse it had recently devoured. Shallow Tsong felt a profound sense of helplessness. He was prepared to retract his earlier thought. There was no such thing as a snake that was not cold-blooded. For snakes were indeed cold-blooded creatures. Taken by surprise moments ago, he now took a deep breath, steadied himself, and infused his chakra around his body. Hey, release me in 3 seconds. What? You're the one in a passive position now. I'll have you know, I am no ordinary gentleman. Shallow Tsong glanced towards Orochimaru, who was observing his plight with amusement, and felt compelled to inquire if he could offer assistance. Master? However, Orochimaru appeared oblivious, merely watching with a slight smirk, clearly enjoying the spectacle. This was also a trial. If one could not pass such a simple test, it indicated unworthiness to possess the contract of the Dragon Cave. Unless faced with life-threatening danger, Orochimaru would not intervene, but saving him would mean forfeiting the connection to the Dragon Cave. Well then, don't roll around in pain later. What? Binding technique. Shallow Tsong lightly touched the serpent's scaled surface and shouted, instantly enveloping the golden serpent in a flurry of sealing symbols. Oh, a binding technique infused with sealing arts? The binding technique was merely a basic ninjutsu. Although it could immobilize others, it relied solely on the wielder's chakra pressure. If the opponent were even slightly stronger or evenly matched, they could easily break free. Yet, Shallow Tsang had combined it with sealing arts, which altered the situation entirely. Orochimaru, not particularly skilled in sealing techniques, was taken aback. Interesting, Tsang, you truly surprise me. What is happening? Why can't I move? The golden serpent exclaimed, bewildered. What have you done to me? Shallow Tsang leaped from the serpent's coils and, with a playful smirk, approached the golden serpent. Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Faced with the sinister grin of the human before it, the serpent felt an ominous premonition rise within. Hey, what are you planning to do? I warn you. Don't act recklessly. My mother is Taki Tsuneko. If you dare harm me, she will surely consume you. It turned out that threats were not solely the purview of humans. Snakes could wield them too. Orochimaru interjected, Taki Tsuneko? Are you her offspring? Indeed. And now that you know, you should hurry and release me. Chapter 21. The Golden Serpent Taki Tsuneko? Who is that? Is she well known? Isn't the White Snake Sage the most powerful in the Dragon Cave, the leader of it all? When did Taki Tsuneko emerge? Shallow Tsang feigned ignorance. Though he was aware from Boruto's tale that such a figure existed, seemingly one of the trial overseers. However, he could not reveal this knowledge. Taki Tsuneko was formidable, one of the overseers of the Sage trials. Although her power did not rival that of the White Snake Sage, she was a significant figure within the Dragon Cave. Orochimaru, unexpectedly summoned a golden serpent with such an identity, now hesitated to act against it. Yet Shallow Tsang was undeterred. The serpent had to have anticipated the consequences when it had ensnared him. Now, daring to reveal its identity as a threat, he chuckled. Shallow Tsang scratched his ear. What does that have to do with me? What? Hey, what are you doing? Shallow Tsang slowly approached the golden serpent. And Orochimaru did not intervene, instead watching with keen interest to see what Shallow Tsang would do. Have you ever heard the saying? The golden serpent paused. What saying? Strike the snake at its 7 inches. Shallow Tsang revealed a grin of impending doom, his hand poised like a claw. Swish. Just as Shallow Tsang's claw was about to reach the serpent's heart, it cried out in panic. I surrender. Upon hearing its declaration, Shallow Tsang abruptly withdrew, his fingers mere inches from the serpent. The proclamation of surrender prompted him to release the sealing technique, not due to misplaced trust in the serpent, but rather sensing that the time for summoning was imminent. Even if he did not release it, the creature would soon return to the Dragon Cave. He might as well seize the opportunity for further dialogue. The golden serpent slumped to the ground, cold sweat soaking its mottled scales, panting heavily. When it finally raised its head to gaze at Shallow Tsang, its expression was one of astonishment and a hint of fear. Now we can communicate properly, right? However, I am not one to press for hardships, nor should I impose upon a serpent. After all, we are destined to be comrades in battle, so harmonious coexistence is essential. Shallow Tsang extended his hand. Seeing this, the golden serpent hesitated momentarily before proudly lifting its head and extending its small tail in return. Haha, a delightful partnership. Rest assured, should battles arise, I will prepare a bountiful supply of mice for you afterward. Upon hearing the word mice, the golden serpent's eyes sparkled with delight, an exquisite delicacy indeed. You'd better keep your word. Of course, I can even offer you mice of various flavors. In an instant, the once proud and noble golden serpent transformed into a gluttonous little creature. Really? The scene shifted dramatically, and Shallow Tsang rubbed his eyes, questioning whether it was an illusion. Yet when he regained focus, the serpent appeared normal again. Meanwhile, Orochimaru observed Shallow Tsang with envy. This golden serpent was quite agreeable, only requiring mice for sustenance. Unlike his myriad snakes that demanded numerous human sacrifices for cooperation. Though the golden serpent's strength paled in comparison to Orochimaru's many serpents, it held a significant backing. Its mother was Taki Tsuneko, which conferred a certain prestige and standing. Upon further conversation, it became clear that the golden serpent was a chatty and pretentious young male. As is well known, friendships among boys tend to progress rapidly. After their handshake, they swiftly entered into lively conversation. Let me tell you, I am the heir to sagehood. Don't underestimate me, the White Snake Sage. Despite his esteemed position in the Dragon Cave, will ultimately pass on sage techniques to me. Haha, is that permissible? By lineage. The white snake sage is this little one's ancestor, and there may be some blood relation. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare speak so boldly. What is wrong with that? The white snake sage told me so when I was quite young. What is with that look? Do you doubt me? I assure you. I was merely caught off guard when you bound me. You think I lack means? Observe this, sage art, invisibility. In an instant, the golden serpent vanished. Shallow Tsang reached out, but found nothing. Closing his eyes, he utilized chakra perception, a fundamental sensing technique, but could detect nothing. He looked up at Orochimaru, who furrowed his brow and shook his head in disbelief. Shallow Tsang was astounded. Even someone as formidable as Orochimaru could not perceive the serpent's presence. How exceptional was this invisibility? A soft voice echoed in his ear, and the next moment, the serpent gradually reappeared. Heh, have you witnessed my prowess? Is this what sage arts entail? There's even more impressive abilities. I can fly. With a gentle leap, the serpent slowly floated into the air. Did the white snake sage teach you this? No, my mother taught me. I've only mastered these two techniques. Very well. I once believed I could learn the true teachings of the white serpent sage. The three great sages possess unique abilities. Mr. Toad predicts the future through dreams, while the white serpent sage seems to have the power to perceive all events, akin to listening to the voices of all things. This ability is undoubtedly formidable. Dreams may come and go, but this is a continuous awareness, perhaps the most powerful perception technique of all. If mastered, one could discern the whereabouts of individuals like Kaguya and Obito, even overhear their schemes, preparing oneself for unforeseen circumstances. However, if that were the case, why did the white serpent sage not forewarn Orochimaru of these plans? The sage might respond, why should I concern myself with such matters? What benefit is there for me? They won't come after me anyway. It seems my summoning time is nearing. I must take my leave for now. Until we meet again. Until next time, akin. Akin? That has a nice ring to it. So I shall call you Zongxi. That is perfectly acceptable. With a puff of smoke, the golden serpent vanished, indicating the end of the summoning period. Honestly, if one were not greedy for sage techniques, it would be impossible to learn them. Regardless of which of the three holy lands, sage techniques are immensely powerful. Orochimaru-sensei, are sage techniques truly so potent? I have not personally employed them, so I cannot attest to their strength. However, I have witnessed others wield them, and they significantly enhance one's abilities. Orochimaru recalled Jiraiya, who often lamented that he had not mastered the complete sage mode, asserting that he had yet to unleash even a fraction of its might. Yet, Orochimaru felt that sage mode was indeed formidable. Then why did Orochimaru-sensei not learn it? This was a question Zongxi longed to ask. I failed to master it. The consequence of failure was becoming a snake and being consumed. Then how are you still alive? Zongxi hesitated, feeling it might be impolite to voice such a query. I am an exception, implicitly suggesting the use of some extraordinary means. Neither party pursued the matter further. Chapter 22. 2 years graduation is just around the corner. 2 years may seem neither too short nor too long, yet for Zongxi, it felt ample. However, it also signaled an impending conflict. As the Ninja World War was about to erupt, within a year, they would find themselves on the battlefield. During this year, Zongxi's task was to learn from the leading Jonin how to survive in war. Although much had been learned in these 2 years, the core ninja techniques remained unshared. Orochimaru only taught his signature techniques and various higher-level ninjutsu, which could only be acquired through merit, not simply passed down. Zongxi understood this, as ninjutsu is not easily mastered. If every ninja could simply apprentice to learn it, there would be little point in undertaking missions. Merit must be the currency for learning. Particularly as a disciple of the Third Hokage, setting a good example was paramount. The ability to impart summoning techniques was already quite rare, as they belonged to the individual. How has Minato been lately? Zongxi teased. Hey, can you please refrain from that? During these 2 years, the bond between Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze had deepened, evolving from friendship into something more profound, teetering on the edge of romance. However, Zongxi sensed that this process might be lengthy, as once they became ninjas, their lives would become increasingly busy with missions and the looming battlefield. Zongxi recalled that after becoming a ninja, Kushina had been abducted once. But it was during that incident that Minato awakened his signature charm, the moonlit embrace. The timing, the environment, a perfect hero saving the damsel. Accompanied by sweet nothings, no woman could resist. What's wrong? Minato observed Zongxi's muttering to himself, puzzled by his friend's eccentric thoughts. Nothing, just contemplating the graduation exam. This cohort seemed relatively typical, perhaps due to the unspoken understanding among families, as none had expressed a desire to graduate early, especially with war on the horizon. Remaining in the ninja academy a little longer meant learning additional survival skills, maximizing their potential. Though early graduation could provide valuable combat experience, embarking on missions before full physical maturity would merely deplete one's strength. Time flies. You're about to graduate in just 4 years. The teacher, Hakuba, looked at the 10-year-olds, noting their growth, though their youthful faces still bore traces of innocence. These 4 years may be your most cherished. The future lies in your hands. The graduation exam was straightforward. Classic shuriken throwing, body flicker technique tests, and a series of written questions. Of course, practical combat was unavoidable. In the final round, Zongsi and Minato clashed, determining the rankings of first and second place. Go, Minato. Take him down. Kushina cheered excitedly from the sidelines. Your little girlfriend is quite enthusiastic. Hey, what are you talking about? Who's my little girlfriend? Kushina blushed crimson, unable to conceal her embarrassment. Nearby, Mikoto Uchiha stifled a laugh, whispering to Kushina, sorry. I truly didn't mean to laugh. I just couldn't help it. If one were to identify the standout performers of this cohort, it would undoubtedly be Hinata and Uchiha, who had battled each other to a standstill over the past 4 years. However, this time Uchiha emerged victorious, as Hinata succumbed to the ground a second later, securing his win, though further matches were not possible. Let loose, Zongsi, stop concealing your strength. Although Minato was slightly influenced by Kushina's enthusiasm, he quickly regained his composure. It seems my words lack potency, but I genuinely wish to convey this. Do not hide your abilities. Some techniques are still off limits. Zongsi was acutely aware that utilizing both summoning techniques might result in collateral damage. Let us go. Minato unleashed a flurry of shuriken, then executed a swift body flicker. Faced with the barrage of shuriken and Minato's sudden appearance behind him, Zongsi marveled at his speed, validating the adage that speed is unmatched in martial prowess. Yet, speed alone is insufficient. One must possess strength as well. As Minato launched his shuriken, Zongsi had already tossed a scroll to the ground. Once unfurled, it revealed the character for shield. By channeling chakra into his feet and lightly stepping on the scroll, he invoked shield. A soft blue chakra shield enveloped him, deflecting the shuriken with a series of metallic clangs. However, amid the clashing sounds, Zongsi sensed something amiss. Turning around, he was startled to see Minato brandishing a kunai. Hey, must you escalate to weapons now? We were merely exchanging blows before. If my shield weren't sturdy enough, I could have been injured. With a slight smile, Minato replied, I know your shield is quite robust. You sly one. Although Zongsi was unfamiliar with the term sly, years of friendship suggested it was not a compliment. With a firm stance on the shield, he executed a flip and landed gracefully. With both hands forming seals, the technique of wind release, great breakthrough was unleashed, a swirling vortex erupting from his mouth. This battle was a true exhibition of one's ninjutsu skills, surrounded by numerous clan heads and, of course, the Hokage along with their disciples. Thus, Asuka SG felt no need to hold back. Earth release, earth wall. A weaker version of the earth flow wall emerged as he pressed his hands against the ground, causing a small earthen barrier to rise. With a resounding crash, it blocked the fierce wind, and the shattering of the wall indicated that both attacks were evenly matched. In the stands, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat quietly, while 3 disciples beside him engaged in conversation. Who do you think will win? Jiraiya blurted, Of course, it's Minato. I believe it's SG, Tsunade remarked, looking at the two in disbelief. Can't you provide a more substantial opinion? You both support your own students. Sarutobi interjected, I think Minato has the upper hand. Chapter 23. Namikaze Minato. Following the clash of ninjutsu, the battle transitioned to taijutsu. Asuka SG initiated the attack, cognizant of his opponent's swift speed and unwilling to remain passive. Utilizing the dust raised by the shattered wall as cover, SG advanced, delivering a straight punch aimed at Minato's face. Minato deftly sidestepped, extending his hand to strike SG's ribs. SG quickly retreated half a step, bending his legs and launching into a spinning kick. Minato crossed his arms in defense, the force of the impact pushing him back 2 steps. Before he could regain his footing, SG landed, sliding forward with an agile approach. His hands clawed as he aimed for Minato's throat with his self-created dragon claw technique. Minato's eyes sharpened. He exerted force from his waist, astonishingly leaning backward. SG's hand barely grazed his chin. In a swift counter, Minato propelled himself off the ground with a kick, executing a sweeping leg strike. SG raised his arm to block, but the force left his arm numb. The two exchanged blows, each strike filled with immense power from SG, while Minato relied on his agility and timing to evade and counterattack. Seizing an opening, SG drove his knee towards Minato's abdomen, but at the last moment, Minato grasped SG's calf and forcefully threw him aside. Just as SG thought he had found a flaw, Minato's quick reflexes enabled him to recover, skidding to a stop after a couple of meters. "Your reaction speed is astonishing," SG remarked, acknowledging that without shedding his weights, he would have surely lost in this taijutsu bout, as he couldn't match Minato's speed and reaction time. Minato, feeling exhilarated, recognized this as their first true contest. It was impossible for young hearts to lack a competitive spirit, even for someone as gentle as Minato. Though they shared a brotherly bond, in a real fight, it was essential to establish a victor. "You're just as impressive. Let us continue." Orochimaru, with his distinctive voice, explained to the onlookers, "You all have underestimated Asuka SG. He is far more formidable than you perceive." Jiraiya, intrigued, asked, "So, does he have some hidden technique?" "You will find out soon, though he may not reveal it," Orochimaru responded, having previously tested SG and sensed his hidden potential. Orochimaru admitted, "I didn't anticipate his impressive reflexes. I merely summoned 1,000 snakes to intimidate him, yet he unleashed his true power." After a fierce exchange, both fighters retreated. Gasping for air, SG felt as if his lungs were about to burst, struggling to keep pace with Minato. "You're truly remarkable. Now, allow me to demonstrate my newly developed technique," SG declared, his expression suddenly grave as he brandished a kunai in a defensive stance. "Super Flash Smoke Bomb Shuriken Technique." However, as Minato uttered this rather awkward and juvenile name, a silence enveloped the spectators. Amidst the quiet, Jiraiya chuckled. "This kid excels in many areas. But naming techniques is not one of them." SG thought to himself, though he wanted to scoff. He knew the technique was anything but simple. In the next moment, Minato created 3 shadow clones and scattered smoke bombs, obscuring visibility. Do the clones possess such speed? SG pondered, only to be interrupted as several shurikens flew from the smoke. He hastily deflected them with his kunai, but suddenly, 3 flashes of yellow zipped past him, forming a triangular formation around SG. Are they all clones? Or? SG contemplated, attempting to utilize his sensory technique. Just then, the 3 clones launched their shurikens simultaneously, disrupting SG's technique. This cursed priority system. When will it be altered? Faced with this barrage, SG had no choice but to defend, batting away the shurikens. Once he cleared them, the 3 Minato clones charged, fists raised. SG quickly invoked Shield. The sound of impacts echoed as the clones dissipated into smoke, indicating they were indeed clones. A sense of foreboding washed over SG. This is bad. With all 3 being clones, Minato must be lurking nearby. Scanning his surroundings frantically, SG's gaze fell just as a flash of yellow erupted from the ground. No way. His reflexes faltered, and he realized he could not evade the incoming strike. Even his hands, raised in defense, moved too slowly. Minato's punch connected squarely with SG's jaw. A jolt of pain coursing through him, swiftly followed by darkness as consciousness faded. SG's delayed hand merely brushed against Minato's withdrawing wrist. SG was sent sprawling to the ground, while Minato landed gracefully. Jiraiya feigned shock, though a satisfied smile betrayed his glee. It seems Minato has emerged victorious. In contrast, Orochimaru observed intently, scrutinizing the scene. Meanwhile, Hayama stood at the center, gazing at the fallen SG and the standing Minato. "I declare the victor to be." Minato interjected, "Wait, sensei." Hayama turned to him, noticing Minato standing still, save for his moving eyes and mouth. What is it?" As Hayama approached, he discerned a sealing technique emanating from Minato's wrist, enveloping his entire body. Indeed, I am unable to move," Minato replied with a wry smile. Chapter 24. A successful graduation. As soon as Minato Namikaze finished speaking, everyone present was enveloped in astonishment, not anticipating such a remarkable technique. Nara Shikaku observed the still Minato and thought, "I always knew he had something up his sleeve, though perhaps I underestimated his speed. Indeed, his sealing technique is formidable. Can it truly immobilize someone upon contact? Even Minato cannot break free. Do you believe that sealing techniques are merely a game? The reason so many are reluctant to learn them is not due to the slow casting speed or the significant preparatory time, but rather the immense difficulty in mastering them. Many struggle to even grasp the basics. Kushina Uzumaki interjected, being a master of sealing techniques herself. However, Konoha's sealing techniques possess their unique characteristics. It was this very technique that restrained me back then. She scrutinized the intricate patterns of the seals enveloping Minato, sensing the chakra fluctuations that interconnected them with remarkable stability, augmented by his personal locks. Only the practitioner could unravel this technique. Any unauthorized attempts to release it could potentially harm Minato. Minato smiled wryly, having anticipated such a contingency. Despite his precautions during the close combat, he was desperate to avoid being touched by Asakura Tushi's palm, evading when possible and striking unexpectedly at other parts of Asakura's body. In the final moment, however, he was caught off guard. Too sure, who constantly accuses me of being devious, I believe you are the true mastermind here. Ultimately, someone posed the question, so, what is the outcome? Who emerged victorious? Hayama J.G. hesitated, unsure how to judge the situation. Based on the scene, it was clear that Minato had triumphed, as only Asakura lay unconscious, indicating Minato's victory. However, it was equally important to note that Asakura had merely lost consciousness, not his life, while Minato remained immobile, ensnared by the sealing technique, vulnerable to any thrown shuriken. This created an awkward dilemma. In a purely competitive context, Minato had undoubtedly won, yet in a real combat scenario, he had effectively lost. Once Asakura regained consciousness, Minato would be at his mercy. How do you perceive this? Jiraiya, favoring his pupil, asserted Minato definitely won. This was merely a training exercise, and he did not employ lethal weapons, only his fists. Had he struck with a kunai, that kid would have been dead. Orochimaru provided his own interpretation. But why do you think Asakura did not win? You must understand that sealing techniques do not simply dissolve with death. Once initiated and successfully executed, they remain unless the practitioner or someone else can unravel them. In a true one-on-one fight without assistance, Minato would be permanently ensnared until death, with his chakras sealed, rendering him akin to an ordinary person, one who would perish within 3 days without sustenance. Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru, who remained composed in the face of Jiraiya's indignation. Eventually, both turned to their other teammate. Tsunade, what is your perspective? I'm merely an observer here. Tsunade replied, unwilling to engage in the debate. These kids are astonishingly powerful. Even before graduation, they possess abilities comparable to Ch Nin. Minato's reflexes, agility, tactical acumen, and mastery of various ninjutsu, along with Jiraiya's claims of his proficiency in summoning techniques, suggest that both combatants are concealing additional capabilities. Asakura Tushi's adept use of sealing scrolls, as Orochimaru himself noted, speaks volumes of his ingenuity, particularly with his combat awareness. It is no small feat to seal Minato at the last moment. Awareness and evasion are two distinct matters, and Asakura's perceptiveness clearly surpasses that of a mere genin. Crucially, Asakura's unique understanding of sealing techniques has completely transcended genin-level skills. This confrontation is hardly reflective of students on the verge of graduation. It could easily rival a Ch Nin exam. Tsunade found herself at a loss for words regarding the outcome. Finally, Hiruzen Sarutobi interjected, since neither can continue, shall we declare it a draw? The three turned their gazes toward Hiruzen, who had suddenly teleported from the stands to the edge of the arena, articulating his opinion. Upon hearing this, Hayama's eyes lit up. This solution seemed viable, and he promptly announced the match a draw. Simultaneously, Hiruzen approached Minato, who was experiencing the thrill of being so close to the third Hokage. His excitement was palpable, though he could only manage to move his eyes and mouth, exclaiming, Hokage-sama. Yes, Minato, may I call you that? Of course. It is my honor. Relax, I am here to help you. Is that permissible? Hiruzen smiled gently, his confidence unwavering. As a master of ninjutsu, he had encountered numerous techniques, including sealing arts, which he understood well. He placed his hand on Minato's wrist and infused chakra into him, employing a straightforward sealing technique intertwined with a physical immobilization technique. An intriguing concept, so it can simultaneously seal both chakra and mobility? Next, he sought the lock to release Minato. Finding the crucial point at Minato's elbow, he realized that unlocking it would suffice. Yet, in the next instant, he encountered unfamiliar characters, symbols that had never been explained in any sealing technique, entirely new to him. Hiruzen muttered, "How ingenious. Has he created a complex script of his own?" Nevertheless, Hiruzen was no novice. If the conventional method failed, he would resort to forceful means. While most would inadvertently harm Minato in the process, Hiruzen's control was exceptional, allowing him to dismantle the seals without injury. He gently enveloped Minato's body with chakra. Minato felt a warm sensation coursing through him, followed by an itch, and soon heard Hiruzen say, "All right, you may move your body now." Upon hearing this, Minato regained control of his limbs, shaking his hands and kicking his feet before bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." "Not at all." By the time Asakura Tusher regained consciousness, an hour had passed. He observed his fellow students stepping forward to receive their ninja headbands, realizing that they had successfully graduated. Chapter 25. Leading the upper ninja. How do you assess this lad's sealing techniques, sensei? Hiruzen remarked on Asakura's creativity and ingenuity. Although it pertained to sealing arts, it was a truly brilliant display of unique understanding, most notably manifested in the creation of new symbols. Creating characters is far from an easy endeavor. It necessitates an understanding of the intricacies involved in weaving simple, comprehensible text into the fabric of complex characters, all while ensuring that the explanations function seamlessly, akin to the birth of a new language. Indeed, to tackle such matters, one might resort to forceful methods, employing chakra to obliterate seals. If only the esteemed Tsunade possessed a bit more strength, perhaps she could achieve such a feat single-handedly. Recently, Orochimaru has sensed that the act of forcibly removing the seal has become increasingly arduous. Initially, he could conduct experiments on a fish without inflicting harm, but as time progressed, the task grew more challenging, leading to numerous attempts on the fish over several days. Indeed, should Aoi reach the level of chakra reserved for elite ninjas, it is likely that only Lord Hiruzen could resolve his seals. "And what of you, sensei?" he inquired. "My comprehension of sealing techniques pales in comparison to that of Lord Hiruzen," Hiruzen Sarutobi humbly replied. Orochimaru recognized this as mere modesty. Yet there was a possibility that it could prove to be true. After all, to erase a seal, one must possess not only a profound understanding of sealing techniques to locate the crucial points, but also vast reserves of chakra and exceptional control over it, elements that are rarely found together in the ninja world. However, whether Aoi could evolve into the figure they envisioned remained to be validated by time. Hiruzen Sarutobi wished to discuss other matters with his disciple when suddenly, the office door swung open. "Tobarama, why do you never knock before entering?" Hiruzen sighed in exasperation. Tobarama snorted, stepping into the room and scanning the interior. Noting that only Orochimaru was present, leading him to speak candidly. "Hiruzen, Aoi has graduated, and he has agreed to join the Root organization after his graduation. There is nothing you can do to stop me now." His words dripped with self-satisfaction. "Rather than languishing under your guidance, it is far better to hone him through more direct methods." Tobarama had already envisioned how to cultivate Aoi. If done well, he could serve as a powerful asset. Tobarama had indeed attended the graduation assessment, albeit incognito. Witnessing Aoi's mastery of sealing techniques reignited his excitement. As he had merely tossed aside a scroll he no longer desired at their first meeting, inadvertently planting a seed. Now, the time had come to reap the rewards of that unintentional act. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's pupils dilated, his pipe clattering in his palm. "Tobarama, Aoi has been taken under Orochimaru's wing, and he will be his leading J-nin. Do not harbor any grand illusions." "What did you say? What do you know?" "Do you realize the strength he has attained today is because I bestowed upon him a sealing technique during our first encounter? Without that, what could he possibly have learned? That was my gift to him, and he owes me a debt." You dare speak of debts to a mere child? Humph. If memory serves me right, he is already a genin. Why shouldn't I speak of these matters? Tobarama naturally attributed Aoi's accomplishments to his earlier assistants. "I've encountered shameless individuals. But you take the cake." Hiruzen sighed in resignation. "Well, you must have heard the news by now." Observing the grave expression on Hiruzen's face, Tobarama sighed. "Indeed, the Root has uncovered information. Within a year, war is likely to erupt." Despite his ambition to become Hokage, Tobarama dreaded the thought of war, knowing firsthand the brutalities of the battlefield. "We shall discuss matters post-war. For now, even if he joins the Root, he would not receive adequate training. It is better to let Orochimaru mentor him for a year, allowing him to grow stronger. After the war, he can decide his own path. Moreover, the route has been quite busy lately, has it not? A child joining now would be of little assistance. Witnessing Hiruzen appeal to his emotions, Tobirama felt an aversion, but his body betrayed him. Very well, let us see if he can survive the battlefield. After all, only those who endure can be deemed geniuses. If he cannot survive there, he certainly cannot join the route. Whether this represented Tobirama's innermost thoughts remains unknown. Yet Hiruzen felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. Thank you, Tobirama. Tobirama's face flushed with embarrassment as he turned away, snorting before exiting the room. Meanwhile, at the Ninja Academy, Aoi received his long-awaited ninja headband. Its cool metallic feel a testament to its durability. He tied it around his forehead, pondering whether it was time for a haircut. His hair, not growing particularly fast, had only reached just below his ears after 2 years without a trim. Should he cut it? After some deliberation, he decided against it. Hair could serve as a useful tool, enabling him to transform it into small snakes to confound his adversaries. Aoi had already mastered Orochimaru's signature snake techniques, a testament to his unique creation, which required summoning techniques, and thus remained unrecorded. From this day forth, you are all genin, the teacher announced. I must impart to you that becoming a ninja means stepping beyond the realm of ordinary individuals. A true ninja endures what others cannot. You must understand your responsibilities as ninjas. For today, you may return home to rest. Tomorrow, at the same time and place, your team leader will guide you. Yes, graduation, no. It felt more like liberation as they stepped out of the school. Tomorrow's return might very well be the last, and Aoi found himself reminiscing. For attending school had been the epitome of safety. Aoi, why do you appear so melancholic? Isn't this a joyous occasion? The observant Minato Namikaze noted Aoi's expression. It's nothing, merely reminiscing about the good times at school. Ha ha ha, I suppose you're right. We've graduated, and we'll all be parting ways. But we can still gather when not on missions. Indeed, echoed Akimichi Choji, along with a chorus of agreement from their peers. In truth, Aoi missed not only the pleasant moments at school, but also the safety it afforded. After all, he had faced death once and still harbored a fear of it, especially with those he cared about in mind. Yet, with fate set in motion, what remained was to focus on survival. Chapter 26. The four-man team Yamashita, Nara Shikaku. Akimichi Choji. Follow me. The standard trio of pig, deer, and butterfly was called upon by A.J. Nin, who summoned 3 students to his side. One by one, names were called out, some requesting only 1 student, others 2. Given the high mortality rate of missions in these times, especially with impending war, both C.H. Nin and J. Nin represented elite forces. They could not afford unnecessary losses, particularly within a 4-man team, where sudden changes in leadership could disrupt harmony unless necessitated by unforeseen casualties or promotions. Once again, a seasoned shinobi entered the room, his white hair and playful tone announcing his presence. Minato Namikaze, Shikamaru Nara, and Sasuke Uchiha. It is Jiraiya-sama. At this moment, Jiraiya and his companions were renowned as the pupils of the Hokage, admired by all for their formidable prowess. Minato, although previously informed about the team assignments by Jiraiya, felt a surge of excitement. I must take my leave now. Kushina, see you tomorrow, and you too, T-Sway. Kushina Uzumaki replied with a nod, while T-Sway Aosh remarked with a hint of irritation, what do you mean by you two? Are you implying I am an exception? As Jiraiya's team departed, several others were summoned, leaving only Kushina and T-Sway behind. Kushina expressed her disappointment. Could it be that we are destined to be a team? Surely not. T-Sway replied. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me? I haven't forgotten how you once immobilized me. Are you eager to test my strength? I dare not provoke the blood-red pepper. I merely base my conclusions on reason. In truth, she had learned from Orochimaru that she would be the only one selected, while the other 2 were lower-ranked shinobi from the previous year. Clenching her fists, Kushina feigned a fierce expression before turning her head away, fully aware of the reality, yet harboring a flicker of hope. Humph. Being on the same team as you isn't so bad. What do you mean? T-Sway countered. I can't even undertake missions. I certainly want to be leaving the village. Kushina was already informed by Granny Mito about her future arrangements. Due to her unique bloodline, she was at risk of being captured outside the village, necessitating special precautions. She might undertake a few high-level missions before potentially joining the sealing class. Little did she know how much T-Sway longed to join the sealing class. Had he been privy to her thoughts, he might have wished for a soul exchange. For she was unaware of her fortunate circumstances. Though destined to become a Jinchuriki in the future, her initial phase was one of protection, allowing her to remain in the safety of the village without facing perilous adventures, a privilege to be cherished. Reflecting on the past incident of her capture, T-Sui pondered whether it was due to Konoha's lax defenses or a deliberate act. He found it hard to believe that Kushina could have been taken right under Mito's watchful gaze. Yet, coincidences do occur. Perhaps Mito had been preoccupied that day. T-Sui did not subscribe to conspiracy theories, believing instead in the straightforward reality he had witnessed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a kind-hearted man, often seen in the streets and even dining at his establishment. As for Danzo Shimura, while many labeled him a villain, he had yet to display anything but normalcy. Orochimaru, often regarded as twisted, was undeniably a genius, generously imparting his knowledge without reservation. T-Sui attributed all these observations to the fact that Kishimoto had not adequately patched his narrative, as his mind raced while time seemed to crawl. Aosh T-Sui. The call of his name jolted him back to reality. It was Orochimaru. The absence of Kushina's name indicated an alternate arrangement. T-Sui sighed, offering a verbal consolation. I wish you the best of luck. Before him stood an exuberant youth, resembling the protagonist of Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto, albeit with a different hairstyle and a slightly flushed complexion. Greetings. I am Shru, grandson of Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. Ha ha ha. My sister is Tsunade, and my aspiration is to become Hokage like my grandfather. He struck several poses, eager to showcase his supposed prowess. Orochimaru observed with exasperation. Just days prior, Tsunade had approached him, requesting her brother's inclusion in his team, a request he had casually granted. Their first meeting had gone smoothly, with Shru idolizing him and displaying a cheerful disposition. However, days later, Orochimaru regretted his decision. The boy was a naive hothead, far from a true shinobi. All right, Shru, allow the others to introduce themselves. Another boy, sporting glasses and long, tied-back gray hair, exuded a pale, almost morbid aura. Dressed plainly, he carried an air of refinement reminiscent of Orochimaru, perhaps a deliberate mimicry. I am Kageyama Kamikaze, 13 years of age. I excel in swordsmanship and possess a unique bloodline limit, the H-ton. After this brief introduction, he fell silent. As soon as Kamikaze finished, Shru erupted. What? Is that all? Kamikaze, don't you have anything more to say? T-Sui observed Shru, realizing this fellow was ill-suited for the role of a shinobi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met a grim fate in the future. His carefree nature was oblivious to Kamikaze's evident disdain for his exuberance. In an attempt to draw more words from Kamikaze, Shru leaned closer, nearly spraying saliva onto his face. I am Aosh T-Sui, a recent graduate. I specialize in sealing techniques, possess a few ninjutsu, and my passion lies in cooking. My dream is to become the head of the sealing class. This was indeed T-Sui's forthcoming objective. Having studied and excelled in this area, he aimed for a position aligned with his skills. Now, I am Orochimaru, a Nin. You have 5 minutes to familiarize yourselves and strategize. Afterward, you will face me in combat. If you can endure for 10 minutes, you will be promoted to genin. If not, the one who performs the worst shall return to the academy. Orochimaru's test was straightforward, a combat evaluation, devoid of any unnecessary complexities, as he found the traditional bell test overly convoluted and not suited to his character. Ha ha ha, this sounds thrilling. I can hardly wait, Shru exclaimed, his fists clenched in anticipation, eager to charge forward. Wait, must you be so fervent? You realize you must withstand 10 minutes against him. And Orochimaru is no ordinary Nin. Where does your audacity stem from? T-Sui felt exasperation toward his teammate, reflecting on how, while watching the anime, he admired Naruto's bravery. Now, as a teammate, he felt a headache brewing. Chapter 27. The Three-Man Team. Orochimaru, Part 1, 10 meters away. T-Sui pulled his teammates aside to discuss their tactical approach. What is there to deliberate? We should charge in. After all, Orochimaru is incredibly strong. Rather than concocting strategies, we should display our strength. Listening to Shru, T-Sui felt an overwhelming urge to punch him. Brother, this is not a one-on-one match. Do you understand what Orochimaru-sensei is testing us on? It's about tactical strategy and our level of teamwork. Will you simply charge in on future missions? The last sentence escaped as a near shout. T-Sui sensed his patience waning, and SHRU, finally grasping Orochimaru's intent, awkwardly chuckled and scratched his head. So, what do you propose we do next? Not entirely hopeless. SHRU was still willing to listen. First, we must avoid close-quarters combat. Shallow Blue Commander took a deep breath to calm his emotions and continued. Master Orochimaru excels in various series of ninjutsu and close combat. In close proximity, our disadvantages will be magnified infinitely. After all, whether in height, weight, speed, or strength, adults, especially jonin, will surpass us significantly, compounded by their practical combat experience. Engaging in close combat would be sheer folly. Therefore, we must leverage long-range attacks and the terrain to restrain him. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the surrounding environment, spotting a thicket not far away. Do you see that grove over there? The terrain is complex. We can draw the battlefield there, using the trees for cover and dispersing our movements, making it impossible for Master Orochimaru to attend to all three of us simultaneously. But if we disperse, wouldn't that make each of us more vulnerable against Master Orochimaru? Shingtai, who had absorbed so much information, posed a more thoughtful and calm objection. This is precisely what I mean by cooperation, Shallow Blue Commander replied, glancing at Moonlight Godwind. The three of us should form a triangular formation, maintaining a certain distance while supporting one another. When one of us captures Master Orochimaru's attention, the other two should seize the opportunity to strike. For instance, Shingtai, you excel in physical techniques and possess great speed, making you suitable as bait to lead Master Orochimaru through the hills. From the moment Shallow Blue Commander first laid eyes on Shingtai, he recognized the extraordinary amount of chakra within him. After all, his grandfather was the god of ninjas, and his sister was Tsunade. It was only natural for him to possess a substantial chakra reserve. How do you know I excel in physical techniques? Shingtai inquired. The rough calluses on your fists speak volumes, and you are the tallest among us. Besides, it's quite evident upon observation. Time is running short. Allow me to finish. Shallow Blue Commander eyed the muscles exposed on Shingtai's legs beneath his shorts. If you weren't adept at physical techniques, I'd be surprised. Meanwhile, Moonlight Godwind was astonished that someone could discern so much about him after only a brief acquaintance and with such detail. Shallow Blue Commander continued with his battle plan. Moonlight Godwind. To my knowledge, the Moonlight clan possesses a unique bloodline limit. If convenient, could you share it with me? Although he already had an inkling, such distinctive family traits were generally unknown to ordinary individuals, so he felt it necessary to inquire. My bloodline limit is the transparent technique, which allows me to erase my presence and become invisible, he succinctly explained, articulating the functionality and advantages of his bloodline limit in just a few words. Shallow Blue Commander found this bloodline limit impressive, perfectly suited for assassination. He wondered why in the Shippuden series, such a powerful technique could not prevent the demise of such characters. Why confront enemies head-on when one could stealthily eliminate them? Very well, in that case, the two of us will take the lead, and you will handle the ambush. We'll head to the grove. Once Master Orochimaru enters, I will utilize Earth Style to create traps beneath his feet, limiting his mobility. However, Shallow Blue Commander was aware that this approach was merely a temporary measure. Subsequent chain traps would need to be set as long as they proved effective. Shingtai would feign an attack to draw fire, given his considerable strength and speed. However, if you find yourself outmatched, retreat promptly. The word retreat echoed in Shingtai's ears, morphing into two different words. Runaway? Is that acceptable? We are calling it a strategic withdrawal. Can we refrain from? Shallow Blue Commander felt his trigeminal nerve throbbing, wishing to deliver a punch to the boy. But he suspected that he would only end up hurting his own hand against such tough skin. If he were ensnared, they would have to seize the moment and concentrate their fire, employing combined ninjutsu to attack. Yet, Master Orochimaru would undoubtedly not fall into a trap so easily. Moonlight Godwind frowned. Simple traps are easily discerned by skilled opponents. Shallow Blue Commander pondered for a moment before a spark of inspiration ignited his confidence. Therefore, we must employ feints to confuse him. When Shingtai is luring him, he should not merely run away. He should occasionally feign counterattacks to make Master Orochimaru believe there are openings, thus lowering his vigilance regarding the surroundings. Moreover, we must continuously alter our attack styles and positions to leave him bewildered. As long as we cooperate seamlessly, we will find an opportunity to exploit his weaknesses. Understood. Shingtai clenched his fists, determination igniting in his eyes. Although Master Orochimaru is formidable, if we unite, we shall surely pass this trial. Shallow Blue Commander felt a sense of relief that this boy finally uttered something useful. Despite his lack of intellect, he was at least somewhat receptive to advice. The three then exchanged their mastered skills, and with but a minute remaining, Shallow Blue Commander pulled out 2 scrolls, leaning in to whisper to the others. Did you understand? The expressions of Shungtai and Moonlight God Wind turned excited after hearing his instructions, and they nodded in agreement. Then let us commence. In the distance, Master Orochimaru was counting down the time. As only 20 seconds remained, he spoke. Only 20 seconds left. Have you finalized your plans? Run. Shallow Blue Commander had no intention of engaging in a formal duel. After 20 seconds, standing before him to declare a test of wits would be sheer folly. The trio swiftly dashed toward the grove behind Master Orochimaru, passing him without incident. However, Orochimaru showed no surprise, nor did he pursue. Instead, he nodded in acknowledgement. Now that is a clever approach. When it comes to executing a mission, the enemy will not play fair. As the countdown reached the final 10 seconds, Shallow Blue Commander quickly performed Earth-style, creating several pits and placing explosive tags within them. He summoned a few small snakes, commanding them to lie in wait on the trees, prepared to strike anyone who approached. Meanwhile, Moonlight God Wind initiated his invisibility as soon as he entered the grove, finding a suitable hiding spot to await the right moment. Shallow Blue Commander crouched beneath a large tree, employing the shadow clone technique, positioning one clone atop the tree while he prepared to burrow underground for a surprise attack. Shungtai, watching the two conceal themselves, pointed to himself. What about me? Stand beside my clone. When the time comes, let it engage first. Your strength is considerable, so you can launch explosive tags from a distance. Avoid close combat unless absolutely necessary. Understood. As the last 10 seconds ticked away, Master Orochimaru did not leisurely stroll into the forest. Instead, he utilized the body flicker technique to appear at the grove's entrance, casually surveying the environment as he remarked, "Impressive work setting these traps in such a short time." Even a Chunin would struggle to achieve this. Yet every step he took deftly avoided the traps. From his underground hiding spot, Shallow Blue Commander observed as Orochimaru evaded every pit, feeling disheartened. Although he was aware that the traps had not been triggered, it seemed utterly futile. However, he had another trick up his sleeve. Suddenly, Orochimaru sensed something awry, a tremor beneath him. Shallow Blue Commander detonated the explosive tags buried in the ground. Explode. A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing the grove in a tempest of flames and smoke. Master Orochimaru swiftly evaded, relying on his years of combat experience to twist and maneuver at sharp angles, avoiding most of the explosive shockwaves. Nevertheless, the force still tore his garments, leaving them soiled and tattered, though he remained unscathed. A commendable backup plan, Orochimaru remarked, licking his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. At that moment, a small snake, which had been lurking in the tree for quite a while, darted down, its fangs aimed directly at his face. Orochimaru let out a cold laugh and casually wielded a kunai he had drawn from his back, causing the small snakes to dissipate into smoke upon contact. Seizing the opportunity, the clone of Shallow Tsang swiftly hurled dozens of shurikens, which, accompanied by fragments of stone, hurtled towards Orochimaru. Simultaneously, Shungtai gritted his teeth and launched several bundles of explosive tags, creating a chaotic interplay of shurikens and fiery explosions, resulting in a perilous area of destruction. However, Orochimaru seemed to have anticipated this. With a swift clap of his hands, he summoned an earth wall that not only shielded him from the onslaught, but also shattered Shallow Tsang's clone. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Orochimaru flashed in front of Shungtai, brandishing a kunai aimed at his neck. Although he did not intend to kill, even a mere scratch would signify Shungtian's elimination. Panic surged through Shungtai as his pupils dilated. He attempted to retreat, but found himself unable to evade the cunning angle of Orochimaru's attack. Just as danger loomed, a shadow erupted from the ground. Shallow Tsang had emerged. He delivered a powerful punch, colliding with Orochimaru's kunai, sending both combatants staggering backward. While Orochimaru did not take the encounter too seriously, he was evidently surprised by Shallow Tsang's strength. A glance at Shallow Tsang's hand revealed the answer. Oh? You've learned to channel earth manipulation through your hands? It appears somewhat rudimentary, but it's commendable for self-taught progress. With time, you may grasp the nuances of transformation. Nicely done. Orochimaru commended, observing both fighters. However, Xiao Tsang ignored him, instead pulling the dazed Shangtian back, his gaze fixed warily on Orochimaru. He shook off the debris from his hand. The impact of that punch had left his palm aching, a testament to the prowess of AJ Nin. In that instant, a glimmer of cold light sliced through the air from behind Orochimaru. It was the hidden moonlight kamikaze who had found an opportune moment to strike. Lunging forward with a sword in hand. Without turning, Orochimaru formed a hand seal with a single hand, unleashing a torrent of water that forced Moonlight Kamikaze to retract his attack and flee in disarray, losing his stealth in the process. Clearly, I underestimated you all, Orochimaru mused, slowly forming hand seals as the air around him began to warp violently. But is this truly all you possess? If you cannot present something that captivates me, this encounter will conclude. Despite being a test, he was earnest in his intentions. A palpable, chilling chakra erupted from his being, causing the foliage of the forest to sway violently, accompanied by a menacing aura. Faced with this oppressive malice, the three combatants found themselves frozen in place, trembling uncontrollably. This was Orochimaru's first lesson, to acclimate to and endure the presence of murderous intent. After all, if one cannot adapt early on to such a sensation, they risk encountering perilous situations on future missions. Is this what it means to bear murderous intent? The distinction between those who possess it and those who do not is profound, for the former may very well extinguish the latter's life, regardless of any slight superiority in strength. This was a genuine battle for survival, driven by adrenaline. Xiao Tsang began to grasp this feeling. Yet, after releasing his murderous intent, Orochimaru did not advance. Instead, he observed the trio. Such an overwhelming presence could break one's spirit, yet if they could withstand it, it would signify their potential for the battlefield. Orochimaru found himself curious as to which among them would first break free from this mental shackle. In truth, even if one were to succumb to despair, the memory could simply be sealed away afterward. Recalling the surge of adrenaline, Xiao Tsang bit down hard, his nails digging into his palm until blood flowed, employing the pain to maintain his consciousness. The agony served as a catalyst, allowing him to regain a semblance of calm amidst the overwhelming murderous intent. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shangtian trembling in Moonlight Kamikaze's pale visage. He understood that if they faltered now, all three would be doomed. Do you remember our final plan? He rasped, his voice resolute. Our success hinges on this moment. Shangtian gradually turned his head, anxiety lacing his words. But I can't move my body. If you cannot overcome this, then perhaps you are unfit to be Hokage. Hokage? Shangtian exclaimed, suddenly fueled with fervor. I am destined to become Hokage. In an instant, his earlier fear transformed into passionate determination. Xiao Tsang remarked, what does my bloodied palm signify then? Such spirited foolishness can be advantageous, igniting vitality at the mere mention of a key phrase. Orochimaru observed Shangtian with a hint of resignation. Indeed, Xiao Tsang's method was the more rational approach. After all, not everyone possesses such singular focus. As Shangtian regained his enthusiasm, he summoned all his strength and struck the ground with a mighty punch. The resulting sound echoed as the earth cracked in a web-like pattern from the point of impact, sending shards of debris soaring into the air. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, a flicker of appreciation in his gaze. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly reckless boy could unleash such formidable power. It was evident that he had absorbed some of Tsunade's teachings, yet he still lacked control over his force. Xiao Tsang barely evaded the shockwave, his expression one of astonishment as he observed Shangtian's explosive might. Is this the power of sheer will? Why do I not possess such a capability? He glanced at Orochimaru, quickly regaining his composure, stepping back cautiously, his hand instinctively reaching for his ninja tools and scrolls, prepared for any unforeseen developments. Meanwhile, Shangtian, the instigator of this chaos, was flushed, his chest heaving as sweat dripped from his hair to the fractured ground. That single punch had drained much of his energy. Although he had plenty of chakra, his lack of medical ninjutsu and techniques to alleviate physical fatigue left him struggling to stand, crouched on his knees. Yet this did not deter Shangtian from expressing his fervor. He lifted his head, his gaze ablaze with fervent determination, an almost obsessive resolve. Do you see? He rasped, his voice hoarse yet powerful. I will become Hokage. Even if my body is momentarily incapacitated, my spirit shall not be bound. Orochimaru replied, Shangtian, while I admire your resolve, on the battlefield, you would have already perished. Xingtian was momentarily bewildered, but before he could respond, Orochimaru raised his right hand, and a serpent surged forth, targeting Xingtian directly. His eyes widened in horror as he attempted to evade, only to discover that his body was completely immobilized by an agonizing ache. Panic consumed him. This was it. This was the end. However, it was merely a test. Though Orochimaru was earnest, he had not intended to strike with lethal force, thus allowing for a measure of opportunity. In a moment of unexpected clarity, the moonlight wind broke free from his murderous intent and lunged toward the rope tree. As he tackled the rope tree, a serpent whisked past their heads, its sharp scales glinting coldly as it carved a deep trench into the ground. The back of the rope tree's head struck the ground heavily, causing him to grimace in pain, yet he managed to flash a grin at the moonlight wind, expressing gratitude. "Thanks, brother. I nearly met my end there." The moonlight wind nodded, clearly skeptical that death was truly imminent. Though the previous attack had felt palpably real, it seemed this trial would not be easily overcome. He swiftly regained his footing and pulled the rope tree up, positioning himself defensively with his blade aimed at Orochimaru. The serpent coiled around Orochimaru's shoulder, flicking its crimson tongue. While Orochimaru regarded them with a bemused smirk, "Your reflexes aren't too slow." Before he could finish, the air was suddenly filled with a cacophony of rustling sounds. As countless serpents emerged from the shadows surrounding the duo, the rope tree's face drained of color, his rekindled fighting spirit extinguished by fear. In contrast, the moonlight wind quickly formed hand signs, unleashing a torrent of water style, water surge. He expelled a jet of water, repelling the nearest serpents. However, he felt his chakra dwindling after executing the technique, and called for support. "T-Suk, I need help." Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted T-Suk, expertly wielding kunai to slice through the serpent horde. T-Suk had drawn his kunai the moment he spotted the snake swarm, and upon witnessing the moonlight wind's water technique, he promptly shouted back, "Jump up!" Orochimaru watched with interest, curious about T-Suk's next move. T-Suk formed hand signs, conjuring lightning in his right hand and directing it toward the water left by the moonlight wind, lightning style, thunderbolt, the perfect fusion of water and lightning. A well-known fact is that water conducts electricity. This combination technique incapacitated the attacking serpents, causing them to hiss and writhe in pain. After a brief moment, the serpents lay lifeless on the ground, and the two onlookers regarded T-Suk with newfound admiration for his ingenuity. The moonlight wind had instinctively utilized the water technique for defense, but T-Suk had swiftly devised and flawlessly executed a counter-strategy, combining water and lightning for a masterful technique. Once the released jutsu faded, the moonlight wind and rope tree descended to stand beside T-Suk, who gave him a thumbs up. "T-Suk, you're brilliant." The moonlight wind nodded in agreement. "Indeed, impressive thinking. However, with only 5 minutes remaining, I assume you have no further tricks up your sleeve?" Orochimaru also offered his compliments to T-Suk. Yet the reality was evident. Having unleashed several techniques and escaped from his murderous intent, both physical and mental stamina had been severely depleted. The current situation was as he stated. The moonlight wind's chakra was nearly exhausted, rendering him incapable of performing even the most basic techniques. He had already expended significant energy maintaining his invisibility. T-Suk was in a similar predicament, limited to executing only one more technique. In contrast, the rope tree fared considerably better, having sustained minimal injuries and retaining a sizable portion of chakra due to his earlier fervor, although whether he could effectively harness it remained uncertain, as his earlier excitement had led to a loss of control over his chakra. While the two pondered their options, the rope tree stepped forward to shield them. "You two should go. I'll handle this." Orochimaru observed him, reminded of Jiraiya. Both were carefree individuals. Yet being a ninja was no game. It was a harsh reality. Rope tree, as a friend and comrade, you are commendable, but as a ninja, you fall short. In your current state, you are in better shape than the two of them, and they could easily stay behind to fight to the death while you make a swift escape and perhaps pass the test. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, the rope tree paused, then broke into his signature radiant smile, his gaze resolute like tempered steel. "Master, you've said that the world of ninjas is cruel, but if we can so easily abandon our comrades, what is the point of being a ninja? My sister told me that true strength lies not in the speed of escape, but in the determination to protect those who matter most. And as Jiraiya-sama has said, One should never forsake their companions, even at the cost of their own life. Jiraiya? Orochimaru chuckled, surprised to hear such words from him. Typically, Jiraiya was preoccupied with showcasing his work, yet here he appeared quite serious in front of the rope tree. T-Suk, always the realist. Although he might not be the type to sacrifice himself for his comrades, was genuinely moved by the rope tree's willingness to do just that. Hey, well that is touching. The reality is you won't last long. The rope tree, initially pleased with his declaration, felt a splash of cold water at T-Suk's sudden remark and turned with a hint of irritation. T-Suk, must you always be such a downer? The moonlight wind remained silent, watching the two, caught between exasperation and disbelief. The situation was dire. Yet they still had the presence of mind to converse. Why not attempt one last fight? Though the odds of success are slim, it's better than offering no resistance. My swordsmanship is quite commendable, the moonlight wind declared, drawing his sword, though the depletion of his chakra made his grip unsteady. T-Suk nudged their heads closer together, whispering conspiratorially, "All right, do you remember our final plan?" Orochimaru observed the trio huddled together, not intervening. After all, this was a test of their abilities. If they could not showcase their full potential, how could he devise a growth plan for them? With only 5 minutes remaining, he doubted they could maintain their strategy for that long. Ultimately, it's your decision. From the very beginning, T-Suk had handed them 2 scrolls. The moment T-Suk finished speaking, the rope tree eagerly raised his fist. Let us use them. Absolutely. T-Suk couldn't help but admire the advantage of a hot-blooded fool who trusts his comrades unconditionally. He then turned to the moonlight wind, eagerly awaiting his response. Given the previous events, it was evident that T-Suk was the most capable and astute among them. Even if they failed, he would not be eliminated. As for the rope tree, the moonlight wind understood his identity perfectly. As Tsunade's brother, his background ensured he would not be cast aside. Implicitly, it was clear that should anyone be deemed unworthy of passing the test, it would be the moonlight wind alone. In truth, the moonlight wind possessed a secret technique from his clan that could allow him to use the body flicker technique, but this came not at the cost of chakra, but of vitality. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to resort to it, as members of the Moonlight clan who utilized their secret techniques often emerged weakened, risking a shortened lifespan if not adequately recuperated. Yet the burden of familial responsibility compelled him to become a ninja, leaving him in a state of indecision. Suddenly, a warm hand rested on his slightly cold shoulder. The moonlight wind looked up to see T-Suk, who reassured him, "It's all right, don't be so troubled. Just follow your heart. After all, being a child, it is entirely natural to feel fear. This reflects the genuine thoughts of an ordinary person. Understanding and contemplation are not detrimental traits. Conversely, if one were to believe unconditionally from the outset, it might lead to the conclusion that they are particularly foolish, perhaps even falling victim to betrayal without realizing it. Shangshu, let us consider this a gamble." The moonlight god Wind chose to follow his heart. "Excellent." Cao Zongxi nodded. "I trust you are familiar with the usage of the scroll. No need for instruction then. Let us proceed." Cao Zongxi opened his palm, from which a small smoke bomb emerged, prompting the trio to scatter in separate directions. Cao Zongxi hurled it directly at Orochimaru, who discerned its nature the moment it approached, swiftly catching it and tossing it aside. "A smoke bomb? So, after much deliberation, your ultimate strategy is to flee?" While somewhat disappointed, he acknowledged that this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Retreating in the face of a formidable foe is not bravery, but folly. It endangers not only one's own life, but also that of one's comrades. The smoke bomb, now on the ground, continued to emit a cloud of smoke. However, Orochimaru merely conjured a gust of wind to disperse it, preparing to pursue and dismantle them one by one. Suddenly, Cao Zongxi's voice rang in his ears. "Of course not. Master Orochimaru." There stood Cao Zongxi, 5 meters ahead, accompanied by Moonlight God Wind and Shangshu, who had not run away but instead positioned themselves 5 meters diagonally behind him, forming a triangular formation. Are they preparing to besiege me? Or perhaps to employ a sealing technique? Among the trio, only Cao Zongxi had mastery over sealing techniques. Yet Orochimaru had never witnessed a triangular sealing formation. A thought flickered in his mind. Why is there no triangular sealing technique? Impossible. That would be a high-level sealing technique. Orochimaru recalled the Sanfong sealing technique mastered by his teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, a tremendously powerful high-level sealing technique with considerable offensive capabilities, capable of annihilating anyone trapped within it. Truly terrifying. Upon hearing about the Sanfeng sealing, Aoshin Sōji mused, "Master Orochimaru, you indeed hold me in high esteem. Is such a technique within my current capabilities? If I could wield it, I would have obliterated you by now." Yet observing the stance of the three, Orochimaru felt it was improbable. The Sanfeng sealing technique was not easily executed. Potent individuals required the summoning of 2 shadow clones to assist in its deployment, necessitating profound understanding of sealing techniques. Given Moonlight God Wind and Shungshu's limited knowledge in this realm, the Sanfeng sealing was not feasible. Moreover, he had never demonstrated a high-level sealing technique to Aoshin Sōji. So what sealing technique was this? Aoshin Sōji produced a scroll, the size of a book, and placed it on the ground. "Are you ready?" Moonlight God Wind and Shungshu mirrored his actions, unfurling their scrolls beside his, always prepared. The trio then executed their hand seals. Ninjutsu. Sealing technique. 3 talents confinement formation. Chapter 31. Confining the serpent. 3 talents confinement formation. Moonlight God Wind, heaven. Aoshin Sōji, earth. Shungshu, human. Each stood upon their respective scroll, inscribed with intricate runes. Yet the most prominent feature was the large character at the center, unique to each individual. Beneath Aoshin Sōji was the character for earth. Under Moonlight God Wind was heaven, and under Shungshu was human. Upon completing the sealing technique, a moment later, radiant white light emanated from beneath the scrolls, forming columns of light that surged towards Orochimaru. Expecting an attack, who would not evade 3 beams of light approaching them. Orochimaru attempted to leap away, only to find himself immobilized. This is bad. When did this happen? He swiftly turned his head to Aoshin Sōji, realizing the latter had used a sealing technique on him without his noticing, rendering him motionless. Though it would not last long. It was sufficient time for the sealing formation to complete. Orochimaru began to forcibly break the sealing technique, but it was already too late. By the time he managed to attempt a breakthrough, the 3 beams of light had reached him. With no means of escape, he raised his arms to defend himself. However, 3 seconds passed, and the expected sensation never arrived. Lowering his arms, he found the 3 light columns had transformed into a triangular barrier surrounding him. Orochimaru reached out to touch it. It felt solid, yet posed no danger, indicating it was merely a sealing formation. Is this a sealing formation? So you intend to trap me within it? As long as Master Orochimaru does not defeat us, we can consider it a success. Orochimaru could not deny the ingenuity of this plan. Do you truly believe this formation can contain me? To maintain this sealing formation, you 3 cannot stray far from the scrolls, correct? He sensed that this 3 talents confinement formation was sturdier than he had anticipated. When he had attempted to break it, his chakra had failed to penetrate. It was evidently fortified, leaving him with no avenue of approach. Yet to sustain it, they would need their own chakra, right? Is this your creation, Aoshin Sōji? Aoshin Sōji nodded. Indeed, this is my modified version of the 4 corners sealing formation, sacrificing offensive capabilities to enhance sealing strength, a pure confinement sealing technique. At this point, Orochimaru was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he found himself intrigued by the formation while astonished by Aoshin Sōji's comprehension of sealing techniques. He had not expected him to formulate his own formation. If you lack sufficient chakra, it would be futile, would it not? No, quite the contrary. We require very little chakra. The Heaven Scroll merely needs to be activated to absorb a myriad of energies from the air, including moisture and sunlight, which can be transformed into sustaining strength. Thus, by foregoing offense, we do not expend chakra. This barrier derives its power from nature, and the forces of nature are the most formidable. As for the Earth Scroll, it absorbs the earth elements from the ground. Essentially, you could consider it akin to Earth Release. This is why I utilize the Earth Scroll, for it requires my Earth Attribute chakra to activate. Otherwise, it would be ineffective. The Heaven Scroll, on the other hand, necessitates water attributes, which Moonlight God Wind had informed me of from the very beginning. And what of the Human Scroll? I presume it relies on human chakra to sustain it? Orochimaru directed his gaze at Shungshu, who stood on the scroll, panting yet resolutely fixated on him. Indeed, the Human Scroll consumes human chakra, albeit only 1/10 of what is normally required. The implication was clear. While he would expend 1/10 of his chakra to defend, Orochimaru would need to expend a full measure to attack. In summary, this was not a disadvantage unless confronted by tailed beasts. Cao Zongxi had considered this aspect, assigning the human scroll to Xingshu, as his chakra reserve surpassed that of both Moonlight God Wind and Cao Zongxi combined. Cao Zongxi, I genuinely envy you. An intriguing notion. So this is not merely chakra? Orochimaru sensed the essence within the barrier, imbued with the earthy scent of soil. At times, it felt soft. At others firm, likely the air. The barrier was in a state of flux, yet it remained undeniably robust. One could argue this qualifies as a high-level sealing technique. After all, it had sacrificed offense to purely serve as defense and confinement. Orochimaru observed the triangular barrier above, confirming that it enclosed a sealed space. As he contemplated this confined space, a realization struck him. Wait a moment. Haha, there's one more detail I haven't mentioned. The air within the barrier will also be utilized. Orochimaru. Not only Orochimaru, but also his two companions gazed at Asaka Tsuji as if he were a monster. While employing this sealing technique, Asaka had only informed them that it was effective for control, without mentioning it would deplete the air within. Orochimaru sensed the oxygen inside becoming increasingly scarce. Adjusting his breathing to slow its rhythm, I underestimated this. It can indeed be considered a high-level sealing technique, one without any side effects. After all, high-level ninjutsu is classified as forbidden, and such techniques typically bear some adverse consequences. Upon hearing Orochimaru's generous praise, Asaka bashfully scratched the back of his head and smiled. It's not that exaggerated. However, Orochimaru could see that this young man was merely performing to engage him in conversation to buy time and exhaust more oxygen from his lungs. Yet, as you mentioned earlier, even with a 10-to-1 ratio, if the disparity is too vast, it is not insurmountable. Asaka chose to remain silent. For Orochimaru had already tested it through action. He swiftly formed hand seals and hurled a shuriken, shouting, Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, hundreds of shurikens rained down like a machine gun, relentlessly striking the barrier with a cacophony of clinks. The barrier shimmered with blinding light under the onslaught of the shurikens, spiderweb-like cracks spreading at a visible pace. A cold smile flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, poised to press the attack, only to be taken aback when the barrier rippled like the surface of water, momentarily flowing before reverting to its original state. Asaka remarked, You yourself claimed it to be a high-level sealing technique. If it were so easily destroyed, it wouldn't be classified as such. How intriguing. Orochimaru had been testing its resilience, gauging whether the barrier could withstand his assault. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. With his hands flying to form seals, he unleashed a massive fireball that transformed into a roaring fire dragon, enveloped in a wave of scorching heat, crashing towards the barrier with overwhelming force. Upon impact, the fiery dragon illuminated the surroundings with a crimson glow, the surface of the barrier rippling as if boiling. The thunderous explosion was deafening. The rope tree atop the human scroll suddenly emitted a pained cry. Chapter 32. Successfully passing through, Asaka swiftly inquired about the rope tree, his tone laced with anxiety. After all, the power of that fire dragon flame bomb was no trifling matter. This was Asaka's first time witnessing Orochimaru unleash such a formidable ninjutsu. Are you all right? Rope tree? I'm fine, just exhausted a large amount of chakra all at once. My head is a bit dizzy. Asaka observed the rope tree's pale complexion, clearly unconvinced. Really? Of course, it's nothing. I can easily withstand this level of attack. As the flames dissipated, Orochimaru examined the cracks on the barrier. It had not yet recovered. But it needed one final blow. Rope tree, lying is not a good habit. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Orochimaru's vision. Shaking his head quickly, he realized that the recent use of fire release had depleted the already scant air supply. This truly was an effective sealing technique. Had Rope Tree been able to endure a little longer, he might have suffocated inside. Water release, Water Dragon Bomb. As he formed seals swiftly, pure white chakra rapidly coalesced in his mouth. A pale blue water dragon roared, breaking through the heat waves, its sharp head crashing violently against the barrier. The water curtain, accompanied by debris, slammed against the surroundings, creating a chaotic mist that enveloped the battlefield. Damn it, another powerful ninjutsu. Each technique unleashed was of a level not below the highest, not to mention the formidable chakra Orochimaru himself wielded. The sheer power released was beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. Furthermore, Asaka observed the cracks on the barrier widening with each successive attack. If the earlier Shuriken Shadow Clone technique was merely a foundational test, then the subsequent fire and water techniques were a direct response to this barrier. Employing thermal expansion and contraction. With a resigned expression, Asaka remarked, "Truly a scientist, adept in physics, it's no surprise this failed." But it wasn't over yet. Rope Tree's voice suddenly erupted, drawing everyone's attention. Asaka was astounded by the sight. Rope Tree had fallen to his knees, his hands pressed firmly against the human scroll, showing no sign of relinquishing his grip. "Fool, we've already failed. Let go quickly, or it will forcibly drain your chakra. The scroll doesn't discriminate. Unless you cease the chakra flow, once activated, it will endlessly siphon your chakra without concern for your well-being." Time was running out. Success was nearly at hand. Rope Tree, drenched in sweat, trembled as he supported himself on the ground, feeling as though 5 minutes had stretched into an eternity. Asaka shouted urgently, imploring him not to jeopardize his health for this test. "Hurry and let go. Your chakra is nearly depleted." Rope Tree lifted his head abruptly. Due to the strain on his body, the loss of sweat left him severely dehydrated, his throat dry and bleeding, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes burned with fervent determination. He struggled to prop himself up, his hoarse voice piercing through the battlefield's din. "Sōji, do you understand? Ever since I first grasped a kunai, I vowed to become a powerful ninja like my grandfather. I will become Hokage." Orochimaru watched this scene unfold with a mix of exasperation and admiration. He had planned to unleash another jutsu, but reconsidered. Should he inadvertently injure Rope Tree severely, Tsunade would surely hold him accountable. Orochimaru then infused chakra into his fist, intending to shatter the fragile barrier. However, when his fist made contact, expecting an easy breakthrough, nothing happened. The cracks remained, yet the barrier did not yield. Orochimaru glanced back at Rope Tree, certain this young man had once again overexerted himself with chakra. Yet the pain from chakra depletion gnawed at Rope Tree's insides like ants, but he pressed his trembling hands down hard against the earth. The barrier's light surged with his effort. This barrier must not only withstand Orochimaru, but also prove that I, Rope Tree, will never abandon my comrades. Even if it means shattering my bones to extract the last remnants of chakra, I will demonstrate that the ninja of Konoha shall never bow in the face of adversity. His indomitable spirit astonished everyone present. However, in the next moment, a figure appeared behind Rope Tree, delivering a swift chop. Rope Tree felt a flash before his eyes, his mind spinning, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, losing consciousness without understanding what had transpired. "What?" Yet beside him, Tsukikage Kamikaze exclaimed, "Sōji?" Indeed, the figure that had just struck was Asaka Sōji. After hearing Rope Tree's impassioned speech, he felt a mix of emotions, touched yet awkward. As watching anime and experiencing it firsthand were two entirely different matters. "I truly can't do anything with you." Before further chakra depletion could occur, Asaka swiftly withdrew from his earth scroll and teleported behind Rope Tree, executing a swift hand chop. He then lifted Rope Tree and brought him to Tsukikage Kamikaze's side, who had also left his heavenly scroll, realizing that maintaining the scroll was futile. "Kamikaze, please take good care of him." Cradling Rope Tree, Tsukikage Kamikaze looked puzzled. "You're not planning to join in, are you? What is going on, Sōji? Do you truly believe you are my equal, Escher? You cannot possibly be as oblivious as SH. Escher felt a twinge of trouble. Alas, he had not intended to unveil his hand so soon. "Ah, of course, for I am an intelligent being." Without the support of the three, Orochimaru merely nudged the barrier with his foot, causing it to shatter, crack. "What other techniques do you possess that I am unaware of? Apart from this self-invented sealing technique of yours," he inquired. Orochimaru licked his lips, intrigued. He had not anticipated that this young man had more up his sleeve after their time together. Did he not trust his teacher? "It is not particularly remarkable. It is still your teaching, sensei, summoning jutsu," Escher declared, biting his finger, forming hand seals, and pressing his hands to the ground. "Summoning jutsu? Yet, based on your current chakra reserves." Orochimaru sensed the scant chakra remaining within Escher. Even if he performed the summoning jutsu now, he could only call forth a few small snakes, lacking any significant combat capability. However, what Orochimaru did not foresee was a sudden cloud of smoke. Boom! The three vanished entirely. Orochimaru. Well, I did not expect reverse summoning. He had not anticipated such a clever maneuver from the young man. In the final seconds, with a loud bang, the three returned to their original position. Orochimaru leaned against a tree, glancing at them as they reappeared, casually remarking, "You have passed the test." Chapter 33. The barbecue gathering. Ju sprang up first. After the reverse summoning, Sure had asked nearby small snakes to search for herbs. Fortunately, as a member of the Senju clan, he regained consciousness in no time. "Oh yeah. Ah, it hurts. 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 Hurts." His excitement caused him to move excessively, leading to a prickling soreness throughout his body. Moonlight Kamikaze could hardly tolerate Ju's lively antics on his shoulder. "Be quiet." Nevertheless, he subconsciously sighed in relief. They had finally passed the test. Sure exhaled wearily. "I am too exhausted to speak." After a long silence, Orochimaru finally broke the stillness. "When did you learn reverse summoning?" "Not long ago, just a few months. Mostly, it was because that greedy golden snake was insatiable. It took several months to satisfy its appetite for mice. To perform reverse summoning, one must first engage with the snakes from the dragon cave, meaning prior contact is necessary, allowing them to actively perform the summoning jutsu in conjunction with one's own. Thankfully, the mother of the golden snake could transform into human form to teach me summoning. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded, as a mere snake cannot form hand seals." Ju grinned, rubbing his sore waist as he sat down, addressing Moonlight Kamikaze. "Yeah, I was just so happy that I almost forgot about the pain." He massaged his aching shoulder, his gaze suddenly landing on Sure's fatigued figure. "Sure, why didn't you reveal this technique sooner? You truly worked hard this time. If it weren't for your preparations, I cannot fathom the torment we would have endured." Sure waved his hand dismissively, his voice hoarse. "Ah, do you think it was that simple? I had to communicate in advance. Do you think I had no preparation time? You reckless fool, do not act so thoughtlessly again." He then leaned against a tree, slowly sitting down, pulling out a small bamboo tube to sip some water and soothe his throat. "This test was far more perilous than I anticipated. After all, success is not guaranteed every time. Sometimes, the snakes from the dragon cave also require rest. If I contact them while they are asleep, what would be the point?" Orochimaru stepped closer, his serpent eyes gleaming with a strange light. "To pass a 10-minute test, while there may have been some cunning involved, in real combat, any means to succeed is valid. This precisely demonstrates that you all possess considerable potential and ingenuity. But this is merely the beginning. The true ninja world will not afford you such ample preparation time." His gaze swept over the trio before settling on Ju. "Especially you, Ju. While your talent is commendable, your impatience will be your downfall if left unaddressed." Mentioning Ju brought Orochimaru a headache, akin to Tsunade's gambling habits. No matter how much she lost, she remained unable to curb her vice, inevitably leading her to ruin. Is this a trait passed down through her lineage? Ju merely responded nonchalantly, "I understand, Orochimaru and I. Do not worry. I hope you truly comprehend," Orochimaru replied. Moonlight Kamikaze patted Ju's shoulder, offering a wry smile. "You really ought to heed Orochimaru-sama's advice. He speaks the truth. This time with sheer luck, coupled with Sure's thorough preparations, it will not be so simple next time." Sure remained silent, nodding in agreement. Had the reverse summoning failed, they would not have passed the test. Nonetheless, this experience had provided Sure with a glimmer of inspiration and room for improvement. "All right, you three, take a moment to rest and consume these 3 pills," Orochimaru instructed, handing each of them a soldier's ration pill before moving beside Ju. The other 2 were utterly exhausted, but this young man had only sustained internal injuries, merely a rupture of small capillaries. Orochimaru stood behind Ju, gripping his neck with his right hand and effortlessly performing a healing technique. A green luminescence flickered gently. Before long, Ju felt his throat's pain diminish significantly, and his chest felt much more comfortable. Orochimaru gazed at Ju with a hint of resignation. During the healing process, he had sensed Ju's cellular vitality and vigor. Although his treatment had aided recovery, a normal person would not have healed so swiftly. Is this the regenerative power of the Senju clan? It mirrored Tsunade perfectly. Your sister is Tsunade, yet you have not mastered a single medical ninjutsu. Ju scratched his head sheepishly. It's just that there hasn't been much time. Besides, my sister always teaches me only a little bit and expects me to practice on my own. I barely understand. Very well, let us disband for now. Rest well and prepare for the barbecue in the evening." With that, Orochimaru vanished in an instant, leaving the 3 in stunned silence. Finally, Ju sprang up excitedly from the ground. Oh yeah, we can have barbecue tonight. Sure and Moonlight Kamikaze exchanged knowing smiles. That evening, Sure arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Although Orochimaru had not specified which establishment to visit, they all assumed it would be the most popular and expensive one. For surely Orochimaru would not treat them to anything less. As expected, they spotted Orochimaru waiting at the entrance. He acknowledged Sure with a slight nod. Come in. All right. The moment they entered, Sure exclaimed, whoa, so many people. Recognizing familiar voices, he saw Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina greeting him. Sure. What a surprise to see you here. Ju and his sister Tsunade also approached, though Tsunade was engaged in a dice game with Jiraiya, while Ju urged her to stop playing. It seemed the legendary three had gathered. Sure mused internally, although the trio had yet to earn the title. Nevertheless, the scene was quite grand, with a private room reserved for their gathering. Kamikaze, why did you arrive so early? Sure asked, having thought he had arrived a half hour before the appointed time. My home is nearby, Kamikaze replied, and Sure suddenly understood, realizing his home was just a street away. After all, this street was not part of their family's business. Sure's family was merely a small trading enterprise without any significant background. Kushina, what brings you here? Could it be? As the gentle Aoi Sōji approached the Watergate, he beheld the captivating Kushina Uzumaki seated beside him. Could it be that the two had already solidified their bond? It was not as one might presume. TCH. I came here with Tsunade-sensei. He feigned a semblance of confusion. Just then, the timid Naruto managed to extricate himself from beneath his sister's arm, gasping for relief from the constrictive hold. Kushina has been living with us. Grandma often reminds us to take good care of her. How has she fared at school? Surely well, for she always returns beaming with tales of new friends. Though only a year older than Kushina, Naruto remained acutely aware of his responsibilities as an elder brother. Aoi Sōji cast a knowing glance at Kushina. Ah, it seems you haven't mentioned this to your family. Chapter 34. Tsunade's unnamed fury. Kushina shot a warning look at Aoi Sōji, as if to say, do not speak further. I was thriving at school, wasn't I? She insisted. Indeed, yes, Aoi Sōji replied, opting not to engage with the young ones too much. Instead seeking to familiarize himself with Minato Namikaze and his two comrades. Upon introduction, Aoi learned the names of the other two, Akimichi Yashimaru, a chubby boy with a bun hairstyle, and Nara Saimaku, a charming lad with a sleek black hair tied back. Aoi introduced himself in turn, along with his companions, Tsukikage Kamikaze and Naruto. Given that their instructors were well acquainted, the group quickly melded together in camaraderie. Meanwhile, Tsunade, feeling somewhat thwarted, approached the young blonde who had seemingly whisked away her sister. For reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of displeasure stirred within. You are Minato Namikaze, are you not? As a protective sibling, Tsunade was deeply invested in her brother's and sister's romantic endeavors. Although Kushina often claimed they were merely friends, Tsunade, having been a young girl herself, could not overlook the glimmers of affection in Kushina's eyes. As the group engaged in lively conversation, they were taken aback by Tsunade's sudden interjection. Flustered yet earnest, they responded, yes, Lady Tsunade. Minato, wearing a humble smile, scratched the back of his head. Jiraiya-sensei is overly complimentary. I've merely dedicated myself to ninjutsu, and I still have far to go to be considered a true genius. His gaze was clear and sincere, unaffected by the praise. Tsunade crossed her arms, surveying the slender youth before her. Her crimson-tipped fingers tapped rhythmically against her arm. Effort alone does not equate to genius. I hear you have developed your own teleportation technique. Her tone carried an authoritative weight, the inflection suggesting she awaited a satisfactory explanation. The others fell silent, tension thick in the air as Naruto instinctively shrank behind Tsukikage, muttering. Sister's aura is terrifying. Accustomed to such pressure, he trembled involuntarily in its wake. Aoi Sōji observed the scene with exasperation, wondering if perhaps he had indulged in too many drinks during their earlier game of dice. Yashimaru clenched the three-colored dumpling in his hand, while Saimaku subtly adjusted his stance, prepared for any unforeseen developments. After all, Minato had proven his mettle during their practical training, displaying immense strength and humility, virtues that rendered him nearly faultless. Save for his peculiar naming conventions, Jiraiya hastily intervened, sighing, every time their essay drinking spree, you're the first to act out. Had I known, I wouldn't have gambled. Losing is one thing, but drinking this much is another. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly, initially appearing dazed. Yet Jiraiya sensed her seriousness. Do you think I am inebriated? Jiraiya's fingers unknowingly brushed against his arm, but as a leader, Tsunade recognized this as a signal. What exactly are you intending? She prodded her own arm playfully. Just a little test. In stark contrast to the charged exchange, Aoshin Sōji had distanced himself from the fray, finding solace beside Orochimaru, who languidly sipped from his cup, seemingly unfazed by the altercation. Orochimaru-sensei, will you not intervene in this farce? Fixated on his drink, Orochimaru remained unconcerned, having observed the earlier exchange. Tsunade is hardly intoxicated. I can see through her gestures. So I shall not partake in this drama. Yet, Aoshin Sōji's performance was too juvenile to escape Orochimaru's notice. Curiosity piqued. He mused, you discerned it, did you not? Aoi, not particularly clever, had merely inferred from the cues presented. Perhaps it was a test, for Kushina was destined to become a vessel for the Nine Tails. Not everyone could aspire to be her partner. The bonds of friendship were distinct from those of romance, which entailed a lifelong commitment. If ill-intentioned individuals pursued her, calamity could ensue. Though the time frame for Kushina's transformation was distant, Aoi sensed that the trio possessed the acumen and lineage to be aware of her future. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya continued their veiled conversation. Minato is a fine young man. I have already assessed him. What does that have to do with me? You do not trust my judgment? Of course not. Your assessment is your own, and mine is mine. What on earth are you talking about? Jiraiya felt befuddled, pondering the inscrutable nature of women's hearts. Step aside. I fear you may get hurt. Are you serious? Rest assured, I will strike with precision, ensuring both pain and safety, and you trust my healing ninjutsu, do you not? But, I shall give you 3 seconds. At this point, the meaning of her gesture was evident to all. Tsunade raised her hand, extending 3 fingers, slowly counting down one by one. Aoi, having closely observed, recognized the significance. Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru looked up, perceiving the unmistakable anger etched upon Aoi's features, a rare sight for one accustomed to his demeanor. It seemed Tsunade had indeed crossed a line today. Though phrased as an inquiry, Aoi did not shift his gaze toward Orochimaru, implicitly indicating his resolve. You would not dare to stop me, would you? Orochimaru chuckled softly, shaking his head. Of course not. Thank you, Orochimaru-sensei. However, I must express that your actions have been excessive. Orochimaru's silence spoke volumes. The only fool here might be Jiraiya, blissfully unaware or perhaps unwilling to accept reality. Jiraiya muttered something under his breath, then swiftly executed his ninjutsu. Be gentle. Earth style, hidden needle. Countless strands of white hair elongated under Jiraiya's command, catching everyone present off guard. After all, they are not enemies, and there is no need to maintain such a high level of vigilance. Jiraiya restrained his own power, ensuring that each strand of hair precisely struck the back of their necks. The technique was efficient and effective, rendering them unconscious without inflicting harm. In Chapter 35, Tsunade, Part 1, the only child left conscious was Minato Namikaze, who could only gaze at Jiraiya in confusion. Jiraiya-sensei? I'm sorry, Minato. If you must harbor resentment, let it be directed towards me. Once this matter is resolved, I promise to provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Jiraiya turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of Minato's expression, knowing that if he did, he would undoubtedly intervene. Tsunade appeared indifferent, twisting her wrist as she prepared to commence her grand technique. If they truly passed this test, erasing memories would suffice. Minato remained bewildered, yet Tsunade's actions indicated her intent to strike. Tsunade-sama? Minato looked at her, eager to inquire further. Enough chatter. Allow me to assess your strength. Without hesitation, Tsunade lifted her fist and launched an attack. Minato instinctively attempted to evade, but the surrounding air pressure was inescapable. Oh no, Minato thought to himself, realizing he could not completely dodge the blow, uncertain if he would have the strength to retaliate afterward. After a brief pause, he found himself sidestepping, yet he did not hear the sound of impact. Tsunade shouted, who? As she discovered her entire body immobilized. Hey. I understand what you're doing, but it's quite annoying. Minato quickly teleported beside Shallow Tsang, expressing his gratitude. Chief. It was merely her irritating demeanor. You little brat. Hey, Jiraiya. What is going on? There was clearly a fish that slipped through the net. Jiraiya had not noticed that his previous jutsu had targeted a specific area, hence he paid it no mind. It was indeed quite sudden, Had he not been vigilant, he might have been caught off guard. Shallow Tsang formed a sealing technique with her left hand while brandishing a kunai in her right. Minato felt as though he were in the dark, utterly oblivious to the sudden turn of events. So what exactly is happening? Chief, do you have any insight? I'm not certain, but I have an inkling. Shallow Tsang glanced at the unconscious Kushina Uzumaki. Minato followed her gaze. Kushina? But Tsunade-sama, aren't you her close sister? He could not comprehend why she would act this way. Tsunade forcibly unleashed her chakra, breaking free from the sealing technique, causing her breath to become erratic. However, as a medical ninja, she quickly regained her composure, though her words betrayed her agitation. So, let me advise you, keep your distance from Kushina. Shallow Tsang lowered her left hand, taken aback by the sheer volume of chakra within Tsunade, who seemed unconcerned about the consequences. She had disregarded the sealing technique entirely, breaking through forcefully, even if it resulted in slight internal injuries, behaving recklessly. Shallow Tsang found such opponents intolerable, particularly when they could heal themselves despite their foolishness. Why? Kushina and I are good friends. Why should I distance myself from her? Constantly throwing around the term friend. Do you not have any sense of the situation? The two of you are always so intimate, yet you speak of friendship. Shallow Tsang sighed, exasperated. Minato, you are far too naive. Can't you see? She means for you to stop pursuing that girl. A moment of silence enveloped the four upon hearing her blunt words. Indeed, it rang true, after a brief pause. Minato's face flushed crimson, rivaling Kushina's hair color. Tsunade scolded the foolish boy before her. Be quiet. This matter does not concern you. Given that you assisted Rope Tree today, as long as you refrain from meddling, you may avoid unnecessary suffering. Your words imply that we mere commoners dare not provoke the granddaughter of the god of shinobi, the first Hokage, Tsunade Heim. Besides, our strength pales in comparison to yours, the elite shinobi. Tsunade felt an overwhelming urge to strike the boy before her, whose tongue was as venomous as a snake's. Jiraiya, standing awkwardly nearby, realized the gravity of the situation, fearing for Tsunade's reputation if word of this spread. Orochimaru continued to sip sake, relishing the unfolding drama. Heh, little brat, you needn't try to provoke me. I'll be honest. This room has been enchanted with a barrier from the start. I know that, Minato replied, bewildered. What? Could it be? Shallow Tsang raised her hands in exasperation. I lack the power to dismantle a barrier set by 4 people. What do you mean, then? But I can certainly cause a bit of chaos, she chuckled. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya placed his hand on the barrier, sensing its instability. If the damage within becomes too great, the barrier will collapse. Once it's broken, everything that transpires here will be exposed. This revelation left Tsunade feeling constrained, unable to unleash her full potential. Then hurry and contact the old man to clear the barbecue shop. Jiraiya, feeling anxious, replied, I just tried. The message won't go through. While the two were agitated, Minato had regained his composure, approaching Shallow Tsang to communicate discreetly. It was you, wasn't it? What do you think? She smirked. It's not merely about being at the mercy of others. I refuse to be passive. Your laughter is quite unpleasant, Minato remarked. Ahem. Enough with the blunt truths. Let us prepare. As Tsunade's demeanor shifted dramatically, Shallow Tsang assumed a battle-ready stance. Simultaneously, Minato retrieved a kunai from his pouch. Realizing that if his explanations were unheeded, perhaps only through combat could he provide a satisfactory resolution. In contrast to the poised Tsunade, Jiraiya squatted behind her, seemingly preoccupied with drawing circles in the dirt. Jiraiya-sensei, what are you doing? Nothing, Minato. Shallow Tsang noticed the situation within the barrier and smiled at Jiraiya. You truly are a good teacher, adept at backstabbing your students. It's a waste of effort. That barrier has my own seals embedded within it. If you attempt to reinforce it, it may backfire, potentially causing the barrier to vanish. But perhaps that's for the best, saving us from a fight. Minato gazed at Jiraiya with innocent curiosity. Is that so, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya sheepishly rubbed his head. Sigh? Orochimaru interjected. Jiraiya, if I were you, I would sit tight. Otherwise, you may end up with nothing favorable. I'm sorry, Tsunade. You've heard me. I am powerless. After a mental struggle, Jiraiya moved to sit across from Orochimaru, plopping down. Hurry and pour me a drink. This sake is rather delightful. Chapter 36, Tsunade, Part 2, Shallow Tsang and Minato exchanged a knowing glance. Solidifying their battle plan, you'll take the lead while I provide support. Everything was left unspoken, In their routine training, they understood each other better than anyone else. Alright. Lightning release, thunderclap. Minato Namikaze, water release, tidal wave. The clash of lightning and water resonated through the air as the Raijin of the Senju clan entwined with Minato's water release, their chakras intertwining and erupting in a deafening roar. Mist enveloped the surroundings, laced with arcs of lightning that paralyzed any unfortunate enough to make contact. Both warriors aimed to strike at the moment of paralysis. Tsunade's pupils dilated, her arms crossed, chakra coalescing around them as rocks and water splattered around her. The thunder was loud, but the rain was minimal. After blocking the attack, she sustained no injuries. A dangerous smirk graced Tsunade's lips. This taijutsu master not only possessed an abundance of chakra, but also had formidable resilience. Typical attacks were ineffective against her. She recalled the original tale of Kakashi absorbing a lightning technique with bare hands, and yet he was not even a taijutsu specialist. Conventional ninjutsu would surely fail. And approaching her was no easy feat, given Tsunade's well-known strength. A single punch would send anyone to the hospital. A different strategy was imperative. Minato threw a shuriken and instantly darted forward. I will provoke her opening. If they collaborated, Tsunade acknowledged it would be challenging. To her surprise, this young blonde rushed in impulsively, devoid of strategy. This reckless brat truly believes his speed is unparalleled? With a swift punch, Tsunade struck Minato squarely in the face. A resounding thud echoing as his head burst into smoke. Huh? Shadow clone. The decoy dissipated, and Tsunade turned her gaze toward Jiraiya. You scoundrel. Jiraiya feigned ignorance, turning away and whistling, dismissing the clone as inconsequential. He had no doubt Orochimaru had not imparted this technique to Minato. In truth, Orochimaru had not, and Minato had not initiated the subject either. Although the shadow clone technique obscured the true body, it also divided the user's chakra in half. Given Minato's already limited chakra, having it would yield a less effective outcome. The previous maneuver was merely a bait, utilizing both lightning and water to grant Minato the opportunity to use the shadow clone and execute a surprise attack. As Tsunade shattered the clone, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind, which she seized upon. Wind release, great breakthrough. In an instant, Tsunade spun around, delivering a powerful kick. Having deliberately feigned a weakness earlier, Humph, Minato, suspended in the air with hands forming seals, was about to unleash a gust of wind when Tsunade's foot struck. There was no escape. This is bad. Careless of the wind that might strike her, Tsunade sought a lethal blow. While the wind could potentially injure her, landing the kick on Minato would undoubtedly incapacitate him. Does my presence not matter? As the words fell, both understood it was the voice of the Senju clan leader, though he remained distant and unmoving. Shield. The Senju leader formed a singular hand seal, and a circular array appeared before Minato, manifesting a colossal chakra shield that absorbed Tsunade's kick. The chakra shield shattered, but Minato seized the opportunity to swiftly retreat to the Senju leader's side. Thank you, leader. Indeed, that kick had tremendous force. Though instant cast techniques may possess lesser power than those inscribed on scrolls, they were still formidable. Surprising that her kick shattered the chakra shield. This is rather troublesome. Is there a better approach? There is, but it requires time. Then I shall buy time. The Senju leader worriedly assessed the situation. Although Minato was powerful, the opponent he faced was no ordinary jonin. Is that acceptable? Minato offered a reassuring smile, exuding reliability. Rest assured, you won't be disappointed. You rascal, very well. The Senju leader flipped his hand, revealing a blank scroll, and began inscribing seals with a pen from his waist. This level of sealing technique was intricate and could not be instantaneously cast given his current prowess. However, its complexity promised tremendous power. If successfully inscribed, Tsunade would become a lamb to the slaughter, effectively restrained by this sealing technique designed to bind taijutsu users. The moment the Senju leader unveiled the scroll, Tsunade charged forth. Perceiving the significance of his action, a basic sealing technique would not necessitate such preparation. This brat was concealing something formidable and could not afford to falter. Minato swiftly produced shuriken from his pocket, launching them with incredible speed, each trailing an invisible thread. As Tsunade dashed forward, the tatami beneath her feet splintered, and amidst the rising dust, her fists, imbued with raging chakra, surged toward the Senju leader's face. Simultaneously, Minato's shuriken arced through the air, each aimed towards Tsunade's eyes. Faced with the incoming shuriken, She had no choice but to abandon her assault on the Senju leader, retracting her arms to shield her face as the metallic projectiles clashed against her arms with a sharp clang. Orochimaru had seldom witnessed such shuriken techniques. Even among the proficient Uchiha clan, your disciple possesses remarkable shuriken skills. Indeed, Minato has always known where the enemy's weaknesses lie but refrains from exploiting them against allies. This was a point of pride for Jiraiya. However, given the evident disparity in strength, avoiding weaknesses would compel Tsunade to endure the attack. After all, shuriken were merely minor irritants, unlikely to necessitate medical ninjutsu. With Tsunade's resilience, she would heal within moments, leaving the Senju leader as the likely casualty. Sensing an unusual sensation in her arm, Tsunade observed the threads glinting ominously in the light. Minato employed the shuriken to ensnare her arm with the threads, pulling with all his might, ultimately using his teeth to tug on one of the strands, forcing Tsunade's body to tumble sideways. She had underestimated him. Tsunade had misjudged her opponent's capabilities. Tsunade landed atop a table, shattering it into 4 pieces. Crash. Jiraiya patted the head of the slumbering Shun, boasting of his foresight. Good thing I brought them along. Tsunade rose, tearing the threads from her arm, shedding her tattered coat, the remnants of the threads igniting her fierce battle spirit. You little rascal. Come again. Minato braced himself. His greatest asset was his speed, and he had no choice but to utilize it to restrain Tsunade. For a time, he managed to hold his ground against her. Yet he soon felt his legs grow heavy, while Tsunade drew nearer, marking the first moment he sensed the gulf between himself and a top-tier jonin, as well as the inadequacy of his skills. Hold on. Tsunade, closing the distance, declared, I've got you now, brat. Sealing Technique. Chapter 37, Defeat. The instant the scroll was inscribed, the Senju leader placed it on the ground, pressing his hands upon it while shouting, for limbs resealing. From the scroll emerged dozens of orange chains. Go. The Senju leader directed the chains towards Tsunade, who, upon seeing them, inwardly lamented, This is bad. Orochimaru, you dared to mock me. Have you truly taught such a sealing technique? As a master of sealing techniques, Jiraiya was perplexed by the ignorance displayed regarding this advanced sealing jutsu. For those unfamiliar with sealing arts, the concept of how to break it would be utterly foreign. Although Tsunade has conducted extensive research on cursed seal techniques, their study diverges significantly. One focuses on absorption while the other centers on sealing. Furthermore, the complexity is amplified as always art is inscribed on a scroll, making it even more intricate. If one cannot destroy the scroll, breaking the seal becomes an arduous task. While employing a scroll for sealing may be slower with a prolonged preparation time, it allows for a more detailed and powerful inscription, ultimately intensifying the sealing technique. To free oneself from the seal, one must simultaneously destroy the scroll. Tsunade, noticing the chains that had ensnared her, attempted to strike them away, only to find her hand passing through them. Intangible? The chains that had penetrated her quickly wrapped around her arm, and in that fleeting contact, she felt her arm lose all sensation, becoming utterly numb. Realizing she could not afford to remain passive, she disregarded the potential collapse of the surrounding barriers and prepared to unleash a powerful kick. No, painful heaven kick. However, Aoi, who controlled the chains, would not grant her that opportunity, ensnaring her foot with 3 chains. Buzz. The chakra that had been gathered in her leg was instantaneously drained, rendering her weak and powerless. Aoi recalled the revolting time when she was bound by the 4 limbs heavy sealing dance. What a useful technique, a direct sealing skill, though it requires the execution of the dance. Stealing a glance at Jiraiya, who was spectating nearby, she exclaimed, Release me at once. With 1 arm and 1 leg sealed, her combat capability was severely diminished. Nevertheless, Aoi's resolve remained unyielding as the remaining chains continued to encircle Tsunade like a rice dumpling until all 10 chains had thoroughly restrained her, leaving only her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears exposed. Once Tsunade was immobilized, Aoi collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, having exhausted all her chakra in the process. Moreover, she needed to inscribe the sealing symbols on the scroll with utmost speed and concentration. Huff, puff. Minato Namikaze approached swiftly, observing Aoi's exhausted state, and extended his hand. Are you all right? Aoi looked up, noticing that while one of Minato's hands was extended toward her, the other was pressed firmly against his knee, struggling to keep it steady despite trembling with fatigue. Unable to suppress a smirk, Aoi placed her hand on his scorching palm, utilizing it for support as she stood, only to have her knee collide painfully with the corner of a nearby table, causing her to gasp in pain. Yet, Minato steadily supported her shoulder. You can barely stand. And you claim to be fine? I'm merely fatigued, not injured. Strictly speaking, I am indeed fine, especially compared to you. Aoi half-joked, but her gaze at Minato revealed her concern. He had undoubtedly sustained internal injuries. Although she and T closely observed their battle, it was evident that Minato had been struck by the force of punches during the conflict. The reality was, once Minato helped Aoi to her feet, his previously heightened focus relaxed, and the tension in his muscles dissipated. Only then did he realize that his legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, requiring support just to maintain his balance. He shook his head with a wry smile. Indeed, I am still too weak. If I were stronger, perhaps the situation would not have devolved into such chaos. Sensing Minato's internal turmoil, Aoi lightly punched him on the chest. How old are you? Your potential for growth is far greater than those old-timers. Jiraiya, sitting nearby, awkwardly scratched his face. Why do I feel like we've just been scolded? Orochimaru interjected silently, while Tsunade lamented, What? The barrage of insults had been overwhelming, and Aoi felt her ears nearly blistering from the noise, promptly sealing Tsunade's mouth with chains. Minato remarked, But Aoi feigned a look of melancholy. If even you say such things, perhaps I should just give up. Your chakra surpasses mine by a significant margin. Minato hurriedly clarified, That's not true. The success of this battle is entirely due to your sealing technique. If you hadn't restrained Lady Tsunade, I would have been captured long ago, with no time left to execute sealing techniques. So, Minato, do not belittle yourself. If you do, no one will be worthy of being a ninja. You're exaggerating, Aoi replied. But if you genuinely wish to learn something, I could teach you someday. Though I still have much to learn myself. Is that true? Of course. Jiraiya approached the two, while you two chat. Could we perhaps address the matter of the person bound nearby? Hey, can we at least free Tsunade? As far as I know, Lord Jiraiya is quite adept at sealing techniques, so surely you can help, right? I have exhausted my chakra and cannot assist in breaking the seal. After all, you want me to help you, yet you plan to strike me? Dream on. Besides, the situation hasn't been clarified yet. What if I release Lady Tsunade and she retaliates? Minato, who initially harbored some sympathy, became resolute upon hearing the word situation hasn't been clarified. He turned to Aoi. May I have a word with Lady Tsunade? Aoi released the chains from her mouth. Thanks. Lady Tsunade, I understand your deep concern for your sister Kushina's life and friendships. However, as I've said before, Kushina and I are very close friends. I would never let her come to harm, nor would I harm my own dear friend. I swear to guarantee. Ignoring the two engaged in conversation, Aoi plopped down in front of her teacher. Freshly grilled meat? Orochimaru, leisurely sipping sake, was grilling meat. Aoi unabashedly seized a piece, indifferent to its temperature, driven by hunger that echoed in her stomach. I didn't expect you to master such advanced sealing techniques as the four limbs heavy sealing. Not at all. It took considerable time. If the previous sealing techniques required some ingenuity and creativity, they were merely foundational applications. If we were to liken it to mathematics, it would be akin to addition and multiplication. Countless numbers can be summed, and with effort, one can derive an answer. Multiplication is similar, yet advanced sealing techniques resemble higher mathematics, where operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division are entirely different. You indeed possess a remarkable talent for sealing arts. Chapter 38, Peaceful Coexistence. Rope Tree, gnawing on grilled meat, inquired about the recent events. So, what exactly happened? Did we fall asleep? Aoi placed a piece of meat onto his plate. Nothing much, just eat your fill. Aren't you hungry enough? Hungry? How could I not be? I nearly starved today. I intend to make the most of this meal. Orochimaru, I will make you suffer losses. Ha ha ha, go for it if you can. Don't underestimate me. Watch this. Glutton technique. He pretended to perform a few hand signs and then ravenously stuffed grilled meat into his mouth with chopsticks. Smack. Tsunade slapped Rope Tree on the back of his head, nearly choking him. Chew your food properly, you fool. Rope Tree patted his chest vigorously. Cough, cough. Shungshu, having finally caught his breath after being struck by Tsunade, looked up at her with a pitiful expression. Sister, your blows are too harsh. You nearly knocked the life out of me. Tsunade crossed her arms and retorted. Who told you to eat so hastily? What would you have done if you choked? And as for your so-called great eater technique, all you do is show off. Jiraiya, chuckling, interjected. All right, let us not argue. Let's continue enjoying the barbecue. It's a rare occasion to relax, so cheer up. Upon hearing this, Shengshu's spirits lifted. His eyes gleamed with mischief as he proposed. Let us have a contest to see who can eat the most barbecue. The loser must fulfill one condition for the winner. Yet, his challenge went largely ignored. Asakura had already begun devouring the meat voraciously, the intense exertion leaving him quite famished. However, he still savored each bite, knowing that chewing thoroughly aids in better absorption of nutrients. Minato, too, was indulging, and Kushina, observing him, wondered why he seemed so ravenous today. Had he not eaten? Nonetheless, Kushina felt a surge of happiness as Minato not only relished his meal, but also placed pieces of meat into her bowl. Wait, why was she thinking this way? Was it truly? What was going on? Kushina, why aren't you eating? Kushina merely muttered a complaint about Shengshu before picking up some barbecue. It's nothing. Disappointed by the lack of competitors, Shengshu sighed. Why is no one paying attention to me? Just eat your food. Everyone is starving. Who has time for your eating contest? We can discuss it later, Tsunade replied. Sister, why are you so irritable today? You're usually fiery, but today... Suddenly, a loud clatter interrupted them. Eat your food. With your mouth so full, you should be able to keep it shut. Why was she like this? Of course, it was because she had been bested by two lower ninjas. Though she hadn't exerted her full strength, defeat was still defeat. There was no point in making excuses. Tsunade was not one to shy away from loss. For a time, everyone present was lost in the joy of their barbecue feast. Orochimaru-sensei, with your keen hearing, you must have caught the conversation between Minato and Tsunade. Care to elaborate? You should ask Minato yourself. Given your relationship, it would be more fitting. If you won't tell me, I can at least guess. It's probably about oaths and declarations, perhaps even involving self-harm. When Minato and Tsunade were speaking, it was certainly about making vows. Asakura suddenly fell silent, noticing Jiraiya beside him. Jiraiya was grinning at him, and it was clear he had employed a barrier to keep Asakura from overhearing their exchange, though he could still see them. Asakura noticed a kunai that had fallen to the ground, broken. He could guarantee that it hadn't shattered during battle, leading him to conclude that it must have been broken during a failed ambush by Tsunade. Minato, if you doubt it, I would stake my life on it. You must have invoked the first Hokage's name. Asakura leaned towards this theory, his mind racing while he continued to speak. Is it all gone already? Get the owner to bring out more. Orochimaru glanced at the towering stack of empty plates, his brow twitching. Forget it. Next time, they can pay for themselves. After their barbecue feast, even Orochimaru, usually well off, couldn't help but feel the pinch in his wallet. With Shengshu's already hearty appetite, coupled with the voraciousness of Asakura and Minato, the cost had added up considerably. As for why the other two adults were not paying, Tsunade exclaimed. I've lost all my money. What am I supposed to pay with? Do I need to pay to eat with you? Jiraiya chimed in. I lent my money to Tsunade, but what she used it for, I have no idea. Orochimaru declared, great. As they parted ways, he instructed his team. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., gather at the Hokage building's entrance. I'll take you to receive your assignments. Yes, Shengshu exclaimed excitedly. Asakura, puzzled, noted that Shengshu was a year older than him and had become a ninja a year earlier. Logically, he should have taken on some tasks. Haven't you taken missions before? Why are you so excited? That was different. I used to take missions alone, limited to low-level tasks. But now that we've formed a team, we can tackle higher-level missions. Due to a shortage of personnel, not every year sees new ninjas graduating, leaving some lower ninjas behind. Asakura was confused. That shouldn't be the case. Looking at the blissfully naive Shengshu, he thought how well he was being protected. After finishing their meal, Asakura and Minato prepared to head home, as both their residences were located in the civilian district, away from the commercial area. Under the moonlight, they walked side by side, sharing a comfortable silence. Asakura was not one to initiate conversation, but he would respond wholeheartedly when prompted. Asakura, do you think I could become Hokage? Minato's voice rang clear in the stillness of the night, tinged with a mix of nervousness and hope. He gazed at Asakura, his eyes shimmering with fervent determination, evidence of his deep-seated dreams. Asakura paused, glancing at Minato. Was he feeling disheartened by today's events? The moonlight illuminated Minato's youthful yet resolute face, and he could sense the intense conviction in his words. After a moment of silence, Asakura allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, his tone earnest and unwavering. Minato, I believe in you. You possess exceptional talent, and more importantly, you harbor a genuine desire to protect the village and bring happiness to its people. These qualities are precisely what the Hokage requires. And I am confident you will ascend to that position. I swear it by the name of Kishimoto. Upon hearing Asakura's affirmation, Minato's eyes sparkled with delight, warmth flooding his heart. Yet, a sudden thought intruded. Who was Kishimoto? A mangaka. Asakura burst into laughter, and Minato joined in, their joyous laughter echoing through the tranquil night. Two dreamers reveling in their shared aspirations. Chapter 39. Accepting missions early the next morning, Asakura finished his breakfast and set off towards the Hokage building. Am I too early? Upon reaching the entrance, he found it deserted, save for two guard ninjas. Not a single teammate was in sight. Surely not, it's already this late. Just then, a familiar voice called out as Shungshu dashed forward. Hey, Asakura, you're here so early. You two came together? Alongside them was Yukige's kamikaze. Yeah, this guy showed up at my door early, claiming he hadn't slept all night. Is he really that excited? Asakura regarded Shingshu's flushed face, which seemed a testament to his sleeplessness. You look as if you didn't stay up all night. You're brimming with energy, as expected of the Senju clan. Well, I did intend to sleep, but for some reason, I just couldn't and I didn't feel particularly tired. I think I may have dozed off for a bit yesterday. Yukige's kamikaze added. I felt a bit energetic yesterday too, but I forced myself to sleep. Asakura remarked. I hadn't heard that Jiraiya's hair had sleep-inducing properties. Where's Orochimaru-sensei? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Shungshu scanned the surroundings, hoping to spot their leader. But to no avail. How could the leading Jonin be late? I'm right here. As the crowd turned to the sound, they beheld Orochimaru, clad in his combat attire, leisurely emerging from the shadows beside the Hokage building. A subtle smile graced his pale visage, while his forehead protector glimmered coldly in the morning light. Orochimaru-sama. Shinshu hurriedly approached, his face etched with confusion. We thought you had forgotten the meeting time. Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, his slender fingers caressing the edge of his sleeve before producing a scroll from within and handing it to the three of them. Brother Orochimaru, have you taken on a mission without us? Shinshu exclaimed, recognizing the task scroll immediately. But high-ranking ninjas have the right to undertake missions alone. This can't be a high-level mission, can it? His excitement was palpable as he looked at the scroll, eager to unfurl it. Beside them, Captain Asuka expressed some concern. Although he anticipated this day, he wondered if it was necessary to dive straight into something so challenging. Surely they could begin with a few lower-tier missions to familiarize themselves. It's merely a D-rank mission, Shinshu announced upon opening the scroll, revealing its ordinary nature. Relieved to hear it was a D-rank mission, Asuka felt reassured. As long as Orochimaru was backing them, there was little chance of grave danger. If others were to learn of this, they would surely remark on Asuka's apparent fear of death. Asuka replied, Who isn't afraid of death? I undertake these endeavors to strengthen my abilities precisely to avoid being killed. To be honest, I have only a year to guide you, and I don't wish to squander time on lower-tier missions. Based on the last assessment, your foundations are solid. D-rank missions exist to help ninjas familiarize themselves with task processes and enhance their technical knowledge. Tactical formulation, situational judgment, and cooperation all rely on the groundwork laid during such missions. Yet, it appears my three companions do not require this. Moonlight Kamikaze and Shinshu had both graduated as genin for a year, and no one knew better than Orochimaru how firm Asuka's foundation was. Yay, let us set off quickly. Asuka, slightly exasperated, realized after looking at the scroll for so long that it was merely a D-rank mission and hadn't shared its contents with the others. He closed the scroll, preparing to depart. Shouldn't we at least take a detailed look at the mission's contents? Oh, my apologies, I nearly forgot. Shinshu handed the scroll to Asuka. Asuka took the scroll, and Moonlight Kamikaze approached to join him in reviewing it. A simple little village? We need to leave the village? Asuka calculated the distance. If all went smoothly, the round trip would take 5 days without breaks. We should prepare a week's worth of provisions and gear, ensuring everyone has at least one change of clothes, as blood may be shed. Typically, ninjas engage in assassination missions to minimize collateral damage. We can't just launch a fireball at a band of mountain thieves if there are hostages or valuable items at risk. Orochimaru-sensei, when is the latest we can depart? By noon. That gives us the entire morning to prepare. We should be fine. Asuka signaled to Moonlight Kamikaze, who nodded in agreement. The two swiftly dispersed to gather their necessary items. Hey, Why did they run off without me? Shinshu asked, bewildered. Orochimaru gently reminded him, just like Tsunade in the past. They are quite similar to Jiraiya in some respects. Are you not going? I'm on my way. Upon arriving at the ninja tool shop, Asuka reluctantly pulled out money from his small wallet, pondering whether this mission would yield any profit. After all, Orochimaru might not require the mission's rewards. If they divided it among three, Asuka feared they might incur a loss. Perhaps I should buy less. He mused. No, better to be prepared. Whatever is left can be used next time. Resolutely, Asuka purchased a large quantity of explosive tags and various ninja tools, shurikens, kunai, and a short blade. Although he lacked proficiency in swordsmanship, he knew he was still stronger than the bandits, and kunai could sometimes be thrown in conjunction with explosive tags. The shopkeeper, recognizing Asuka as a recently graduated genin, assumed he was easily deceived, especially for someone undertaking a D-rank mission. Dear young ninja, would you like a storage scroll? We are currently running a promotion. Buy 2 storage scrolls and receive 1 for free. No, this will suffice. But how will you carry all this? Will you just carry it on your back? A storage scroll would be much more convenient. We have a special offer. Ignoring the shopkeeper, Asuka extended his left hand. And with a small puff of smoke, all the ninja tools vanished from the table. You, the shopkeeper stared, dumbfounded. To store such items without a scroll? Today's genin were truly formidable. Farewell, shopkeeper. Leaving the money on the table, Asuka proceeded to purchase food. After acquiring the ninja tools, he walked for a short distance before arriving at a goods store, where he bought some instant meals, choosing vacuum-sealed items, as ramen that required soaking was too troublesome. Instead, he opted for easily preserved items, biscuits and rice balls, along with some ready-to-eat meals. After selecting a week's worth of provisions, Asuka waved his left hand, and all the food vanished, now stored within his left hand. He had crafted a nearly permanent storage wristband, albeit at considerable expense. Sewing pieces of scroll paper onto the wristband and inscribing the storage sealing technique. Chapter 40. The journey you arrived quickly, Kamikaze. Asuka remarked as he reached the meeting point at the village gate, where Moonlight Kamikaze had already arrived. My family had everything ready early, so I just picked it up and came, Kamikaze responded, touching the scroll at his waist. How fortunate to have such a resourceful family. Wait a moment. Asuka suddenly recalled that Shinshu was also from the Senju clan. Why hadn't he prepared anything? Apologies for being late. As Shinshu approached, he was burdened with numerous packages. Beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he stumbled forward. The others turned to him, noticing the bulging packs. Shinshu, have you brought your entire household? Gasping for breath, Shinshu leaned on his knees before finally standing upright. You have no idea. My grandmother insisted I bring this, and my sister stuffed me with that. I couldn't refuse. He began to extract items from his bags. This is a hemostatic herb, and this is the compressed biscuits Kushina prepared for me, saying they would keep me from getting too hungry. And this, a specially made explosive tag, crafted by my grandmother herself. Asuka stepped forward, taking one of the explosive tags and examining the intricate runes. Is this a sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan? Quite exquisite. Upon closer inspection, Asuka noted that many of the sealing techniques on the explosive tags were unfamiliar to him, unique to the Uzumaki clan. It would be disingenuous to claim he wasn't curious. Yet he recognized that at his current level, he could not engage with such complexities. It was wiser to first master Konoha's sealing techniques. He understood the principle of not biting off more than one could chew. Most importantly, he knew that without thoroughly understanding one thing, attempting to grasp another would only lead to confusion. However, carrying so many items would certainly hinder our mobility. Shinshu scratched his head, a naive smile spreading across his face. I understand, but these are tokens of affection from my family, and I simply cannot refuse them. Besides, these items might prove invaluable later on. Uetsuki Kamikaze shook his head in resignation and extended his hand to help Shinshu organize his bundle. Let us set off. We must proceed with caution. Allow me to assist. My storage space is quite ample. Aokawa SG revealed his unique storage wristband. I truly appreciate it. Although physical strength is one of Shinshu's great advantages, carrying such a heavy load on the journey would undoubtedly be taxing. Just as he was about to stow all his belongings into his own scroll, Orochimaru, who had been silent for a while, spoke up. There's no need for that. The three of you should evenly distribute the burden among yourselves and, in doing so, strengthen your endurance. With that, he left the three staring at each other in disbelief and set off on his own. Shinshu sighed. I'm sorry. He hung his head, guilt washing over him as he looked at Ayakawa SG and Uetsuki Kamikaze. It's my fault for bringing too much, dragging you both into this predicament. He squeezed the bulging bundle tightly, lamenting his own choices. It's all right. I'll manage alone. Uetsuki Kamikaze approached him, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Stop being so sentimental. Besides, these herbs and explosive tags could save our lives in a critical moment. Consider it a shared gain. After spreading out the items on the ground, he swiftly stuffed a few packs of herbs and some other supplies into his own backpack with decisive efficiency. Ayakawa SG remained silent, quietly packing some compressed biscuits, hemorrhage-reducing herbs, and explosive tags into a small cloth bag to carry on his back. Looking up at Orochimaru's distant figure, he mused. There must be a purpose behind Orochimaru-sensei's actions. Furthermore, this weight serves as the first test of our mission. If we cannot even bear this load, how can we hope to eradicate the mountain bandits? Observing the actions of his companions and their words of encouragement, Shinshu, who had initially felt dejected, regained his spirit and straightened his posture. Indeed, I aspire to become Hokage. How could I be defeated by such a trivial weight? He hoisted the remaining bundle onto his back, and though it still felt burdensome, his face brightened with renewed vigor. As they journeyed, Orochimaru effortlessly sprinted ahead, with the other three trailing behind. Yet, a considerable distance always separated the trio from Orochimaru. Whenever they attempted to close the gap, he would unconsciously increase his speed, maintaining a pace that was visible yet unattainable. Phew, is this the stamina of a jonin? As the one among them with the least endurance, Uetsuki Kamikaze gasped for breath, sweat dripping from his hair onto the trunk of a tree. He looked up at Orochimaru's consistent figure, a mix of admiration and frustration in his eyes. Realizing they had exerted every ounce of effort to keep up, Shinshu felt a bit better, but still fatigued. If only he weren't burdened with so much luggage. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he took a long swig from his water pouch, the icy liquid soothing his throat and alleviating the burning sensation in his lungs. Orochimaru-sensei's speed is astonishing. His voice remained steady, yet the slight rise and fall of his chest betrayed his exhaustion. Ayakawa SG said nothing, his gaze fixed intently on the fluttering hem of Orochimaru's garment, his knuckles whitening as he clenched his fists. As the one among them most dedicated to sealing techniques, he acutely recognized the vast disparity in physical prowess and endurance. Though the target was within sight, it felt utterly out of reach. Even after shedding some weight, he still found himself matching the pace of his two companions, reinforcing the need for rigorous training. The reason for shedding weight was clear. Outside the village, during actual missions, one must be prepared for real combat. Should they encounter an ambush and be hindered by excess baggage, it could cost them their lives. A thought that would haunt Ayakawa SG indefinitely. After rounding a large tree, Orochimaru suddenly came to an abrupt halt, causing the three to stumble forward, nearly colliding with his back. Before they could catch their breath, Orochimaru tossed 3 shuriken their way. Catch! Barely had the words left his lips when the shuriken zipped past their ears, embedding themselves in a tree 100 meters away. Retrieve them within 3 minutes. Ayakawa SG was the first to react, gritting his teeth and sprinting forward. Uetsuki Kamikaze followed closely, his legs feeling as though they were laden with lead. Yet he summoned the willpower to quicken his pace. Shinshu watched their retreating figures, fists clenched. I will not lose. The bundle on his back swayed violently as he ran, the herbs and compressed biscuits clinking against each other, as if cheering him on. 3 minutes flew by, and when the three returned, drenched in sweat, they found Orochimaru casually toying with a small snake in his palm, glancing at them with indifference. Too slow. If you can't even cover this distance, you won't stand a chance against a real enemy. His gaze swept over the trio's disheveled appearance. Uetsuki Kamikaze still needed to regulate his breathing. Ayakawa SG's chakra control remained stable, yet his physical stamina required bolstering. Shinshu caught Orochimaru's attention. If he could channel his brute strength effectively, it would hold some merit. Among the three, Shinshu possessed the greatest innate physical talent, yet the true challenge lay in harnessing that potential. Chapter 41. Undertaking the mission over the course of 2 days on the road, Ayakawa SG truly grasped the essence of real combat experience. The training he had undergone in the village paled in comparison to the practical knowledge imparted by Orochimaru during their journey outside the village. The terrain beyond the village was anything but smooth. Flora, rocks, and mud were abundant, presenting a myriad of challenging environments far removed from level ground. Initially, the trio found themselves growing increasingly fatigued. Despite feeling as though they had not traveled for long or far, their stamina was depleted at threefold the usual rate. Throughout this process, Orochimaru's teachings on breath control and environmental awareness imparted invaluable lessons on what true combat experience entailed. Such insights could not be easily discovered. They required the guidance of seasoned individuals. Without personal experience, it would take a considerable amount of time to comprehend them. No wonder a leader was necessary, primarily to ensure our safety and to share knowledge. Aoshin learned a great deal from this journey. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrived in a village, only to find it exceptionally impoverished. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, the trio refrained from partaking in meals offered within the village for both safety and conservation, opting instead for their own provisions. After 2 days of consuming compressed biscuits, I feel as though my taste buds have dulled. Let us endure. Upon our return, we can enjoy a proper meal. Besides, there likely isn't anything particularly delectable in this village. Logically, villages near Konoha should be quite prosperous, considering the Land of Fire is among the wealthiest of the 5 great nations. It was surprising to encounter such destitution here. Could it be due to mountain bandits? Unlikely. Aside from the bandit threat, the geographical conditions surely played a role. The land here was not particularly conducive to agriculture, making it a miracle that the villagers were not starving. If mountain bandits could plunder a prosperous village to such an extent, it would indicate a severe failure in village oversight. Aoshin observed the villagers around him. Nearly everyone wore patched clothing, their faces gaunt and pale. Yet, they shared laughter, suggesting they managed to find enough to eat, albeit meagerly. Suddenly, a small hand reached out toward the trio. 3 steamed buns were presented, and the 3 individuals looked up to see a little girl accompanied by an adult. The girl mistakenly assumed that the raggedly dressed trio were vagrants, and her heart filled with compassion. Sōji also realized the truth. After 2 days of relentless travel, their faces were unwashed, their clothes unchanged, and their garments were tattered and worn. Dust, mud, and branches had rendered their attire utterly dilapidated, and with their dirty faces, they indeed resembled homeless individuals. Meanwhile, the 3 were gnawing on compressed biscuits, far from the fragrant allure of the soft buns. Each of them wore a hat, primarily to shield their foreheads and prevent any misunderstanding among the villagers, for the profession of a ninja often instilled fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. Rope Tree gazed at the 3 buns and the kind-hearted little girl before him, quickly waving his hands in refusal. "You misunderstand. We are not Sōji interjected, explaining that they did not require the buns. "Thank you for your kindness, but we are already full and must continue our journey shortly." The little girl noticed the unwavering refusal of the man before her and felt a tinge of disappointment. She nodded and withdrew the buns to her chest. Peering up with her clear, bright eyes, she hesitated before speaking. "Big brothers, the road ahead is perilous, filled with fierce monsters. Are you truly determined to press on?" Sōji felt a stir in his heart and crouched down gently to inquire. "Little one, how do you know there are monsters ahead? Aren't you afraid of them?" The direction she pointed seemed to indicate their intended destination. The girl bit her lip and softly replied, "I heard the adults in the village say so. They do not allow me to venture that way. I am not afraid of monsters, for I have this." With that, she produced a tattered, yet lovingly mended cloth doll from her bosom. The doll's crooked appearance was somewhat comical, yet it illuminated her eyes with joy. The adult accompanying the girl quickly pulled her back, remarking that she was speaking too much to strangers. Despite appearing older, they were not much older than the girl. Having felt pity for the trio, the adult had allowed her sister to offer the buns, but now, as the conversation continued, it became increasingly unwieldy. "Sister, I'm sorry, but there are no monsters at all. It's just that there have been more bandits in the mountains lately, and we don't want our children running around." She discreetly informed the trio that this was merely a ruse to keep the girl from wandering, given the current chaos. "All right, we understand. Thank you, miss." Looking at the girl who was nearly the same age as himself, addressing her as miss seemed appropriate. "Yes," the girl replied, and they departed. In truth, the previous conversation contained numerous inconsistencies. Why were they sharing such information? The fabricated tale of monsters seemed increasingly dubious, especially considering the many passerby. Why did they single out this group? What do you all think? Moonlight Godwind voiced his thoughts. "I find it suspicious. The girl's words contained too many loopholes. The adults in the village? This must have been told to her by her parents. Furthermore, when she produced the doll, the older girl hastily intervened, and most notably, her eyes darted around while speaking, clearly indicating deceit. The girl likely learned her words from her sister, but being so young, she does not comprehend the difference between truth and falsehood. Indeed. Wait, what are you all talking about? If what they said is false, shouldn't they be warning us to go rather than dissuade us from advancing? Clearly, this is a warning. I suspect they are aware of our identities. Otherwise, it is unlikely they would specifically seek us out. There may indeed be ninjas among those bandits. Rope Tree gasped in surprise. Suddenly, all gazes turned toward him. Moonlight Godwind, my apologies. Sean's TG, my apologies. Rope Tree. Sorry. Though he was a bit slow to grasp the situation, he was not without intelligence. Suddenly, it dawned on him. If that were the case, then the girl and her sister might be in grave danger. It was quite possible. And what about the buns? Earlier, they had rushed away, leaving crumbs scattered on the ground. Sean's TG subtly signaled to Moonlight Godwind, who understood and produced a silver needle, lightly sweeping it over the bun. Within moments, the needle turned black. Such a needle was essential when venturing out, and Moonlight Godwind had specifically had one polished before departing. Poisoned. While Rope Tree had never tasted pork, he had seen pigs run. With a sister who was a medical ninja, he possessed some basic knowledge. A black and silver needle indicated either oxidation or poison. No, I must go save them. Chapter 42. The Rescue Operation. As Rope Tree stood, both of his hands were simultaneously seized, and he found himself sitting back down on the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Moonlight Godwind replied. The ninja code. Do not meddle in others' affairs. Do you not know this? This is clearly a trap. Sean's TG remained silent, but his silence spoke volumes. But those two are just commoners, innocent people. Sean's TG's gaze turned cold as he looked at Rope Tree. And yet, it is a fact that they offered us poisoned buns. Meanwhile, the two sisters, after leaving Sean's TG and the others, did not return home, but instead ventured into a deserted alley. Upon entering, the older girl knelt on the ground, and the little girl, unaware of fear, simply followed her sister's lead, clutching her doll tightly. Ninja Master, I have done as you instructed. Please spare us, and our parents. The older girl knelt and repeatedly bowed her head in desperate supplication. Before long, a figure emerged from the shadows at the alley's end, clad in tattered black clothing. His face obscured by a mask, and his bald head marked by a scar near his eye. He approached the two. Did the three eat the buns? The girl tensed, but shook her head. No. The man kicked the girl, who was kneeling on the ground, sending her sprawling. Then how can you say you succeeded? But I did as you asked. They wouldn't eat. I truly had no choice. Please spare us. The little girl rushed to her sister, helping her up. Sister, why did that bad man hit you? I'll give you one more chance. If you fail again, you can await the return of your parents' corpses. The masked man pulled something from behind and tossed it to the ground. The girl picked it up and exclaimed, These are Father's shoes. But they bore a trace of blood. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. I thought I caught a big fish, but it turns out to be a little catfish. The masked man shouted in alarm. Who goes there? In an instant, a figure descended from the heavens, landing a punch squarely on the masked man's face. It's your grandfather. Die. Bam. His face hit the ground, and he fell unconscious, still in shock. The older girl and the little girl finally recognized the assailant. It was Rope Tree, one of the trio they had encountered earlier. Just moments before, Rope Tree, Moonlight Godwind, and Sean's TG had been embroiled in their own debate. Sean's TG did not hold the profession of a ninja in high regard. He saw it merely as a role for protagonists. If one truly aspired to be a ninja, they should try living it. Meddling in others' affairs could get you removed. Ninjas are not heroes. If you romanticize heroism, then do not pursue the path of a ninja. The foremost objective of a ninja is to prioritize the execution of their mission. In the moonlit night, Kamikaze found himself somewhat helpless, faced with a fervent and righteous companion. Unsure if this was a blessing or a curse. The advantage lay in trusting him with his back, yet the downside mirrored their current predicament. General, you are correct. Jew, I understand your benevolent heart, but we are ninjas now, especially during a mission. However, the thought of standing idly by while someone perished was unbearable. What if those two individuals are connected to our mission's target? Orochimaru has been absent for quite some time, and we have yet to hear from him. This is clearly a test, requiring us to resolve matters independently. We must gather intelligence and locate our target. Besides, General, did you not mention that this situation is quite complex? The enemy has recognized our identities, indicating a leak in our intelligence. We must find the puppet master behind this. Kamikaze remained silent as Ju looked at him, puzzled. Why are you staring at me like that? Speak. Ju wished he could delve into his mind to discern whether he was astute or foolish. At that moment, Ju's thoughts were clearer than anyone else's, with several points he had not considered before. How come your mind is racing so swiftly now? Kamikaze marveled at Ju's agility of thought, though somewhat erratic. Each notion struck the mark. Are you saying you are complimenting my intelligence? Not at all. Both Kamikaze and Ju replied in unison. While some of your reasoning may seem tenuous, one cannot deny that if a hidden bomb lurks behind, it indeed poses a significant risk. Exactly. If this is related to our mission, it implies a breach of information. It could be someone from the village who leaked it. If the client divulged this to collaborate with our target, the mission's severity elevates beyond mere levels, and the adversary is certainly not an ordinary foe, Ju observed. What is the matter? Perhaps you should speak less, Kamikaze suggested. All right, but should we help or not? Among the three, Ju had subtly assumed the role of squad leader, and as the other two looked to him, he calmly issued the command. First, incapacitate them, then gather information. Rescuing them is secondary. Understood. But how do we catch up? Ju suddenly realized, unsure of the two individuals' whereabouts. I left a mark on the bond. I can sense it, Ju explained. Kamikaze gazed at him with gratitude. I knew you were the smartest, General. No, I'm not a heroic do-gooder. It's merely rational judgment. If you say so, Kamikaze smiled. Following the mark on the bond, the three swiftly reached the sisters' location, concealing themselves atop a rooftop to gather intelligence. So weak and vulnerable, I expected more strength. Yet, Ju could not resist and leaped down with a punch. Ju had intended to use a sealing technique to control the assailant and extract information, but instead, he rendered him unconscious, causing a stir. After incapacitating the masked man, Ju turned to the terrified sisters who had collapsed in fear. Are you all right? The girls looked at the kindly smiling Ju, overwhelmed with a torrent of emotions, guilt, fear, sadness, all culminating in tears. Why you? I'm sorry. Seeing the girl cry left Ju at a loss. Hey, don't cry. Chapter 43, The Mountain Bandit and the Rogue Ninja. It was not until the girl had cried herself out that they could gather information from the unconscious man. Nevertheless, Ju utilized a powerful memory search technique, placing a sealing jutsu on the man's forehead and swiftly retrieving the location of the sisters' parents. They were found bound in a small dark room, and upon their rescue, they expressed immense gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Here, take this. The little girl offered her favorite doll, crafted by her father, a symbol of her love. When their parents were captured, she had clung tightly to it. The older sister embraced Ju warmly in gratitude, her cheeks flushed with emotion. After parting ways, Ju led the group based on the collected intelligence, while the masked man was disposed of discreetly, poisoned and buried, leaving no trace. As Ju walked ahead, he glanced back at Ju. You seem quite popular with the ladies. Kamikaze chimed in. After all, it's a classic tale of a hero saving a damsel. The timing, the flair, that punch, all perfectly executed. What girl wouldn't fall for that? Why are you saying this too? Ju remarked, realizing why Tsunade often likened Naruto to her brother. Yet Ju was not as slow to warm up to others as Naruto. Perhaps his straightforwardness made him relatable. Girls are drawn to spirited and sunny heroes. Here lies the mountain ahead, Ju noted, sensing the man's mental map. Within the mountain was a cave, concealing his accomplices, though caution was paramount. According to his recollections, the leader appeared formidable, potentially a rogue ninja from another village or a wandering rogue, undoubtedly powerful. The trio paused before the towering rock face, faced with a narrow, steep path as their only route. As the sole expert in stealth, Kamikaze volunteered, I can scout by using my invisibility technique. Even a Jonin would struggle to detect me. That is a sound plan. However, take this signal tag. If you encounter danger, tear it to alert us, Ju instructed, handing over a signal tag that would emit a loud noise when destroyed, serving as a warning to his companions. Upon entering, do not act recklessly. Ascertain if there are hostages, count the number of individuals, and ideally map out the enemy's positions. Once you have clarity, exit immediately, do not linger. Kamikaze nodded. then gradually became transparent, vanishing before their eyes. Remarkable, Ju murmured, watching as Kamikaze faded from sight. When Kamikaze spoke again, they could pinpoint his location. Still standing beside them. I'm heading in now. After traversing a few meters into the cave, Kamikaze encountered 2 guards stationed at the entrance. He walked boldly past them, invisible to their eyes. Meanwhile, the other 2 busied themselves observing the nearby terrain. The rock face was not as solid as anticipated, having weathered over time and become fragile. If a confrontation arose, using explosive tags could risk a landslide, complicating matters further. As the leader, Aoshin Sōji, ran his fingers along the stone wall. He found it surprisingly fragile, contrary to his expectations of solid hardness. He mused that a single punch from Ju could easily create a dent. After nearly 10 minutes of strategizing, meticulously crafting a combat plan that aimed for both safety and efficiency, Ju began doing push-ups beside him to warm up. Aware that the night had fallen and the chill in the air could hinder their movements during battle, the figure of Tsuki no Kaze materialized once more in the darkness. Kneeling before the 2 men, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, dampening a few strands of hair. Maintaining his blood boundary for so long was exhausting, and he had not anticipated the number of individuals present. It took considerable time to ascertain each person's position and document it. Most critically, there were 17 hostages confined in the underground cells, guarded by 8 individuals, 6 of whom were ordinary people devoid of chakra, while 2 possessed chakra levels comparable to theirs. Likely of Nin rank. Observing their ninja headbands, they were evidently rogue ninjas from lesser-known villages, not the 5 great ninja villages. 2 guards stood at the entrance. And within, a gathering of bandits was underway, comprising at least 10 individuals. The most concerning factor was their leader. Listening intently, Ju grew anxious. What about the leader? What is the situation? Speak. The leader's chakra was decidedly superior to theirs, and he was a rogue ninja from a Watergate. Although he lacked the title of Nin, his prowess was nonetheless formidable. While he did not recognize the insignias of several minor villages, he was well aware of a Watergate's. Even the typically composed Aoshin Sōji could not suppress a remark of exasperation. He had initially thought encountering 2 Nin was already an exaggeration, but now there was a Nin involved. This situation could not merely be classified as a simple mission. It had escalated to an S-rank task, if not higher. Especially with so many hostages at stake in the presence of a Nin and 2 Nin. We must inform Orochimaru-sensei immediately. This is beyond our capacity to handle. As Aoshin Sōji prepared to summon a serpent for communication, the small snake spoke immediately. Orochimaru has already informed me. He expects you to resolve this yourselves. Aoshin Sōji was taken aback, sputtering in frustration. After summoning the snake, both Ju and Tsuki no Kaze heard a series of incomprehensible phrases, the tone rife with anger. What on earth is Tsuji saying? Tsuki no Kaze shook his head in bewilderment. I have no idea, he replied. After venting his frustration, the snake's voice suddenly shifted to one very familiar. Do not be so anxious. The serpent had been controlled by Orochimaru. Orochimaru-sensei? Based on my investigation, the leader is not a Nin. Aoshin Sōji felt a momentary relief, but that was swiftly dashed by Orochimaru's next words. However, his strength is likely on par with that of a Nin, as he defected due to not being promoted. At this point, Aoshin Sōji was no longer concerned with the specifics. Understanding their adversary was paramount. Is there any additional information? His name is Tsuchibana Sanseki, a master of earth and water release. He absconded with several techniques from his village, albeit of lower rank. Orochimaru's tone was calm, and Aoshin Sōji listened intently. Yet his expression darkened upon hearing the details. Is that all? Are there no weaknesses? If we manage to subdue him, the Watergate shouldn't pursue us, right? After all, he is a rogue ninja from their village, and taking him down without authorization, especially in these sensitive times, could lead to unwarranted conflict. Rest assured, he is not a particularly prominent figure. The Watergate hasn't sent anyone to capture him personally, but has placed a bounty on him instead. That's reassuring. Do you have any other questions? The summoning time is nearly up. Will you guarantee our safety? Orochimaru paused, then smiled. I will assess the situation. Aoshin Sōji was left speechless. Had this been Jiraiya, he might have thought it a jest, but this was Orochimaru. Though he believed he would not perish, the prospect of injury loomed large. What good was survival if it meant losing limbs and becoming incapacitated? I understand. After ending the conversation, the two approached him. What did Orochimaru-sensei say? We're on our own. The two were taken aback, but Ju's expression seemed to carry a hint of excitement, which Asaka Sōji found puzzling. I am now formulating a battle plan. We must eliminate the bandits while ensuring our own safety and rescue the hostages. Shouldn't we rescue the hostages first and then eliminate the bandits, ensuring a safe return? Asaka Sōji shot Ju a withering glance. Have you been reading too many hero novels? Suki no Kaze, standing nearby, sighed in exasperation. Our primary mission is to eliminate the bandits. But the strength of our opponents far exceeds our expectations. This is no longer a simple A-rank mission. It requires reassessment. Even if we were to abandon it, it would be understandable. Moreover, to rescue the hostages, you think 3 of us can lead 17 defenseless individuals out from the encirclement of AJ Nin, 2CH Nin, and numerous bandits? Is that realistic? Ju wanted to argue but found himself at a loss, as reality was stark. Could they genuinely escape with 17 hostages surrounded by AJ Nin, 2CH Nin, and a horde of bandits? I understand your desire to save these hostages and recognize your compassionate heart, but the reality is, Asaka Sōji struggled to persuade Ju. Perhaps this was the lesson Orochimaru intended to impart. A necessary sacrifice in dire circumstances was sometimes inevitable. Sōji, I know you are clever. Surely there is a safer method to rescue the hostages and defeat the enemy? Do you truly hold me in such high regard? Asaka Sōji was nearly exasperated to laughter. Surely, you jest. Yet, seeing the seriousness in Ju's eyes, he realized the boy was earnest. Damn it, don't be like this, Ju. Sōji is considering our safety. 17 is far too many. If it were 3 or 4, we might manage a rescue. Suki no Kaze, the only one who had previously scoped out the cave, fully understood the magnitude of the task at hand, rendering the plan impractical. But what about those 17? They are innocent. They haven't done anything wrong. While I know being a ninja isn't about heroism, isn't it our duty to protect those who cannot defend themselves? Suki no Kaze regarded Ju skeptically. Are you seriously suggesting this? Did you actually pay attention in ninja school? When did the teachers ever teach us such things? It was my grandfather who taught me. As far as I know, you were not even born when the first Hokage passed away. All right, let me think this through. But let me be clear. If our lives are truly at risk, I will unhesitatingly abandon the 17. Of course, Sōji. Now, go and check our equipment. Understood. Asaka Sōji retrieved the initial sketch Suki no Kaze had drawn after his return, which detailed the cave's layout and personnel deployment. Suki no Kaze looked at Asaka Sōji, realizing he was not like Ju, a reckless idealist. Do you truly intend to save those hostages? Do you not want to save them? A rhetorical question left Moonlight Kamikaze momentarily speechless. Was this not a mere platitude? Of course, one would wish to save if it were possible. The affairs of ninjas were intrinsically disconnected from those of commoners, and the family teachings imbued with the will of fire had always instructed us to protect the vulnerable. Yet, these 17 individuals were not from the Hidden Leaf Village, and Kamikaze harbored a degree of exclusivity. However, at this age, one finds oneself riddled with dilemmas. The question of whether to save or not weighed heavily on Kamikaze's mind. Did he truly wish to save them? The answer was succinct, he did. Upon vocalizing his innermost thoughts, a wave of relief washed over him. Isn't that sufficient? Although this task is labeled as a bandit extermination, I sense that Master Orochimaru has concealed much from us, failing to provide the genuine mission intelligence. Beyond this being a test, the village chief who requested this task is undoubtedly aware that some villagers have been abducted, and this will be mentioned. Therefore, regardless of circumstances, the mission must be accomplished, which means that these 17 individuals must be rescued. This, indeed, poses the greatest challenge. How can we extricate these 17 without jeopardizing our own safety? What plans do you have? He inquired, observing Asaka Sōji as the latter scribbled and doodled on the blueprints, erasing and rewriting, even gnawing on the tip of his pen. I have a tentative plan, but it is not yet feasible, Sōji replied. Are you suggesting we wait until they slumber? Precisely. The latter part of the night is the optimal time to execute the mission. Kamikaze, have you ever taken a life? Truly shed blood? Suddenly, Asaka Sōji lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Moonlight Kamikaze with earnestness. Kamikaze was puzzled by Sōji's inquiry, but answered truthfully, No, I have not. And if you were to slit a person's throat until they bled out, could you remain composed? Ninjas were, after all, meant to be lethal. Kamikaze had long understood this due to his family's influence, so he responded decisively. Yet, upon witnessing Sōji's earnest expression once more, he fell into contemplation. Of course, I have never killed anyone. I do not know. Thus, this became the crux of the matter. The mental fortitude of the three of us was paramount to the success of this mission. Any slip that caught the enemy's attention could not only endanger the 17 hostages, but also ensnare the three of us in dire straits. Sōji, I realize my tone may have been cold, he acknowledged, but as the most psychologically mature among us, I must maintain my composure. Rope Tree, I know you're listening. I did not speak softly. There are still 4 hours until the latter part of the night, giving us ample preparation and adjustment time. If we fail to stabilize our minds, the plan could unravel entirely. This statement was not solely directed at the others. It was a self-reassurance. Neither in his past life nor this one had Sōji ever taken a life. He had merely caught fish. The masked man they had previously incapacitated was a different matter entirely. He had merely been rendered unconscious, sealed, and buried to await a natural demise, a far cry from evisceration. Moments later, Rope Tree spoke up, I understand. Yet, neither of the others sensed any emotion in his voice. Indeed, Kamikaze replied. Sōji chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing that among the three, he possessed the least psychological resilience. For hours later, the trio stood poised above the cave entrance, ready for action. At the cave's mouth, 2 guards stood sentinel, each wielding a weathered machete. I'm so tired. When will they wake and let us switch shifts? One complained. Endure it. We still have half an hour to go. I'm weary as well. We always take the first half of the night, and it's unbearable. We still have work to do during the day, the other replied, rubbing his eyes, heavy with fatigue. Suddenly, one of the guards glanced down. Why has my shadow suddenly grown large? Just as he turned to inform his companion, he beheld a sight that filled him with dread. His partner had been silenced, a hand clamped over his mouth. Before he could utter a word, a hand emerged from behind, covering his mouth as well. Both guards struggled momentarily before going still. The trio had coated their hands with a sedative beforehand, and its effects were immediate. Moonlight, Kamikaze, and Rope Tree slowly released their grip, watching as the guards collapsed to the ground. For a moment, they stared at the fallen figures. Rope Tree, lost in thought, posed an unexpected question. What now? The inevitable had arrived. Despite extensive mental preparation, Sōji felt a flicker of anxiety as he drew a kunai, approaching the fallen guards. What now? Finish them off, of course. Though spoken lightly, his hesitation revealed his inner turmoil. Kamikaze and Rope Tree exchanged glances, instinctively producing their own kunai. Shall we aim for the heart or the throat? To ensure a swift demise, one must either pierce the heart or sever the throat. In the interest of caution, Sōji suggested, let us cut their throats. What if their hearts are on the opposite side? But then blood will spurt everywhere, Rope Tree protested. Blood will flow eventually. We must prepare ourselves mentally, Sōji urged, observing Rope Tree's trembling hands. Though he himself was anxious, he had to bolster the resolve of others. Alas, we must confront this wretched world. Let us proceed. With keen focus, Sōji aimed precisely, and with a swift motion, the blade sliced through, blood erupting forth. He forced himself to keep his eyes open, refusing to look away as the crimson spray splattered across his face and clothing. The metallic scent of iron filled the air, repugnant and overwhelming, and a wave of nausea surged within him. Thankfully, he had consumed little. He managed to suppress the urge to vomit. Gradually, he rose, dragging the body into the shadows, quickly gathering the guard's gear and concealing it, erasing all traces of their struggle. As Sōji executed his tasks with decisive efficiency, Kamikaze and Rope Tree recognized the urgency and followed suit. Kamikaze shut his eyes and plunged the kunai forward, feeling the warm, moist sensation on his hands. Aware that it was blood, Rope Tree murmured to himself, I must not fall behind. He too struck with determination. The guards met the same fate, their lives extinguished with the same swift efficiency. Sōji performed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones. Shadow clone technique, he exclaimed, then transformed into the likeness of the fallen guards. With all preparations complete, he turned to Kamikaze. It's time, Kamikaze. Kamikaze nodded, striving to suppress thoughts of the recent events, centering himself. Yes, gradually. His form began to fade as he activated the body flicker technique. What about us? Rope Tree questioned. Naturally, we'll use transformation techniques for disguise, Sōji replied, morphing into a frog. Seeing this, Rope Tree too transformed into a frog, and the two amphibians hopped into the cave. Meanwhile, Moonlight Kamikaze's priority was to locate the keys to the holding cells and rescue the hostages. Sōji and Rope Tree, not idling, scattered sleep-inducing powder over the slumbering captives. One by one, to diminish their combat effectiveness for the impending confrontation. While Sōji and Rope Tree meticulously dispersed the sedative, Kamikaze stealthily infiltrated the depths of the cave. Reaching the guard's quarters, he held his breath, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, scanning the surroundings until he spotted a familiar keyring glimmering on a dilapidated wooden table, its metallic surface catching the dim candlelight. As the moonlit shinobi reached for the keys, the sudden sound of footsteps outside interrupted him. Swiftly, he concealed himself beneath the table. Though his form was hidden from view, he deemed it prudent to remain undetected. Two patrolling guards entered, one of them muttering, "This place feels increasingly eerie. I can't tell if it's just my imagination." The other scoffed in response, "Stop scaring yourself. Isn't it time to change shifts?" Before he could finish his sentence, a few shuriken materialized out of thin air, striking precisely at the guards' foreheads and necks, rendering them unconscious before they could react. The assailant was none other than the moonlit shinobi, who, aware of the urgency and the limited duration of his invisibility technique, resolved to eliminate the guards swiftly. Fortunately, the shuriken had pierced cleanly, preventing any bloodshed before they collapsed. Seizing the keys from the table, he hastened toward the dungeon. Meanwhile, Captain Aoi and Rope Tree had completed the dispersal of the sleeping potion, and the cave soon resonated with the sounds of slumber as the potion induced deep sleep in the captives. Observing that all had succumbed to sleep, the two transformed back into their human forms, drew their weapons, and prepared for any unforeseen occurrences as they proceeded to the leader's chamber. Upon reaching the cell door, they encountered two formidable guards, both of whom possessed the strength of Chunin. Silently lamenting their predicament, the guards exchanged complaints. "Isn't it time for the shift change? Where are those two? They must have fallen asleep after drinking." "It's your fault for losing the bet and letting them drink," one retorted. "How can you blame me? You were part of the wager too. We, who are new to this, can't compete with seasoned gamblers. If the boss hadn't forbidden me from taking action, I would have dealt with them already. If you had acted, who would do our work? I refuse to take on such dirty and burdensome tasks." "And yet here you are guarding the cells," the other replied. "Guarding is still better than risking my life. Those ordinary folks don't compare to us ninjas. Their lives are expendable. If they die, so be it." The moonlit shinobi thought to himself, "What a disgraceful lot. Even if those captives are not virtuous, it is true that like attracts like." Chapter 46. A tenuous standoff. The moonlit shinobi observed this scene quietly, though the hostages lay before him. The presence of two Chunin posed a dilemma: what to do? In his current state, he could discreetly eliminate one, but the other would undoubtedly raise an alarm, complicating his intentions. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his palm. It was the paper talisman that Captain Aoi had entrusted him. Its warmth signified that the task had been completed. All above had been subdued by the sleeping potion. "Very well, let us take the plunge," he resolved, taking a deep breath and maximizing his invisibility technique, blending seamlessly into the shadows, his breath silent as if he were non-existent. This was the utmost limit of his capabilities at this stage, depleting his chakra significantly, necessitating a swift resolution. He ghosted behind the nearer Chunin, throwing a kunai without hesitation toward the back of the guard's head. The Chunin's pupils dilated in shock. Before he could utter a sound, he crumpled to the ground. Withdrawing the kunai, the shinobi found himself splattered with brain matter due to the force of his strike, but there was no time for fear. For the second Chunin had swiftly sensed the disturbance, hurling a kunai in the shinobi's direction while preparing to cast a ninjutsu. At this moment, the moonlit shinobi's focus sharpened. As he struck the first Chunin, he remained vigilant toward the second, dodging the kunai just in time, though his position was compromised. With his cover blown, he decided against maintaining his invisibility, recognizing the excessive chakra expenditure and the toll on his mental and physical stamina. Instead, he would confront the Chunin openly. Drawing the long blade from his back, he advanced toward the Chunin, who had begun forming seals for a technique, Earth style. Yet the moonlit shinobi would not grant him the advantage. The cell lay directly behind him, filled with hostages. Should the Chunin succeed in his technique, all would be in vain. The shinobi lunged forward, prompting the Chunin to abandon his jutsu, realizing that had his hand remained on the ground, the shinobi's blade would have cleaved his skull. "Hey, with that attire, you must be a leaf ninja. What are you doing here?" The Chunin attempted to distract him with conversation. However, the moonlit shinobi offered no reply, instead launching a rapid assault. "You little brat," the Chunin retorted, drawing his kunai as the two engaged in combat. The shinobi's strikes were fierce, the blade shimmering with lethal intent, honed over years of practice. In the confined space, their exchange turned frantic. The Chunin relied on his combat experience to parry and evade, deflecting the shinobi's onslaught with his kunai. The clash of weapons sparked, echoing with a piercing clang. Seizing a moment of opportunity, the Chunin hurled his rusty kunai and shuriken. The moonlit shinobi swiftly dispatched several with his blade while skillfully dodging others. The Chunin internally cursed the plight of banditry, yet seized the fleeting moment to close the distance, driving his knee forcefully into the shinobi's abdomen. Reacting swiftly, the shinobi crossed his arms to absorb the impact, staggering back against the cave wall. The Chunin, a fully grown man and Chunin, wielded considerable force. The Chunin pressed his advantage, his kunai striking like a viper toward the shinobi's throat. Each thrust aimed at a vital point. This was not mere sparring, but a true life-and-death struggle. Anticipating the incoming kunai, the shinobi prepared for impact but unexpectedly found the moss on the wall providing him a quick descent. Recognizing a chance, he kicked out at the Chunin's calf. The Chunin winced in pain, losing his balance to kneel, allowing the shinobi to roll and sever the tendons in his legs with a swift stroke of his blade. The Chunin, feeling the loss of sensation in his feet, was met with a surge of excruciating pain, prompting a scream. After severing the tendons, the shinobi executed a backflip to distance himself, while the Chunin clutched his legs in agony. Seizing the opportunity, the shinobi leapt up, his blade descending toward the Chunin's head, adrenaline coursing through him, unbothered by the gruesome aftermath. In a panicked frenzy, the Chunin raised his kunai to block, their weapons clashing with a resounding impact. The shinobi gritted his teeth, muscles straining as he pressed down, the blade inching closer to the Chunin's forehead. Their faces flushed with exertion as sweat dripped to the ground, creating small splashes. Suddenly, the shinobi's gaze hardened. He freed one hand and struck the Chunin squarely in the face. Taken by surprise, the Chunin staggered, loosening his grip. The shinobi exploited this moment, driving his blade deep into the Chunin's chest. The Chunin's eyes widened in disbelief, blood trickling from his mouth as he regarded the shinobi in shock before collapsing, lifeless. The moonlit shinobi gasped for breath, wiping the sweat from his brow, and turned swiftly toward the hostages, hastening to unlock the cell door. The captives, already pale with fear, were reassured by the moonlit breeze as it whispered, "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you. Stay close." Quietly, a small gap was opened in the leader's chamber door, allowing Asuka and Ju to peer inside. Is he asleep? Is he truly asleep? The figure within was a burly man sporting a beard. Could this be Sanseki? At that moment, Sanseki lay sprawled on his grand bed, snoring loudly. Clutching a jade wine cup, clearly a treasured possession, unwilling to part with it even in slumber. Should we proceed? Asuka, adhering to a principle of utmost caution, decided to first administer a sedative before making any moves, as they were dealing with a high-ranking shinobi. It would be prudent to first disperse a bit of the drug. With great care, Asuka produced a small bamboo tube filled with the powdered sedative, directing its opening towards the door's crack and gently blowing. The fine powder wafted in like smoke, slowly enveloping Sanseki, aided by a slight draft. Ju held his breath, intently watching for any signs of movement from within, fearful that the giant might awaken. Moments later, the snoring ceased abruptly, and the hand gripping the wine cup fell limply, the jade cup crashing to the floor. Asuka and Ju exchanged a glance, then cautiously pushed the door open and crept into the room. The air was thick with the pungent scent of alcohol, causing them to grimace. Asuka, wielding a kunai, struck from a distance, aiming for the man's chest. But the giant showed no reaction. He must have been completely unconscious. Asuka approached cautiously to confirm the identity of the body when suddenly, Sanseki's eyes snapped open. Bloodshot and fierce. "Huh? Did you really think I was sound asleep? How dare you trespass in my domain?" It turned out had been feigning slumber. Swiftly drawing the kunai from his chest without spilling a drop of blood, his torso protected by a stone armor, and he hurled the kunai at Asuka. Reacting quickly, Asuka deflected the incoming kunai with his own, but this very moment exposed a vulnerability. Seized the opportunity, swinging a massive fist encased in stone toward Asuka. "Danger!" Asuka thought as the confrontation escalated. Chapter 47. A fierce battle due to Asuka's earlier advance and proximity. He was caught off guard by TH's swift and powerful punch. Asuka barely had time to react. All he could utter was, no, internally resigned to his fate. But at that moment, a fist surged from beside him. Colliding with TH's. Asuka was momentarily stunned, then swiftly regained composure, stepping back to observe Ju engaging in the clash. He exhaled in relief and uttered, thanks. What had raced through his mind in that fleeting moment, he couldn't quite grasp. He feared that punch would certainly overwhelm him. TH had invoked the rock fist technique, enveloping his fist in stone, not merely an ordinary strike, but one that could cause severe injury. Ju, on the other hand, unleashed his full strength, meeting TH's stone fist, causing the ground to crack like a spider's web. In the ensuing chaos, Ju grunted as he slid back several meters, stabilized only by Asuka's supportive grip. Examining his reddened knuckles, he noticed the remnants of stone fragments falling away. Meanwhile, TH stood unfazed, merely showing slight cracks in the stone enveloping his fist. The disparity was stark. Ju's expression hardened. His full-powered strike had failed to budge TH even slightly, and his own hand bore the consequences. Though it appeared only slightly bruised, he knew 2 of his fingers were fractured. Yet, he gritted his teeth, clenching his fist tightly to conceal any tremor, not wanting to reveal any weakness to the enemy, or cause concern for Asuka, who he didn't wish to burden. Are you all right? Asuka noticed the redness on Ju's knuckles, sensing something was amiss despite the absence of blood. It's nothing, just a bit painful. This guy's stone is quite tough. Is this the rock fist technique? Ju joked, prompting Asuka to relax slightly. It seems to incorporate some elemental transformation. Asuka recalled his previous attempts to encase his fists in stone fragments to enhance his striking power, finding it exceptionally challenging, a feat he had yet to master. After all, mastering this technique would mean commanding the earth element, and Asuka recognized that TH was employing a shinobi technique, as he was already forming hand seals. In the next instant, several rocks on the ground began to encase his fists again, albeit in a rough manner, far removed from the polished technique he had seen in the anime when Kuratsuchi executed the rock fist. With his rock fist fortified, TH stomped the ground, sending a shower of debris into the air. Die, you fools. Shards of rocks swirled around him, forming sharp spikes that rained down upon Asuka and Ju. Scatter, Asuka shouted. The 2 sprang in opposite directions, but the sheer volume and small size of the debris made evasion nearly impossible. Asuka's pupils dilated as he quickly retreated while forming seals. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. Just in time, a wall of earth rose to block the majority of the incoming spikes, the impact resonating with a series of thuds against the earthen barrier. However, a few sharp projectiles pierced through the wall's weaker sections, grazing Asuka's shoulder and tearing through his clothing, drawing blood. Damn it! On the other side, Ju rolled to evade the direct assault of the spikes, only to find a massive boulder descending from above. He pivoted and leaped, channeling chakra into his uninjured arm, delivering a powerful strike to the boulder's center. With a resounding crash, the stone shattered into fragments. In the midst of the chaos, Ju propelled himself upward once more, twisting his body in an almost inhuman manner, his feet aimed at the broken spikes, delivering a fierce kick. The shards shot towards TH like bullets. With a dismissive grunt, TH summoned an earthen armor, instantly thickening as the sharp fragments clashed against it, sparking and bouncing off harmlessly. Before Ju could land, TH formed seals and slammed his palms into the ground. Earth release. Land split wave. The ground roiled like boiling water, jagged fissures racing toward Ju, displacing earth and forming a serrated stone cage. Ju spun midair, narrowly avoiding the cracks, but overhead, a massive rock sphere began to coalesce, roaring down with the force of the wind. In a moment of peril, Asuka dashed in from the side, his hand crackling with lightning chakra, striking at the boulder. The moment the rock exploded, Asuka seized Ju's arm, using the explosive force to propel them both backward. Phew. This was his first time using Chidori, and he was far from proficient. Without the Sharingan and with limited practice, he had opted for a simplified version, sacrificing some power and speed. Otherwise, his vision and reflexes wouldn't keep pace. Even so, the first real combat application had proven clumsy. He had sacrificed the signature sound of Chidori to widen its range, enabling better protection against the debris, but the pain was real. He had spent considerable time gathering chakra to dispel the massive rock threatening Ju's head and the surrounding fragments, causing his hand to feel electrified. After just losing a piece, my right hand now feels quite numb, devoid of any sensation, reminiscent of the discomfort one experiences after sitting too long on the toilet. Unable to walk upon standing. Only this discomfort lingers longer and is more intense. The numbness in my right hand, coupled with the bleeding from my right shoulder, indicates that Asaka Sōji's condition is far from optimal. Ju is equally unwell, although he has avoided the larger stones. The smaller debris has still grazed the skin not covered by clothing, resulting in minor injuries that should heal quickly. Asaka Sōji's voice is barely audible, only for two to hear. You must have fractured your hand, right? Ju turns in shock to look at Asaka, seemingly questioning how he knows this. We have no time for that. My right hand is almost completely numb. This is the first time Ju has witnessed such formidable lightning techniques. But he has yet to see Brother Orochimaru employ them. Was that lightning just now? A faint current tingles in Asaka Sōji's right hand, his skin appearing dry and wrinkled. If the intensity were to increase, it could potentially scorch. Chapter 48, Earth Clone. The situation is dire, with one hand incapacitated and the other also ineffective. A ninja who loses one hand finds it exceedingly challenging to form seals. Not everyone excels at single-handed seals, and the concept of no seals is absurd. As two low-ranking shinobi, we cannot even consider using no seals. While Asaka Sōji possesses a powerful Rasengan that requires no seals, it's impractical to think he could land it. True skill lies in the ability to strike effectively, and if one fails to achieve that, it is meaningless. Combat among ninjas is not merely a clash of skills wielded mindlessly. We are not mere statistics, and these techniques can only catch an opponent off guard. If utilized face-to-face, an opponent would surely gauge the strength involved, and even if unaware, they could easily evade. Suddenly, Asaka Sōji murmurs something inexplicable. Success is imminent. Ju, still processing this, asks what will succeed soon. In the next moment, T-Ka Sanshur, encased in stone armor, bellows. What is happening? What have you done to me, you little brat? Why can I not move? Observing the motionless T-Ka Sanshur, Asaka Sōji instinctively exhales in relief. Phew. Finally succeeded. But when exactly did that happen? It was when he gathered the debris around him. After blocking the attack with a Doton wall, Asaka Sōji foresaw that this opponent would likely reuse the debris, marking many stones with seals. Although the seal on a small piece of debris had minimal effect, if enough debris was gathered, all seals would react, connecting and supporting one another. After steadying his breath, Asaka Sōji seized a kunai, seized this opportunity. Ju immediately followed suit, brandishing his own kunai. Yes. At the moment Asaka Sōji's kunai pierced T-Ka Sanchi's throat, he expected a spray of blood, but instead, the opponent's body crumbled into soft clay. And Asaka felt an immense suction grasping his wrist. A chilling intent to kill surged from behind him, causing Asaka's pupils to constrict as he instinctively attempted to evade. But the clay held his wrist fast, leaving him unable to break free. A sharp rock spear lunged toward his back, and Ju, having witnessed the scene unfold, executed a mini version of a painful kick, sending debris flying. Damn, it's an Earth clone. Nin is using information warfare against two genin. Asaka Sōji continued to voice his complaints, yet he struggled to extract his hand from the clay. His earlier misjudgment stemmed from not anticipating when the Earth clone would be used. At that moment, the real T-Ka Sanshur erupted from the ground, his body enveloped in a bizarre glow, grinning at the two fools. Ninja combat is a battle of information. Revealing all your cards without gathering intelligence is an unwise choice. Asaka Sōji attempted to buy time with words. I didn't expect you to be so burly yet surprisingly clever. This sharp-tongued brat. I had planned to toy with you for a while longer, but now, you shall perish. Nanny. Asaka Sōji felt a heat radiating from his wrist. Could he have embedded an explosive tag within the Earth clone? Damn it. Asaka never anticipated he would be the one blown up by the explosive tag. Ju. Run. No. We must flee together. You. Fight. I'll hold him off. Seeing Ju's serious expression, he reluctantly stepped back, trusting his companion. The left hand encased within the Earth clone rapidly began to gather chakra, spinning and accelerating. Rasengan. In an instant, The Rasengan detonated within the Earth clone, sending shockwaves of debris outward. Aoshin Sōji emitted a muffled groan, flung back by the force, his back crashing against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet the surge of excitement and adrenaline dulled the pain. It worked. Tika Sanshur was momentarily taken aback by the technique Asaka used, then coldly chuckled, seizing the opportunity as the two became disarrayed, swiftly forming seals. Doton. Awsh Kaku. Dozens of sharp rock pillars erupted from the ground, separating Aoshin Sōji and Ju. Ju, frantic, attempted to rush toward Asaka, only to find Tika Sanshur appearing before him like a specter, his rock-enveloped fist hurtling toward him. In a panic, Ju raised his arm to block, the tremendous impact numbing his hands and sending him flying. Meanwhile, Aoshin Sōji struggled to rise, his clothes tattered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wiping away the blood, his gaze grew resolute, observing the rising rock pillars around him. Asaka began to gather lightning chakra in his left hand, preparing to unleash another Chidori. However, he knew that after this release, he would likely collapse, as all his chakra was now concentrated in his left hand, coupled with exhaustion and injuries. Unleashing this Chidori would surely leave him unconscious. It's up to you now. To divert Tika Sanshi's attention, Asaka shouted, "Lightning release, Chidori," simultaneously amplifying the sound of the chirping. The penetrating resonance invigorated his cells, heightening his speed. Yet, Asaka's reflexes and vision struggled to keep pace, a significant drawback, though he had no time to dwell on that. Lightning counters earth. With a sweep of his left hand, several rock pillars crumbled, and locking onto Tika Sanshi's approximate location, Asaka charged forward. So fast, and such penetrating power. I cannot afford to be struck by this. Tika Sanshur observed as the rock pillars shattered effortlessly, realizing that being hit would be extremely painful, if not fatal. Simultaneously, Asaka's speed was astounding. Tika Sanshi's window to unleash a technique was insufficient to evade. Just as he prepared to dodge, Ju, who had fallen, suddenly sprang up, executing a sliding tackle that ensnared Tika Sanshi's leg with both arms and legs. Tika Sanshur thought, "This is bad," as he struck Ju's head with his fist, the rock shattering upon impact. Had Ju not been so resilient, his brains would have surely splattered. Let go. The critical point is, this kid is too strong to shake off. Although the Earth clone is a clone, creating one consumes considerable chakra, and Tika Sanshur had to release techniques for it and gather rock armor, leaving him with diminished protection. It barely covers his upper body. "I will never let go," Tika Sanshur snarled. "Then I shall kill you and escape." But as he suddenly raised his left arm, yet he discovered that he was utterly immobilized. What could be the reason? It turned out that, unbeknownst to him, numerous sealing talismans had been affixed to his feet. These were given to him in advance by Shansang Zongxi during a previous mission, and he never anticipated their actual utility. As Shansang Zongxi gradually approached, he could not help but commend Shunshu for his tactical intelligence. "Well done. No, I cannot perish," Hiba Sanshur thought, observing the swift advance of Chidori towards him. With great effort, he struggled to maneuver his arms, managing to shift slightly. It seemed that the simple sealing talismans were insufficient to halt a Jonin. Yet they were effective enough to restrict his movements. He shielded his head and throat with his stone-armored hands, hoping it would suffice. He refused to believe that the formidable barrier he had created could be breached. Chapter 49, Chidori. Critical hit. As the impending danger loomed, the three individuals felt a surge of tension. However, just as Shansang Zongxi was about to close in, he bent his knees and commanded, "Shunshu, lie down." Instinctively reacting to the command, Shunshu released his grasp and fell to the ground, simultaneously pinning Hiba Sanshi's feet with his legs, his head touching the earth. Curiosity flickered within him. Why was he instructed to lie down? Then, Shunshu witnessed a scene that would be forever etched in his memory. Shansang Zongxi's left hand launched Chidori, piercing through Hiba Sanshur with a sickening sound, devoid of any obstruction. Almost immediately, a wretched scream echoed throughout the cavern. At that moment, Tsukikage Kamikaze, who was fleeing with hostages, also caught wind of the harrowing cry and raised his hand to signal the group behind him to pause. "Hold on, that sound. It seems familiar. They shouldn't be in danger, right?" Although concern gnawed at him, his immediate priority was to evacuate the captives, allowing him to return swiftly for reinforcements. Yet one cry was insufficient. A second anguished wail erupted as Shansong Zongxi withdrew his left hand. Ah! Thud! Shansong Zongxi collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. What are you still doing? Quickly finish him off. Initially, Shansong Zongxi had intended to strike at the waistband, considering that the upper half of Hiba Sanshur was encased in stone armor. For safety's sake, he aimed for an unencumbered area. However, it appeared that this individual possessed a favorable physique, with a longer lower body than upper body, leading to a precise hit in a most vulnerable area, resulting in a critical strike and 100% pain experience. At that moment, Shinshu was still in shock, as the piercing had occurred directly beneath him, leading to an indelible image seared into his mind. Only when a foul, sanguine liquid dripped onto his forehead did he snap back to reality, gazing at Hiba Sanshur, who was clutching his groin, nearly fainting from agony. Let me grant you a swift end. No. Hiba Sanshur attempted to plead for his life, but the excruciating pain rendered his very soul quaking, preventing him from uttering a coherent word or even gathering chakra to staunch the bleeding. It was unbearable. Only a man could truly comprehend such torment. With a swift motion, Shinshu unsheathed a kunai, severing Hiba Sanshur's throat and granting him a merciful release. Despite being a jonin, Hiba Sanshur blinked a few times after the fatal blow, his body convulsing for a moment before finally succumbing to death. Repulsed by the nauseating scent, Shinshu wiped his face, pondering whether it was the sordid remains of Hiba Sanshur. What is this? It reeks. It was only when Shansong Zongxi, still lying on the ground, called out that Shinshu was jolted back to attention. Come over and help me up. Shinshu approached. Zongxi, please never use that technique on me again. The memory of the earlier scene sent chills down his spine. Shansong Zongxi struggled to sit up, but was weakened from the fierce battle, his complexion pale. Stop the chatter. If it weren't for Hiba being encased in stone armor, I wouldn't have resorted to that move. He felt utterly revolted, his left hand stained with blood. Unsure if it was mere psychological perception, but he could distinctly smell a peculiar odor, definitely not the metallic scent of blood. Before he could finish speaking, a violent cough erupted from him, blood seeping between his fingers and staining his garments, clearly indicating internal injuries. Shinshu hastily lifted him and retrieved a pill from his pocket. Quickly, take this. I wonder how Kamikaze is faring. There hasn't been any news. Shansong Zongxi swallowed the pill, feeling a warm sensation spreading through his stomach and limbs. Soon after, his chest felt considerably more at ease. At least he had stopped coughing blood. The efficacy of the medicine was astounding. No news is the best news. Can't you learn a few medical ninjutsu techniques from your sister? Now look, neither of us can move. Earlier, Shinshu had barely managed to lift Shansong Zongxi, but once upright, he lacked the strength to continue walking. He plopped down onto the ground, popping a soldier pill into his mouth to gradually recover his chakra while regulating his breathing. Perhaps we should rest for a moment. Shansong Zongxi could no longer stand upright. Both his spirit and body were severely depleted. If they could not recover, their assistance would only hinder the others. It was better to recuperate, agreed. He too sank down to the ground. For a time, both remained silent. Now, the concerns of life and death were overshadowed by more pressing matters. The most urgent task was to regain their strength and spirit before rushing to aid, as there were still many others unaddressed outside. Meanwhile, Tsukikage Kamikaze had successfully escorted all the hostages past numerous sleeping bandits and out of the cave. Observing the group of elderly, weak, and children, he assessed that they were now largely safe, for the three had already scouted the area and detected no further enemies. Does anyone know the way back? One small boy, half the height of Tsukikage Kamikaze, stepped forward, raising his hand. I know the way. This little boy appeared to be among the most alert and resilient of the group, while the elderly and weak bore vacant expressions, clearly terrified, as most did not respond to Tsukikage Kamikaze's inquiry. Good. Then I entrust the path to you. Leave it to me. Tsukikage Kamikaze was eager to return to his two partners and deal with the sleeping bandits. All right, I place my faith in you. He watched as the boy led the way, clutching a branch like a small hero, proclaiming, Come on, follow me. I will lead and protect you. When I grow up, I want to be just like that ninja brother. Tsukikage Kamikaze chuckled softly. Haha. He then turned back towards the cave. After a few steps, he reached the leader's chamber. As he entered, the door swung open slightly. Tsukikage Kamikaze had intended to use his stealth technique, but caught sight of Shansong Zongxi and Shinshu, seated with eyes closed in rest. He pushed the door open. Are you both all right? Hearing the door creak, Shansong Zongxi instinctively tensed, but upon recognizing the visitor, he exhaled with relief. "We're fine, just need a moment to recover. What about you?" "No major issues, just some injuries." Observing Tsukikage Kamikaze's pale complexion, which was usually quite ashen, he noted it seemed even more so at this moment. "You should also recuperate and take some medicine." Tsukikage Kamikaze nodded, not wishing to be overly dramatic. "Yes." Chapter 50. The annihilation of the bandits. The taste of the soldier pill was truly unpalatable. Tsukikage Kamikaze chewed on it, finding it bitter and astringent. Although he had consumed it before, this time it was particularly distasteful. "It belongs to the rope tree's household. It must be specially made. After all, the effect should be better." Bitter medicine is hard to swallow, and the more bitter it is, the greater the effect. Shalotsang Zongxi could only comfort himself this way. Just swallow it directly. There's no need to chew, as it is truly quite bitter. You're engaging in a mental duel with both hemispheres of your brain. How can you know it's truly bitter if you don't chew it? After all, doesn't tea have a strong scent? Well, I held it in my mouth for a while before swallowing. After resting for 5 minutes, the three of them managed to stand up. Although they had not fully recovered, they knew that outside were ordinary people who had been drugged. And as long as they thrust the kunai down and pulled it up repeatedly, they could manage. However, the less the crisis, the more thoughts flooded their minds. Stepping outside, they looked at the sleeping mountain bandits, each one robust and sprawled on the ground without any semblance of a sleeping posture. Some mumbled in their sleep, others snored, and some even fidgeted with the knives in their hands. Shalotsang Zongxi took out an explosive tag. "Why not give them a quick end?" Moonlight Kamikaze replied. "The geographical location here does not allow for excessive use of explosive tags. Otherwise, there might be a collapse." "Well, it's not like we Haven T killed before. I was mentally prepared for this. And besides, they are not good people, having stained their hands with countless blood. What we need to do now is to achieve maximum gain with minimal effort and equipment. Do explosive tags not cost money? The price of one explosive tag is not cheap." Shalotsang Zongxi was reluctant to use them so soon, for every mission earned him barely enough for personal use. Although his family was not financially strained, he could not afford to squander, as buying ninja tools was never cheap, especially when practicing sealing techniques. There would be even more costly expenditures in the future. Shalotsang Zongxi drew out a kunai and approached the nearest target. "I'll go first." With a swift motion, without a hint of hesitation, the blade fell, and blood gushed from the throat, splattering Shalotsang Zongxi's face. "Damn it, I shouldn't have acted so bravely." But to set a good example for the other two, he suppressed the nausea rising in his throat and proceeded to the next victim. This scene filled the two with admiration, and after exchanging a glance, one took a knife while the other wielded a kunai, advancing toward the other sleeping figures. The sound of slicing echoed throughout the cave. No one spoke or wished to speak. This was a task of killing, and killing was done with blades, not words. Besides, the sensation of taking a life was difficult to digest. When the last body collapsed onto the ground, Shalotsang Zongxi's kunai was completely drenched in crimson. Even the blood on his face had dried. He had lost count of how many lives he had taken. After the second, all his actions became instinctive. Leaning against the cave wall, the bile in his stomach churned violently, almost spilling from his throat. But he forced it down upon catching sight of the wounds on Moonlight Kamikaze and the rope tree. The knife-wielding Moonlight Kamikaze supported the rope tree, whose sleeve was already soaked with blood. Due to a fracture in his other hand, he had been stabbing with just one hand, leaving his sleeve drenched in blood. Unable to switch hands and feeling a bit sore, the three of them swayed but straightened their backs in unison, the stubbornness of youth preventing any display of weakness before their comrades. Once outside the cave, they simultaneously stated, "I need to use the restroom. I need to wash my face. I need to wash my hands." The rope tree ran behind a large tree and began to vomit violently. Moonlight Kamikaze had just pulled out his water bottle, preparing to take a sip before washing his hands. However, the moment the water touched his tongue, his eyes widened, and his stomach churned violently, expelling a multitude of contents. Shalotsang Zongxi, observing the two's retching, could not help but shake his head. "Look at you both, ugh." Upon catching the scent of the blood on his own face, he squatted down and began to vomit onto the ground. At that moment, a figure approached slowly. It was Orochimaru. Observing the three in their state of distress, he hesitated before speaking, simultaneously assessing the remaining chakra within them. It seemed they had no surplus chakra left for any jutsu. so he would have to handle it himself. All right, I'll take care of the bodies. Looking at the corpses at the cave entrance, Orochimaru did not offer comfort, but rather coldly instructed. In the future, during missions involving a substantial number of bandits, do not leave the bodies scattered about haphazardly. Gather all the corpses together and burn them cleanly, otherwise, it may lead to a plague. Using his serpent jutsu, many snakes emerged from his sleeves, each slithering toward a corpse and coiling around it, stacking them neatly. Gazing at the small mountain of corpses, Orochimaru formed hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. A roaring inferno erupted, casting an eerie glow on Orochimaru's pale face. The remains twisted and carbonized in the flames, with fat dripping into the fire, producing crackling sounds. A pungent scent of charred flesh mingling with the metallic odor of blood that overwhelmed Shallow Tsangzongsi, causing him to retreat several meters in nausea. Remember, eliminating traces and completing tasks are equally important. Orochimaru withdrew his hands, and the snakes retreated like a tide. He glanced at the three, their clothes stained with blood. Particularly Shallow Tsangzongsi, whose face was smeared with blood. It seemed the three had no experience with their first kill. Orochimaru, with his calm serpentine eyes, regarded them. His expression serene as he imparted wisdom without concern for their emotional turmoil following their initial kill. He had not received guidance on how to cope with such matters during his first kill. It was something one must digest personally. If someone is overly preoccupied with fear and anxiety, it indicates that they are not suited to be a ninja in the future during missions or wars. If facing multiple foes, ensure to clean up the bodies thoroughly or seal them away. Otherwise, if the enemy discovers your comrade's remains, it could lead to your exposure, resulting in mission failure or your demise. If facing overwhelming numbers, I suggest retreating. Having finished his instructions, Orochimaru departed, gesturing for the three to follow. Let us go. Moonlight Kamikaze remarked. Orochimaru-sensei is truly calm. The rope tree commented. I thought Orochimaru was merely cold-faced. I didn't expect him to have such a cool demeanor. Nevertheless, during our future interactions, I will ensure he experiences my enthusiasm as his disciple. Among the three, Shallow Tsangzongsi had spent the most time with Orochimaru, both due to familiarity from the original narrative and a desire to learn. He found himself in agreement with Orochimaru's views and teachings. After all, being a ninja requires such a mindset. If one hesitates due to taking a life, participating in future conflicts would be out of the question. However, experiencing such emotions during one's first kill was inevitable. Shallow Tsangzongsi resolved to rest well for 10 days to half a month upon returning. Chapter 51. Returning to the village finally, they were back. The return journey was significantly slower than the departure, as they needed to tend to their injuries and regain their strength. Amidst all this, they had to maintain pace with Orochimaru. Several times, Shallow Tsangzongsi and the others felt as if they were about to vomit, yet Orochimaru did not halt his stride. The three could only exert themselves to keep up, though Orochimaru deliberately slowed his pace to a level that would exhaust them without causing them to faint. Orochimaru arrived at the village entrance. Although the two ninjas on duty recognized him, the necessary procedures must still be followed. This is an exit document. Very well, please hold on a moment, one of the ninjas said. After inspecting the seal on the document and finding everything in order, he welcomed Orochimaru back to the village. With a nonchalant demeanor, Orochimaru strode into the village, raising his hand to signal the three individuals trailing behind him to follow. Initially, the ninjas were oblivious to the presence of the three, but as they emerged from the woods, leaning on one another, they gasped in disbelief. The ninjas widened their eyes, incredulous at the sight of the three disheveled figures. Their faces pale, steps unsteady, clothing tattered as if they had been scavenging. Each bore stains of blood and sweat, and the stench emanating from their filthy toenails was almost palpable from a distance, compelling the guarding ninjas to cover their noses. Sensing their disdain, Ju managed a smile that was more pitiful than a cry, rasping, "Uncle, please don't look at us like that. If there were a hole in the ground, I would gladly burrow into it." In stark contrast to the older ninja, a younger one stifled the foul odor, swallowing hard as he stepped forward to assist, only to be waved away by Ju, who requested, "We just need to catch our breath. Could you kindly bring us some water?" The three of them slid down against the wall at the village entrance, exhaustion evident in their heaving chests. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to their bodies, and their cracked lips betrayed their severe dehydration. The filth and stench had become the least of their concerns. Initially disgusted, Ju soon grew numb to it. At this moment, Orochimaru, who had taken a few steps forward, paused and turned to glance at the three collapsed figures. A faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of his mouth, his gaze imbued with a sense of pride, or perhaps something else entirely. He languidly remarked, "Once you've rested sufficiently, let us return. I shall submit the mission report." Without waiting for a response, he continued on his way. Upon hearing this, Ju gritted his teeth and, with trembling hands, pushed against the ground, attempting to rise. Veins bulged on his forehead as he posed a crucial question. How shall the rewards from this mission be distributed? The other two exchanged glances, then turned to look at Orochimaru's back, which was now facing them. "It's all yours to divide, after all. I didn't exert myself at all," came Orochimaru's dismissive answer. "Yay. Ouch, ow, ow." Ju attempted to celebrate, but the pain in his hand, caught between wooden planks, brought him back to reality. Huff, he exhaled. "Money is all that matters," Ju murmured, as the three leaned against the village wall to rest. It wasn't that they didn't want to move. Travelers returning from missions frequently passed by, their noses wrinkling at the sight of the three. Initially embarrassed, they soon surrendered to the situation, thinking, "As long as I can rest, let no one disturb me until I am ready to leave." Drinking the water and eating the rice balls offered by the older ninja, Ju felt as if he had tasted the most exquisite delicacy in the world. Ju, Shink, and Kamikaze remained silent, simply gnawing on their rice balls. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from above, "Hey, Shink, Ju, Kamikaze?" The three, initially startled, looked up to find it was indeed the returning Minato Namikaze. Seeing their disheveled state, he gently inquired about their well-being, asking if they were injured and how the mission had gone. His warm words, coupled with the gentle sunlight and his concerned expression, bathed the trio in a comforting glow. Ju wiped crumbs from the corner of his mouth and chuckled bitterly. "Minato, don't ask. It's a tale of tears." Ju gulped down a mouthful of water, swallowing the rice ball before exclaiming, "We accompanied Orochimaru on a mission, and the return journey was utterly unbearable." Kamikaze silently pointed to his bloodied toes, the blackened mud and debris emanating a foul odor. If it weren't for the fact that it was his own foot, he would have considered severing it. Minato knelt down, his gaze sweeping over the fatigued faces and visibly injured limbs of the trio, his eyes filled with concern. "Take your time and explain. If you're injured, we must head to the medical department promptly. We were pushed to our limits," Ju lamented, his voice tinged with grievance. "Orochimaru deliberately quickened the pace, while we were exhausted to the bone, and he acted as if nothing were amiss." Ju's shoulder was patted by Shink, signaling him to refrain from excessive complaints, especially with Jiraiya standing behind Minato, a tall figure with long white hair. "Jiraiya, if you wish to laugh, please do so, just don't keep it bottled up," he jested. "I never imagined you'd find yourself in such a plight, Ju. You should have requested to accompany me instead. Look how Orochimaru neglects the care of the young." Jiraiya compared the current Shink to the spirited warrior he once was, noting the stark contrast. He glanced at Ju, adding, "Should he chosen me, now you're feeling the consequences." Ignoring Jiraiya, Ju turned to Shink with a smirk. "Just wait until we return. I'll tell my sister about all this." Upon hearing the threat of a complaint, Jiraiya immediately squatted beside Ju, fervently explaining, "No, don't. I'm only concerned for you." Shink met Minato's concerned gaze again, then observed the attire and demeanor of Minato and his two companions. Aside from their tired eyes, they bore no signs of wear or bloodstains, appearing as though they had merely enjoyed a leisurely outing rather than a mission. Is it not a given to appear somewhat disheveled after a task? "Yet, you look pristine," Shink voiced his confusion. "Minato, what rank was your mission?" "Indeed," Minato replied. "We were assigned to the land of hot water, and after completing the mission, Jiraiya-sensei took us for a hot spring bath." Shink felt as if struck by lightning, an ominous cloud darkening his thoughts, and the same sentiment echoed in the ears of Ju and Kamikaze, who were engaged in their own squabbles with Jiraiya. Silence enveloped them for a moment before Ju erupted. "Why?" Kamikaze sighed. "Oh dear," Shink exclaimed. However, their gazes did not linger on Minato, but rather fixated on Jiraiya, questioning why he had received preferential treatment during their mission. Unable to withstand their stares any longer, Jiraiya cleared his throat. "Ahem, well, We should be off to submit our mission report. Sensing that lingering any longer might lead to dire consequences, he decided to make his exit. Jealousy could drive one mad, and he could feel the tension rising. He might very well be devoured by the trio if he stayed. Very well, here are some local delicacies I brought back from the land of hot water. If you're hungry, please enjoy these. Due to the impending meeting with the Hokage, there was no time to delay the task submission. However, upon observing the pitiable expressions of the trio, Minato Namikaze swiftly retrieved an exquisitely packaged box of desserts from his bag and placed it before them. Let us convene at the barbecue restaurant later tonight. The same one as before. Jiraiya-sensei mentioned he would treat us there. The trio, initially taken aback, exhibited a transformation akin to masters of facial expression. Upon seeing the dessert box, their eyes first glimmered with emotion, contemplating the delectable treats within, only to morph into foolish, greedy gazes. Yet, when they heard Minato mention Jiraiya's treat, their expressions shifted once more. Their eyes seemed to convey a singular message. If we do not devour you until you are destitute tonight, I shall not be known as Aoi-SG. I shall not be known as Senju Nagashi. I shall not be known as Tsukuyami Kamikaze. Thank you, Minato. No problem. I shall head off with Jiraiya-sensei to submit the task. Take care on the way. Of course. Once the 4 members of Jiraiya's team departed, Aoi-SG and his companions exchanged glances. Let us divide it among ourselves, or perhaps take it to the barbecue restaurant tonight. Let us take it to the restaurant. Good things are meant to be shared, after all. Minato isn't exactly affluent. He might have even fronted the reward for this mission to buy it. I agree. If Minato cannot indulge, it would be a waste. Aoi-SG declared. Then I shall carry it for now, and we can bring it along later. For now, our priority is to return home, wash up, and rest. We must avoid overeating for tonight. I understand. Enduring the stares reminiscent of beggars, Aoi-SG eventually reached home. Upon entering, his mother nearly mistook him for a vagrant, handing him some money. Had he not spoken, she might not have recognized him. His mother, wrinkling her nose in disdain, asked, "Did you go out on a mission to scavenge? Why do you smell so foul? You're not injured, are you?" Despite her disgust, she scrutinized him for any wounds, as the bloodstains on his clothes were undeniable. Aoi-SG tugged at the hem of his attire. The grime mingled with sweat had congealed into clumps, emanating a sour odor, and the bloodstains had darkened. "Mom, this mission is hard to explain." He tiptoed into the house, careful not to bump into the doorframe. "I'm fine, just utterly exhausted." His mother followed, frowning, muttering, "You say you're fine, yet look at you. You resemble someone who crawled out of a mud pit." She hurried to the cabinet to retrieve clean clothes, then rushed to the bathroom to run hot water, all the while admonishing him to hurry and wash up, to remove his filthy garments, to clean thoroughly. Otherwise, he would lose his appetite for dinner. Just as Aoi-SG was about to head to the bathroom, his mother suddenly grabbed him. Her gaze fell upon the wound on his arm, and her expression turned somber. "What happened? You said you weren't hurt?" Before he could respond, his mother had already rummaged through the medicine cabinet, seated herself, and declared, "I will tend to your wounds. It's just a minor injury. I can handle it myself." Aoi-SG began, but a single glare from his mother silenced him, compelling him to sit obediently. As she disinfected his wounds, she mumbled softly, "I've told you countless times not to pursue being a ninja. Your father and I are just ordinary people. We cannot offer you any assistance. You ought to live a peaceful life, yet you insist on being a ninja. And look where it has led you. You can't even take care of yourself. I suspect you have more injuries." Upon removing his shirt, she discovered additional wounds. Her eyes filled with concern, but she continued to apply the medication in silence. Observing his mother's simultaneous complaints and tender care, Aoi-SG felt a warmth spread within him, easing the fatigue from the mission. After tending to his wounds, Aoi-SG soaked in the hot water, feeling his muscles and bones unwind. Listening to his mother cleaning the floor and doing laundry outside, punctuated by her occasional grumbling, he couldn't help but chuckle. No matter how disheveled he appeared outside, returning home always meant someone would worry for him, leaving a light on for him, an experience he could never have known in his past life. Aoi-SG called out to his mother from the bathroom, "By the way, Mom, there's no need to prepare dinner for me. My team is going out for a meal." Upon hearing his voice, his mother promptly replied, "Understood. Don't soak for too long. You might faint. I've changed your sheets. They're fresh. You've been away for a week. They might smell. I've put out new ones for you. Be sure to sleep well this afternoon." After affirming, he indulged in a soothing bath, washing away all traces of odor. Now, as he soaked, the fatigue melted away. After bathing, dressed only in his briefs and with damp hair, he collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep instantly. Observing her son fast asleep, his mother approached, covering him with a blanket, closing the window, drawing the curtains, and gently drying his still damp hair. "You don't even cover up, honestly." Finally, she tiptoed away, quietly closing the bedroom door behind her. Chapter 53. New Thoughts After an Afternoon of Sleep. Aoshin slowly opened his eyes, feeling a thirst in his mouth, instinctively seeking water. Turning to the small table beside him, he noticed a cup of water sitting there. He reached out and touched it. Still warm? Perfect. Aoshin lifted the cup and drank heartily, the warm water soothing his parched throat and instantly alleviating his discomfort. As he set the cup down, he noticed a note at the bottom, inscribed in his mother's elegant handwriting. "When you wake up, don't forget to lock the door and place the key in its usual spot." His fingertips brushed the paper, and a smile crept upon his lips. As he sat up, Aoshin caught sight of neatly folded clothes on the windowsill, which included clean pajamas and a brand new set of ninja attire, the fabric even faintly scented with soap. He donned the pajamas and splashed cold water on his face, instantly feeling refreshed. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized he had an hour before the evening gathering. What should he do with this hour? Aoshin retrieved his books, dedicating the hour to study and reflection. Sitting at his desk, he pulled out a notebook filled with notes taken during his studies of sealing techniques and some concepts for new techniques. Flipping to a fresh page, Aoshin meticulously documented the experiences from the past week's mission and the lessons imparted by Orochimaru. This information was profound, yet he could not guarantee he wouldn't forget it later, so he resolved to record it while his body and mind were still fresh. This would aid in better training and reflection, ultimately leading to improvement. In real combat, there are many uncertainties. Why employ a specialized running posture? It effectively reduces wind resistance. Additionally, keeping both hands behind allows for a swift retrieval of shuriken should he encounter an enemy, surprising them without exhausting energy through arm movement. Furthermore, the speed of sealing techniques. This mission highlighted its shortcomings, particularly the sluggishness. If one cannot rapidly deploy a sealing technique during combat, at his current stage, Aoshin could only utilize a few low-level techniques instantaneously. The others required preparation time inscribed on scrolls. Aoshin pondered. Is it necessary to study the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan? He recalled the advanced sealing techniques demonstrated by Minato in the original narrative, such as the 4-symbol seal and the 8-trigram seal. Both were high-level techniques executed with a single hand. Aside from proficiency, it surely involved the unique learning methods of the Uzumaki clan. Why bother with so many schemes when one has yet to finish their own meal? I refuse to believe that even the sealing techniques could be simplified, let alone executed without the necessary seals. Once again, Aoshin Sōji opened the earlier pages of his notebook, filled with densely packed notes. Revisiting these records might yield new insights or experiences. Mastering sealing techniques requires not only proficiency, but also a profound understanding of the methods involved. After all, there are countless sealing techniques, each particularly intricate, unlike ninjutsu, which consists of merely 12 hand seals to memorize in order. The complexity of sealing techniques is daunting. Currently, Sōji has muscle memory for just 12 basic seals, the 4 foundational ones: sealing chakra, sealing limbs, sealing the 5 senses, and sealing objects. These 4 are the simplest, easily decipherable, yet they form the basis upon which all other seals evolve. To effectively incapacitate an opponent, enhancing these foundational seals to prevent them from being unraveled is paramount. This necessitates simple engravings, as the time required for intricate sigils is excessively long, and simplifying them inevitably diminishes their potency. Everything possesses duality. To ensure strength, one must sacrifice speed, and to guarantee speed, one must relinquish strength. Achieving both simultaneously entails myriad considerations. As Sōji examined the contents of his notes, an epiphany struck him. Previously, to enhance the encryption of his sealing techniques, he had devised some unfamiliar characters, essentially English letters, unknown to the ninja world. English comprises 26 letters, yet their combinations are infinite. These letters are simple and easily remembered, and since others do not recognize them, deciphering them is an impossibility. One can only attempt to force their way through. Eureka! Initially, he had incorporated only a few, But now Sōji intended to merge the new with the old. A rather arduous task. Would he need to relearn everything? A glance at the clock on the wall revealed he had half an hour remaining. He decided to transform all the basic seals first. Sōji retrieved a scroll and a brush, beginning to inscribe the fundamental sealing techniques, meticulously writing down all the required characters alongside the 26 English letters. The next step involved merging them together. Certain characters demanded specific strokes, curves, and sizes to elicit unique reactions. For instance, which yields a larger space, a lowercase or uppercase letter. Doubling the 26 letters results in 52. Thus commenced the experimentation. One character at a time, determining which letters could replace which sigils. As time elapsed, Sōji diligently inscribed letters, rewriting them until they exhibited the desired response. Some of his characters resembled printed text, while others appeared as if a potato had left a mark. At last, Sōji successfully represented the most basic sealing technique using English letters, exhaling a sigh of relief. 5 letters in total meant this sealing technique could be represented by 5 characters. It felt akin to discovering the gateway to a new world, until the alarm clock beside him chimed, signaling the end of his allotted time. Reluctantly, he closed the notebook. Reflecting, sealing techniques truly are fascinating. Currently, Sōji has mastered 12 sealing techniques, 4 of which are foundational: 4 limbs reseal, finger engraving seal, binding array, 1 string lantern array, 4 red sun array, triangular seal, fire sealing technique, and the 3 talents binding array. These are the entirety of Sōji's sealing techniques. However, mastery comes with caveats. Some require extensive preparation and significant chakra expenditure. For instance, the 4 red sun array and triangular seal cannot rely on shadow clones for execution, as the strain would quickly deplete his energy. They must be inscribed on a scroll, requiring a full day's worth of chakra for proper storage. Chapter 54. A banquet. Asaka Sōji changed from his pajamas into a fresh set of ninja attire, exclaiming, "Ah, how comfortable." The garments fit him perfectly. Crafted from soft material, likely not inexpensive. He sighed, "Thank you so much, Mom," pushing open the intricately carved wooden door of the barbecue restaurant. The aroma of charcoal and the hum of chatter enveloped him. The paper sliding door to the private room on the second floor was slightly ajar. And just as he lifted his hand to knock, he turned to see Kamikaze. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Aren't you going to sleep a bit longer at home? I could ask you the same. I believe I am the least injured among the 3 of us. And I've nearly recovered. Sleeping any longer would only lead to overthinking." Initially, Moonlight Kamikaze had hoped to catch a bit more rest after adequately allowing his body to recover. However, upon closing his eyes, images of his own violent actions flooded his mind, prompting him to forego sleep altogether. "I dozed off while taking a bath for a while, perhaps due to my deep slumber, but now I feel completely refreshed. Shall we go in?" Sōji inquired, to which Kamikaze nodded in agreement. Upon entering, the scene mirrored their previous barbecue outing, filled with familiar faces. "Oh, you all arrived quite early. We're only missing one person, Tsunade. Didn't you say your brother would be here soon? Where is he?" Tsunade replied, "How would I know? I called him before leaving, and he said he'd be on his way. He could very well have fallen asleep again." Sōji placed the dessert box that Wave Wind Minato had prepared for the trio onto the table. "Here you go, Minato." Minato scratched his head, puzzled. "Didn't you eat any? Is it because you don't like sweets? I thought this was something you bought." "Of course not. Good things are meant to be shared. And besides, this is yours. You haven't even had a bite yet." Just as Minato was about to respond, a commotion erupted from downstairs. Moments later, the wooden staircase creaked as a youth with a disheveled hairstyle burst in, bits of grass clinging to his neck. Sorry. I encountered an injured kitten on the way." Naruto. Seeing his brother arrive at such a late hour, everyone had been waiting for him. Tsunade widened her eyes. "Look at the time. What were you thinking?" Grabbing a fan from the table, she raised it as if to strike, but halted upon noticing the bandage wrapped around Naruto's forehead. "Forget it, just sit down." Sōji chuckled as he made space for Naruto, teasing him. "Is it really because you saved a kitten?" The 3 groups seated at separate tables comprised Orochimaru and his companions at one, followed by Wave Wind Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, and their teammates, with Sōji, Moonlight Kamikaze, and Naruto at another. "Sho, I just woke up late and tripped on my way out. Please don't tell my sister." Stealing a glance at the engrossed trio, he sighed in relief, realizing his sister hadn't noticed him. Minato, having unwrapped the dessert, distributed it onto small plates, serving his teammates and Kushina a portion before slicing 3 pieces to pass to Sōji and the others. Here, hurry and eat. This dessert is best enjoyed the same day it's purchased, though I bought it yesterday, so the taste might have diminished. No worries. It's still better than compressed biscuits. Naruto had returned home after a long day, eating nothing but a drink, as the cook had intended to prepare a meal, but was swiftly refused by him for fear of succumbing to temptation. In contrast to several boys who eagerly began indulging in desserts at first sight, the girl Uzumaki Kushina exhibited a more meticulous approach, possibly due to her desire to observe someone she held affection for. "Hey, Minato, want tea you run out of that?" she queried. "Not at all. I sampled a bit when I was purchasing the desserts, and they tasted delightful, which is why I bought them. If they were unappetizing, I wouldn't have made the purchase. That's hardly fair. Tasting just a morsel hardly captures the flavor. How about we share a portion?" The words slipped out almost instinctively. Minato Namikaze paused, a hint of crimson blooming on his ears. Realizing the slight ambiguity in her remark, Kushina's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hastily waved her hands. "Don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. I haven't tasted it yet. Let us just divide this one into 2 smaller portions." "Ah, sure, all right." Minato nodded in a fluster, his Adam's apple bobbing awkwardly. He extracted a small plastic knife from the side and cautiously attempted to slice the exquisite dessert. However, the blade slipped upon contact with the delicate skin, splattering pink jam onto his fingertips. The confection, reminiscent of a snow mochi, was adorned with a touch of fruit preserve but proved challenging to cut. "What a klutz!" Kushina chuckled, taking the knife from him. Her hair brushed against Minato's flushed cheek, carrying a sweet citrus fragrance of shampoo. "Watch and learn." With deft movements, she smoothly divided the tender, glutinous rice skin encasing the sweet red bean paste, skewering a piece with a small fork and offering it to him. "Here. Thank you." Minato stammered, still blushing as he accepted the dessert. Suddenly, Shimizu exaggeratedly retched, "So sour. The tang of grilled meat can't even compete." He poked at Kamikaze Tsukage's shoulder with his chopsticks. "Isn't that right, Kamikaze?" Tsukage stifled a laugh and placed a charred piece of beef tongue into TG's bowl. "Hurry and eat this, otherwise, I fear I'll be too full soon." The implication being that they were feasting on dog food was not lost on TG, who chuckled knowingly. Meanwhile, SHZ observed the interaction between Kushina and Minato with keen curiosity, while Tsunade, seated at another table, cast a fleeting glance before returning to her sake, her earlobes tinged with a slight flush. Jiraiya, however, was particularly intrigued by the scene, surprised to witness his disciple's unexpected charm, seemingly captivating the girl in an effortless manner. "Ah, so this is what it means to win hearts without any visible effort? Quite impressive. All right." After finishing the dessert, Minato suddenly recalled something, fumbling through his ninja pouch to produce 3 small cloth bags. "I picked up some herbal candies from a small town we passed during our last mission. They're said to help restore stamina." He distributed them among the group, and, when handing one to Kushina, his fingers trembled slightly. "Yours is the biggest." Kushina smiled as she accepted the herbal candy, twirling a lock of her red hair and whispering, "Thank you. Eat up," TG urged. "Dig in." Tsukage chimed in. "Feast heartily," SHC added. The trio, determined to avoid any further dog food, along with a pre-agreed pact to spare Jiraiya from a thorough meal, began a fervent assault on the grilled meat. Jiraiya watched in dismay as the 3 devoured meat at an alarming rate, his mouth twitching in exasperation. "No." Chapter 55. A brief respite upon returning home. TG found that an hour had passed, yet he remained unable to suppress his hiccups. Delicious. Before parting ways, Orochimaru had specifically instructed the trio that for the next 2 weeks, they were to have no other missions, merely to rest and adjust. Each of them understood the implications of this adjustment. As night fell, TG and Minato walked together as usual, conversing about their respective missions, the sights they witnessed, and the opponents they encountered. When Minato learned that TG had encountered a Jonin, his eyes widened in surprise, followed by a surge of curiosity. TG, noticing the spark of intrigue in Minato's gaze, raised his chin with pride and tapped the kunai at his waist. "That Jonin was quite formidable. Initially, we were severely pressured." He elongated his words for effect, stealing glances at Minato's intrigued expression, then lowered his voice, "But I took him down." He made a slicing gesture across his throat. Minato blinked. "Huh?" TG burst into laughter. "Haha, I'm just teasing." The Jonin was indeed strong, far more than we anticipated. While they may not rival Orochimaru-sensei or Jiraiya, he was certainly not someone we could handle alone. It would require at least 3 Chunin. Despite being Genin, TG and his companions possessed strength that surpassed their rank. He then detailed his recent insights into sealing techniques, expressing a strong desire to deepen his understanding. As he felt an impending storm brewing, TG did not need to articulate the looming threat. The specter of war was palpable. "Do you sense it too?" TG asked. While he had the perspective of a time traveler, he wondered how Minato had come to this realization. Had Jiraiya mentioned something? "What do you mean?" "I feel that something significant is about to occur. I can't quite explain it. Perhaps it's fate?" TG suspected that Minato's intuition had little to do with war, his musings wandering to the enchanting Kushina. Suddenly, TG teased, "Oh, fate, you say? Could it be that romance is on the horizon?" Minato's cheeks flushed at TG's unexpected jest, and he instinctively rubbed the back of his head, stammering, "Why, you're misunderstanding. I meant the situation in the ninja world." Yet even as he spoke, his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the striking red-haired, forthright Kushina. TG, observing Minato's flustered demeanor, laughed heartily, nearly hiccuping again. All right. Let us not dwell on that. But since we both have this premonition, we must prepare. I'll study sealing techniques while you delve into new jutsu. When the time comes, regardless of what challenges we face, we shall confront them with composure." He patted Minato on the shoulder, his expression earnest. Minato nodded, shaking off his earlier embarrassment, his demeanor turning serious. Indeed, tensions at the borders are escalating. And even the people of the Land of Soup have received intelligence indicating that several major ninja villages are secretly mobilizing their forces. Although there are no overt signs of war yet, this undercurrent of unease is concerning. TG felt a jolt of surprise at Minato's astute observations. He was impressed by the accuracy and sensitivity of his information. It was as if the word war was on the tip of Minato's tongue. Yet, speaking it aloud would only serve to disturb the hearts of those around them. Even without the omniscient perspective of a time traveler, Minato had keenly discerned the signs of impending conflict through his sharp intuition and analytical skills. TG couldn't help but commend, "Minato, you truly are remarkable. With you around, Konoha is bound to be safe." "Don't say that. The peace of Konoha is a collective duty of all ninjas," Minato replied with a gentle smile, his eyes shining with determination. The two continued their conversation, and before they knew it, they had arrived at a fork in the road. "See you tomorrow then." "Yes, tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Minato Namikaze, T-Suk Aoi made his way home. In no time, he arrived at his doorstep. Stepping inside, the warm yellow light enveloped him, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. Upon entering his room, he collapsed onto his bed, reminiscing about the events of the past few days, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Perhaps this is the daily life of a ninja, filled with thrilling missions and heartwarming moments shared with comrades. With this thought, he drifted into slumber, embracing the anticipation of a leisurely and fulfilling period of rest ahead. The moment his head hit the pillow, as soon as he closed his eyes, he was fast asleep. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the dimly lit residential areas and commercial streets, the Hokage building was ablaze with light. Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on a cigarette, was sifting through the tasks ninjas had undertaken in recent days, along with an array of intelligence reports. The cigarette between his fingers flickered, curling wisps of smoke swirling in the amber light, casting shadows over his furrowed brow. The mountain of intelligence scrolls on the table nearly obscured half his face, with the latest classified report from the border marked in red ink, indicating a significant gathering of ninjas at the junction of the Hidden Sand and Hidden Stone villages. Meanwhile, the Konoha Anbu had been relaying abnormal troop movements from other ninja villages. Knock, knock, knock. A soft rap sounded at the door. Without lifting his head, the third Hokage commanded, "Enter." Anbu team leader Kakashi Hatake entered like a specter, kneeling on one knee, and reported, "Lord Hokage, unidentified ninja traces have been discovered within the Rain Village, with preliminary estimates exceeding 100 individuals, their trajectory directed towards the Fire Country's border." Sarutobi Hiruzen's cigarette was forcefully crushed into the ashtray, sparks flying. He gradually rose and approached the expansive map of the ninja world, his calloused fingers tracing the borderline inch by inch, finally stopping at the area where the Rain Village meets the Fire Country. There, he had tied a copper bell with a red string, which now emitted a faint hum in the draft, as if heralding the onset of war. Yet, he knew that a full-scale conflict had not yet erupted. It was merely a probing between the villages. Send the order for all Ch-9 and above combatants to enter a state of readiness. The Anbu must enhance patrols, particularly in the direction of the Rain Village. The third Hokage's voice held an undeniable authority, yet a hint of fatigue seeped through at the end. Additionally, summon Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. I have urgent matters to discuss. After Kakashi received his orders and departed, the Hokage's office fell into silence once more. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed out at the moon hanging high in the sky, recalling the days of executing missions alongside Tobarama Senju, when the ninja world felt similarly charged with impending storms. He took out a family photo, where his wife and son beamed brightly, perhaps his greatest source of tenderness and burden. As Hokage, he must bury this softness deep within and prepare to confront the impending storm that would engulf the entire ninja world. Subsequently, Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to his desk to strategize. If the battlefield were to truly manifest, then the Hidden Stone and Hidden Sand villages would undoubtedly choose the Rain Village as their primary battleground. Chapter 56. The body flicker technique of Minato at the training ground. 7 genin gathered, including T-Suk Aoi and others. Swish, swish. T-Suk observed the fierce duel between two combatants, Minato Namikaze and Shino. This was a true contest of speed and strength. Swish, swish. Minato's figure darted like a phantom across the training ground, relentlessly pursued by Shino's powerful fists cutting through the air, leaning against a tree with arms crossed. T-Suk's keen gaze captured every detail of the battle. Recognizing the wealth of knowledge to be gleaned from it, Minato's subtle ankle angles during his pivoting movements and Shino's slight shifts in balance after missing a punch. Suddenly, Shino shouted, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick, his right fist, enveloped in chakra, rocketing towards Minato's face like a cannonball. As gasps filled the air, Minato's lips curled into a faint smile, body flicker technique. In an instant, his form transformed into a golden blur, appearing directly behind Shino. Shino's fist struck only air, resulting in a resounding thud as the punch landed on a cloud of smoke where Minato had just stood. It dawned on Shino that this was a shadow clone technique, leaving him bewildered about when the seals had been formed. However, Shino's innate physical prowess allowed him to sense the presence behind him, forcing him to twist midair and execute a sweeping kick. Minato supported himself on one leg, using the momentum to propel himself backward, his toes grazing the ground as he retreated a few steps. In the process, he swiftly formed seals, launching 3 shuriken shadow clone technique. The speed at which Minato formed the seals was astonishing, and the sheer number of shuriken overwhelmed Shino, who barely had time to react. What? In an instant, dozens of identical shuriken shot out in a fan-like formation. The sound of slicing air resembled a swarm of bees, and the metallic glimmer intertwined in the air, creating an impenetrable web of death aimed at Shino. Yet, all he needed to do was shatter a few of the incoming shuriken to defend himself, as long as he could discern their general direction. Bang! Huh! The sound of shattering he anticipated did not come. Instead, upon striking one shuriken, it transformed into white smoke, another clone. Indeed, what Minato had executed was not the shuriken shadow clone technique, but the shuriken clone technique. 2 techniques with a world of difference in difficulty. Oh no! Just as Shino realized this, one of the shurikens suddenly morphed into a flash bomb. Bang! In an instant, blinding white light engulfed the training ground. Instinctively, Shino raised his hands to shield his eyes, only to hear a voice behind him. My apologies. T-Suk, witnessing Shino's slip, chuckled. Some people always mimic my words. But it's undeniable that sometimes a single word conveys more than any phrase. Shino turned to see a shuriken just inches from his neck, exclaiming in resignation, Ugh, Minato. Your speed is too incredible. Can't you let me land a solid punch? Shino's formidable strength was not to be underestimated. If he truly landed a punch, it could lead to severe consequences. Even if he braced himself, he would still feel the effects, risking paralysis or a broken bone, ultimately hindering the fight. Ha. If I were struck by a punch, I might just be completely incapacitated. Shino paused, realizing that Minato acknowledged the power of his punch, and then burst into hearty laughter. But next time, I will definitely catch you. He wiped the sweat from his brow, determination gleaming in his eyes. Just then, Kushina Uzumaki approached. Shino, don't rely solely on brute force. When facing Minato, You should employ tactics. Next time, try to engage in close combat. As she spoke, she gestured with her fists, appearing quite serious, leaving Minato scratching his head in bemusement, unable to do anything but nod and smile. Easier said than done. And I'm older than you. Can't you at least call me brother? When you first came to our home, you called me Shino and Ai and Oni-chan. Why have you grown up to address me by name instead? Kushina turned her head, pouting. Umph. Wait until you can match Tsunade in strength before you talk. You're weaker than even me. Uffed. Shino felt a pang in his heart. Oh, is this what it feels like to be teased by a younger sister? At that moment, his teammate, Kageyama, approached. Indeed, Shino, next time in battle, be more mindful. Think about your tactics. Don't charge in like a reckless fool. Hearing the term reckless fool, Shino couldn't help but chuckle. The heart of Shinju felt as though it had been pierced once more. At that moment, Akita Yashimaru approached, not to speak with Shinju, but rather to converse with his teammate. Minato, your body flicker technique has noticeably improved. Your speed is much greater than before. Indeed, it seems I infused a hint of wind chakra into my technique. The body flicker technique, while widely recognized, is merely a rudimentary ninjutsu that hardly qualifies as true ninjutsu. It merely condenses chakra in the legs to enhance physical agility, thereby accelerating movement and creating an illusion of instantaneous relocation. However, it fundamentally relies on chakra, and should one desire to augment speed further, the chakra consumption would inevitably increase. Generally, ninjas refrain from such excessive depletion of chakra unless engaged in a life-or-death struggle, where a decisive blow can determine victory. If one exhausts their chakra, they risk being unable to react in time, which could lead to demise. Not everyone possesses the vast reserves of chakra like Naruto, allowing for continuous flickering at blinding speeds as though it were of no consequence. Another method involves the technique of impure world reincarnation, which can be utilized without limit, as it is devoid of fatigue. Conversely, chakra infused with elemental properties presents a different scenario. For instance, gathering lightning chakra stimulates cellular activity, enhancing physical vitality and speed. Yet the stimulation intensifies and necessitates formidable physical strength to mitigate potential side effects. However, the wind body flicker technique employed by Namikaze Minato is another matter. Wind can manifest as gentle breezes or destructive gales. Gentle winds can uplift birds, while fierce winds can shatter ancient trees. The wind body flicker technique not only augments Minato's own movement, but also influences the surrounding environment. The gentle wind invigorates the cells in his legs, providing a slight enhancement while inflicting minimal damage, whereas the strong wind accumulates around his legs, effectively increasing wind speed, propelling himself forward and minimizing air resistance, thus enhancing his velocity. Most crucially, the powerful winds enveloping his legs offer both protective and offensive capabilities. Akikaze SG gazed at Namikaze Minato with an expression akin to witnessing a ghost. Did you conceive this yourself? In truth, it was not entirely his own creation. Rather, it was inspired by Jiraiya-sensei, who mentioned that the Cloud Village possesses a technique similar to the lightning body flicker, although Minato lacks lightning chakra. While it can be cultivated, it cannot be transformed into an immediately effective combat ability. Consequently, Minato abandoned this pursuit, opting instead to experiment with his wind affinity, as wind also possesses acceleration properties. Does it not? Chapter 57. Spiraling Sphere. Upon hearing Minato's insights into his technique's development, it became evident that the spiraling sphere was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was certainly not the only impressive technique he possessed. Had he nearly mastered the transformation of wind chakra's properties? While it sounded straightforward, Minato effortlessly demonstrated it. Yet, only Akikaze SG, who studied property transformation, comprehended the immense difficulty involved. Had it been so simple, he would not have been limited to merely encasing his arms in earth chakra, unable to envelop his entire body even to this day. As for the Chidori technique, SG had already resolved to abandon the idea of developing it like Sasuke. After all, he lacked the Sharingan. The Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Thousand Needles could only effectively strike targets through the Sharingan, which also incurs substantial chakra expenditure, mostly for show rather than practicality. Especially with the Chidori Sharp Spear, if one fails to locate the target or capture their next move with the Sharingan, it becomes futile. Not everyone is so conveniently vulnerable as to be ambushed through a wooden door while lying in bed. Orochimaru remarked. Moreover, the lightning release, Kirin has only appeared twice throughout the entirety of the Naruto series, with lengthy preparation and stringent conditions. Not to mention, Akike's SG lacks lightning chakra, and learning it would consume an inordinate amount of time. He would rather not find himself standing idly as enemies watch him unleash fire from above. They are hardly fools. And while he distracts them with fire, they could easily strike him down. Regarding the Kirin from Boruto, SG thought, "Please, is that truly a Kirin? What kind of Kirin looks like that?" SG lacked the exceptional dynamic vision necessary for his intended lightning transformation. He envisioned something akin to Kakashi's subsequent purple lightning, which possesses extensive control and paralysis capabilities along with formidable lethality. In truth, one could emulate the Cloud Village and develop a wind armor. However, this would likely be exceedingly challenging, especially in the absence of prior experience. Furthermore, the lightning armor of the Cloud Village could only be learned by the Raikage. Or it may simply be that the difficulty of learning is excessively high. After all, the lightning chakra envelopes the entire body, and without sufficient physical strength, one would face adverse effects. Currently, it was a time for rest. Aside from Akidu Yashimaru and Akidu Higebu, who were competing in their eating capacity, the others were either engaged in idle chatter or enjoying their meals. Only Akike's SG and Namikaze's Minato were earnestly discussing the intricacies of technique application. Concerning this, I have also been contemplating. However, at this stage, I can only condense wind chakra in my legs. Merely covering my entire body with it would require a considerable amount of chakra. Although Minato possesses significantly more chakra than the average individual, even he cannot afford to waste it. If I were to concentrate wind chakra throughout my body, it would not only be wasteful, but most would struggle to keep pace with my speed, let alone strike me. Moreover, the defensive capabilities of wind chakra are not particularly robust. Even if condensed on the surface of the body, it would not provide substantial protection. What do you intend to do? You currently possess speed, technique, and tactics, but you lack that one decisive strike. Not entirely. I am in the process of saving to customize a special kunai forged from chakra metal, as ordinary kunai have poor chakra conductivity, making it difficult to attach the wind property transformation. The lethality of wind chakra is quite formidable, and when affixed to a weapon, it can significantly enhance cutting strength and breaking effectiveness. Akike's SG pinpointed the crux. However, chakra metal is exceedingly expensive. To this, Namikaze Minato could only offer a wry smile. While he had previously been unaware of the significance of money, becoming a ninja made him acutely aware of its importance. Without funds, the expenses for explosive tags, ninja tools, and shuriken before missions amount to a significant sum. Even the rewards from completed missions merely facilitate preparations for the next endeavor. Not to mention acquiring a kunai made of chakra metal. Minato had inquired about its cost from his teacher, Jiraiya, and for him at this moment, it was a staggering figure. He believed that if he continued to undertake high-level missions, he would never be able to afford it. In truth, Akike's SG pondered. Then why not seize the opportunity to win over Uzumaki Kushina? With her wealth, acquiring a simple chakra metal kunai would be a breeze. Yet, when the thought crossed his mind, SG hesitated to voice it. I have a technique. It could potentially solve your current dilemma. Upon hearing this, Minato's previously dim expression brightened with enthusiasm, his golden hair gleaming as he exclaimed, "What? What is it?" "A ninjutsu of my own creation, without hand seals." Minato's mouth fell agape, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at Akike's SG. No hand seals? A ninjutsu? SG, who typically remained reserved, had secretly developed a technique devoid of hand seals, leaving Minato utterly astonished. The very act of creating ninjutsu was already remarkable, yet to conceive one without hand seals was extraordinary. SG whispered, "Moreover, this technique bears no elemental attributes." Konoha's revered Hokage, Minato Namikaze, gasped in astonishment, drawing the attention of those around him. The esteemed commander, Shansung Zongsi, was equally surprised by the reaction. After all, the existence of formless, attributeless jutsu was exceedingly rare within the ninja world. Realizing the gaze of the crowd upon him, Shansung Zongsi hastily waved his hands in reassurance and explained, "It's nothing. Nothing at all. I merely shared a rather audacious notion with him." The others, upon hearing this, ceased their scrutiny, as the dialogue between the two was likely beyond their comprehension. Despite being contemporaries, the disparity in understanding was evident. While others diligently practiced conventional ninjutsu, or relied on physical prowess and mission accomplishments to enhance their skills. These two seemed to revel in the pursuit of original techniques. Shansong Zongxi discreetly shared training techniques, instructing Minato on rotations and the stages of forming a water sphere, first stage, second stage, third stage. True to his reputation as the creator of the Rasengan, Minato grasped the principles almost instantaneously, leaving only the practical application to be mastered. What shall we name this technique? He inquired. Rasengan. Rasengan. The name feels rather brief. How about I name it the Shansong-style spiral explosion technique? I believe Rasengan is quite fitting, Minato replied. Overwhelmed with gratitude, for this jutsu was formidable indeed. But why did you only share this with me? Who said I only told you? I informed Dongbang long ago. But he deemed it too troublesome and opted to practice his own techniques instead. Well, thank you nonetheless. Once I earn some funds from future missions, I shall repay you. Shansong Zongxi patted Minato's shoulder with a smile. Rest assured, I shall keep an opportunity for you. When you become Hokage, he added with a chuckle. Chapter 58. Confessions. After a week of respite, the first 3 days were spent in the training grounds, exchanging knowledge, while the latter half saw everyone return to their respective homes to pursue their training regiments. Apart from Shansong Zongxi and Minato, each individual was bound by family obligations, each possessing its own established training plans and new skills to acquire. Having taught Minato the Rasengan, it took him but 2 days to master it. However, he soon realized that while the technique was powerful, it required considerable chakra and preparation. Unless one could swiftly close the distance to the target post-charge, it was challenging to land a hit, especially given his current lack of familiarity with the technique, which necessitated practice to refine. Furthermore, with Minato's present chakra capacity, he could only execute the Rasengan 10 times at most. Shansong Zongxi remarked, not everyone can simply shout bonds while recklessly clashing jutsu. It requires tactical coordination and an understanding of weaknesses and timing. Engaging in mindless confrontation in a ninja battle is sheer folly. In pursuit of consolidating his acquired knowledge and mastering new techniques, Minato contemplated the possibility of infusing ordinary kunai with wind attribute chakra. Meanwhile, after imparting the Rasengan, Shansong Zongxi recognized the urgency of sharing this groundbreaking technique with the village and thus made his way to the Hokage Tower. Upon hearing that Shansong Zongxi had devised a formless, attribute-less jutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was astounded. The sheer significance of such a technique warranted recognition at the highest levels. Timing his visit to coincide with the end of the workday, Shansong Zongxi arrived when the bustle had subsided. Weary from a day's toil, Hiruzen's fatigue was swiftly replaced by joy upon receiving this news. Looking at Shansong Zongxi, he could not help but praise, "What a good child. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Thank you for your kind words, Hokage-sama. I merely wish to contribute what I can for the village." Though Shansong Zongxi spoke with customary politeness, having navigated the professional world in his previous life, he added, "I have yet to eat. I plan to return home for a meal shortly." Hiruzen, feeling a sense of pride in the flourishing talents of Konoha, discreetly stowed away the crystal ball he had been using, changed into casual attire, and waved his hand. "Come. Let us dine at my home." Shansong Zongxi hesitated momentarily, instinctively inclined to decline, yet was met with Hiruzen's undeniable warmth. Having neatly folded the Hokage robe and hat into the wardrobe, Hiruzen donned his wooden sandals and patted Shansong Zongxi on the shoulder as they made their way outside. The rhythmic sound of sandals striking the stone floor echoed softly. "Though my wife, Biwa, may not possess your mother's culinary skills, her cooking is still quite commendable." Biwa, the beloved spouse of Hiruzen, was seldom mentioned in the original narrative, leaving Shansong Zongxi with scant knowledge of her. He recalled only her brief appearance during Kushina's childbirth, a moment marred by tragedy. Despite his amiable demeanor, Hiruzen embodied the strength of the Hokage, one of the most formidable ninjas in the realm. His casual remarks carried an undeniable gravitas that rendered refusal impossible. Thus, following Hiruzen's lead, they traversed the corridors of the Hokage Tower, the evening sky painted in hues of orange and yellow. Shansong Zongxi observed Hiruzen deliberately slowing his pace, pausing occasionally to point out the large trees outside the window, their branches sprawling into the room. Gently caressing the leaves that had intruded, Hiruzen asked, "May I call you Zongxi?" His tone, imbued with the warmth of a mentor, eased the tension in the air. With a demeanor akin to that of a friendly neighbor, Hiruzen's gentle voice, combined with the soft glow of the setting sun, enveloped Shansong Zongxi in comfort. Truth be told, he had seldom encountered Hiruzen, let alone in such a relaxed state. The imposing aura felt like an illusion, now replaced by the image of a kind, elderly man. Of course, that would be delightful. This tree may even surpass your age. I planted it myself before I assumed the Hokage title. It has borne witness to my gradual ascent as Hokage. Hiruzen traced the intricate veins on the leaves, the sunset casting a warm golden hue upon his visage. When I first took office, this tree was but the thickness of my wrist. I often watched it sway in the wind, fretting over its survival. He chuckled softly, the sound imbued with the weight of time. Many experiences have shaped me, my mentor. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, imparted countless lessons. There was an instance when Tobirama and I, alongside a group of 20, were pursued by the Kinkaku force. To safeguard Konoha's future, we resolved to have one person act as bait to draw the enemy's attention. While Danzo hesitated, I volunteered without hesitation. Ultimately, it was Tobirama who chose to bear that burden himself, designating me as his successor just before his final stand, where he tragically perished while covering our retreat. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen fell into a contemplative silence, the reminiscence of past sorrows evident. Shansung Zongxi listened intently, allowing Hiruzen to continue. To be honest, I was frightened and anxious at that time. When we finally returned to find Tobirama, he had already. Alas, his departure was abrupt, a reality none of us anticipated. Even my ascension to Hokage was met with skepticism. It was not merely a matter of the previous Hokage's endorsement. A series of intricate procedures are required, including the support of the common folk, the votes of the ninjas, and the endorsement of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, among other things. This extensive process, coupled with the efforts of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others to bring a resolution to the First Shinobi World War, took an additional 2 to 3 years before tranquility was finally achieved. Subsequently, securing support from various factions in order to ascend to the position of Hokage required another year or two. Thus, by the time Sarutobi Hiruzen took on the mantle of Hokage, he had barely held the title for a few years. Furthermore, upon assuming this role, he was faced with the necessity to relearn everything, lacking the guidance of others, as his own mentor had departed. And those who assisted him were also new to their advisory positions. Everyone was inexperienced, navigating step by step, learning and emulating the teachings left by their predecessors. One might argue that Sarutobi Hiruzen was conservative and rigid. However, it would be unjust to label him as incompetent. In the face of uncertainty, his ability to cultivate the village to its current state is a testament to his considerable competence. Chapter 59. Visiting the Sarutobi household. Apologies for my lengthy discourse. I nearly missed mealtime. Upon exiting the Hokage building, the sun was on the verge of disappearing, and the moon was beginning to make its presence known. Sarutobi Hiruzen was aware that he had spoken at length. It's quite all right, I am eager to listen. Although my dream is not to become Hokage, having gained this understanding, I will do my utmost to assist the Hokage in any way I can, replied Aoshin Sōji, without specifying which Hokage he meant. Ha ha ha, but why do you not wish to become Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, intrigued. As it was well known that at least 80% of those who attended the ninja academy in this village aspired to be Hokage. I find it too exhausting. It is not particularly suited to me. While I occasionally have good ideas for strategies, the constant need to devise plans would likely overwhelm my mind, he chuckled. Ha ha ha. I hope the future Hokage benefits from your counsel. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from discussing his own thoughts, knowing that by the time Aoshin Sōji truly matured, he would likely no longer occupy this position. The two fell into a comfortable silence as they continued their walk, Aoshin Sōji unsure of what to say. Given their generational gap, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he had shared enough, perhaps merely seeking an outlet for his burdens, regardless of who that person might be. The immense pressure he had faced in recent days made him long for someone to confide in. However, his subordinates and disciples were engrossed in preparations for battle, and his old friend Shimura Danzo had been elusive, likely preoccupied with espionage and intelligence gathering. Even his wife was a consideration, but like many husbands, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored a sense of masculinity that made him reluctant to bring his troubles home. Thus, upon encountering Aoshin Sōji, he found himself unintentionally divulging much, and after doing so, felt a significant weight lifted from his heart. At last, he could breathe more freely. The Sarutobi clan's residence was not far from the Hokage building, and soon they arrived. As the clan leader and Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was held in high esteem by his clan members, who bowed and greeted him as he passed. Contrary to expectations, his home was not situated at the heart of the clan's territory, but rather on the outskirts. Sensing Aoi Suji's thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen casually remarked, "Being on the outskirts allows for closer proximity to the Hokage building. It facilitates prompt attendance in case of any matters that arise." Aoi Suji thought to himself, truly diligent and responsible. However, if Sarutobi Hiruzen could master the Flying Thunder God technique, such concerns would be rendered moot. The residence itself was modest, a typical two-story Japanese home, approximately 100 square meters, perhaps even smaller than Uchiha Sasuke's abode. Aoi Suji perceived Sarutobi Hiruzen as a frugal individual. Following Sarutobi Hiruzen's lead, Aoi Suji removed his shoes, accustomed to wearing slippers indoors. As being barefoot could lead to chills, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the door and stepped inside, announcing, "I'm home." Father, a young boy, seated on the sofa with a book, quickly dashed to the door upon hearing his father's voice. Who are you?" He then turned to Aoi Suji, who stood beside his father, wearing a Jinin headband. "Welcome back." A melodious voice emerged from the kitchen, accompanied by the rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables. A woman clad in a simple kimono peeked out. Adorned with a white camellia flower in her light brown hair, her ponytail high and her features bearing a resemblance to Sarutobi Hiruzen, an undeniable couple's likeness. Despite her domestic attire, she exuded vitality, appearing far younger than her actual age, which was likely in her early 40s. She could easily pass for a woman of 25. Undoubtedly a capable ninja before embracing her role as a homemaker. "Why didn't you inform me in advance that you were bringing a guest? I fear the miso soup may not suffice." Her gaze fell upon Aoi Suji, and she promptly set down her knife to welcome him. "Welcome. Please, come in." Aoi Suji regarded the youthful woman, whose appearance belied her age, and greeted, "Hello, Lady Hokage." Upon seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's wife for the first time, Aoi Suji finally understood how a Suma came to be. One was robust and vigorous while the other was well-preserved. Thus, their offspring was a natural outcome. "Please, take a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly." She returned to her culinary endeavors. "Perfect timing, Suji. Let us head to the backyard. You can demonstrate your ninjutsu." "Certainly, Hokage-sama." Sarutobi Hiruzen's son rushed over, curiosity written all over his face. "What ninjutsu? What ninjutsu? Have you completed your homework and training for the day?" "This is my son, Shinobu, who is currently attending the Ninja Academy." Aoi Suji greeted the boy, who stood half a head shorter than him, with a friendly nod. "Hello." Shinobu resembled Asuma closely, though he lacked the scruffy beard, bearing a striking resemblance to Konohamaru, as he was indeed Konohamaru's father. Shinobu scratched the back of his head, a bashful grin spreading across his face. "I finished my homework ages ago, and training too." His eyes widened with anticipation as he looked at Aoi Suji. "Hello, Aoi and I just heard father say you created a new ninjutsu. That's incredible. What is it like? Is it as flashy as the Great Fireball technique or as unique as the Shadowbind technique?" He mimicked the movements of the Great Fireball technique, puffing out his cheeks for effect. Aoi Suji had initially expected Shinobu to exhibit a spoiled demeanor akin to a young master. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find him lively and respectful towards ninjas, likely a result of the firstborn being nurtured with high expectations, careful cultivation, and time invested in companionship. This contrasted with Asuma's upbringing, where the second child was somewhat indulged and pampered, resulting in a touch of that entitled attitude being quite normal. Sarutobi Hiruzen observed his son's newfound admiration for Aoi Suji with a content smile, shaking his head in amusement as he led the two towards the backyard. The yard, though not expansive, was impeccably maintained, with a few wooden posts set up in the corners as training targets. The sun was nearly set, casting a golden hue over the ground as the last rays of light illuminated the yard. Standing by, Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to watch Aoi Suji's ninjutsu demonstration. "Please, show us what you can do." "Of course." With enthusiasm, Shinobu dashed to the corner to retrieve several wooden posts, setting them up one by one. "I'll do it. I'll do it. Thank you." "Not at all, not at all." Though he verbally declined assistance, his eyes conveyed a sense of eagerness, urging Aoi Suji to begin. Aoi Suji chuckled. "This technique is called the Rasengan." Chapter 60. Exchange of Experiences. Rasengan. Gathering the spiral sphere in his left hand, strands of blue chakra slowly coiled and condensed, ultimately forming a spherical shape. Observing the 4 wooden stakes aligned before him, Asakura Sashi charged forward. Upon striking the first stake, it shattered explosively, bang. The second met the same fate, as did the third, until he reached the fourth. By then, Asakura Sashi's spiral sphere was nearly dissipated, leaving only a small dent on the last stake. The limited amount of chakra he had utilized accounted for the brief duration of the technique. Had he employed more, the fourth stake would have undoubtedly shattered as well. As he noticed the astonished and curious gazes of his companions, Asakura Sashi gently dispersed the smoke lingering from the dissipating sphere and earnestly explained, "The essence of this technique lies in the highly concentrated and rapid rotation of chakra, demanding exceptional control. To execute it without hand signs, one must first comprehend the flow of chakra and engage in extensive practice." This was easily grasped by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who, despite not possessing the formidable strength of the first Hokage or the unparalleled intellect of the second, prided himself on his understanding of ninjutsu and his ability to impart knowledge. However, Sarutobi Shino, standing nearby, remained utterly bewildered, unable to fathom the complexity of Asakura Sashi's explanation. Next came the attempts to learn this technique. For to teach it to others, it had to be genuinely attainable. After numerous tries, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally succeeded in condensing the spiral sphere in his hands. Asakura Sashi, witnessing this achievement, couldn't help but admire. Truly, he was the doctor of ninjutsu. As he observed Sarutobi Hiruzen progressively augmenting the chakra within the spiral sphere, he wondered if a larger version, akin to the Great Ball Spiral, was about to emerge. However, perhaps considering the safety of his surroundings, Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased to increase the chakra input when the sphere reached the size of his head, eyeing a massive boulder nearby. Gently calling out, "Spiral sphere," he propelled the sizable, rapidly spinning sphere toward the boulder. Asakura Sashi's pupils constricted in instinctive trepidation, taking a step back. His eyes fixated on the sphere brimming with formidable power. Should the boulder explode unexpectedly, he would be in peril. In an instant, the spiral sphere collided with the boulder, emitting a blinding white light as a powerful shockwave radiated outward from the impact point, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Fortunately, he had distanced himself beforehand, but flying stones still approached. Asakura Sashi raised a hand to shield himself from the incoming gravel, squinting through the swirling dust to discern the aftermath of the collision. Impressively, the boulder, originally towering at twice a person's height, had vanished, replaced by a deep crater nearly a meter deep, its edges jagged, with spiral patterns etched into the walls from the rapid rotation of the sphere. The crater's base was a chaotic mix of rubble and soil, resembling the aftermath of an explosive device, its destructive force surpassing that of a standard explosive tag. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon witnessing such results, felt no particular astonishment. Rather, he had anticipated this outcome. "I initially intended to expand the spiral sphere, but I realized that extreme compression and expansion yield similar destructive power. One possesses greater penetrating ability, while the other is more suitable for group combat," he mused, stroking his small beard. "If I were to name the expanded version, it could be called the Great Ball Spiral. What do you think?" "Of course, that is precisely its name," Asakura Sashi replied, still in awe. "Is it true that the techniques of the Sarutobi clan differ from others? Though all employ similar moves, your families are undeniably more potent and visually striking." Had he not been familiar with the original story, Asakura Sashi might have doubted whether the Sarutobi clan possessed a bloodline limit that enhanced their ninjutsu potency, with Sarutobi Hiruzen never appearing to lack chakra. With arms crossed and a satisfied smile on his face, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to Asakura Sashi, his tone imbued with certainty. "Sashi, this Great Ball Spiral is already immensely powerful, yet it is far from its ultimate potential." He had intended to express that the spiral sphere bore resemblance to the tailed beast bomb. As a veteran of war, he understood the might of the tailed beast bomb, recognizing the similarities between the two techniques. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen relegated this insight to the musings of a genius, for at times, the thoughts of a prodigy are beyond the comprehension of the ordinary. Innovation and ideas were naturally part of their brilliance. Asakura Sashi clicked his tongue in realization. Indeed, this technique was not yet complete. After all, it was merely pure chakra without elemental integration, indicating that any attribute could be infused, provided one possessed the skill. In the next moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to formulate his understanding. The spiral sphere still had vast potential for enhancement, being an elemental-less ninjutsu. If one could infuse elemental changes into it, the possibilities were staggering. He dared not imagine the implications. If the raw power of the unaltered form was already formidable, incorporating wind's cutting ability, fire's searing heat, and lightning's destructive force would elevate each technique to a whole new level. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Shino had remained silent for quite some time, perhaps forgotten by the author, just a jest. Having witnessed the might of the spiral sphere, whether wielded by his father or Asakura Sashi, he longed to emulate their prowess. His mouth hung agape in astonishment, filled with aspirations to become a ninja like the two. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Asakura Sashi paid little attention to Sarutobi Shino, as he indulged in his own theatrical expressions of amazement and aspiration, fervently declaring, "I will catch up to you both and become an even mightier ninja." He then embarked on an intensified training regimen. Chapter 61. The instruction of ninjutsu. The process unfolded smoothly. As Asakura Sashi's spiral sphere was offered to Sarutobi Hiruzen as a pinnacle ninjutsu, which Hiruzen subsequently incorporated into his sealing tome. Henceforth, anyone wishing to learn could do so through merit. What ninjutsu do you desire? Asakura Sashi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, you provided a ninjutsu, which counts as merit. Thus, you too may learn from the sealing tome. The tome contained not solely forbidden techniques, but primarily high-level and above ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that Asakura Sashi's intent extended beyond merely submitting his own creation. He also sought to acquire new techniques. Yet, he had miscalculated this time. As Asakura Sashi shook his head in refusal, "No need, Lord Hokage. The three-way sealing bestowed upon me by Lord Orochimaru far surpasses the value of this technique." Asakura Sashi had submitted the spiral sphere as a gesture of gratitude. Although it was Orochimaru who sought the new jutsu, the true beneficiary remained Danzo of the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, all three parties had mastered the sealing technique, which, considering its learning difficulty and power, could essentially be regarded as a high-level sealing art. The previous innovations based on this high-level sealing technique, such as the three talismans formation and the current spiral sphere, should collectively suffice to counter any threats. Thus, Danzo's visit was not motivated by a desire to acquire new ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback, then expressed his approval. Filled with satisfaction that capable successors emerged in the village, willing to contribute and sacrifice for its betterment. Danzo, feeling slightly bashful, remarked, "However, Lord Hokage, as a renowned scholar of the ninja world, there are indeed certain techniques in which you could guide me." Not at all. Feel free to ask any questions or raise any difficulties. I shall do my utmost to provide assistance, replied Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo then shared his new insights regarding sealing techniques, explaining that he had encountered some bottlenecks recently, but had conceived a new method involving the creation of more concise and convenient characters. During his explanation, he even demonstrated using English letters, which left Sarutobi Hiruzen astonished, appreciating the creativity and ingenuity behind the idea. Interestingly, this notion has been explored previously, but it was rather time-consuming, and few have ventured far down this path of sealing techniques. After all, when faced with an enemy, the immediate thought is to eliminate them, not to seal them. If one cannot become an effective force of destruction, there will be little motivation to delve into this discipline. He continued, "In fact, I too have attempted to create new characters, but it proved more challenging than I had anticipated, as it requires finding suitable new characters that can integrate with the old ones, maintaining both stroke quality and fluidity. Moreover, the most accomplished in sealing techniques are undoubtedly the Uzumaki clan." Danzo interjected, "The Uzumaki clan. You may not know, but Kushina hails from that lineage, though ultimately, their clan was annihilated." He recounted various aspects of the Uzumaki clan, lamenting their fate with a sense of sorrow. The Uzumaki clan excelled in sealing arts, and Mito-sama was particularly proficient in this area. Mentioning Mito, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze turned wistful, burdened by the passage of time. Mito was quite advanced in age now, and he feared that she might not have many years left. Additionally, his concern stemmed from knowing that Mito was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Should she pass, who would be left to seal the beast? As for Kushina, Sarutobi Hiruzen had initially welcomed her arrival in the village, recognizing her as a pitiable child. However, as time progressed, He understood her true purpose and Mito's thoughtful intentions, waiting for the right moment to designate Kushina as the next Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Sigh, he thought, feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Kushina. Consequently, he indulged her in nearly everything, despite Mito having advised against excessive pampering. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself unable to adhere to such guidance. Not only did he refrain from assigning her dangerous missions, but he also allowed her to choose freely from the medical and sealing teams, even arranging for Tsunade to be her mentor. Although they lived together, initiating discussions about such matters was a different affair altogether. Seemingly aware of Sarutobi Hiruzen's inner thoughts, Danzo remained silently by his side. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen had gathered his thoughts, they resumed their dialogue. Meanwhile, at the Senju residence, Kushina had just finished her duties at the hospital. Tsunade, noticing her fatigue, suggested that she return home. Kushina opened the door, calling out, "I'm back," but received no reply. Where has Shinaru run off to? At that moment, Shinaru was out with his grandmother, Mito, enjoying some fresh air and picking up snacks for later. "Grandma, it's not good to stay indoors for too long. Isn't it refreshing to breathe some fresh air?" "Yes, Shinaru, do buy a little extra, and don't forget the treats Kushina enjoys," Mito replied. "Rest assured, I would never forget her." Kushina wandered into the backyard and then into the living room, finding it empty. "Has everyone gone out? I'm back, is anyone here?" When she pushed open the kitchen door, she was taken aback. In truth, Danzo had also conducted some research on the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, which he had borrowed from Mito for reference. He had to admit their efficacy was remarkable. No wonder the Uzumaki clan was renowned for their sealing arts. The instantaneous activation and structure of the seals were straightforward, yet produced powerful effects. There were also many potent sealing techniques with unknown side effects. Danzo felt a surge of excitement, particularly towards the instantaneous sealing techniques, which he yearned to master. Achieving such techniques required not only proficiency and deep comprehension, but also the simplification of sealing procedures, an arduous task in itself. This was precisely what Danzo was currently attempting. Though he longed to inquire further, he recognized that Sarutobi Hiruzen had yet to finish his thoughts. No technique could be devoid of drawbacks. If they were, wouldn't everyone wield sealing techniques to dominate? The singular drawback was the necessity for a substantial amount of chakra to construct the sealing formula. Whether employing it or reinforcing it afterward, vast quantities of chakra were consumed, rendering the sealing methods overly simplistic. With even a modicum of preparation, one could easily unravel the seals, which perhaps the Uzumaki clan had not initially anticipated, given their naturally abundant chakra reserves. Danzo mused, so that is it. No wonder in the original narrative, apart from Kushina and Minato, with Sarutobi Hiruzen at most, there are hardly any others seen utilizing the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. They might be simple to learn, but executing them is a different story altogether. Sealing an individual requires a significant portion of one's chakra. What a daunting task. However, after learning the technique, Minato optimized it, employing his innovative approach to absorb the Nine Tails chakra for reinforcement while sealing it within his son, rather than relying solely on his own chakra. Chapter 62. The moonlit embrace. As mealtime approached, Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat at the table together. "Let us begin." After their meal, the two returned to the backyard, observing Sarutobi Shinazuke practicing diligently without interruption while they continued their discourse on sealing techniques. In essence, sealing techniques are varied yet fundamentally consistent, producing a plethora of effects while remaining rooted in the principles of sealing formulas and characters. Regardless of whether it be talismans or scrolls, an understanding of the textual formulas is imperative. Here are some of my foundational insights regarding the Uzumaki clan's basic techniques, along with some of my own conceptualized sealing methods. However, I no longer have the time to delve into these new endeavors. It would be better to pass them on to you. The foundational sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan yield effects akin to those of Konoha's basic techniques. Though the construction methods differ, you may take these for reference. Sarutobi Hiruzen retrieved a time-worn notebook from his ample sleeve. How can this be?" Danzo exclaimed, marveling at the aged notebook, its cover yellowed and each page adorned with numerous tabs, yet maintaining an overall tidy appearance. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiruzen had preserved it well. Each page was free from creases. Gently, Sarutobi Hiruzen placed the notebook into Danzo's hands, patting his shoulder with his calloused palm. "These hands should perhaps wield a pipe and a cane rather than a pen. Age has dulled my mind's clarity." Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the perspiring Shino under the moonlight, a gentle light shimmering in his eyes. The future of Konoha requires fresh blood. You have the potential to create jutsu such as the Rasengan and the Sansei Keijin. These ideas and experiences might lead you to remarkable innovations. In the ninja world, what holds the greatest value? Is it the formidable ninja? No, it is the jutsu created by ninjas, the knowledge of ninjutsu. For only with such knowledge can a continuous stream of ninjas be forged. Without the knowledge of ninjutsu, one can only think of the wandering trio of Nagato at the beginning, but with Jiraiya's teachings, they transformed into the notorious Akatsuki. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in response. No need for thanks. I merely wish for you to strengthen your abilities for when danger arises. You must be able to protect yourselves and others. Aoi, the commander, nodded in understanding. After Hiruzen spoke, he turned his gaze to the moon in the sky, genuinely wishing for these genin to become stronger. Each time he arranged teams, he endeavored to allocate members according to their strengths to facilitate better cooperation, for war was imminent. With war comes sacrifice. Even the children in the J-Nin Academy would be called to the battlefield if manpower were insufficient. Hiruzen looked at his son, knowing that early graduation would mean heading into battle. After all, civilians could not be sent to war, only ninjas could fight. Hiruzen sighed deeply. At that moment, Aoi was eager to return home to study. School was tedious, but exploring new knowledge through reading was invigorating. Suddenly, a shadow leaped over the wall of the Sarutobi residence and quickly appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen, kneeling on one knee. Hokage-sama. Aoi recognized the attire of the Anbu. The Anbu's voice was slightly trembling, sweat glistening on their forehead, indicating the urgency of their report. Hiruzen immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. What is it? What has happened? The Anbu glanced at Aoi, who understood the unspoken message and prepared to leave. However, Hiruzen raised a hand to stop him. It's fine. Special circumstances warrant special treatment. Just ensure this remains confidential. Lord Mito reported that Kushina Uzumaki has gone missing. Based on the chakra traces left at the scene, it appears she was abducted. Not only Hiruzen, but even Aoi gasped in shock. What? Wait, was she taken today? Aoi exclaimed, this shouldn't be possible. With Lady Mito around, who could possibly abduct her under her very nose? Not to mention her sealing techniques. With the nine tails within her, how strong must the kidnapper be? The Anbu provided clarification. Lady Mito was out today with her grandson, Nagato, and was not at home. I understand. Deploy all Anbu squads and search in 4 directions. It must be other village ninjas responsible for this. Hiruzen commanded swiftly, specifying that the 4 directions corresponded to the other 4 ninja villages. As long as the pursuers reached the border, they would be able to recover her. Given the time elapsed since her disappearance, they should have a chance to catch up. Although aware of the original plot, Hiruzen felt a pang of concern. After all, Kushina was a friend. Aoi turned to Hiruzen, seeking permission to join the search. I will go too. Hiruzen did not refuse. Every additional pair of hands would bolster their efforts. Very well. Upon reaching the village gate, Aoi spotted a familiar figure, Nagato. Nagato's face was etched with worry and regret, muttering, it's all my fault. If I hadn't pulled Grandma. Beside him, Tsunade appeared irate, realizing she should have accompanied Kushina on her outing. However, this was not the time for regrets, and she patted Nagato's shoulder. Instead of lamenting, we should act swiftly. The Anbu teams began to assemble, ready to strategize their search direction. Aoi followed the Anbu who had conveyed the message to the entrance, where Nagato also took notice. With all the Anbu clad in masks and uniforms, Aoi's comparatively diminutive stature made him stand out. Commander? What brings you here? I was visiting Hokage-sama when I received this news. What is the current situation? According to Grandma's perception, 3 individuals abducted Kushina. Their strength remains unknown, but they are likely at least Chunin level. As spies infiltrating other villages, only seasoned Chunin would be entrusted with such a task, as they possess the necessary experience and discretion without revealing their power or bearing massive chakra reserves. An Anbu, wearing a fox mask with white hair and a short blade strapped to his back, surveyed the assembled Anbu. Is everyone accounted for? All present. Form teams of 3 and disperse in 4 directions. Upon tracking the adversary, immediately signal with flares. Understood. The Anbu moved swiftly, dispersing in an instant, leaving Aoi and Nagato momentarily stunned. Choose a direction, but do not follow me. Tsunade understood the Anbu's capabilities and decided to split up. believing that 3 individuals spreading across different paths would increase their chances of success. Within seconds, she vanished from sight. What now? Do not rush, let me think. In urgent situations, maintaining composure is essential. Aoi began to recall the original plot, pondering how Minato had tracked down the kidnappers. At that moment, Minato was swiftly pursuing the abducted Kushina, using the strands of hair left behind as a guide. Earlier that afternoon, Minato had intended to invite Kushina to enjoy ramen at a newly opened shop, Ichiraku Ramen, having received discount coupons. Upon arriving at her home and receiving no response at the door, Minato noticed the hair scattered on the ground, deducing that Kushina had been taken, leaving behind her red locks as a trail. He leaped onto a large tree and marked his position with a kunai, confident that the abduction would soon be discovered, prompting Anbu reinforcements to follow the trail. Clutching the red hair tightly, he prayed for her safety, accelerating to what felt like his limits. Aoi crouched on the ground, searching for any useful clues, recalling that Kushina had likely left behind hair as a marker. Let me see, don't rush me. However, after searching for a while, he found nothing. Meanwhile, Nagato grew increasingly anxious, watching Aoi on the ground, unable to contain himself. What are you looking for, Commander? Are you searching for clues? Nagato was practically stomping his feet, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But if we don't find any clues soon, Kushina will be in danger. Even if we can't find clues, we must act. One of the 4 directions must be correct, he stated. But before he could finish, Aoi suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up, eyes ablaze. I understand. Minato has picked up the hair. Not a single one left behind. Mused that this fellow would certainly become a henpecked husband in the future. Since they had picked everything up, there should be a special mark left behind, right? As surveyed the towering trees around, he indeed spotted the mark he was hoping to find. Noticed that was lingering in front of a large tree and hurried over, asking, "What's the matter? Is there a clue? What mark is this? That's why I always tell you to read more. You can't even remember a simple code. This is a mark directing us to move in this direction." Observing the triangular symbol illustrated in the book, the pointed tip indicated the direction of movement. Why didn't Tita notice this earlier? After all, their strength surpasses ours, and they are faster. They must have sent people in all 4 directions. They would eventually catch up. Nodded and swiftly dashed towards the direction pointed out by. Then let us hurry. We must rescue. Wait for me. In the midst of their run, subtly felt a surge of potential within, revealing that in times of urgency, everyone could unleash their hidden capabilities. Meanwhile, successfully located, who was in a precarious state, her hands bound, being escorted slowly by 3 ninjas from. Wondered why they didn't T-carry her. That would surely expedite their speed. However, upon seeing the nearing figures at the border, he surmised they felt their plan had succeeded and had grown complacent. The ninjas from often lacked caution in their thinking. Just a little longer until night deepens, he whispered while crouching atop a tree, observing the dazed and fatigued, his eyes filled with concern. Yet, to ensure a decisive strike, he knew he must wait for the moment they were most relaxed amidst the enveloping darkness. At that moment, forced to walk, felt detached from time, her entire being numb, her feet devoid of sensation, moving mechanically forward, uncertain whether she had pulled her hair due to the prolonged binding. Her scalp felt equally numb. In her dire condition, she could only hope someone would soon notice the mark she had left behind. Yet the sight of the distant borderline made her feel hopeless. Trailed quietly behind, unnoticed by the trio, while he collected a few strands of her red hair left on the ground. The sky grew dimmer as clouds obscured the moonlight. Recognized that the opportune moment had arrived. Observing the 3 ninjas encircling in a triangular formation, concentrating the surrounding breeze upon his legs, he utilized the swift wind technique, appearing behind the ninja holding in an instant, delivering a rapid strike to the back of the neck. The ninja let out a cry, his mind blanking as he collapsed to the ground. However, this outcry alerted the 2 other ninjas, who quickly turned around, discovering their comrade on the ground, but failing to see the attacker due to the surrounding darkness. With a swift leaf whirlwind kick, struck accurately at the back of another ninja's head, causing him to fall as well. Yet, perhaps due to the kick's execution or the proximity of his fallen companion, this ninja caught sight of a smaller figure in comparison. The From, realizing the situation, leaped onto a nearby tree, smirking, humph, merely leveraging the advantage of the environment. He readied his kunai, a smile creeping upon his lips, entering a defensive stance. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled from behind. The glanced back to see, kunai in hand, glowing with a faint blue light, charging towards him. Before he could react, was upon him, the kunai slicing across his chest with tremendous force, sending him crashing against the tree, unconscious. Chapter 64. Moonlit embrace. At that moment, remained oblivious to the commotion around her, her prolonged numbness forcing her to walk mechanically, unaware of her surroundings. Until a familiar voice reached her ears. Are you hurt? Gentle yet firm, this voice resonated within her heart. Just then, the clouds shielding the moon gradually parted, revealing her closest friend with his characteristic golden hair. With a tender smile, sought to ease S anxious heart. I've come to rescue you. Though happiness welled within her, it was accompanied by a wave of relaxation, causing her previously tense body to go limp. As she teetered on the brink of collapsing, rushed forward, catching her just before she fell. You're safe now. His smile remained, yet his eyes betrayed a deep concern. Under the slightly anxious expression of, scooped her into a princess carry. Wait. Wow. At that moment, and rushing over, beheld the scene illuminated by moonlight. In reality, witnessing it was entirely different from seeing it in an anime. Was certain no girl could resist such a display. Is this the legendary ultimate technique for wooing, the moonlit embrace? Lacking the eloquence, simply marveled, what a beautiful sight. After a moment of awe, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness she's all right. Logically, they should have arrived earlier. By the way, where are they? Right there. Pointed towards the unconscious ninjas from 2 down and 1 dead, destined to be taken back for interrogation. But why aren't they moving in? If can't handle it alone, wouldn't he be in danger? It's possible they are testing S abilities, or perhaps the prefers to act discreetly until absolutely necessary. After all, their identity is meant to remain hidden. As had anticipated, the had indeed caught up with the ninjas, but had also noticed tailing them. Thus, to avoid alarming their quarry and to observe S rescue efforts, they refrained from advancing. This fellow can truly float for so long. Squinted, finally understanding the reason behind his prolonged levitation. The wind chakra beneath his feet had yet to dissipate. Is this ingrained charm in his bones? An unconscious flirtation can be the most captivating. Flirtation? Are you implying his feelings for my sister? Rolled his eyes. No, my friend. Everyone is aware of this unspoken truth. You can't be genuinely oblivious, can you? Chuckled, attempting to brush it off. How could I not know? Gave him a look that suggested disbelief. Meanwhile, remained blissfully unaware, whispering sweet nothings while clutching the red strands of hair in his hand. Such beautiful hair, which is why I can always find you. Despite never extending a helping hand, it is undeniable that every girl yearns to be rescued by a hero. Although the last time she was bullied, Minato Namikaze had provided an explanation, the desire for heroic intervention lingers. I am acutely aware of your immense strength, both physical and spiritual. Feeling as though I can no longer linger in the air, Minato sought refuge atop a particularly tall tree. However, this dispute among villages was starkly different from previous trivial skirmishes. Even though I had rehearsed my words countless times in my mind, speaking them aloud brought a sense of ease that paradoxically calmed my nerves. I do not wish to lose you. Kushina Uzumaki felt a surge of joy within. Yet she remained cognizant of her identity. Even as an outsider, you are a companion of Konoha. Moreover, your family includes Shikaku and Lady Tsunade, and you have many friends, such as Mikoto and the others. As Kushina absorbed these sentiments, her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed, rendering her bashful. Meanwhile, Minato smiled gently, his eyes narrowed in amusement. Though he too felt a flutter of anxiety, it was akin to a confession. Yet, Kushina remained silent, leaving Minato uncertain whether she accepted or declined his feelings, compelling him to continue smiling. Clearing his throat, always sure, standing beneath the tree, broke the palpable tension with a teasing remark. I say, you too. If you wish to display affection, might it not be better to save it for when we return to the village? While this evening's moonlight is indeed enchanting, the chill in the air could lead to illness if one isn't careful. Besides, we are near the borders of the land of lightning, where foes could appear at any moment. Aoi exaggeratedly scanned the surroundings, brandishing a kunai as if preparing for battle. Shikaku joined in, calling up to the tree. Indeed, Aoi is right. Many are awaiting our return in the village. Kushina, I sincerely apologize. Had I not dragged Granny Mito out with me today, you would not have been captured. My sister is worried about you. Are you injured? If so, please return so she can treat you. As he spoke, Shikaku's guilt became evident. Kushina, observing the two beneath the tree, felt her face heat up with embarrassment, though the height of the tree shielded her from their gaze. "Let us hurry down. Could you please put me down?" Minato fumbled slightly, but gently set Kushina on the ground, his reddened ears betraying his inner turmoil. "Oh, all right," he replied. Kushina let out a soft giggle, finding Minato's demeanor quite endearing. Once on the ground, she regarded Shikaku and Aoi, reflecting on Minato's words. He was correct. "I still have family and friends who love me. I am not alone. Let us move swiftly. The air grows colder." With resolute agreement, the group, accompanied by the Anbu, set forth on their journey back to the village. They collected the body of one of the fallen from the Cloud Village, while Aoi employed a sealing technique on the other two to prevent any extreme actions upon awakening, as they needed to retain critical information. Chapter 65. Growth. Following the events of the Moonlit Embrace incident, the bond between Kushina Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze deepened significantly, entering an exceedingly ambiguous phase. Aside from making their relationship public, they were indistinguishable from any ordinary couple. One day, under a clear sky and radiant sun, Minato invited a group of friends to indulge in Ichiraku ramen. When someone treats, one must not refuse, Aoi thought eagerly. Eager to experience the renowned establishment owned by the legendary Tsutsuki Ichiraku. However, it was apparent that Ichiraku was merely a young man, though his culinary skills were commendable. Yet, no matter how closely one observed, he remained an ordinary ramen chef, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. Slightly disheartened, Aoi sampled the tonkatsu ramen, accompanied by chashu. The flavor was indeed delightful. As he turned to express his thoughts, he noticed Minato placing his chashu into Kushina's bowl. "This is for you." "Thank you." "I shall not be polite," Kushina replied, while Aoi shifted his gaze to Shikaku, who was devouring his meal with gusto. It seemed only true food lovers could immerse themselves in the culinary experience, undisturbed by the world around them. "At this rate, we'll be stuffed with dog food," he mused. Time sped by during their training. Moments were spent either on missions or honing their skills at home. Although arduous, the rewards were substantial. With a powerful punch, Shikaku's strength shattered the ground, sending stones soaring like a torrential downpour. Shaking off the tingling sensation in his wrist, he reveled in the dust cloud enveloping him. Suddenly, a shadow darted down from the treetops. Shikaku's pupils dilated as he instinctively rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding a cold glint that left a deep gash in the tree behind him. Good reflexes, came the voice of Kageyama Kamikaze, leaning against the tree. But in battle, no one will announce their attack. Shikaku retaliated with a fierce kick, sending shockwaves toward Kageyama. "Do I need you to tell me that?" With a graceful leap, Kageyama ascended higher into the branches, evading the fissures that erupted where he had stood moments before. "Your temper remains as fiery as ever." In a swift motion, Kageyama launched 3 shurikens, which flew toward Shikaku. He ducked to evade the first, but the latter 2 threatened his retreat, crossing his arms in defense. Shikaku had improved significantly over the past year, both in physical strength and medical ninjutsu, an invaluable skill inspired by Aoi's reminder of his sister's prowess in healing. Utilizing his newly acquired medical techniques, Shikaku enhanced his arm's defensive capabilities with chakra. The oncoming shurikens rebounded upon striking his arm. Yet, before he could react further, Kageyama closed the distance, kneeing him in the ribs. "Powerful fist barrage," Shikaku shouted, as chakra surged like molten lava into his fists. The force of their strikes collided, sending shockwaves that shattered the ground beneath them. Kageyama was propelled backward, struggling to regain his footing. Just as he managed to control his descent, he performed a hand sign and activated his unique invisibility technique, Shinobi Escape. He vanished from Shikaku's sight. Having spent a year as Kageyama's teammate, Shikaku knew how to respond, but was left puzzled as to Kageyama's whereabouts. Where did he go? He wondered, relying on his senses to adapt. In the distance, 2 figures observed the intense sparring, Aoi and Orochimaru. "What is your assessment?" Orochimaru inquired. In a direct confrontation, Shikaku would likely hold the advantage, given his superior strength and endurance. However, Aoi noted, "Kageyama is formidable. Though I couldn't discern the details, it is likely that his blade remained unsharpened. Otherwise, if he had met Shikaku's powerful strike head-on, even with Shikaku's enhanced physicality, he would have sustained injuries. Unlike now, when my fist is only slightly reddened and will recover swiftly due to my own resilience." Keen observation. "Do you know why I did not allow you to partake in the battle?" Orochimaru originally intended for the three of us to engage in a free-for-all, as it would better reflect the chaotic nature of a real battlefield, where individuals might not hail from the same faction, thus introducing numerous variables. However, based on my understanding of Captain Asaka, Orochimaru felt that involving him in the sparring would be somewhat unfair to the other two. Asaka, if I were to join, I would undoubtedly hide and wait until the two were nearly finished, then employ sealing techniques to ensnare them both, reaping the benefits of their conflict. Orochimaru mused internally, and that is precisely why I did not let you participate. Over the course of a year, not only have the other two significantly enhanced their abilities, but Asaka has also made considerable progress, becoming increasingly cautious and meticulous. On multiple occasions, Orochimaru found himself nearly outmaneuvered during their sparring sessions. I recall one particular training session where he had them fight in a trio against him. Due to the late hour, he instructed them to return the following day. As a result, Asaka and the others stayed up late, setting up an enhanced sealing array across the training ground in the dark, and the next day, they feigned nonchalance during the battle. Orochimaru was led step by step into their trap. Had he not summoned the Rashomon for defense in time, he might have been defeated by their coordinated assault, narrowly escaping disaster. From that point on, he refrained from allowing the trio to attack him together, instead letting them engage in a free-for-all amongst themselves. Surprisingly, it turned out to be rather entertaining. Orochimaru occasionally found himself enchanted by this nurturing of competition, thinking, let them fight, let them harm each other, and I shall contend with the one who emerges as the strongest. Asaka, have you become possessed by the spirit of a puppet master? In contrast to Orochimaru, who continued to speak, Asaka's gaze never wavered from the battle between his two teammates. Their clash was nearing its conclusion, and a victor would soon emerge. The Moonlight Shinkei's invisibility was about to wear off, and his techniques were nearly charged. Meanwhile, Ju remained stationary, yet the vast chakra within him was accumulating, preparing for a powerful strike. Chapter 66, Orochimaru, Part 1, Konoha Flowing Sword Technique, Dance of the Crescent Moon. The moment Moonlight Shinkei's voice rang out, he made his presence known. Ju then saw two shadow clones of Moonlight Shinkei's and his true self swiftly appear before him, attacking from three directions, left, above, and right. The twin thunderclap. Ju's fists had been charged, but he could not discern which of the three Moonlight Shinkei's was the real one. Only a wide area technique would inflict damage upon them. With a fierce shout, he slammed his fists into the ground, unleashing a torrent of chakra that spread like a tidal wave, cracking the earth beneath him and creating a web of fissures radiating outward. The flying debris, propelled by the fierce winds, shot towards the three Moonlight Shinkei's like arrows. Undaunted, Moonlight Shinkei's sliced through the stones hurled at him and charged forth, gaining speed with each passing moment. As Ju observed one Moonlight Shinkei shatter a stone, he realized that this one could not be the true form. Shadow clones dissipate upon taking damage and need only evade such projectiles. The real Moonlight Shinkei's was positioned to the far left, near Ju's flank. He had intentionally commanded his shadow clones to break the stones to mislead Ju into believing that one was the true self, a rare moment of cleverness. After being fooled so many times, one must eventually learn. Prepare to receive my attack. Here I come. I strike. The moment their blades and fists collided, a blinding flash erupted, followed by a deafening crash, sending both combatants hurtling backwards. Moonlight Shinkei's blade shattered, blood bursting from his palm as he crashed heavily to the ground, the consequence of wielding an unsharpened iron blade. Ju fared little better. His right hand, S-bones caving in from the tremendous recoil, blood seeping from the capillaries in his arm as he too fell to the earth. I have won. You're not unconscious. The two fallen warriors exclaimed simultaneously. A draw it is. Moments later, Ju slowly rose from the ground, approached Moonlight Shinkei's, and knelt beside him. With his left hand, he activated healing techniques, enveloping Moonlight Shinkei's in a soothing green light. Let me assist your recovery. The comforting sensation of cellular restoration elicited involuntary moans from Moonlight Shinkei's. Do not sound so peculiar. Call out properly, or I might cease your treatment. Moonlight Shinkei's could only respond helplessly. What can I do? Being healed from injuries feels this exquisite. After a moment, he slowly remarked, in truth, I lost. What? Clearly, we both fell to the ground. Neither of us had any fighting capacity, so it should be a tie. I do not possess your remarkable recovery ability. Given a moment's pause, you are back on your feet. Meanwhile, I remain incapacitated on the ground, while you, with your extraordinary self-healing, are able to rise and perform healing techniques shortly thereafter. Haha, who would have thought you would one day concede to me? Ju chuckled heartily, rubbing his nose. However, as you previously stated, the battlefield does not entertain such notions. If we were to fall together, our enemies would merely ensure our demise, leaving us at a stalemate. Moonlight Shinke's gazed at Ju's serious demeanor, momentarily struggling to accept the sentiment. It seems you have grown significantly this past year. Ju retorted, and you as well. Moonlight Shinke's, it is all thanks to Captain Asaka. Indeed, he is the youngest among us. Yet it feels as if he assumes the role of leader every time we embark on a mission. Ju expressed a sense of indignation. Moonlight Shinke's, then you should take charge next time. In truth, during nearly every mission, as long as it is not particularly challenging, Orochimaru tends to adopt a hands-off approach, leaving the planning and execution of tasks to Asaka. No, I tend to suffer from headaches whenever I engage in planning. Reflecting on previous missions, even securing accommodations required prior arrangements, gathering intelligence, and providing tips. There are countless nuances, both explicit and implicit, that I cannot possibly remember. It is far more practical to take action. Moonlight Shinke's, ha. Ju turned his head away. I am merely stating facts. Once the two had sufficiently recovered, they supported each other as they exited the forest and beheld Orochimaru and Asaka standing outside. Asaka, seemingly expecting this outcome. See? I told you they would reach a draw. Orochimaru had perhaps overestimated the nature of their battle or underestimated the bond between the two. Without a lethal determination, it is easy for a draw to occur. You were correct, so when we spar later, I will refrain from utilizing summoning techniques. Asaka grinned mischievously, exuding an air of mischief. You said it, Orochimaru-sensei. Do not regret it later. Orochimaru regarded Asaka, his throat dry, wanting to voice something, yet hesitated, deciding it best to remain silent. Before their formal battle commenced, there were 5 minutes of preparation time. Asaka did not ready anything. Instead, he approached his two companions, observing their disheveled appearances. Are you both all right? No worries, Asaka. You are truly wonderful, always able to spar with Orochimaru-sensei. Shallow Tsukasa initially intended to express concern, but upon hearing those words, he instantly felt a wave of frustration wash over him. With a languid tone, he remarked, You should have mentioned it earlier. I shall inform Lord Orochimaru right away. After saying this, he lifted his foot, preparing to move forward. Of course not. I was merely jesting. Rope Tree dared not challenge Orochimaru. During a previous encounter, the sight of those serpentine shadow hands had left him feeling physically ill. It was utterly repulsive, especially when his powerful punches had little effect, merely allowing those slick serpents to coil around his arms. Moonlight Kamikaze shuddered at the recollection as if haunted by unpleasant memories. Perhaps next time we could adopt a lottery system. Whoever draws the short straw will face Lord Orochimaru. In the initial rounds, the three would battle in order. But as the matches progressed, it would invariably revert to individual confrontations. While Shallow Tsukasa had grown stronger, he had not reached the point of overwhelming Orochimaru, leading him to conclude that both Rope Tree and Moonlight Kamikaze wished to avoid complications. After all, in their understanding, only Shallow Tsukasa's rogue sealing techniques could effectively restrain Orochimaru. No. How about this? You go next time. Next time? Who knows when that will be? Shallow Tsukasa suddenly uttered a nonsensical remark. However, Rope Tree and Moonlight Kamikaze instantly comprehended. Indeed, the timing of the next encounter remained uncertain. With the impending war, the news and tension had already begun to permeate the village, no longer confined to just the clan members. Chapter 67. Orochimaru, 2. Shall we establish a combat seal? Shallow Tsukasa obediently stood opposite Orochimaru, gesturing the sign for the duel. Orochimaru, seemingly oblivious, casually remarked, Let us begin quickly. I have matters to attend to afterward. Shallow Tsukasa turned to his two companions. It seems Lord Orochimaru has wised up this time and will not fall for tricks. Rope Tree and Moonlight Kamikaze chuckled softly. Orochimaru remained stoic. No giggling, Rope Tree and Moonlight Kamikaze retorted. It's understandable, after being outsmarted so many times. It would not be Orochimaru if he were to fall for it again. With a silent withdrawal, he diminished the sealing marks on his hand. Orochimaru lightly stated, "Let us begin." In an instant, as his words resonated, shallow Tsukasa vanished, dashing towards Orochimaru with astonishing speed, his kunai glinting coldly in the light. Just as he was about to close the distance, he sidestepped, employing the shadow clone technique to conjure 3 duplicates, each launching an attack from different angles. A hint of a smile graced Orochimaru's lips, as if he anticipated the forthcoming moves. He then gracefully faded from sight like a gust of wind. Shallow Tsukasa and his clone struck air, uncertain whether to activate the scroll in his possession, initially planning to execute a 3 talismans binding formation. To his surprise, Orochimaru's vigilance was unexpectedly high. With each encounter, Shallow Tsukasa improved, yet Orochimaru, gathering intelligence, became increasingly prepared, making the battles progressively arduous. However, Orochimaru's array of tactics seemed inexhaustible, and Shallow Tsukasa had never witnessed him fully unleash his capabilities. Cautiously, Shallow Tsukasa scanned his surroundings. At that moment, a chill crept up from behind, prompting him to instinctively roll forward. A white serpent darted past him, and with a swift kick, it dissipated into smoke. Quick reflexes, came Orochimaru's voice from above. Shallow Tsukasa looked up to find Orochimaru hovering overhead, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. Before Shallow Tsukasa could react, Orochimaru formed hand seals and declared, "Hidden Shadow Snake Hands." Several robust serpents erupted from his sleeves, aiming to strike Shallow Tsukasa with gaping jaws. In response, Shallow Tsukasa hastily formed seals. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Massive earthen walls surged upward, shielding him from the serpentine onslaught, creating a protective cubic enclosure. Yet, those serpents, seemingly sentient, coiled around the earthen barriers, and soon venomous fluid spewed from their mouths, sizzling as it began to corrode the walls, creating gaping holes. Just as the walls crumbled away, Shallow Tsukasa was nowhere to be found. When he re-emerged, he was already 10 meters away, having burrowed underground after deploying the earth flow wall. Fully aware of the potential for such a scenario, truly troublesome. However, the deteriorating earth flow wall began to reveal sealing patterns, which Shallow Tsukasa activated. The seals manifested, and the binding formation rendered all snakes that had fallen motionless, including Orochimaru, who had also touched the ground. Shallow Tsukasa was not naive enough to believe Orochimaru would be so easily ensnared. It must be a clone. Using Earth Release, Earth Spikes, he tested his theory, and indeed, upon contact, Orochimaru transformed into smoke. Without hesitation, Shallow Tsukasa swiftly produced 4 talismans, placing them at each cardinal point around him, sealing Array Search. As he formed the seals, the talismans emitted a faint glow, and the sealing marks spread across the ground like a web. Neither the naked eye nor chakra perception could discern the clones. But this sealing array could accurately sense the presence of flesh and blood, something the clones could not replicate. "Found you." Perched upon a distant tree, Shallow Tsukasa mused. "How exceedingly cautious. He surpasses even my vigilance." Yet, even upon locating Orochimaru, Shallow Tsukasa showed no inclination to advance. Instead, he remained in place, embodying the philosophy of if the enemy does not move, neither shall I. In a genuine confrontation, he knew he could not match Orochimaru, but he could still employ some irritating tactics. Observing the unmoving Shallow Tsukasa from his perch, Orochimaru sighed inwardly, aware that Shallow Tsukasa had likely detected him, yet refrained from initiating an attack, seemingly waiting for him. Even issuing a Ch-Nin forehead protector becomes a challenge. With a series of swift jumps, Orochimaru approached Shallow Tsukasa, maintaining a distance of 5 meters to avoid falling within the range of Shallow Tsukasa's spells. He recalled that Shallow Tsukasa had previously mentioned his unprepared spells could only reach a maximum distance of 5 meters. Suddenly, Shallow Tsukasa flashed a mischievous smile. "Hee. You believed me, didn't you?" Orochimaru's eyes widened in realization. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the ground beneath him shimmered, the sealing marks materializing. For limbs reseal. Orochimaru's pupils dilated as, at that instant, dozens of chains erupted from the sealing array, ensnaring him one by one. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru shook his head lightly. "Humph, bound." Orochimaru merely remarked, "Had it been anyone else, you might have secured victory, but..." He executed the shedding technique, instantly breaking free as his dark purple skin peeled away like a cicada's exoskeleton. The chains tightened further, yet they coiled around the discarded serpent skin. Damn, I forgot. I never anticipated Orochimaru had such a trick up his sleeve. Truly, he is the impossible-to-kill Orochimaru. Has he been playing with this technique this entire time? Having escaped using the snake-shedding technique, Orochimaru swiftly regained his form and launched an assault on Shallow Tsukasa. Just as Shallow Tsukasa processed the situation, his pupils constricted in alarm, and he retreated hastily, his toes barely grazing the ground. The air sliced with the sharp sound of wind as Orochimaru's kunai zipped past, narrowly missing Shallow Tsukasa's ear, piercing the tree trunk behind him. One can envision that had the previous strike not gone awry, Asaka Tsuji's head would now bear a gaping hole. Do not be distracted. When one's proud techniques are dismantled, confusion only propels you further toward demise. Orochimaru's words accompanied a powerful kick that sent Asaka Tsuji sprawling. He hastily raised his arms to block, yet the immense force propelled him a considerable distance away. In the 68th chapter, Orochimaru, Part 3, had it been anyone else, that attack would have undoubtedly landed. However, spending too much time with Orochimaru led to a grave underestimation of his opponent. After readjusting his stance, Asaka Tsuji formed hand seals. Then I shall simply attempt something new. Yet Orochimaru would not miss this opportunity, preparing to interrupt the spell with swiftness. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from his mouth. Confronted with the sudden onslaught of the great fireball, Asaka Tsuji had no choice but to alter his hand seals, raising one palm as a curse mark manifested. Before him appeared a wall of air densely filled with intricate seals. Upon the fireball's collision, it was instantly absorbed. Seal of fire. Orochimaru observed the swiftly executed seal with keen interest, licking his lips and remarking, "Oh, indeed, you have grown significantly this year. Thank you for the compliment, Orochimaru-sensei." Asaka Tsuji retorted, reversing the sequence. If the standard sequence of the seal of fire was to seal the fire release, then to release it, one merely had to perform it in reverse. Back to you. Fire release. Great fireball technique. With his other hand, Asaka Tsuji formed a 5-finger gesture, twisting his wrist as the curse mark re-emerged, releasing the great fireball once more. Orochimaru's pupils constricted, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Unperturbed by the approaching fireball, he swiftly formed hand seals, producing a technique familiar to Asaka Tsuji. Earth release. Earth flow wall. A massive earthen wall surged forth, intercepting the fireball, causing scorching waves of heat to rise in thick plumes of smoke. Seizing the opportunity, Orochimaru's figure darted through the air like a phantom, clapping his hands together, shadow snake hands. Countless black snakes erupted from his sleeves, slithering toward Asaka Tsuji like venomous serpents. The speed was overwhelming. One black snake lunged toward Asaka Tsuji's head, who instinctively leaned back, narrowly evading the attack and rolling away to create distance. He understood that he could no longer afford to be on the defensive. He must strike proactively. Drawing a deep breath, he brought his hands together in a prayer-like pose as the seals on his wristbands simultaneously unsealed, surrounding him with numerous talismans. Upon closer inspection, each talisman bore the character for lightning. Asaka Tsuji frantically formed hand seals, causing the air around him to warp. Lightning release. Kirin. Instantly, all the talismans radiated light, crackling with electricity. Since he could not summon clouds to invoke lightning, he opted to use talismans akin to batteries, storing lightning chakra within for future release. Orochimaru observed this maneuver, yet dared not approach. The multitude of lightning talismans sprawled on the ground resembled a field of electric traps, with nearby snakes turning to smoke upon contact. However, wind release counteracts lightning release, and Orochimaru resolved to employ wind techniques against Asaka Tsuji's lightning release. Kirin. Though Asaka Tsuji had never demonstrated this technique in his presence, the abundance of lightning chakra visible on the ground indicated its formidable power. Eager to witness it firsthand, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, shouting, "Wind release, vacuum wave." Countless sharp wind blades swept forth in a fan-like formation, sending dust and debris flying as the air screamed in protest. With his left hand grasping the Chidori and his right retrieving a defensive scroll, adamantine seal. Upon the scroll's activation, golden runes entwined around Asaka Tsuji, forming an impenetrable barrier. The wind blades collided with the shield, sparking a cacophony of explosive sounds. Yet Orochimaru's assault would not cease so easily. Taking advantage of the shield's momentary instability, he formed seals once more, calling out, "Wind release. Vacuum Great Sphere." A massive sphere of wind, imbued with destructive force, hurtled toward the barrier. Cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the surface, while the Chidori in Asaka Sōji's left hand crackled ominously. Suddenly, enlightenment struck him. Now, with a swift thrust of his left hand, he commanded, "Lightning release." Kirin. A bolt of lightning, thick as a barrel, began to coalesce around him, transforming into the shape of a Kirin in the blink of an eye. Lacking the Sharingan, Asaka Sōji found it challenging to discern the lightning's path, necessitating the use of the adamantine seal to prevent self-harm. The Kirin, embodying a cataclysmic force, charged toward Orochimaru, distorting the air around it with the rapid friction of electricity, producing a deafening crackle. Orochimaru, however, did not flinch or evade. He was acutely aware that this attack was inescapable, given its speed, breadth, and lethal potency. Thus, he resorted to reverse summoning technique. Asaka Sōji exclaimed, "Nanny?" No amount of planning could have prepared him for Orochimaru's slime maneuver, akin to a cheat in a game. "Damn it," he bellowed, utterly spent, as he helplessly watched the Kirin crash into the nearby forest. With a thunderous roar, the Kirin struck the trees, as if a divine hammer had fallen upon the landscape. Towering ancient trees were instantaneously reduced to charcoal. The earth trembled violently, forming a gigantic crater several meters in diameter. Asaka Sōji gazed regretfully at the devastation, while his two companions stood in awe, rendered speechless by the overwhelming power displayed. However, it did not take long for Asaka Sōji to regain his composure. He realized that Orochimaru would undoubtedly summon himself back soon. He needed to set a trap in advance, and was preparing to retrieve a scroll. In the next instant, a chilling sensation graced his neck, accompanied by Orochimaru's voice. "You have lost." Resigned, Asaka Sōji acknowledged that this technique had indeed reached the pinnacle of lightning nature transformation, consuming vast amounts of chakra. For him, using this technique left him utterly defenseless. Although he had other scrolls at his waist, the blade at his throat rendered them irrelevant. "I concede. I surrender. Had your opponent not been me, I doubt many could have survived your techniques, provided your intelligence had not been compromised," Orochimaru replied. In other words, a surprise ambush might work, but if the opponent is cautious and prepared, it poses a significant challenge. He tossed a forehead protector to Asaka Sōji, saying, "Here, your Chunin forehead protector. You may retrieve your vest from the Hokage building's storage later. And you too, your skill assessments have passed as well. Starting tomorrow, I will no longer be your team leader. You may undertake missions independently, either as a trio or in pairs. However, it may not be long before the war commences, which is why there has been no Chunin exam, allowing team leaders to evaluate their own members." Asaka Sōji gazed at the forehead protector in his hand, then at Orochimaru's departing figure. Alas, that day has finally arrived. Meanwhile, Shiboku and Kamikaze exchanged glances, both delighted as they adorned their own foreheads with their new insignia. In Chapter 69, War Participants, the transition to Chunin begins. Observing his reflection, Asaka Sōji admired his appearance, the forehead protector atop his head, the green vest adorning his body. "I do look rather dashing," he mused, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. Just yesterday, he had cut his hair into a short, black version akin to Naruto's final chapter look, feeling particularly sprightly. As he admired himself in the mirror, a sudden, urgent knock echoed through the room. Asaka Sōji opened the door to find his teammate, Kamikaze, looking frantic, sweat-soaked strands of hair plastered to his forehead. "We must go quickly." In an urgent summons, the Hokage announced that a considerable number of ninja forces had gathered along the border of the Rain Village. Upon hearing this from Tsukikage Kamikaze, Captain Asaka's expression instantly turned grave. The anticipated event had finally arrived. The two hastened to the Hokage's office, where a multitude of Jonin had assembled in orderly lines at the base of the building. However, Asaka and Tsukikage, being mere Chunin, lacked the standing to join them and resorted to eavesdropping to grasp the current situation. Over here, from a nearby tree, Ju had found an excellent vantage point, allowing him to hear the Hokage's voice and observe all present. Other Chunin were also perched atop various trees, including the trio of Namikaze Minato. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood at the forefront of all the ninjas, his demeanor somber as he spoke. Intelligence indicates that significant chakra signatures have been detected at the Rain Village border. This war involves Sunagakure and Awagakure as well. As if in response to the tense atmosphere, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and heavy raindrops began to fall, striking against headbands. Wiping his face, Ju chuckled. It seems even the heavens deemed the current situation rather dire. Sarutobi Hiruzen then commenced his personnel deployment. For the Rain Village, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade will strategize under Orochimaru's leadership. Upon hearing this, the three stood in unison, affirming their readiness. For Sunagakure, Shaku is here. Led half of the Anbu in strategic deployment. Understood. As for Awagakure, the responsibility falls to the Hokage's advisor, Shimura Danzo. He proceeded to outline the arrangements for each region's jonin, while the chunin and jinin would be randomly redistributed among the primary forces. Becoming mere cannon fodder in the chaotic melee, even Asaka and his companions were but moderately capable pawns. With the combat plans established, the burden of logistics and intelligence gathering now rested on the shoulders of the leading figures. On the other hand, after absorbing the battle strategy, Asaka and his companions returned home in silence, the weight of the war heavy in the air. The usually bustling streets felt desolate as villagers stayed indoors, hesitant to venture out. Though the village was not yet under direct threat, the mere mention of war instilled a palpable fear, prompting many to retreat to the safety of their homes. "Captain, do you think we will be assigned together?" one queried. "I cannot say," Asaka replied. The Hokage mentioned that Chunin and Jinin would be assigned at random unless specifically requested. "But surely Orochimaru-sensei would want us," Ju asserted confidently. As the chief architect of the strategy, Orochimaru typically refrained from engaging in battle unless equally formidable opponents were present. In skirmishes, lesser forces would often clash first, allowing the primary combatants to enter once the fray had commenced. In the Hokage's office, Danzo was deliberating over operational details. When he requested a specific talent, it was none other than Asaka, who had been on his mind for some time. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly rejected the request. "No, Asaka is a disciple of Orochimaru. How can he accompany you? Besides, you are not familiar with him. I am stating this plainly, Hiruzen. Whether you agree or not, I require him for sealing expertise. Asaka's presence with Orochimaru in the Rain Village would not significantly impact our battle, and he is not skilled in medical ninjutsu. You understand? And given that this is a four-way conflict with the Rain Village as the main battleground, you are aware of the toxicity of the salamander's venom, correct? But ultimately, only 3 parties can arrive. Iwagakure is too distant, and their numbers are few. Thus, I must lead the assault to conclude that battle swiftly, aiding our subsequent endeavors. How does this pertain to Asaka?" Danzo continued. "Both Aji and Han are perfect Jinchuriki." Emphasizing his point, Hiruzen grasped the implication. Although the number of ninja from Awagakure was limited, their quality was exceptional. 2 perfect Jinchuriki alongside Noki, equating to 3 Kaga-level powers. The pressure on Danzo was immense. The Rain Village lacked tailed beast Jinchuriki, and the Shikaku of Sunagakure was notoriously uncontrollable, causing chaos in battle. "Is there not enough manpower in the sealing team? I have already allocated half. If we take more, who will maintain the seals in the village?" This upcoming war promised to be more arduous than anticipated, especially with the aging Mito and the absence of new Jinchuriki. Even Hiruzen might have to join the fray if necessary. To overcome Noki, Hiruzen's strength was indispensable. Having previously consulted Orochimaru about Asaka's understanding of sealing techniques, Hiruzen knew that with adequate collaboration, high-level sealing could be achieved. Should the enemy transform into tailed beasts, they would be primed for sealing. Very well, but let me make this clear. Do not engage in any recklessness. Hiruzen cautioned. Do not portray me as a brainwasher, inquire among the roots. Who does not respect me? I have never employed violence against them. As their conversation progressed, Danzo prepared to depart when Hiruzen suddenly rose, taking a puff from his pipe. "Danzo." "Yes?" Danzo halted, not looking back. "You must return alive." Though Danzo had claimed that under necessary circumstances, Hiruzen might have to participate in battle, he understood that his old friend had a tough exterior but a kind heart. "I know without you saying it. This opponent is far more formidable than expected. Noki, Aji, and Han, 3 Kaga-level powers. Danzo has not faced such a challenging battle in ages. It feels invigorating to think about." With a flourish of his robes, he departed the Hokage's office, emboldened. Chapter 70. A request. When Asaka received word that he was to depart the following day, he was taken aback. So soon? Wasn't the announcement of the battle leaders made just yesterday? Their planning and deployment are remarkably swift. Glancing at his assigned team, he was met with the sight of an individual he had hoped to avoid, Danzo, the 55th Hokage. Clutching the notification, which stated that he was to serve under Danzo as part of the sealing team in Iwagakure, Asaka exclaimed, "What?" Upon receiving the news, Asaka promptly made his way to the assembly point, where he found Danzo radiating confidence as he outlined his strategy. Observing his fellow teammates, most of whom hailed from the roots and appeared equally bewildered, Asaka noted a few familiar faces from the sealing team, having previously collaborated with them. "Captain, do you think Iwagakure is particularly dangerous?" One of the female sealing ninjas inquired. As one of the few known to him, Asaka bit his lip, momentarily diverting his gaze from Danzo's battle attire before mustering a forced smile. It should be manageable. However, deep within, she could not help but voice her concerns. Iwagakure, one of the 5 great villages, was home to an abundance of formidable warriors. Most significantly, there was the Tsuchikage, Onoki, a frequent participant on the battlefield, wielding the perilous dust release technique. A single strike could reduce one to mere ashes. It was evidently no trivial matter to contend with. Coupled with Shimura Danzo's unpredictable temperament and his tendency to act before anyone else, it was clear he had a specialized combat strategy in mind, rendering this mission exceedingly daunting. The female ninja furrowed her brow, expressing her worries. "I have heard that Iwagakure excels in earth release techniques, and their ninjas are adept at prolonged battles. Could this mission prove to be quite challenging?" No sooner had she spoken than Danzo abruptly turned to face them, his piercing gaze causing her to stiffen. "Having been selected for this operation, you must suppress your cowardice," he stated, his voice cold and resonant. "While Iwagakure may appear formidable, they possess vulnerabilities. Our objective is to exploit their unpreparedness and annihilate a secret supply base they have established. If our plan proceeds smoothly, success will be within our grasp." Yet, someone could not restrain themselves from speaking up. "But Lord Danzo, to my knowledge, the terrain surrounding that base is quite complex, protected by multiple barriers. If we act recklessly," Danzo's gaze fell upon the one who had spoken, AJ Nin, not from his root division. Feeling a twinge of annoyance, he thought to himself, "Had it not been for the lack of personnel from root, I would not have summoned you at all." Nevertheless, AJ Nin represented considerable combat prowess within the village, and thus it was only fitting to address his concerns. "Are you questioning my strategy?" Danzo's eyes turned frigid, the air around them seemingly frozen. "You are to follow orders without question. Do you not see these members of the sealing unit? I have brought them specifically to deal with those barriers. Is there any further issue?" And no, none at all. The commanding presence of a superior left no room for further inquiry. Shinku, a member of the sealing unit, silently observed the scene. Being merely a low-ranking Karami, he felt it prudent to comply without question, though he noticed that the root ninjas kept their heads bowed, obedient, while the other members of the sealing unit appeared uneasy. He wondered if this hastily assembled team, lacking cohesion, could successfully navigate the challenges ahead and accomplish the mission. Danzo continued, "The plan is nearly complete." He surveyed the group. "Does anyone else have questions? If not, then we shall advance." Silence enveloped the gathering. With a swift motion, Danzo commanded, and all root members responded in unison, yes. They would depart tonight, determined to catch their foes off guard. As dusk settled, it was expected that they would arrive by dawn, the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. As twilight deepened, the last vestiges of light were swallowed by dark clouds. Shinku kept pace with the main force, the crunch of dry leaves beneath their feet echoing in the stillness. He glanced at the members of the sealing unit beside him. Each appeared fatigued, burdened with scrolls. In contrast to the root operatives, who were adept at executing combat missions, the sealing unit lacked the same stamina and strength. Danzo, leading from the front, seemed acutely aware of this disparity. He thought, "It's truly disheartening. Training these members of the sealing unit merely to have them loaf about? Upon returning, I must address this with Hizashi. Maintaining barriers within the village is no excuse for idleness." As the team reached a valley, a sharp sound sliced through the air. "Scatter!" Danzo bellowed, vanishing into the shadows. Several shuriken whizzed past, each affixed with explosive tags, detonating against the rocks. From the surrounding underbrush emerged a number of masked ninjas, their earth-release techniques kicking up a cloud of dust that obscured visibility. "These are Iwagakure's ambushers," someone shouted. The root ninjas swiftly assumed battle stances, executing hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique. The flames surged forth, only to be effortlessly halted by the enemy's earth-release earthen wall. Shinku prepared his shuriken in response, but noticed the ceiling unit members floundering as they scrambled to form their defenses. Meanwhile, the root ninjas struck like vipers into the enemy ranks, their blades glinting ominously in the night. Stay organized. Execute the second plan. Danzo's voice cut through the chaos, yet the only response was the cacophony of battle cries. Though the root ninjas were obedient to commands, the frenzy of combat rendered them indifferent to details. Shinku observed a fellow root ninja besieged by 3 Iwagakure ninjas. Yet no teammates rushed to assist him. They were too engrossed in their own fights, lacking any sense of cooperation, blind to the peril surrounding them. Meanwhile, the ceiling unit was also in dire straits, as numerous Iwagakure ninjas recognized their weakness and began to encircle them. Enough! Shinku gritted his teeth and charged forward, his shuriken plunging into an enemy's neck, dispatching him instantly. All members of the ceiling unit, produce your defensive scrolls and form an octagonal matrix. Understood, came the reply. As each member complied, faced with overwhelming circumstances, their numbers were limited, but they were well-versed in sealing techniques. No one cared whether Shinku was a mere member of the sealing unit. As long as it was effective, it mattered not. With 8 members in the sealing unit, they each held a defensive scroll, forming an octagonal matrix. A vibrant wall of yellow chakra rose in an instant, encasing them within. Do not dispel this barrier until every enemy is vanquished, Shinku instructed. Agreed, they affirmed, and Shinku rejoined the fray. Chapter 71. Iwagakure War is War. There is no room for pretense. As long as there are explosive tags aplenty, one need only hurl them forward without thought. Just as Shinku dispatched another enemy ninja, an explosive tag was hurled his way. Had he not evaded in time, he would have surely been caught in the blast. Rolling to the side, dirt and tiny stones scraped against Shinku's cheek, the acrid scent of gunpowder choking him. Before he could rise, the sound of slicing air returned, this time not one, but a full 7 explosive tags soared toward him in a sweeping fan. Is this a joke? The breadth of the attack was overwhelming, and Shinku realized he could not evade. He hastily retrieved a defensive scroll to shield himself. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Danzo's voice resonated as he gathered transparent chakra in his mouth, forming a colossal wind sphere that obliterated the 8 explosive tags. Danzo? Shinku exclaimed, taken aback by Danzo's sudden appearance before him, still processing the turn of events. What did you call me? Lord Danzo. Shinku quickly corrected himself. Address me as Captain Danzo. We are not in the village, and you are to heed the captain's commands. All ninjas, assemble in a circular formation. Danzo leaped to the treetops, amplifying his voice with wind chakra to project it far and wide. The combatants, previously entangled in chaos, heard the powerful call and began to distance themselves, aligning with Danzo's side, encircling him. There's no need for that. Danzo dismissed his root subordinates. I am not so old as to require protection. Shinku, however, welcomed the idea of being shielded, standing amidst the gathered ninjas, breathing heavily. A chaotic melee was distinctly different from a spar. The pandemonium made it difficult to distinguish friend from foe, with shuriken and explosive tags carelessly thrown about. What if a stray attack harmed an ally? Not to mention the risk posed by large-scale ninjutsu. Unless it was a one-on-one scenario, area of effect techniques could be just as perilous to teammates. Ji Village's Tuanzo gazed mockingly at the figure standing at the forefront, adorned with the headband of a jonin, presumably their leader. When will your Iwagakure launch a surprise attack? The leader of Iwagakure sneered, lifting his hood to reveal a scarred visage. Ji Tuanzo, isn't that a question you should be asking? Had they not received intelligence in advance? It would have been they who faced a covert assault tonight. With a mere flick of his hand, dozens of Iwagakure ninjas behind him simultaneously formed seals, causing the ground to tremble violently. Jagged rocks erupted from the earth like spring bamboo shoots, piercing toward Ji Tuanzo's side. TCH, something had gone awry in his plans. But there was no time to root out the traitor now. He had to address the immediate threat first. Earth release, multiple earth flow walls. Ji Tuanzo remained composed, raising his hand as the root ninjas behind him swiftly formed a defensive formation, erecting layers of earthen walls to withstand the rock barrage. Seeing this, the Iwagakure leader quickly altered his hand seals and shouted, Earth release, light heavy rock technique. Placing his hands on the ground, Ji Tuanzo's multiple earth flow walls suddenly appeared frail, uprooted in an instant as the rocks shattered through the defenses. With a cold laugh, he taunted, Playing with Earth released before us a Wagakure? What a death wish. Yet Ji Tawanzo remained unfazed, calmly watching the incoming rocks as he formed seals with his hands. Wind release, great breakthrough. A mere A-rank ninjutsu, yet in his hands. It unleashed power akin to that of an S-rank. A furious gale erupted from his mouth, swirling with sand and stones like a tornado, shredding the jagged rocks into fine powder. The debris, propelled by the storm, hurtled back toward the Iwagakure ninjas, catching the front line Iwagakure Jinin off guard. They were sliced by the flying shrapnel, blood staining their yellow battle uniforms. The Iwagakure leader, observing the stone armor on his arm, realized the might of Ji Tawanzo's wind technique. Had it been any thinner, he might have been injured. Ji Tawanzo's strength is still formidable, he mused. It seemed wise to have a shadow-level powerhouse leading them. He would be pivotal in turning the tide of battle. However, Ji Tawanzo had no intention of granting them respite. The commander Shanchao and members of the sealing team simultaneously completed their seals and hurled specially crafted sealing talismans into the air. These talismans formed a formation that suppressed Iwagakure's offensive. Commander Shanchao, taking the lead, swiftly executed a sealing technique, binding formation. Follow my lead. The sealing team, following the direction of Commander Shanchao's seals, threw their talismans infused with chakra to reinforce the binding, as one person alone could not seal the movements of so many. What? The leader, witnessing the talismans in the sky and the sealing symbols beneath him, found himself immobilized. Ji Tawanzo looked at the dozen or so ninjas before him, a derisive smile creeping onto his face. Had it been Han or Old Purple targeting us, I might have considered evasion. But you, an unknown little pawn, dare approach? Speak, how did you receive your intel? Drawing forth a kunai wrapped in wind chakra, a sharp blade coalesced around it, with a gentle push. It would cleave through the throat. Humph, you squander your chance. Slapping at the scarred visage, Ji Tawanzo initiated his unique sealing technique. Initially, the leader had been unable to move. Now, his chakra was completely stifled, his mouth silenced, leaving him to breathe helplessly as he awaited his fate. Eliminate the others. I only require one useful individual. The rest are unnecessary. Yes, aside from the sealing team, the root ninjas advanced, ruthlessly dispatching the remaining immobilized ninjas. The leader of Iwagakure could only watch in horror as his comrades were slaughtered one by one, his trembling pupils reflecting his tumultuous inner turmoil. What now? Are you going to divulge the identity of your infiltrator? Ji Tawanzo hadn't anticipated that someone would dare to implant a spy so close to him. And successfully at that. Remaining silent, Ji Tawanzo grew impatient, ready to send one of his Yamanaka clan members to probe the leader's mind. Come here. Yes. Suddenly, a member of the root pushed aside the Yamanaka clan member, bursting forth with unprecedented speed, thrusting a kunai toward Ji Tawanzo's head. Die. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard, including the arrogant Ji Tawanzo, who had been preparing to interrogate. Who could react in time? As the kunai closed in, Ji Tawanzo exerted all his might to evade, but the weapon was already perilously close to his eye. Chapter 72. Surprise attack. Ji Tawanzo's eyes widened in horror as the kunai neared, inching closer to his right eye. He never thought he would face such a downfall. It seemed his right eye was doomed, but he was determined to take this brat down with him. My right eye for your heart. Unfair trade. For limbs reseal. What? Not only the assailant, but everyone present failed to react. Except for Commander Shanchao, who maintained vigilance over the sealing formation. The moment a movement was detected, he swiftly employed the four limbs reseal. The assailant's feet were ensnared by the sealing symbols, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Tawanzo dodged and swiftly retaliated, utilizing the wind-infused kunai to sever the assailant's tendons. The attacker howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, yet the sealing remained intact, chakra chains binding him, preventing any movement. Observing the twisted face of the fallen assailant, contorted in rage, Ji Tawanzo wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He had narrowly escaped a grave fate. Had he been a moment slower, he would have lost his right eye. Ji Tawanzo envisioned the repercussions of such a loss, becoming a crippled individual, unworthy of the Hokage title. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind, including the potential loss of his dream due to a blemished image. The mere thought of being unable to attain the Hokage position ignited a fierce anger within him, his gaze turning as cold as steel as he loomed over the prostrate enemy. Xiang, I trained you for 3 years, only to discover you are a spy. Reciting the assailant's codename, Ji Tawanzo felt his fury intensify. "Wait, Lord Tawanzo." Just as his anger peaked, a voice cut through the air. It was Commander Shanchao, his tone softening as he approached. After all, he was the most astute among those present, in stark contrast to the timid sealing team and the rigid root members. The one who had saved Ji Tawanzo's eye was indeed more agreeable. "What is it? Please hold on." Commander Shanchao stepped forward. I sensed other techniques while sealing him. If I am correct, he crouched beside the fallen assailant, lifting his clothing to reveal numerous explosive tags affixed to his upper body. This fool had donned explosive tags as attire, unafraid of the impending detonation. Those present stared in terror at the sight of the assailant, Xiang, covered in explosive tags. If Shimizu TZ had intended to sacrifice one of his eyes to have himself killed, it would undoubtedly have triggered the explosive tags, resulting in his demise or at least severe injury. TZ envisioned this young man being pierced through the heart, not dying immediately but certainly seizing his hand to detonate the explosive tags, leaving TZ bound by chains, his chakra ceasing to flow, his tendons severed, rendering him incapable of activating the explosive tags. Infuriating. Asakura's sure placed a single hand on the explosive tags, erasing the seals inscribed upon them. All done. These explosive tags are now rendered useless. Very well. TZ nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on the carefully nurtured elephant, his murderous intent intensifying. Asakura's sure, however, remained silent, choosing not to voice his opinions. He merely sought to eliminate potential threats. After all, TZ was the leader of the unit, and any injury to him would significantly diminish the entire team's combat capability. A reduction in combat power would invariably lead to increased risks, and Asakura's sure had no desire to face insurmountable foes without anyone to assist, especially after witnessing TZ's formidable strength. Asakura's sure recognized that he had held back during his earlier encounter with Sasuke. With a swift motion, he dispatched the spy without any intention of interrogation. Not dead yet. Let me assist you with a few more strikes. Asakura's sure observed from the side, while the others remained silent regarding this act of venting frustration. Quite normal, indeed. Next, they would interrogate the captured leader. Rest here for half an hour. The rest period was divided into two small groups. One team from the route was attending to the corpses, while another team of J. Neen and CH Neen maintained vigilance around the perimeter, taking turns to rest. Sealing class members, including Asakura's sure, sat together. "Do you think Lord TZ is being too ruthless? Indeed, I feel quite nauseated. Hey, this is war. Mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. I believe Lord TZ is acting quite appropriately." Asakura's sure was not well acquainted with them and did not participate in their discussion. Yet he concurred with TZ's actions. Failing to eliminate the remaining enemies would not only provide them an opportunity to escape and leak intelligence, but could also lead to wasteful resource expenditure if they were taken as prisoners. Still, I find Lord TZ rather terrifying. I think I shall refrain from venturing out next time and remain dutifully within the village. Indeed. I wonder what he was thinking by calling us from the sealing class to participate in battle. Quiet down, lest Lord TZ hears you. However, this time our sealing class was summoned to seal the tailed beasts. If the enemy transforms into a tailed beast, we must be prepared with the sealing array. If they unleash their tailed beast bombs, it could spell disaster for our entire army. That sounds easy enough, but there are only 8 of us, plus the commander, 9 in total. Unless we are provided a secure environment, it won't be so simple to set up when the fighting begins. What if someone sneaks in for an ambush while we are just starting to activate the scroll? That would be disastrous. The recent ambush on Shimizu TZ has shown that this battle will not be easy. Sighing, Asakura's sure felt a deep sense of distress. Why did they have to be deployed to this battleground, where the enemy had 2 reinforcements, including Yuki? Asakura's sure pondered how the original story had managed to achieve victory. He quietly observed TZ, who was meticulously gathering intelligence and crafting strategies, wondering if he had some secret weapon. TZ, sensing a gaze upon him, looked up and revealed what he believed to be a warm smile. Asakura's sure quickly lowered his head, disturbed by that devilish smile. Had he not saved TZ? Why did the smile appear so unsettling? Chapter 73. Action Stop. TZ gestured for the rear unit to halt and maintain silence. This must be the supply base, he concluded. Based on his intelligence and the memories extracted from the leader of the Iwagakure ambush team, he confirmed the location. The Iwagakure supply base was strategically situated surrounded by mountains, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. TZ and his team had only discovered it after climbing the mountain, as the myriad paths below obscured the entrance. Yet someone observed the empty valley below. Why is there not a single person down there? Commander, Sarutobi Hizashi signaled with his eyes. Understood. Asakura's shares standing within the unit had risen significantly, possibly due to his exceptional abilities or indirect assistance to TZ. Everywhere TZ went, he brought Asakura's share along, while the ceiling class, deemed weaker, was instructed to remain within the main unit to avoid causing trouble. Standing atop a height, Asakura's share scrutinized the barren basin below, furrowing his brow. He then formed seals with one hand and invoked a search array. There is a barrier reaction. The enemy must have employed some form of concealment to hide the entire base. Is there a solution? TZ increasingly regarded Asakura's share as a reliable talent, intelligent and resourceful, not sycophantic. If tasked with a mission, he would accomplish it flawlessly. The seal in Asakura's share's hand emanated a faint blue light as he focused intently on the barely perceptible chakra fluctuations within the basin, stating gravely, "This is a composite concealment barrier. The outer layer employs a combination of earth-style and illusionary techniques, while the inner layer consists of a Wagakure's unique rock prison barrier. If we attempt to forcibly dismantle it, it will create a distinct shockwave that could alert the enemy. However, it is not without solutions. Every barrier has formation nodes. By destroying these nodes, we can render the barrier ineffective." TZ stroked his chin, tracing the scar, and emitted a low chuckle. "I was right not to underestimate you. Speak freely. The root and other J-nin are at your disposal." Dozens of masked ninjas stepped forward behind him. Though Asakura's share was young, his displayed wisdom, quick reflexes, and masterful sealing techniques garnered him respect, and the others had no objections to his command. "But we still need the sealing class's assistance." "What do you mean?" "The nodes are easy to locate, but once they are destroyed, the people inside will certainly notice, so we require someone to set up an additional layer of barrier." "Are you suggesting that the sealing class should establish a barrier outside to prevent those inside from escaping?" "That is not incorrect. However, if we wish to seize this stronghold with less effort, we could employ an illusionary barrier." Upon this suggestion, TZ instantly devised a strategy by utilizing an illusionary barrier. Even if we dismantle their barrier, they will remain oblivious, trapped within the illusion that the barrier is still intact, allowing us to conduct stealthy assassinations. Indeed, Lord TZ, it will save time and effort, capturing the stronghold with minimal exertion. Excellent. Sealing class. Yes, the hexagram illusion array, which everyone should have studied, right? Through searching and locating, Asakura's share pinpointed 4 node locations, all positioned at the 4 cardinal points of the stronghold, each guarded. All 4 nodes must be destroyed simultaneously, followed by the swift deployment of the illusion array to remain undetected. Asakura's share surveyed the sealing class. Any questions? None. However, we could prepare in advance. After all, it would waste time to communicate later. Once we destroy the nodes, won't we need a signal? There will be a time lag. This approach is feasible. However, early deployment will consume time and, equally, chakra. The illusion array is not merely an ordinary sealing formation. Maintaining the illusion requires chakra and demands continuous manipulation by the wielder. Allow me to take the lead. I possess a certain degree of expertise in illusions. That would be optimal, Lord Danzo. Let us set forth. This is the dissolution talisman. Once affixed, I will be able to receive all sealing techniques at the node and subsequently execute their unified destruction, and it is akin to solving a puzzle. We shall form a trio. We must also eliminate the guards at the node, for J-nin, for root members, and 4 from the sealing class. Yes, once the dissolution talisman lights up and is affixed to the node, we shall proceed. Understood. Move out. The team under Commander Asaka was the first to embark towards the most distant node, pairing up with the 2 strongest individuals. It should be located within that cave. Commander Asaka rose and gazed towards the cave ahead, skeptical that it was devoid of ambushes. The J-nin inquired, "How many are there?" A root ninja employed a sensing technique. 4, and their chakra levels are at least that of a chunin. Very well, let us resolve this swiftly, Commander. The root ninja placed a hand on Commander Asaka's head to share his sensory position. Commander Asaka nodded gently, acknowledging the information. Understood. He then pressed his hands to the ground. 1 thread lantern array. Although it was a basic sealing technique, Commander Asaka had enhanced it. adding complexity while simplifying its execution speed, ultimately strengthening control and ease of operation. For lines of black technique surged from his feet and instantly plunged into the cave, followed by tense voices emanating from within. What is happening? What is this? Oh no, I can't move. The J-Nin dashed inside, with the root ninja closely behind. In mere seconds, silence enveloped the cave. When someone eventually emerged, Commander Asaka recognized his teammate, who nodded in affirmation, allowing him to the ceiling array. Entering the cave, he immediately recognized the node, marked by a stone pillar adorned with prominent ceiling inscriptions. Is it executed through Earth release? Chakra is conveyed through the Earth's close connection and must be constructed by a technique master. An astute concept. Yet achieving this requires a high level of mastery in Earth-style transformation. Only a robust Earth release can withstand potential damage. Commander Asaka touched the hardness of the stone pillar, drawing out a kunai to pry at its base, but it remained unyielding, devoid of even a scratch. True resolution would necessitate a serious approach. If only Tsunade were here. Perhaps her immense strength could shatter the stone pillar, thereby the node. Chapter 74. Dissolving the barrier. Commander Asaka affixed the talisman to the stone pillar, then sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to meticulously analyze the sealing techniques, progressing step by step in his examination. Only through thorough comprehension could he dismantle it. Meanwhile, in the other three directions, although the process was lengthy, they successfully resolved their tasks. They promptly affixed the talismans to their respective pillars, with the other three sealing class members also dismantling the inscriptions above. Have they begun dismantling? Faster than I anticipated, Commander Asaka noted, sensing the activation of the other three talismans. Taking a deep breath, he immersed himself anew, wholly submerging his consciousness into the profound realm of sealing techniques. His awareness transformed into a spiritual essence, weaving through the intricate web of incantations in his mind, layer by layer. Each rune appeared as a living entity, swirling before him, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. With closed eyes, his fingertips unconsciously traced the air. As his understanding deepened, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The seemingly chaotic arrangement of runes gradually unveiled a pattern in his vision, akin to a map shrouded in mist, slowly revealing its enigmatic layers. Time passed incrementally, and similarly, the other three sealing class members were not faring significantly better. Without formidable chakra to forcefully break through, they could only dismantle the seals layer by layer unless they had mastered the. Each sealing technique possesses a corresponding. If known, it can be instantly. Commander Asaka opened his eyes, wiping the sweat from his brow, discomforting due to excessive perspiration. Almost there. He resumed his efforts. Above on the cliffside, Shimura Danzo was collaborating with the remaining sealing members to maintain the illusion array, yet the prolonged exertion was taxing even for him. The mental strain of constructing the illusion was considerable. Are they not yet finished? A ninja observing from the cliffside responded to his query. No. There are no signs of them emerging. Sighing, he lamented, I should have summoned a few Uchiha ninjas. Though I have reservations regarding the Uchiha clan, one cannot deny their prowess in illusion techniques. After an additional 10 minutes, Commander Asaka opened his eyes. It is. He transmitted via the talisman before him to the other three, enabling simultaneous execution of the. Commander Asaka swiftly rose from the ground and, alongside his two companions, dashed out. Get back. Boom. The sealing technique was, and the stone pillar, once inscribed with runes, shattered explosively. Commander Asaka sprinted outside the cave, narrowly avoiding flying debris. Fortunately, I was quick. The enemy should remain unaware. They should be oblivious, but we must act swiftly. Yes, you go ahead. I will remain here to adjust and contact the other three sealing members. The J-Nin responded affirmatively. Lord Danzo, we have received word that they have succeeded. Excellent. Leave a portion of the forces behind. You will lead the decapitation operation. Understood. The remainder will maintain vigilance. The sealing class will continue with me. Yes. 12 root ninjas, donned in masks, along with Fortunen, converged with the original 12 who had gone to the node. Stealthily, they approached along the cliffside vines. The lead ninja, his hawk-like eyes visible beneath his mask, lightly touched the ceiling markings on the rock wall, a prior indication of enemy presence. Signaling silence with a hand gesture to his comrades, each bore kunai at their waists, wielding short blades in hand. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed from the shadow of a withered tree. The lead ninja's pupils constricted, and he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release. Rock concealment technique. Instantly, the group blended seamlessly with the stone wall behind them, achieving excellent camouflage. Several kunai whizzed past, embedding themselves in the rock wall with a buzzing sound. Through the crevices of the rock, they observed 3 patrolling ninjas below. 3, 2, 1. The lead ninja issued his command through gestures, and 12 shadows lunged forth like arrows released from a bow. The leftmost operative ensnared a sentry's ankle with chains, pressing a dagger against his throat. The 2 in the middle leaped to the branches, affixing talismans to the sentry's nape, instantly sealing the flow of chakra. The ninja on the right tossed a smoke bomb and seized the opportunity to create clones, transforming into the appearances of the previous patrollers. Amidst the chaos, they dragged the last sentry into the shadows. The entire sequence was executed with fluidity, devoid of sound, ensuring no alarm was raised. After neutralizing the sentries, the group continued to infiltrate deeper into the camp, simultaneously moving the disguised patrols gradually towards the center. At this moment, the weather aligned with their desires, darkening gradually, with the moon emerging into the night sky. The temporary seal barrier constructed by Asao shimmered with a faint glow. As he observed the 3 members of the sealing squad within, they would remain inside until the conclusion of their task before returning together. The ninjas of the sealing squad smiled gratefully at him, producing a series of talismans from their pockets. I hope these prove useful. Asao did not decline. Very well. It was indeed true that the sealing squad was affluent. As he examined the exquisite talismans in his hand, each inscribed with the elements of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, he realized that each was essentially a repository for ninja techniques, thus holding immense value, something not easily attainable, even with wealth. Although Asao could craft such items, it required someone to imbue them with ninja techniques, as well as the corresponding chakra paper or chakra scrolls, each of which came at a considerable cost. Consequently, he seldom employed them, preferring sustainable scrolls like the Diamond Defense Scroll. Gradually, he advanced towards the center of the camp, and even before approaching, he could hear the sounds of battle. Had the skirmish already commenced? Asao quickly utilized several body flicker techniques to draw nearer. Let's go. After some effort, he assisted in dispatching a few foes and successfully located the storage site for provisions. However, the guards appeared quite formidable, for Asao noted that 2 of his companions were already injured. Facing them were 5 adversaries. Are you all right? One Jainin, clutching his wounded left arm, shook his head. I'm fine. And you? The member from Root remained silent, merely shaking his head, but Asao noticed the faint trickle of blood seeping from his abdomen, clearly indicative of a troubling condition. What about the opposition? 2 Jainin and 3 Nin. Be cautious. They are likely from the explosive class. We should avoid close combat with them. The Jainin relayed intelligence derived from their encounters. Moreover, one of them appears to be their squad leader, adept in explosive release. My arm and his lower abdomen were injured by his techniques. Asao acknowledged. Understood. Chapter 75. The Explosive Release Ninja Hunt. This fellow must be the one known as Shu. Asao gazed at the 5 ninjas ahead, their distinctive explosive, spiky hairstyles making them instantly recognizable. A mere dirt ninja, capable of both offense and defense, quite bothersome. Can you still fight? He inquired. Rest assured, the bleeding has just ceased. Through chakra, I can temporarily slow the flow of blood. Very well. Let us initiate with a wide-scale ninjutsu. Our primary objective is to destroy the provisions, not engage in direct combat with them. As long as we damage the supplies. That suffices. No sooner had Asao spoken than the Root ninja swiftly formed hand seals, chanting, wind release, vacuum great sphere barrage. Dozens of massive air orbs, infused with razor-sharp wind blades, shot forth with a howling rush, the shrill sound tearing through the air, causing discomfort to the onlookers. Concurrently, the Jainin on the left performed his own jutsu, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. A dragon composed of fire erupted from his mouth, intertwining with the wind technique, amplifying their combined power, scorching the earth and reducing vegetation to ashes. Shu remained unfazed, grinning widely, his iconic explosive hair waving without a breeze. He crossed his arms over his chest. You wish to destroy the provisions? Do you truly believe that we from Watergate only wield earth release? It won't be that simple. Before he finished speaking, the 4 ninjas behind him simultaneously performed hand seals. Water release. Water barrier. A colossal curtain of water surged skyward, enveloping the provisions tightly, colliding with the opposing ninjutsu and unleashing a deafening roar. The clash of fire and water produced hissing sounds, sending sprays of mist into the air. Humph, this is somewhat interesting. Asao wiped the water from his face, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He reached into his clothes and retrieved 5 explosive tags, casting them into the air with fervor. Spiral chain explosion. The tags spun rapidly in midair, piercing through the water barrier unimpeded, heading straight for the provisions. You dare to play with explosives in front of me? You are woefully unqualified. She leapt into the air, grabbing the 5 explosive tags with his bare hands. What? How audacious, to seize 5 nearly activated explosive tags with bare hands. Does he not fear being obliterated? Yet in the next moment, Asao's pupils constricted in shock as he witnessed Shi's fingertips flicker with lightning, entwining the explosive tags with electrical currents before hurling them back. Dodge. The group hastily rolled away. But the violent explosion generated shockwaves that tossed several of them into the air. Asao's back slammed against a tree trunk with a painful thud. Upon landing, Shu had already gathered earth-release chakra into his palm, his hand encased in a rocky fist as he charged towards them. Asao felt perplexed. Was he not proficient in explosive release? Why was he resorting to earth release? Bang! The root ninja was sent flying, his weapon shattered in the explosion, his upper body severely injured. Had he not reacted swiftly to shield himself, he might have been reduced to mere fragments. Utilizing earth release as a cover while inflicting damage with explosive release, was it? Has the signal flare been dispatched? When will Lord Danzo arrive? If this had been an assassination endeavor, would the enemy truly allow us to eliminate them one by one? Now, it has devolved into a frontal confrontation. We urgently require reinforcements. The signal has been sent. It will take some time to arrive, the J-Nin replied, his expression grim. The earlier 4ch-Nin were well-trained and coordinated, posing a significant challenge, and any lapse in their vigilance could lead to disaster. Meanwhile, the original root member lay on the ground, his bloodied chest the only testament to his survival, but if assistance did not arrive swiftly, he would likely perish within 20 minutes. Do you have any effective sealing techniques? The J-Nin inquired. Asao replied, I cannot absorb explosive release. Explosive release, landmine fist. Shi swung his fist towards the two. While they dodged, the power of the explosive release was formidable. Upon impact with the ground, an explosion ensued. And even avoiding the direct hit, the resulting shockwave affected both of them. Drawing a kunai, he shattered the incoming stones. I have a technique, but those 4ch-Nin. Leave it to me, the J-Nin insisted. All right, now, are you beginning to fear? Too late. Shi's rocky fist surged towards them, disregarding the J-Nin rushing towards his 4 teammates. He sensed that this particular adversary posed a greater challenge, and thus resolved to eliminate him first. 3 talismans confinement. Asao, thoroughly familiar with the formation he had created, could now deploy it without needing a scroll, wielding its power effectively. Bang! His fist collided with the barrier, failing to shatter it. Shu, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the barrier, realized he had been ensnared by the sealing technique. Let us see how long you can endure. Explosive release. Explosive thunder fist. Shu amplified the chakra in his fist, employing an even more potent explosive release technique. A crack formed, and Asao silently cursed. Executing it alone rendered it too weak. An explosive release was inherently powerful. You little brat, once this barrier shatters, I will obliterate your head into smithereens. He seemed to envision that moment, bursting into laughter. Ah, the typical villain with too much to say. 4 Black Serpents formation. Asao layered the 4 Black Serpents formation over the 3 talismans confinement. Shu, now more cautious, noted the ominous purple barrier and the sudden emergence of dark purple mist. It was evident that it was no ordinary phenomenon. What? Smash it now. Why are you hesitating? Asao sought to buy a little more time. The concentration of the purple mist was still not high enough to cause immediate corrosion. He needed just a bit more time to increase its density. Humph. I shall see what you have. Explosive release. Earthquake. Shu refrained from continuing his assault on the barrier, instead unleashing the full might of his explosive release upon the ground. A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the barrier. Boom! A resounding noise echoed through the valley, reverberating in the ears of all present, while dust and smoke obscured the view for Shallow Tsong, who pondered the intentions of the figure responsible. What does this fellow intend? Is he trying to draw others in? Meanwhile, the 5 combatants, a Jonin and 4 Chunin, paused their skirmish, their attention drawn to the commotion. The Jonin, seizing the opportunity, rushed to Shallow Tsong's side, inquiring, "What is happening? Is it effective?" "I cannot say for certain. As you observed, that sound bore considerable power, yet my barrier remains unbroken." Shallow Tsong, puzzled, contemplated the motives of the individual. Suddenly, a cracking sound interrupted his thoughts. "What?" he exclaimed, noticing fissures forming beneath his feet. "This is bad. Retreat." The ground erupted with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth stirring from slumber. Shallow Tsong lost his footing as the rocky terrain writhed like boiling water. "An earthquake! Find open ground!" someone shouted amidst the chaos. Almost immediately, a cataclysmic crash emanated from below, as if a colossal axe had cleaved the earth, causing it to splinter like a spider's web. Chapter 76. Burning supplies. The Jonin swiftly grasped the incapacitated root and urged Shallow Tsong to flee. "Hurry! Is this fellow intent on mutual destruction? With such a wide-ranging technique, I doubt he can escape unscathed." Realizing the enemy's strategy to target others if he could not defeat Shallow Tsong, he commanded, "No time to waste. 4 Black Serpent Formation. Go." The previously stationary formation shifted, ensnaring the 4 Chunin attempting to escape. As the concentrated purple toxin enveloped them, agonized screams erupted. Moments later, their bodies began to corrode, leading them to a swift demise. The Jonin, witnessing this, remained in awe. "Your sealing technique is remarkable," Shallow Tsong humbly replied. "It was taught to me by Lord Orochimaru." "No wonder," the Jonin mused, "but if that's the case, the supplies will also succumb to the earth." "I feel otherwise," Shallow Tsong countered. "Observe the ground around those supplies. It shows no signs of cracking. Could it be? It seems too terrifying to contemplate." He is not solely reliant on explosive techniques. His mastery of earth-style transformation could provide some balance. "We must retreat swiftly, or we risk being left vulnerable." Just as they turned to flee, a wall of earth materialized before Shallow Tsong. "And where do you think you're going?" The menacing figure of Keru loomed atop the wall, blood streaming down his face, creating a ghastly visage. "In that case, we must fight," Shallow Tsong resolved, glancing at his remaining allies. With Root incapacitated, the burden of battle fell to them. "Let us go." The Jonin extended a hand to take over Root's care. "I'll look after him. I rely on you." The Jonin hesitated, contemplating a scathing remark, yet understood that, in raw strength, he surpassed Shallow Tsong, whose sealing techniques were more suited for ambushes. Without a trace of hesitation, the Jonin swiftly formed hand seals and tossed a smoke bomb, enveloping the area in a dense fog as he charged toward the earth wall. Keru, sensing the movement, smirked, quickly forming seals of his own. Earth-style, rock fist. A massive stone fist protruded from the wall, crashing down into the mist. The Jonin, agile and alert, evaded the strike and hurled several shurikens toward Keiru's vital points. Keiru sidestepped with ease, countering with Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon of soil erupted, jaws agape, lunging toward the Jonin. Shallow Tsong, cradling the injured Root, sought refuge in a corner, acutely aware that his role was to safeguard his comrade while waiting for an opportunity. He quickly assessed Root's wounds, applying bandages and using chakra to alleviate pain, then retrieved his scroll. Keiru had fortified himself with a wall, wary of Shallow Tsong's sealing techniques. To execute such a technique, Shallow Tsong would need to extend his seals along the wall, making them visible. Initially perceiving Keiru as a brute, he now recognized the adversary's cunning. Thus, he resolved to utilize his scroll. The Jonin and Keiru were locked in fierce combat, employing nimble movements to evade one another. Seizing an opening, the Jonin leaped, thrusting a shuriken at Keiru. In response, Keiru unleashed an explosion, sending the Jonin hurtling away. The Jonin landed with some difficulty, sustaining minor injuries. His shuriken lay shattered, and his right arm bore the marks of the blast. Keiru, emboldened by the Jonin's wounds, taunted, "With such meager skills, you dare challenge me?" He prepared to unleash a more powerful technique. At that moment, Shallow Tsong shouted, "Get down." The warning prompted the Jonin to create distance, activating his swift movement technique. Shallow Tsong hurled his scroll toward Keiru, 5 sealing barriers. A semicircular blue barrier emerged from the scroll, descending to envelop Keiru completely. Realizing he was ensnared within a vast barrier, Keiru attempted to force his way out, but to his astonishment, his explosive technique met no resistance. He remained trapped. "What?" Shallow-tsang did not cease his actions, affixing 5 meticulously crafted, high-value seals at each cardinal point, forming a binding connection to the sealing barrier. The core principle of the 5 sealing barrier involves affixing seals at 5 distinct locations, linking the caster's chakra to create a confined space. Shallow-tsang had pre-written the sealing scroll and reinforced it with 5 seals to expedite the process, conserving his chakra while drawing primarily from the seal's energy. Now he should be unable to escape. Let us hasten to destroy the supplies. Although the 5 sealing barrier is a high-level technique, once activated, external forces cannot breach the barrier unless all seals are simultaneously destroyed. Otherwise, they may become trapped within. Similarly, those inside cannot break free. As a functional ninjutsu, the 5 sealing barrier possesses weaker offensive capabilities but boasts unparalleled defensive prowess. Unless the caster finds themselves ensnared, escape is impossible. As for Kaoru, he would certainly remain trapped. Let us do this. Agreed. The Jonin and Shallow-tsang exchanged resolute gazes, one forming hand seals while the other retrieved explosive tags, launching a relentless assault on the supply depot. The thunderous explosions echoed across the sky as the supply depot crumbled amidst a blaze of fire. Billowing smoke surged skyward, obscuring Kaoru's view as he remained confined within the barrier, powerless to halt the destruction. As Shallow-tsang dispatched the final explosive tag, he rolled behind a massive boulder. Cradling root. The Jonin seized the opportunity to employ wind release, gale palm, directing the burning debris and smoke away from their position. Once filled with fury and arrogance, Kaoru's expression morphed into despair upon witnessing the supplies consumed by flames. The loss of these provisions signified an imminent defeat for their forces, and all blame would rest squarely upon his shoulders. It's over. A familiar voice echoed. Well done, Lord Danzo. Shin Uchiha replied. I did not expect you to encounter Kaoru. No wonder it took so long for smoke to rise here. The supply depot was not the only one, but yours was the last to emit smoke. Chapter 77. The tension of battle. The commander of the sealing team, Shallow-tsang, along with his comrades, placed seals upon the body of the captured hunter, ensuring he was rendered immobile before tearing apart 5 talismans to lift the 5 barriers. Is it done? One of them asked. Almost, but for safety's sake, let us bind him with a sealing scroll, Shallow-tsang replied, deftly revealing a scroll as tall as a person. As he began to unfurl the scroll, wrapping it around the hunter like adhesive tape, the hunter was helplessly subjected to their will, unable to speak to prevent him from poisoning himself or biting his tongue. Only his nostrils could breathe, and his eyes were free to move. A member of the sealing team inquired, but why doesn't Lord TZ simply kill him? Surely he holds some value. After all, he is the leader of the explosive team and more valuable than the previous J-nin, another answered. Does that mean he will be used for negotiations? That seems likely. However, I feel we have already triumphed. The enemy has lost its supply lines, and defeat is merely a matter of time. Shallow-tsang shared this sentiment, concluding that as long as they could withstand a few more waves, Iwagakure would inevitably withdraw. Ji village's TZ approached the prepared troops. Are we ready? Ready, they affirmed. Well then, the next phase relies on you, the sealing team. The frontline forces I dispatched have reported severe losses, so we must rush to their aid. The power of the Jinchuriki is indeed greater than I had anticipated. This operation aimed to raid the enemy's supply depot. Yet someone had to confront a Wagakure on the front lines. What about the others? Ji village's TZ asked. Is KCH all right? KCH is fine, came the reply. On the battlefield opposing a Wagakure were 2 of Sarutobi Hiruzen's teammates, now senior advisors, Tiketsu KCH and Watergate KN. KCH wiped the sweat from her brow and tied her disheveled hair back, observing the temporarily halted troops. After a morning of fighting, their side had suffered heavy losses. Where's Hiruzen? KCH inquired. Watergate KN gestured toward a distant tent. He is refining chakra. The earlier skirmishes consumed a significant amount. KCH sighed, alas. Since he is using shadow clones, if they sustain a fatal blow, they will vanish. He can only release ninjutsu from afar. The battlefield was chaotic, with various weapons and techniques flying about. To safeguard Hiruzen's shadow clones, he could only act as a distant artillery piece. Thanks to Hiruzen's shadow clones, they had managed to hold their ground. After all, the chakra was divided evenly between the clones and the original, rendering their ninjutsu abilities nearly equal, except in close combat. KCH mused. If only the real Hiruzen were here. If he were present, not only could he match the enemy evenly, but he would also surely gain the upper hand, minimizing our losses. Mito Gate K and shook his head. Let us not dwell on that. Not every Hokage is like Noki. Currently, all available personnel from Konoha had been dispatched, with only a few families remaining. If no one remained to defend the village, they risked being attacked. As for why no one was assaulting a Wagakure, it was evident that their Tsuchikage and two Jinchuriki had emerged. The other villages remarked, please, who would wish to attack that desolate place? Everyone here knows Konoha is the wealthiest. Why would anyone want to strike it? It's merely due to its advantageous location and abundant resources. KCH asked, have we contacted TZ? Mito Gate KN replied, I received news moments ago. The plan was successful. Splendid. This means our battle against a Wagakure is at least a victory. Their next objective was to endure and minimize casualties, essentially buying time. By exhausting the enemy, deprived of supplies, their collapse would be inevitable. On the opposing front, Noki was astonished upon receiving the intelligence. What? The supply depot has been destroyed? Indeed, Lord Tsuchikage. Naka's expression darkened like a stormy sky, crumpling the report in his hand. He slammed the information onto the table, gritting his teeth. These despicable Konoha scoundrels. How dare they raid our supply depot? I underestimated them. Though aware that such tactics were common in warfare, it did little to quell his anger. A cautious Iwagakure ninja ventured, Lord Tsuchikage, what shall we do now that our supplies are destroyed? Our provisions can only last 3 days. After a moment of contemplation, Naka's eyes flashed with determination. Immediately relay orders to intensify our offensive. Since Konoha seeks to buy time, we shall deny them that opportunity. Inform the Jinchuriki to unleash their full might. We must breach Konoha's defenses within 3 days. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in Konoha, KCH and Mito Gate K and had just returned to their tent to strategize for the next phase of combat when they noticed a Wagakure's forces suddenly assembling. Some had even begun unleashing ninjutsu, their offensive suddenly escalating. Countless IWA ninjas surged forth like a tidal wave, launching various earth techniques against Konoha's defenses. This is bad. They are desperate. Mito Gate K and shouted, hastily donning his battle attire once more, readying himself for confrontation. KCH urgently called to a communication ninja. Quickly, inform Hiruzen to unleash his ninjutsu from a distance. We must suppress their assault. In a distant tent, Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone was tirelessly gathering chakra. Upon receiving the message, it dashed out, taking position atop a tower, continuously releasing powerful ninjutsu. Yet, as a Wagakure's offensive intensified, the clone began to struggle. A colossal earth technique, an enormous rock fist, suddenly crashed toward the shadow clone, resulting in a resounding boom as it dissipated in a cloud of smoke. Simultaneously, in the Hokage's office far from the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen absorbed all information from the experiences of his shadow clone, including the intelligence. Did TZ's plan succeed? KCH. KN, you must hold on. Mechanism of hidden weapons. Mito Gate K and employed numerous shuriken, combined with wire, to cut down enemies on the battlefield, many caught unaware as their throats were slit. His traditional armor was drenched in the blood of foes, yet he gasped for breath, the prolonged precision exhausting him, compounded by his recent neglect of training as an advisor. KCH also found herself in a dire situation. She kicked away an advancing lower ninja and reached Mito Gate K's side. Hiruzen's shadow clone has been defeated. What? This is troublesome. Without Hiruzen's large-scale ninjutsu support, should the enemy deploy tailed beast bombs? Mito Gate K.N. observed the two formidable Jinchuriki on the battlefield, one employing lava release and the other boil release, seemingly invincible. Without interference from large-scale ninjutsu, they would soon have the opportunity to gather tailed beast bombs. Chapter 78. Tailed beast bomb. In truth, Shimura Danzo was acutely aware that a mere pawn held little value. However, the current circumstances dictated that, despite our passive stance, the enemy's defeat was becoming increasingly apparent with the passage of time. Inoki, too, recognized this reality, necessitating a pretext for negotiations, and thus the pawn could serve as an advantageous bargaining chip. After all, he was the leader of the demolition squad, possessing a wealth of knowledge. If subjected to a thorough interrogation, the explosive techniques mastered by Iwagakure could be deciphered or even replicated. Danzo understood that Inoki would never permit such a scenario. Hence, he was 80% confident in the forthcoming negotiations. Meanwhile, Inoki had taken to the field personally, as time was running out. Ascending into the air, he formed hand seals and shouted, "Dust release, detachment of the primitive world." A colossal triangular barrier coalesced in his hands, hurtling towards the Konoha stronghold. Wherever it passed, rocks and trees were instantaneously reduced to dust, sending Konoha's ninjas fleeing in terror. Tsurugi Kamachi and Mito Gate exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and simultaneously formed hand seals. Unleashing, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Two massive fire dragons soared into the sky, colliding with the dust technique, resulting in a violent explosion. However, this merely offered a temporary reprieve against the onslaught of dust. Both were left significantly drained, their faces pallid. Inoki commanded his comrades, Old Purple, Han. Now is the time to gather the tailed beast bomb. The earlier dust attack had disrupted the enemy's formation, preventing them from concentrating their chakra for jutsu. If they could unleash two-tailed beast bombs, the tide of battle would surely turn. Witnessing this, Kamachi and In felt a wave of despair. They had previously encountered the tailed beast bomb and knew its devastating power was insurmountable, save for their teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Just as the Konoha defense teetered on the brink of collapse, Danzo and his contingent finally arrived. Standing at a vantage point, he observed the two Jinchuriki, who were on the verge of manifesting the tailed beast bomb, and bellowed, "Inoki, look who it is. If you wish to spare your demolition squad leader, order an immediate cessation of hostilities." With that, he ripped the seal from the pawn's mouth, revealing a visage contorted in agony. Upon seeing the pawn, Inoki's pupils dilated in shock, and he roared, "Danzo, how dare you resort to such despicable tactics?" Yet, he could not help but ease his assault. Danzo scoffed, "Inoki, your supply camp has been destroyed. Continuing this conflict will only result in mutual annihilation. Let us sit down and discuss this. Perhaps we can find a solution that benefits us both." Inoki fell into contemplation, surveying Danzo and his substantial reinforcements. Positioned at a higher elevation, the tailed beast bomb could not reach them. However, should they fire it, Danzo would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Very well. He signaled the Jinchuriki to cease their gathering of the tailed beast bomb. Han halted, but Old Purple, having a greater mastery over the tailed beast's power, hurriedly exclaimed, "No, we must evade." Having already formed a significant portion of the tailed beast bomb, he was compelled to release it lest it detonate prematurely. Inoki, recognizing the urgency, urged him, "Launch it now." Consequently, the incomplete tailed beast bomb was unleashed, and afterward, Old Purple's crimson chakra slowly receded. Just as they thought they could breathe a sigh of relief with one Jinchuriki halting the tailed beast bomb, another was already on its way. Kamachi and In exchanged alarmed glances. "This is bad. We must retreat." Danzo commanded, "Sealing Squad." Yes, all members of the Sealing Squad, including Captain Asaka, rushed forward, positioning themselves at the forefront of Kamachi, In, and the main force. As they beheld the approaching tailed beast bomb, radiating a terrifying chakra, Captain Asaka felt his legs tremble. Was this the tailed beast bomb? It appeared mundane while watching anime, merely a black sphere exploding upon impact. Yet facing this ominous orb, Asaka was gripped by a primal fear, his legs quaking uncontrollably. The trio occupied a strategic formation, combining their powers to enact Four Purple Flames formation. Although it paled in comparison to the Four Red Yang formation, the enemy's bomb was not that of the Tin Tails, nor was it complete. The formation erupted, enveloping the tailed beast bomb in a vortex of violet flames. The tailed beast bomb, with its earth-shattering momentum, collided violently with the interior firewalls. Captain Asaka felt his eardrums nearly rupture from the piercing shriek, as the ground beneath him trembled violently, as if ready to split and consume all. The firewalls contorted and twisted under the relentless impact of the tailed beast bomb. The purple flames pressed down almost to the ground. Asaka observed the pallor of his comrades illuminated by the flames, beads of sweat cascading from their foreheads. The immense chakra of the tailed beast bomb eroded the integrity of their formation, causing fine cracks to emerge, each fissure akin to a blade piercing their hearts. "Hold on. We cannot let it break through," one shouted, his voice trembling with palpable fear and defiance. Captain Asaka pressed his hands firmly against the barrier, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood trickling from his fingertips unnoticed. He felt the terrifying power of the tailed beast bomb gnawing away at their defenses, each pulse of energy causing his heart to race. Should they fail to withstand this attack, not only would they perish, but the entire battalion behind them would also meet a grim fate. Fortunately, it was an incomplete tailed beast bomb. While initially devastating, its force began to wane. The four purple flames formation, though on the brink of collapse, ultimately managed to endure this assault. As the light of the tailed beast bomb dissipated, Captain Asaka and his allies collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, the barrier fading, leaving behind a pungent scent of charred earth. The ground within the formation lay in ruins, pockmarked with vast craters, a testament to the horror of the recent tailed beast bomb. Chapter 79. Iwagikyu's retreat. Captain Asaka sat on the ground, panting heavily. It was not that he wished to remain seated, but his trembling legs, coupled with the immense chakra expenditure from maintaining the barrier, rendered him utterly spent. Once we return, I must thoroughly study defensive formations. Encountering such large-scale, high-destructive jutsu without the sealing squad would have been impossible to withstand. No wonder Danzo insisted on having them accompany him. It was not merely to seal the Jinchuriki, but to defend against the tailed beast bomb. Simultaneously, the smoke of battle began to dissipate, and both sides found themselves momentarily at a stalemate, enveloped in silence. Danzo seethed with anger. He had clearly stated his position, yet the enemy had launched another tailed beast bomb. Thankfully, they had managed to block it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Inoki, aware that the fault lay with his own ninja, pondered the situation. Would he lower himself to admit fault to his adversary? As the tailed beast bomb was unleashed, he had hoped for a significant impact, perhaps an opportunity to exploit, but it had been thwarted. Regaining his composure, he glanced at Danzo, and then at his exhausted Iwagakure forces, filled with reluctance. Nevertheless, he understood that the current circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable for Iwagakure. To persist would only lead to greater losses. A tense negotiation regarding a ceasefire and exchange of interests was about to commence in this charged atmosphere. The talks would involve only the high-ranking officials, Inoki, his guards, and 2 Jinchuriki, while Konoha was represented by 3 Hokage advisors. A tent had been prepared for the discussions. At the negotiation table, several individuals shared a tacit understanding, refraining from mentioning the earlier incident involving the tailed beast gem. Whether this was intentional or inadvertent, at this moment, arguing held no significance. The discourse revolved around resources, the surrender of the defeated, or the concessions of the victors. In the resting camp, upon entering the medical tent, Commander Qian Song observed the heavy casualties among the frontline troops. The medical ninjas were bustling with fervor, glancing at his own injuries. He decided it was best to simply find a bandage and tend to himself. Just as Qian Song grasped a roll of bandages, a sudden thud resonated from behind him. Turning around, he witnessed a stretcher-bearer collapse, dropping a blood-soaked patient heavily onto the ground. The cacophony of moans within the medical tent abruptly fell silent for a moment. Move aside. A female ninja dashed forward, stepping over the bloodied bandages scattered on the floor. Beneath her blood-stained forehead protector, her eyes, filled with exhaustion, nonetheless radiated determination as she strove to save the wounded. I've stabilized the injury for now. Are you all right? The ninja who had stumbled quickly rose to his feet. I'm fine. I can continue. Don't push yourself. Your leg can't endure much longer. The female ninja swiftly reached for his leg. The moment her fingertips brushed against his pant leg, he began to tremble violently. In the dim candlelight of the tent, she noticed the fabric was soaked with a dark, purplish hue. Why didn't you mention this earlier? This wound has festered and become infected for days. It's nothing. I'm not much help anyway. My medical ninjutsu is rather poor. My life isn't worth much. If I can carry one more, it's worth it. As an ordinary, weak genin with only a rudimentary understanding of medical knowledge, he had been assigned to the medical unit during the conflict. Initially, he felt pleased with this assignment, believing it meant safety from the battlefield. However, upon witnessing the first wave of casualties surge into the camp, he realized the medical tent was far from a sanctuary. The risk of being ambushed while carrying stretchers to treat the injured was very real. He had only suffered a minor scratch compared to the grievous wounds of his comrades. At this moment, the female ninja tore open his infected pant leg, exposing the festering flesh as pus trickled down the bandage, causing several nearby wounded to gag. Your life isn't worth much? The female ninja removed her mask, revealing scabbed blisters at the corners of her mouth. Do you have any idea how many lives you've saved by promptly rescuing the injured over these past few days? She deftly inserted tweezers into the wound, extracting a shard of broken kunai. If you hadn't risked your life to bring back that nin 3 days ago, he would have rotted away to bones by now. The genin trembled with pain, cold sweat mingling with tears on the ground. But I can't even perform a decent healing technique. Focus. She grasped his hand and pressed it onto a patient's chest. Concentrate your chakra and sense his pulse. Her bloodied fingertips guided his chakra, and to his astonishment, the rotting wound began to scab over at a visibly rapid pace. The genin looked up in shock, meeting her bloodshot eyes. Medical ninjutsu is not magic. It's about extending another's life with your own. Hurry back and clean your leg's wound. You don't need me to teach you that, do you? Right. He nodded vigorously, excitement coursing through him. Meanwhile, Qian-song took a roll of bandages and departed, reflecting on the harsh reality of war, where weakness was a sin. Had he not exhibited exceptional performance alongside his talent and diligence, he might have ended up like this genin or worse. As he silently passed by a body shrouded in white cloth, Ohyuki contemplated the well-prepared negotiation documents devised by Shimura Danzo, pondering whether this man was truly confident of victory. No, we must share the lakes and commercial resources here. Shimura Danzo replied, remember, you are the defeated party, I am the victor. Ohyuki retorted, are you intent on provoking a confrontation? Do you think your three can contend with us? It was not a matter of underestimating them. Rather, with one shadow and two Jinchuriki, they could hardly match the three advisors on the opposing side. Not to mention, while Danzo was formidable, the other two were mere novices. The only reason they hadn't been captured was due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's shadow clone steadfastly holding the fort, utilizing an immense amount of chakra without restraint. Hey, Ohyuki, who are you underestimating? Whoever responds is the one I'm underestimating. Enough, enough, Danzo interjected. Let us not forget that Kuro is in our hands. Even if his knowledge of explosives is sealed, it's merely a matter of time before we decipher it. Ohyuki countered, feel free to take him. But without a specialized bloodline limit, your capabilities will be severely restricted. Very well. I'll grant you a quarter of the lake's usage rights, and only a few shared commercial resources. This is my utmost concession. These terms were the maximum extent of negotiation previously discussed with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Any further demands would be unacceptable. Ohyuki was also reluctant to resort to a mutual destruction scenario. Such an outcome would be detrimental to a Wagakure, which was already resource-strapped. If damage occurred, other villages would not simply stand by. Fine, but the territory belonging to Aim no Kuni must be ours, he implied, warning Danzo not to intervene if he attempted to seize a portion of the land. Danzo replied, we have no interest in that. Just don't target Konoha. Otherwise, you may do as you wish. Indeed, there was no genuine interest. For Konoha village in the Land of Fire possessed abundant resources. The question was, why would others attack? Why wouldn't Konoha take the initiative? Simply put, there was little worth fighting over, as the potential gains did not justify the losses incurred. Chapter 80. Forced affection. The negotiations succeeded. As Qian-song listened to the news relayed by his comrades, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that further conflict would be averted. He longed for a refreshing bath upon returning home. The foul odor emanating from his body made him eager to wash away the grime of the past half-month, spent traversing battlefields and enduring quests without a moment's respite. With the Wagakure diminished, future conflicts should resolve more smoothly. Reflecting on the second great ninja war depicted in the original narrative, he realized the details were scant. Only a mention of Hanzo confronting Orochimaru and his comrades, who earned the title of Sannin. Leaning against the side of the tent, Qian-song surveyed the devastation around him, a stark reminder of the horrors of war. It was no wonder so many pondered the meaning of life upon witnessing such scenes. What does it matter to me? As long as I can protect myself and my comrades, that's enough. Qian-song had no time to contemplate the meaning of life, the purpose of war, or the fragility of existence. He simply aimed to live in the moment, taking each day as it came. He hoped his parents would age naturally and hoped to do the same. Having already faced death once, he had come to terms with this reality. After all, this ninja world has never known peace. Even into Boruto's era, external threats persisted, and the cycle of conflict continued. Qian-song had no desire to become cannon fodder. He could perish, but he must ensure that he took someone down with him. Thus, he resolved to grow stronger. It appeared that plans must be put into action. What plans? Danzo. Shimura Danzo inquired. What is the matter? Did I startle you? Yes, a bit. Your footsteps were too silent. And I didn't notice you at all. Shimura Danzo. Humph, be more cautious in the future. If one were to be ambushed, it would be a grave loss. After all, I am a jonin, and how could the sound of my footsteps be detected by you? Indeed, indeed. Shimura Danzo, may I call you as Sook? Asakura S. Sook. You've already addressed me as such. Why bother to ask? It seems rather superfluous. Of course, you may, Lord Danzo. Do you recall what you promised me a few years ago? What? Have you forgotten? Asakura S. Sook. I might need to review the earlier chapters. Just a moment. All right, I found it. It was the initial invitation. First, you declined, citing your lack of graduation and insufficient strength. However, now, Asakura S. Sook firmly believes that Shimura Danzo must have investigated his previous missions, and coupled with his recent performance, it would be difficult for him to overlook such matters. Lord Danzo, in this past year, I have heard some information about the Foundation from Orochimaru-sensei. Asakura S. Sook spun his tale effortlessly, without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing Orochimaru's name, Shimura Danzo's interest was piqued. After all, he was a disciple of Hisashi, and a particularly gifted ninja, essentially being groomed as the next Hokage in Hisashi's eyes, representing a potential rival. Oh, what did he say? He mentioned that there are still some issues with the Foundation that remain unresolved. Although somewhat irritated, Shimura Danzo was willing to consider any useful opinions. What issues? For instance, you initially sought to emulate the Anbu, yet in execution, aside from some particularly discreet espionage tasks, the operations appear almost indistinguishable from those of the Anbu. Have you heard the term military self-sufficiency? Upon hearing the last four words, Shimura Danzo immediately rebuked. Nonsense. Chill. Seeing the curious onlookers drawn by the commotion, Asakura S. Sook hastily pulled Shimura Danzo away to a more secluded spot. Let go. My apologies. I had not yet taken offense. Yet you seem to be the one who is offended, as if I desired to pull you along. Wiping his trousers, Asakura S. Sook continued. Please do not rush. Allow me to explain. Firstly, the Foundation was established by you with the intention of handling matters that should remain hidden from Konoha. Although I know you do not harbor such intentions, over time, others may perceive it as your personal militia. Utilizing the Foundation to expand your influence and attempting to reach for the Hokage position could incite power struggles within Konoha, jeopardizing the village's stability and unity. Though he spoke thus, Asakura S. Sook understood that this was indeed what transpired, for power inevitably amplifies ambition. This was something that Asakura S. Sook, a former underdog and now a mere ninja, could scarcely comprehend. Perhaps it was a matter of contentment. Some are blissfully unaware, while others are simply satisfied. Shimura Danzo fell into silence. Indeed, even if he had no such intentions, and even with his close friend Hisashi placing immense trust in him, others would not necessarily share the same view over time. Asakura S. Sook. It seems that at this stage, Shimura Danzo is not beyond redemption, after all. He emerged from this encounter without significant physical harm, preventing him from becoming excessively extreme. Furthermore, I have heard that the training methods of the Foundation are particularly brutal, grooming members from a young age into emotionless, nameless, and pastless killing machines. Such methods severely distort their humanity, rendering them devoid of self and ill-equipped to reintegrate into normal societal life. This was also why Asakura S. Sook did not wish to join. It seemed far too inhumane, akin to raising poisonous insects, and he had no desire to suffer that fate. Was he to idly endure, or had he not already faced enough hardship? Only by enduring what ordinary individuals cannot endure can one achieve what spies accomplish. Thus, they must remain devoid of emotions. If a spy were to develop feelings, the consequences were left unspoken. You are mistaken, Lord Danzo. Sometimes, it is precisely emotions that drive them to make sacrifices, is it not? Even those orphans who lost their homes due to war, upon experiencing the warmth of love in Konoha, willingly dedicate themselves to the village. Is this not the most righteous path? Shimura Danzo, speak plainly, do not meander around. Having lived this long, what have I not witnessed? You speak of love as if you were a member of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 81. Contemplation Ahem. What we need to do is leave a sense of longing among the members of the Foundation. And that longing is love, perhaps introducing them to partners when they reach a certain age, enhancing their benefits, allowing them to marry and have children. Indeed. This way they will have something to worry about. Their families will be in my hands, and they will hesitate to betray. Asakura S. Sook. While your reasoning holds some truth, could you not express it in a less blunt manner? What is wrong? Is this not the intention? Asakura's Suk would not concede. Rather, it should be framed as, your wife and children, your parents, I shall care for them. Of course, that is not the meaning. It is about instilling a sense of nostalgia. Why resort to such coercive measures? After all, they are all commoners, devoid of the oppressive ideologies found in noble families. I have never believed in such sentimentalities. I believe that the bonds of blood will compel obedience. Thus, your perspective remains overly simplistic. Shimura Danzo, Unbeknownst to them, these two, separated by decades, seemed to engage in a dialogue as equals. Neither reacted to this shift. Continuing, he said, why the naivete? The beings you cultivate in this manner can only be termed as death warriors, emotionless killing machines, not true talents. Consider the implications of an emotionless killing machine falling under the control of another. This is inconceivable. I have implanted the tongue seal of absolute silence upon them, making it impossible for them to divulge anything about me. Why are you so certain? What if someone manages to unravel it? Impossible. This seal can only be undone upon my death. As Shimura Danzo trailed off, Asakura's Suk calmly interjected, unless the caster is deceased. Shimura Danzo. Impossible, for I will brainwash them. Asakura's Suk, how refreshingly candid. Do you not recognize that others may also possess the capacity for brainwashing? You know, within the realm of spies, there are both small and large operatives. While it is feasible to deploy child spies, should the enemy discover them and erase their memories, they could be coerced into betrayal. They may not be able to articulate it, but their memories would remain intact. Each ninja village has its own methods. Shimura Danzo felt a stir of doubt within. Indeed, this was a critical flaw. Thus, we must train them to resist brainwashing. And the prerequisite for this is that we ourselves must not engage in such practices. We must use love to touch their hearts, allowing them to establish a complete family within Konoha. Once they have children and loved ones and a home in Konoha, they will be reluctant to leave. If you wish them to obey orders as spies, then you must be the one to provide them with love and a home. As for the children, I believe, Lord Danzo, you could establish an orphanage and become its director. I recall that you are still unmarried, correct? This raises a crucial question. Why is that? Asakura's Suk probed. Matters of love are not of my concern. Then do you indulge in foot baths? What foot baths? Asakura's Suk suddenly wore a knowing expression. I mean, visiting hot springs. Shimura Danzo's face flushed crimson. Caught off guard. Do you think I am like that fellow Hizashi? All right, no need to get so excited. I believe it would be wise for you to contemplate this matter seriously. I understand your aspirations. After all, who wouldn't want to be a Hokage? However, even if one were to attain that title, what difference would it really make? Life is fleeting. In the end, one's position is merely a transient title, and the successors will not be determined by you. Ultimately, they are not your people. At that moment, Shimura Danzo's mind was struck with a sudden clarity, reminiscent of the connections between the first, second, and third Hokages, both direct and indirect. If you were to become the head of an orphanage, taking on the role of a father to those orphans, your family would undoubtedly expand. As long as a few among them possess talent, it is conceivable that even those without exceptional abilities could become ninjas, thus gaining the right to vote. Even commoners can sway public opinion. The voice of Aozora, the commander, lured Danzo like a siren's call. He envisioned himself as the director of the orphanage, surrounded by children, both boys and girls, calling him father. They would each establish their own families in Konoha, and he would become a grandfather. Thus, the family unit would grow, and so too would his supporters. Danzo-sama? Danzo-sama? Aozora waved his hand in front of Danzo, perplexed by his silence. What could be the matter? Surely, he wasn't entranced by Jinjutsu. Danzo snapped back to reality. Ahem. I shall consider your propositions. However, I believe our discussion should revolve around another topic, Root S operations. And what of the benefits? The treatment in Root mirrors that of the Anbu. Why should I not join the Anbu? Danzo replied, I will allow you to manage a team, if that suffices. That is insufficient. Danzo's patience began to wane. He had to remind himself that this was merely a civilian ninja, someone who had previously suggested ideas that held some value. But that did not grant him the right to overreach. Do you truly believe you are entitled to negotiate terms with me? Aozora, resembling a helpless child, lowered his head, his eyes glistening with disappointment. But I am your savior, Danzo-sama. Such words wound me. Enough with the crocodile tears. What is it that you truly desire? For a moment, Danzo questioned his decision to seek out Aozora. I wish for Root to be truly recognized, Aozora declared. That is impossible. Root is meant to operate in the shadows, conducting clandestine affairs. If exposed, it would lose its very purpose. What I mean is that I want everyone to understand that Root is no less significant than Anbu. We too have shed blood and tears for Konoha. Danzo had never considered such a notion elaborate. This led to a necessary discussion regarding the enhancement of benefits and so forth. If we can make everyone aware of Root's importance, it will garner the attention it deserves. We should not mindlessly expand, but learn from the Anbu. If we cannot cooperate, we are but a solitary tree in a vast forest. Did you conceive all these ideas by yourself? They are the culmination of my reflections over the years. Interesting. Have we truly become as outdated as Daybreak suggests? Unable to keep pace with the evolving ideals? In that moment, Danzo grasped the essence of contemporary thought. Chapter 82. Joining Root after an afternoon of discussion. Aozora officially joined Root. Initially, he anticipated a grand ceremony, yet was surprised to find Danzo merely introducing him to the members of Root. Fortunately, Aozora had now ascended to a position of leadership. Danzo proclaimed, "From this day forth, Aozora's orders shall be my own." Within Root, Aozora found himself ranked just below Danzo, commanding dozens. Fine, it's still fewer than the number I managed in my previous life. Although Aozora had been a mere cog in the machine, he had held the position of workshop director, overseeing hundreds, albeit many were outsourced. He had led a group of several hundred. He was the head. With negotiations concluded, the main force prepared to return. As Aozora's team journeyed back, the evening sky ignited with crimson hues. He caressed the unique mask of Root at his waist, a token given to him without hesitation by a former member. He had once questioned the necessity of wearing it. The response had been, once you join Root, every member must don a mask to conceal their identity. However, Aozora opted not to wear it, asserting his authority. He would wear it only if he chose to, and thus kept it at his side for potential needs. The journey back felt swift, at least to Aozora. After a mere day and night, they returned to Konoha. Upon entering the village, they were greeted by a throng of villagers at the foot of Hokage Rock. The third Hokage stood at the center, smiling and waving, while Sarutobi Hiruzen's pipe emitted wispy trails of smoke. Thank you for your hard work on this mission. All welcomed the hero's return, yet some quietly mourned. Noticing the absence of familiar faces among the ranks, the outcome seemed grim. Only 3 advisors remained to report, while the rest of the troops dispersed. Naturally, Aozora returned home first. After washing away the dust of the journey, he collapsed onto the long-absent bedding. The lively sounds of the night market drifted in through the window, lulling him into a deep slumber. Until the next morning, when his mother's voice called from the kitchen, "Aozora, rise for breakfast. You can sleep afterward." "All right, Mom." Morning sunlight streamed through the wooden window, casting delicate shadows on the tatami mat. Aozora rubbed his sleepy eyes as he entered the kitchen, where his mother was placing steaming chicken soup on the low table, the familiar aroma enveloping him. "Why didn't you inform me you'd be home so late?" She chided gently, drying her hands on her apron. "I heard from the neighbor that Hokage Rock was quite lively during this war. Do not worry. It will not last long. Everything will be fine. Once this period passes, we shall reopen the family business." By the way, where's Dad?" "He's next door playing chess. You know he can't sit idle unless he's working, only returning at mealtime." His mother sighed in exasperation. "Can't he just rest at home for once? He has been so tired. Let him play chess. You know how he is. He feels uneasy if he doesn't work at all." Aozora understood his father's old-fashioned mindset, believing that resting equated to idleness. "I can't be bothered with him. Now drink this soup. The chicken is from our own farm." Nodding, Aozora took a sip, savoring the flavor. "Wow, you even added herbs." He detected a hint of sweetness and tartness. "You put in red dates and goji berries. How long will you be home this time?" Aozora shook his head. "I'm not sure. It could be half a month, or merely a few days. After all, other battlefronts have yet to conclude. If any emergencies arise, I must be ready to assist." "All right, take care of yourself. That is the most important thing." "Rest assured, Mom. I know." After breakfast, Aozora, like other returning ninjas, reported to the Hokage building to recount his battle experiences, detailing his achievements and the foes he had vanquished, all of which needed to be recorded for potential rewards or the exchange of jutsu in the future. Once Shallow Blue Commander concluded recounting his achievements and the ninjutsu he had executed, the scribe paused, lifted his gaze, and regarded him with a hint of astonishment. Another prodigy has emerged. After that, there was nothing more to be said. In this place, fabricating tales was nearly impossible. Aside from the formidable pressure exerted by the interrogating ninjas, many would stutter under scrutiny. Moreover, with the presence of the Yamashiro clan and various comrades from other units, should one attempt to deceive, others could readily expose the falsehood. Very well, the record is complete. Will you choose to save your achievement points or exchange them? Shallow Blue Commander pondered carefully, realizing there was nothing he desired to exchange at the moment. I shall save them for now. Understood. Once everything was concluded, the ninjas gradually returned, and any further missions or support would await notification. Initially, Shallow Blue Commander wished to return home for an afternoon nap, but upon stepping outside, he encountered a masked ninja. Root? It was understandable that he was mistaken. The attire of Root closely resembled that of the Anbu, both clad in the same wholesale combat uniforms and perpetually donned masks. The Root ninja remained silent, simply standing there. Is Lord Danzo looking for me? Yes. He has asked me to take you to the Root base. Then let us proceed. Thus, he followed the Root ninja to a secluded area in the woods at the village's outskirts, an unexpectedly hidden spot, truly a place seldom trodden. It must be underground. Shallow Blue Commander instinctively remarked. The Root ninja formed a hand seal, and a square entrance appeared in the ground, revealing stairs below. Shallow Blue Commander followed the Root ninja directly inside. Contrary to expectations of a gruesome, blood-soaked environment, it was surprisingly clean, likely constructed within the last few years and well-maintained. Devoid of moss and dust, suggesting daily cleaning. Upon entering the base, Shallow Blue Commander noted it spanned a mere 200 square meters, likely to be expanded in the future. Otherwise, how would some of the Root members find accommodation? It's rather small. You've arrived? Danzo Shimura emerged from another room, pushing the door open. Lord Danzo, please, make yourself comfortable. Thank you. Shallow Blue Commander found a vacant spot to sit. Help yourself to tea. I maintain a casual atmosphere here. Shallow Blue Commander felt as though he were at an interview, surprised to see this side of Danzo Shimura. Lord Danzo, regarding the orphanage I previously mentioned. Oh, establishing an orphanage is no simple feat. It requires funding, land acquisition, and most importantly, provisions for sustenance and care. Do you have any idea how costly that is? As the leader of Root, Danzo was acutely aware of the adage that a penny can thwart even the greatest of heroes. This is indeed an issue, but I have a plan. I wonder if Lord Danzo might be interested? Danzo Shimura responded, Oh, pray, share your thoughts. Pardon my bluntness. But do you know what incurs the highest expenses? Danzo, growing impatient, urged, Get to the point. I merely wish to embellish my word count. But it appears that ambition shall remain unfulfilled. Simply put, it is food, drink, gambling, and indulgence. These four vices demand substantial expenditure. For the lower class, merely filling their belly suffices. There are no excesses to exploit. However, for the upper class, it is a different story. The profits are substantial. Shallow Blue Commander gestured animatedly as he spoke. Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound. Continue. It is well known that the largest nations within the ninja world are the 5 great countries: wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water. But do you know which is the wealthiest? After a moment of silence, Danzo reluctantly replied, The land of hot water. Correct, the land of hot water, located in the northeastern region of the land of fire. Renowned for its abundant hot springs and unique geographical environment, dotted with natural thermal springs. This resource not only attracts visitors from across the ninja world, but also significantly influences the nation's economic and cultural development. Coupled with various additional expenditures, it becomes evident how prosperous they are over the course of a year. You mentioned that it lies adjacent to the land of fire. Ultimately, just a small nation reliant on a larger one. How mistaken you are. Underestimating small nations is akin to disregarding the significance of accountants in a company. They hold the lifeblood of operations. This small nation has thrived by advocating for peace and leveraging its unique advantages, limited population, favorable geography, and alliances with various nations. Do not presume their reliance is solely on the land of fire. I assure you, they have extended olive branches to every nation, providing additional incentives. Shallow Blue Commander mimicked the act of offering bribes with his hands, though the original texts did not elaborate on the daimyos. Shallow Blue Commander understood that these daimyos were merely relics of the former nobility. As long as they were well-fed, clothed, and able to indulge, they remained indifferent to the plight of the villages below. This was the crux of the ongoing conflicts between villages, as each sought to report to the daimyos, who would inquire about the reasons for the strife. The villages would reply, "A conflict means money, enabling us to pay more taxes." The daimyos would simply say, "Then fight on." Such simplistic reasoning revealed their apathy toward the leadership of villages, as long as taxes were duly collected. The very reason wars erupted was due to the inability of daimyos to allocate resources judiciously, while ninjas remained subservient to these lords. The terrifying paradox of nuclear weapons falling under the control of these so-called rulers was lost on Shallow Blue Commander. If one were to extract even a few bricks from the daimyo's lavish residences, they could fetch a considerable fortune. Such was the nature of noble greed, choosing extravagance over the welfare of orphans and commoners in the villages. Moreover, the mentality permeated the minds of orphan ninjas and commoners alike. If this world were to be stratified, it would place daimyos and nobility above Hokage, who in turn outranked ninjas, with villagers at the bottom. Having watched the movie, Shallow Blue Commander recalled the immense dowries even from a mere princess of the Land of Snow. While the Land of Snow faced challenges due to its harsh weather affecting agricultural output and GDP, it boasted its own national ninjas and heavy industry, excelling in chakra technology, far surpassing other nations. For a nation to grow strong, technology must be the primary productivity force. With technology comes the liberation of human labor, allowing for greater efficiency and, consequently, wealth accumulation. However, to discuss such matters now seemed premature. The quickest means of wealth acquisition lay in targeting the affluent. Those who traveled to the Land of Hot Water were invariably wealthy, often comprising relatives of nobles and daimyos from other nations. What was the purpose of their visit? To enjoy the hot springs, or was it something more? Danzo Shimura inquired. What else could there be? Lord Danzo, have you ever been in love? Why do you ask such a sudden question? My life has been devoted to the village. Romance is merely a trivial matter. Then why did Lord Hokage marry and have children? Humph, Hiruzen, can he truly be compared to me? Although he wanted to articulate Hiruzen's character, he was mindful of his own friend, thus refraining from sharing such thoughts with Shallow Blue Commander. However, Shallow Blue Commander, familiar with the original narratives, understood Hiruzen's reputation for indulgence. What was so significant about that? If a man were not inclined towards such pleasures, could he truly be considered a man? Enough. What does this have to do with hot springs? No, Lord Danzo, do you genuinely not realize? With hot springs come massages. Who administers the massages? Certainly. It was indeed the young lady who provided the massage. As long as one is willing to pay generously, she can be persuaded to massage any part of the body. Shimura Danzo. Is that so? No wonder during every idle moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen invited me to the Land of Hot Water for a relaxing soak in the hot springs. I had been too preoccupied with other matters to accept, unaware of this underlying reason. Furthermore, one must consider Lady Tsunade. Surely you are familiar with her interests. At this thought, Shimura Danzo felt a wave of exasperation. But ultimately the losses were borne by her own clan, so he chose not to dwell on it. Where does she gamble? Isn't it still at the casinos in the Land of Hot Water? The proximity of the Land of Hot Water to the Land of Fire allows ninjas to travel there in less than half a day. I have visited the commercial district there, and the prices are exorbitantly high compared to our village. Common folk cannot afford it. Only affluent merchants or ninjas frequent such establishments. I have scarcely encountered any ordinary citizens. It is indeed a disheartening situation, laboring tirelessly for them only to spend the earned money back in their establishments, creating a vicious cycle. Most of our missions consist of escorting tasks or eliminating bandits, with the true beneficiaries being the residents of the Land of Hot Water and the merchants conducting business there. I believe, Danzo, that you might consider investigating the extent of the commercial activities in the Land of Hot Water. It is quite possible that merchants from there are conducting trade in every nation. While the preceding matters may seem trivial, the notion that every nation has merchants from the Land of Hot Water is significant. Although Shimura Danzo has never engaged in business, having served as an advisor in the village for many years and overseeing personnel, he understands the paramount importance of finances. The economic lifeblood is essential for sustaining a village and a nation. If the Land of Hot Water possesses such means, it is no wonder they have maintained a peaceful state for so long. Chapter 84. The Plan Alway Asuka spoke at length, conveying nearly everything that needed to be said. After all, to strengthen a nation or a village, while military might is essential, it cannot address the root causes. Technology is the true productive force, and the economy is the driving force for development. It is difficult to digest all at once. Shimura Danzo gazed at the youthful Aoi Asuka, whose visage bore an innocent countenance. Are you truly only 12 years old? Indeed. How do you possess such extensive knowledge? After all, my family is in trade, albeit as small merchants. We maintain a decent reputation, and we have many apprentices, some of whom are in the land of hot water. I see. Shimura Danzo stroked his chin, his gaze revealing contemplation and scrutiny. As the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense in the brief silence. At such a tender age, you exhibit remarkable insight, which I must commend. However, the development of technology and the economy is not an overnight affair, and given the current complex situation in Konoha, with the deeply entrenched ninja system and the political turmoil of war, hastily implementing reforms may provoke conflicting interests. Should we incur the displeasure of other nations' daimyos, Konoha could become a target. While conflicts frequently arise at the behest of the village, where the daimyo's consent is sought, should a daimyo instigate a conflict, the village is compelled to comply. Aoi Asuka straightened his posture, meeting Danzo's gaze with unwavering determination. Precisely for this reason, we must prepare in advance. Military might can protect the village temporarily, but cannot ensure lasting security. Look at those daimyos. On the surface, they rely on ninjas to uphold their hegemony. Yet behind the scenes, they are diligently developing other sectors to achieve economic control over their nations. If Konoha remains stagnant, it will inevitably be left behind by the tides of time. Aoi Asuka is acutely aware of the looming threats of the future. They are formidable adversaries from beyond. If technological advancement does not occur, escape will be impossible. Danzo abruptly turned, his robes swirling in the wind, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, his tone laced with resignation. You speak lightly of such matters. From where shall the funding come? Where shall we seek talent? Moreover, do you believe other villages will passively observe Konoha's ascension? Engaging in commerce is not a simple endeavor, let alone the pursuit of profit. Without substantial initial investment, one may not even recoup their costs, much less establish covert operations for espionage. In truth, we need not engage in such extensive endeavors initially. We merely need to invest manpower at the outset. Danzo, you are aware that our financial resources are limited, but the root has its share of capable individuals. To gain control over finances, one must infiltrate the underworld. The underworld? Indeed, the local powers that be. After all, ventures related to indulgence and vice cannot proceed without their consent. For instance, casinos represent the greatest source of capital. I assure you, if we assign a few ninjas from the root to work there, they will ascend to high-ranking positions within a month. By utilizing genjutsu? Precisely. Our objective is to gradually penetrate their ranks and convert their personnel to our own, a step-by-step process that must not be rushed. Danzo. Shimura Danzo fell into deep contemplation. This plan requires minimal financial outlay at the outset, while also allowing for the accumulation of resources. Most importantly, over time, establishments such as casinos and hot spring resorts can serve as intelligence gathering points, veiling our true intentions. This plan is promising. However, who shall execute it? We will require individuals of remarkable capability. Danzo, the root provides us with ready manpower, and few know of its existence. Apart from the Hokage and a select few, nearly no one is aware of it, let alone other ninja villages. Wouldn't that deplete our manpower? What if we face a shortage in the root? Aoi Asuka replied, one must sacrifice to gain. Once they infiltrate, with the funds generated, we could establish orphanages, thereby nurturing a new generation of talent. It must be cyclical. One cannot capture the wolf without letting go of the cub. Furthermore, this endeavor carries a low level of risk. It is not as if we are sending spies to other villages. I am confident many would be willing to participate. Danzo had never broached the subject of loyalty within the root. Although there had been an incident with a spy, it was an isolated case. With a mere word from me, they would willingly comply. Aoi Asuka chimed in. Indeed, indeed. Who among the root would dare betray Danzo? Let us proceed with this plan, but we must wait until the war concludes, as our assistance is still required in other areas. Furthermore, I must discuss this matter with Hiruzen. Although he has not objected to my arrangements for the root, it is still necessary to inform him. Aoi Asuka remarked, it is indeed old friends at work. The bond is strong now. Who knows what they have been through to reach this point? Enough. You may return for now. I need to devise a thorough plan for this matter. Understood, Danzo. Aoi Asaka was just about to rise from his seat when suddenly, Danzo placed a sealing scroll on the table. It appeared thickly wrapped, suggesting it contained substantial contents. What is this? I shall not shortchange my own people. The sealing techniques within are of my own creation, as well as those I have collected over the years. Consider it a reward for you. Aoi Asaka's eyes gleamed with excitement as he hastily took the scroll. It was indeed a stroke of fortune, for Danzo's sealing techniques are not to be doubted. In the original text, they employed dangerous and offensive sealing methods. Although it merely sealed half of a bridge, it was indeed a spatial sealing technique. Thank you, Danzo. Return now. Aoi Asaka carefully tucked the sealing scroll into his robe and respectfully bowed to Danzo before swiftly departing the base. As he stepped out of the entrance, a refreshing breeze brushed past him, and his tense nerves began to ease. Reflecting on the recent conversation with Danzo, a mix of excitement, apprehension, and a hint of caution filled my heart. My proposal had garnered approval, and surprisingly, I had acquired a sealing technique scroll. Yet, the ominous clouds of war cast a shadow over everything. Coupled with Danzo's somewhat suspicious and sensitive nature, I, Ayakawati sure, believed it would be prudent to maintain a relationship with him that adhered to formalities, avoiding any further advancements. As I traversed the streets of Konoha, the setting sun elongated my shadow. The vibrant calls from the shops along the roadside mingled with the laughter of children playing, all infused with the enticing aroma of grilled dumplings, adding a touch of warmth to the seemingly tranquil evening. However, I was too preoccupied to relish it. My mind consumed by the sealing techniques within the scroll, I quickened my pace towards home. Upon my return, I found my mother napping on the couch, prompting me to tread carefully back to my room. Once inside, I swiftly unfurled the scroll, and I was immediately captivated by its contents. The array of sealing techniques was vast, ranging from the fundamental to the complex, including both defensive and offensive strategies. A smile crept across my lips. Today marked yet another day of unlocking new realms of knowledge. Let the pursuit of wisdom consume me. Chapter 85. Support mission. Having spent an entire night studying, I felt exceptionally invigorated. My focus on refining chakra and conducting minor experiments had left me in high spirits, bolstered further by a soldier's pill I had consumed. The fruits of my labor were plentiful. I had successfully learned several useful techniques, albeit I had yet to master the instantaneous casting through seals. Nevertheless, I was confident that with further practice, I would soon attain proficiency. Has dawn already arrived? I turned to the window, drawing back the curtains to reveal the blinding sunlight. I resolved to catch up on some sleep. Suddenly, a shadow darted to the window. Startled, I nearly struck the glass in shock. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a crow, pecking against the window. What on earth? It seemed to be a messenger, given the small scroll attached to its leg. I opened the window and carefully removed the envelope from the crow's leg. Inside, a single line read, "Gather at the Hokage's office." What could have transpired? I had no time to rest. I hastily tucked the experimental scroll into my robe and raced towards the Hokage's office. Along the way, I noticed a threefold increase in the Uchiha patrols compared to usual, while other ninjas, like myself, were also heading towards the Hokage building. I encountered a few acquaintances along the way, exchanging nods as we walked together. Upon reaching the Hokage building, I announced my identity to the guards and proceeded inside. The office was bustling with ninjas from various divisions, sealing, medical, and Jinjutsu teams. I stood patiently among them, awaiting my turn to enter the Hokage's office. Inside, the third Hokage was deep in thought, scrutinizing a wall filled with intelligence maps, while Danzo lurked in the shadows, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Clearly at a loss for what to do next. The front lines at Rain Village are not faring well. Danzo, what is the situation from the Foundation? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, his intent unmistakable. I will deploy all available personnel. What news from Koharu and Midokado? Danzo responded, his tone cutting through the air. You know they sustained significant injuries in the last battle. They may not be able to rejoin the fray anytime soon. Danzo's disdain for the two was palpable. Humph. If they are cowards, then so be it. Frankly, I hold them in low regard. Their strength is lacking, yet their words are swift. They only held on during the last battle due to your shadow clones on the battlefield. Otherwise, but they are aging and have long been absent from the front lines, Sarutobi lamented. Are we not in the same boat? Danzo retorted. Hiruzen, you are already Hokage. Can you not act with decisiveness? Do you truly wish for me to act with more resolve? Sarutobi replied, a hint of incredulity in his voice. Danzo cleared his throat. Talented individuals should be utilized, while the inept must be discarded or their residual value exploited. Let us not forget that the casualties among the families of Koharu and Mitokado were severe during the battle at Iwagakure. Did my clan not suffer losses as well? At the mention of this, Danzo's ire flared. The two of them placed their family members either in logistics or medical divisions, while it was my clan, your Sarutobi clan, and other civilian ninjas who bore the brunt of the front lines. Had they not persisted until that moment, I would have sought retribution against them. Sarutobi felt the sting of this truth, yet he knew that the strength of the Uchiha and Sarutobi clans surpassed that of the other two families. Regardless, what has transpired is in the past. Our focus now should be on how to support Orochimaru and his team. I have already provided my share. Do you wish for me to go personally? Sarutobi replied. That is not out of the question, Danzo countered. Sarutobi chuckled lightly. I understand that after the recent negotiations, you have many matters to attend to. Negotiations are not merely about signing agreements. The follow-up supervision and implementation require a person of standing to oversee. Are you recommending T-shirt to me? In a small corner, Ayakawa T-shirt finally caught wind of his name being mentioned, feeling unworthy to be part of such a discussion. What right did I have to intrude upon their dialogue? And yet, here I was, drawn into the center of authority against my will. Indeed, just days prior, I had joined the Foundation. Danzo's eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. What they had sought to withhold, I had ultimately seized. Oh, is that so? Sarutobi's voice dripped with disappointment, as if he had cradled a tender sapling only to have it snatched away. T-shirt interjected, what are you two performing here? Sarutobi responded, indeed, T-shirt. While Danzo may be somewhat extreme, there is much to be learned under his tutelage. Momentarily at a loss for how to respond, T-shirt pondered the implications. Humph, do you think I am unaware? What you can teach him, I can impart just as well. Your methods, however, are too lenient. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Sarutobi observed, see, he is indeed extreme, with emotions that are exceedingly unstable. I can scarcely imagine how unbearable it must be to work under him. Is that so, Hiruzen? Just follow my lead, and you'll be fine. Look at your own disciples. One is a lecher, another a gambler, and yet another is obsessed with snakes. All of them troublesome in their own rights. What good could they possibly learn from you? Before Sarutobi could divulge more personal matters, he quickly interjected, ahem. Let us return to the matter at hand. T-shirt, we have summoned you here to lead the Foundation in providing support. T-shirt was taken aback, pointing at himself in disbelief. Me? Indeed. Although you have not executed a mission alongside me, I recognize Danzo's character. He does not indulge in empty flattery. This is a trait that both I admire and detest in him. His bluntness can be hurtful, yet it often reveals the truth. Humph. Your performance has been commendable, calm and composed, with an understanding of teamwork and leadership, not to mention your commendable combat abilities. Aside from your youth, I find it difficult to praise you further. No, Hokage-sama. You are truly exaggerating, Shimura Danzo remarked with a haughty scoff. Excessive modesty can often masquerade as pride. Did you not express great confidence in the reform plans you shared with me earlier? Why this sudden humility? Upon hearing Danzo's words, Asaka Zansuke felt an intense desire to stitch his lips shut. The man was incessantly verbose, with little regard for emotional nuance. Not at all. I have always believed my abilities to be somewhat overstated. The thought of leading so many people fills me with anxiety. This is not merely about managing tasks or organizing minor activities. This is a genuine battle command, an experience I have yet to encounter. Asaka Zansuke lamented the current situation, acutely aware of the many capable individuals available, including numerous elite shinobi he had seen at the entrance. He truly wished to abstain from this responsibility. It is well known that assuming a position entails accountability, and while he considered himself a somewhat selfish individual, he was not devoid of compassion. The lives entrusted to him weighed heavily. Should he fail to protect them, he would feel profoundly undeserving of their trust. Humanity, at times, is a perplexing creature, indifferent to the tragedies of others, yet stirred into sympathy by the plight of a stray dog. Asaka Zansuke grappled with this dichotomy. His rationality sometimes felt like coldness, while his sensitivity indicated kindness. He found it impossible to maintain a constant demeanor, rendering him a man of contradictions. Perceiving his inner turmoil, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. In that moment, Asaka Zansuk felt a warm surge of reassurance, dissipating the fatigue of a sleepless night. He looked up in surprise to meet Hiruzen's kind visage. Do not fear. I too had many concerns at your age, but you are now a man. In the world of shinobi, a 12-year-old boy is already regarded as such. I, at your age, had already undertaken assassination missions, though you cannot fathom that, Danzo boasted, only to be silenced by a stern glare from Hiruzen. Asaka Zansuk, however, remained troubled. I understand, but Zansuk, you are now a true shinobi. I recognize your maturity surpasses that of your peers, and I am aware of the fears that linger in your heart. I have traversed this path myself. Hiruzen spoke slowly, guiding Zansuk toward calmness. The future of our shinobi world rests upon the shoulders of your generation. I wish to nurture your growth before my time wanes. But the current climate is precarious. I sincerely apologize for placing this heavy burden upon you. There is no need for apologies, Hokage-sama. This is not your fault. Zansuk replied earnestly. I wish to convey a truth. With great power comes great responsibility. Hiruzen observed Zansuk's astonished expression, knowing full well the weight of those words, which he had contemplated for some time. Indeed, Zansuk. Therefore, I hereby confer upon you the title of Special Jonin. Hiruzen revealed a gleaming new forehead protector from behind his back. It is common knowledge that Jonin possess but a single forehead protector, while those of Nin rank and above display slight variations. The distinction lay in the color of the band, darker and more refined. Zansuk gazed in awe at Hiruzen, clutching the Jonin forehead protector. This, although merely a special Jonin, it is still a Jonin, Zansuk exclaimed. No, that is not what I meant. Are you willing to accept this position and serve as the leader for this support mission? Staring at the Jonin forehead protector, Zansuk realized that if he was not mistaken, he would likely be the youngest Jonin at present. It would be disingenuous not to feel exhilarated. Your capabilities are entirely sufficient. Orochimaru has informed me of your sealing techniques and that impressive lightning technique, which undoubtedly meets the requirements for a special Jonin. You simply need to accumulate experience and undertake tasks. Hiruzen had previously heard from Orochimaru about the Chidori technique, yet it was evidently still immature, powerful but fraught with significant drawbacks. Without familiarity, it could lead to peril, demanding exceptional dynamic vision, hence Orochimaru's advice to keep it under wraps. I hope your support mission proceeds smoothly. With a soft click, Asaka Zansuk closed the office door, gazing at the mission scroll and the appointment letter for Special Jonin, along with the Hokage's directive for leading the support team. It would be a lie to say he was not bewildered. How could he have attained the rank of Special Jonin so easily? Leading a large contingency felt astonishingly simple. Wasn't Hokage meant to be shrouded in conspiracy? Truly, these conspiracy theories are mere fabrications. Kishimoto cannot concoct such elaborate schemes. He is merely a manga artist dabbling in politics. Does he not realize how terrifying nuclear weapons already are? Exiting the Hokage building, Asaka Zansuk could not contain his exuberance. Hee hee. Ha ha. I will now hold a position of status. Previously, I was just a common ninja, but now I am the second in command of the route, a special Jonin, and the temporary leader of the support team. Anyone who dares disrupt the unity of our village shall face my wrath. Asaka Zansuk profoundly understood the adage. One who once deemed grapes sour now exclaims their sweetness upon tasting. The thrill of authority was exhilarating. From now on, I need not pay for foot baths. Meanwhile, two figures observing from above exchanged worried glances. Is he under too much pressure? Am I truly doing the right thing? Hiruzen pondered, concerned that Zansuk's overwhelming excitement might lead to his downfall. Why do I feel this lad is simply too exhilarated? Danzo mused. By the way, regarding the Uchiha clan's request to join the battle, what are your thoughts? Of course, we must refuse their participation. Did not the Hokage advise caution against the Uchiha clan? But they have integrated well into the village and wish to contribute, Hiruzen countered. Isn't assigning them to the security force sufficient? Danzo replied. Chapter 87. Journey to the Rain-Hidden Village Battlefield. This support mission was notably unique, emphasizing rescue over combat. Thus, we must remain vigilant regarding the battlefield's dynamics, striving to assist as many teams as possible in surviving. Asaka Zansuk surveyed the throng before him, comprising sealing teams, medical units, root shinobi, and several Nin squads, a total of 200 individuals. Hiruzen and Danzo had also selected 2 elite shinobi from their families to assist Asaka Zansuk, creating an impressively robust team. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not anxious, especially since not all present might be compliant. As soon as Zansuk's voice faded, a ripple of unease stirred among the crowd. A member of the sealing team cautiously raised his hand, his tone laced with trepidation. Captain Zansuk, it is said that the rescue area may still harbor toxic remnants left by enemy summoning beasts. Our standard sealing scrolls may not prove effective. Another medical team leader expressed his concerns. If the poison gas is localized, we can either keep our distance or utilize medical ninjutsu to resolve the issue. However, if the battlefield is engulfed in widespread poison gas, we ourselves may also fall victim to its effects. This was indeed a valid consideration. Captain Shanchao deftly produced several gas masks, stating, "These are protective masks that will effectively prevent you from inhaling the toxic fumes." However, the poison gas released by Hanzo the salamander can still inflict harm and corrosion upon contact with the skin. Therefore, it is imperative to keep as much of your skin covered as possible. Ideally, use sealing bandages to secure your fingers, neck, and ankles. After assisting your teammates, if you can confront the enemy, swiftly eliminate them and retreat from the poison zone. If you cannot engage, assist your comrades in their withdrawal. Just as the team was about to disperse to gather supplies, a senior ninja from an adjacent squad scoffed, appearing rather aged. Easier said than done. When faced with formidable foes, how can one expect to retreat unscathed? Captain Shanchao, are you merely spouting rhetoric? The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension as all eyes turned to the audacious ninja. Captain Shanchao's gaze sharpened, locking onto the challenger as he spoke slowly. I am aware that some of you may harbor doubts and see me as inexperienced due to my youth. Yet on the battlefield, life and death do not heed one's credentials. If you wish to voice your dissent, you may withdraw from the team or report to the Hokage. The situation is dire, and I have no time to engage in further explanations. You are to either follow orders or leave. His final admonition caused the dissenting ninja to flinch slightly. Lowering his head, observing this, Captain Shanchao refrained from further comment and turned to the two jonin sent by their respective clans. Esteemed elders, I would like you to lead separate teams to provide rear guard and emergency support. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I trust you will act promptly. Both jonin nodded, their expressions reflecting an acknowledgement of Captain Shanchao's composed leadership and the earlier authoritative pressure he had exerted. A leader who indulges in excessive explanations not only wastes time, but risks being underestimated by subordinates. Very well, I shall give you 1 hour to prepare supplies. We will reconvene at the original meeting point in 1 hour. Understood? Understood. Dismissed. The assembly gradually dispersed, and the two jonin beside Captain Shanchao went to prepare their combat provisions. At this moment, Captain Shanchao discreetly approached the earlier challenger. Thank you, Uncle Tai. The senior chunin, named Tai, broke into a warm smile. No trouble at all. Although my position here is not particularly significant, my age grants me the privilege to step forward first, thus taking the initial brunt of any backlash. Having served as a chunin for over a decade, he could assert that his qualifications were certainly adequate, and he had seen enough in his time to refrain from questioning Captain Shanchao's directives. If one were to think critically, they would realize that while anyone could voice dissent, Tai was the one person who would not, as he was well versed in the ways of the world. However, by the time others realized this, the necessary authority had already been established. Do not be so modest. While my rank may be higher, I must concede that in terms of interpersonal relationships, I cannot compare to you. The only ones who truly follow orders are the root, as they are exceptionally obedient. The sealing team, too, has a solid rapport with Captain Shanchao, having witnessed the effectiveness of his sealing techniques in the previous battle. As for the medical team, I harbor no concerns. Their sole task is to provide healing. The remaining majority comprises the lower-ranking ninja squads, and Tai could be seen as a leader among them. Known for his amiable nature and extensive experience, fostering good relations with everyone. Thus, Captain Shanchao was keen to consult him for a brief strategy session. I envy you. Achieving the rank of Special Jonin at such a young age is impressive. I wish my son could be as accomplished as you. Your son? Yes. He is a year younger than you and has just graduated. He has been assigned to the battlefield in the Rain Village. Captain Shanchao exclaimed, Wait. Please do not speak of him so highly. What is his name? His name is Yagu. Ah, Tai Yagu. May I ask what your surname is? I am Yagami. Captain Shanchao replied. Well, I hope he fares well in the Rain Village, as that place is notoriously brutal. Despite his teasing tone, Tai's eyes were filled with concern. For the Rain Village was indeed the most perilous battleground. Do not worry, Uncle Tai, Everything will be fine. I hope so. Let us depart. The large contingent of 200 troops set forth towards the battlefield in the Rain Village. As they traversed a valley, a pungent odor began to permeate the air, signaling their approach to the battlefield's edge. Captain Shanchao raised his hand, signaling for the group to halt. We have entered the poison gas zone. Remain vigilant and disperse for reconnaissance. As the team spread out, a sudden scream echoed from a distance. Captain Shanchao's heart raced, and he swiftly led the nearest squad towards the source of the commotion. They arrived to find several Konoha ninjas sprawled on the ground, their skin blackened and decayed from the poison gas. Nearby, a Rain Village ninja was poised to strike the fallen. Stop! Captain Shanchao shouted, flinging a kunai that the Rain ninja narrowly evaded, eyeing the newcomers with alertness. Are you all right? Captain Shanchao performed a sealing technique as the other ninjas dispatched their foe. Observing the toxic victims, he immediately called out, "Medical team." A few medical ninjas rushed forward, one of whom, a girl with twin ponytails, knelt to assess the injured, forming hand seals to send chakra into their bodies. It is the poison gas from the salamander. The toxin has infiltrated their meridians. We must neutralize it immediately. Before she could finish, another male ninja swiftly produced a bamboo tube, pouring a dark green liquid into the mouth of the afflicted. Captain Shanchao furrowed his brow, scanning the chaotic battlefield. A faint stench lingered in the air, and several enemy ninja corpses lay scattered in pools of blood. One wore a mask, but was still poisoned due to multiple wounds infected by the gas. Clearly, the poison released by the salamander did not discriminate between friend and foe, as even Rain Village ninjas were not spared. What is the situation? Captain Shanchao inquired urgently. Captain Shanchao, I apologize. The village hospital has yet to develop an antidote for the salamander's poison. We can only provide temporary suppression. We may need to consult Lady Tsunade for further assistance. I see. How long can the suppression last? The effects of the antidote will only hold for 3 days. Very well. Are the injured conscious at least? Captain Shanchao sought to gauge the current circumstances, as the scene was far too complex to summarize in a few words. Had Hanzo truly lost all distinction between ally and enemy? If he were to unleash more poison gas on a large scale, Captain Shanchao feared that even his gas mask might soon fail. Remember to equip them with gas masks to prevent further inhalation of the toxic fumes. Understood. Here is the situation. 2 days ago, Lord Orochimaru ordered us to set up an ambush here, but we did not anticipate that the enemy ninja would come armed with salamander gas canisters, which they immediately hurled at us. Fortunately, the poison gas does not differentiate between friend and foe, allowing us to inflict wounds on the enemy, thus letting the toxin infiltrate them as well. Captain Shanchao stroked his chin, contemplating before issuing a command. Immediately send route ninjas bearing my orders to Konoha. Ensure that within 2 days, additional medical ninjas and physicians from the hospital are dispatched to provide support. The remaining individuals dispersed across the battlefield, searching for any remnants of enemy gas canisters or clues. Given the current situation, the medical ninjas were vastly insufficient, as there were far too many afflicted by poisoning. If the battle could not be resolved swiftly, the consequences would be dire. Even the decaying corpses around them were toxic. Just as Commander Asaka's words faded, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from afar. A blood-soaked ninja stumbled into view, his gas mask shattered, purple veins crawling along his neck. Captain, a large group of Rain ninjas has been spotted to the southwest. They are transporting a massive gas generator toward our location. Asaka's pupils constricted. Are you all right? Quickly, take some suppressive medication. He then turned to the medical team. Medical team, evacuate the injured immediately. The rest of you, stay with me and prepare to snipe. Drawing his kunai, he commanded the sealing team, activate the triple barrier. We must destroy it before the gas spreads and ensure it does not penetrate the barrier. Understood. As the barrier expanded, a sudden explosion of purple smoke erupted from the distant woods. Peering through the smoke, Asaka caught a glimpse of Hanzo standing atop a massive rock, summoning a giant salamander that continuously spewed poison. With a sudden leap to the treetops, Asaka was followed by a dozen ninjas, but as they approached the generator, they were repelled by several hidden weapons. The Rain ninjas had concealed poisonous needles within their kunai, which dispersed toxic mist upon contact. Damn it! Back to the barrier. Asaka was not retreating out of fear, but rather as a strategic maneuver. This poison could not be touched at all. Any contact would impair their combat abilities, far more terrifying than illusions. While illusions could be disrupted by unsettling chakra, This high-intensity toxin would paralyze the entire nervous system upon inhalation, rendering chakra suppression futile. Standing atop the trees, Asaka recognized the newcomer, wearing a gas mask and wielding a scythe. Could it be the salamander in person? He pondered. It shouldn't be. If it were him, he would have charged in immediately. After all, he is a demigod, capable of easily overpowering the three ninjas. Could it be a water clone? Asaka recalled that Hanzo was adept at using water clones, making it plausible. Damn, why do I keep encountering such issues? Asaka initially thought reinforcements would be a simple affair, only to be met with a formidable clone right off the bat. As the toxic mist began to waft closer, even with gas masks and within the barrier, Asaka urged the others, utilize wind release. He also retrieved a wind chakra scroll, but as he did, he felt the air inside his mask heating up, his skin stinging. The enemy had modified the gas formula, capable not only of corroding protective gear, but also reacting violently with oxygen. Captain Asaka, can the barrier withstand this? He was suddenly alarmed by the rapid corrosion of the barrier. Damn it! Asaka quickly formed seals, summoning technique. With a thunderous roar, a colossal golden python emerged before them. Long time no see. Commander, why have you summoned me this time? Golden Snake. I remember you are quite skilled with toxins, yes? Of course. I am a versatile genius. What do you make of this purple mist? Can you stop it? The Golden Snake sniffed the approaching purple haze. It seems manageable. Not particularly toxic, at least not for me. Asaka observed as the purple mist enveloped the Golden Snake without any sign of corrosion, indicating that the scales on its body could entirely withstand the toxin. Do you feel anything unusual? If it seems dire, I will immediately release the summoning, as I trust the Sage's Sanctuary can provide a remedy. I feel nothing significant, just a bit nauseous. That's excellent. What do you mean? You don't expect me to inhale all this toxin, do you? I don't wish to feel sick all day. Asaka replied, even if you wanted to. You couldn't possibly absorb it all. With so much gas, how long would that take? I was thinking you could swallow us whole and escape. Estimating the time, Asaka concluded the medical team should have evacuated by now, and he had set up a sealing array at their last position. Even Hanzo would be trapped for 30 seconds. Ample time for their escape. This isn't what you taught me, is it? Let us hurry. You all can come in, but be careful not to damage my tom. The Golden Snake regarded the group with disdain before reluctantly opening its mouth. Let us get inside. Asaka directed his team, but he noticed they were hesitating. Is this a summoning beast? It seems like Lord Orochimaru had previously summoned a similar creature. Are you certain it wants to eat us? Asaka had no time to explain the risks of being devoured. He simply knew that if they did not take cover, they would surely succumb to the poison. Hurry. Which direction should we go? I sense a significant chakra presence in the 300 direction, along with a familiar scent. The Golden Snake informed Asaka from within its mouth. A familiar scent? Is it one of your kind or? It may be Orochimaru. Excellent. Then let us proceed in that direction. Asaka settled upon the Golden Snake's tongue, eyes closed in silent communication, while the others remained quietly at the side. How is it? The technique I taught you last time. Is it effective? Don't mention it. It's incredibly difficult to master. The technique previously taught by the Golden Snake involved levitation, far more challenging than anticipated. Although the Golden Snake casually described it, he had the advantage of a capable mother as a mentor, along with the ability to utilize sage techniques, allowing him to harness natural energy effectively for levitation. So when will you come to the Dragon Cave to learn sage techniques? Since Asaka had expressed interest in sage training, the Golden Snake had kept the memory, recognizing Asaka's potential. Is that something I can just learn on a whim? And have you gathered any information for me? Asaka knew that the Golden Snake's mother was a sage under the White Serpent. I've inquired. What do you think my abilities are? Just follow my lead, and you shall learn gradually. What are your abilities? I'm quite aware. If it weren't for your massive form, I'd think your sage skills were lacking. But I don't have feet. Seriously, do you or do you not? Of course, those herbs you often consume contain a trace amount of natural energy. Just eating a bit while cooking or soaking in a medicinal bath can help your body adapt to natural energy. So, it really requires you to bite me and inject natural energy into my body? Naturally, everyone who learns sage techniques at the Dragon Cave must be bitten by the White Serpent Sage. Whether one can withstand it is another matter altogether. Oh, don't be so pessimistic. I find it quite manageable. For someone like you, a strong third generation, I have no desire to discuss further, especially since I am not a snake by birth. In the original work, Only a handful of individuals succeeded in their studies, and they were far from ordinary. Both Yakushi Kabuto and Shiho, with their modified bodies, could not fully master their powers. Despite Yakushi Kabuto achieving the perfect sage mode, he became a mere shadow of his former self, neither human nor ghost. Similarly, Shiho, a synthetic being, could not entirely harness the sage mode, and after an explosive outburst, reverted to a spectral state. Thank you, Akin. A small request. Next time, please notify me in advance, and do not forget to bring some delicious food. The captain, Asaka, emerged from the jaws of the golden serpent, dispersing the summoning technique. A familiar voice echoed from the trees behind them. You have arrived. Lord Orochimaru. Yes, well done. I have received your report from the teacher. Now that you have become a special J-Nin leading the team, it is essential to perform admirably and not disappoint others. Understood. Please provide a status update. On our way here, we encountered Hanzo. That cannot be right, as far as I know. Hanzo should be with Jiraiya and cannot be here. It must have been his clone. Indeed, though it posed a significant threat to us. Our primary objective is to collaborate with Lady Tsunade to develop an antidote. Alas, if it were that simple to create an antidote, this war would not be so arduous. What about Tsunade? Was it not said that Elder Chiyo had developed an antidote? She has indeed formulated an antidote, and according to the current situation, victory is near. However, the circumstances are quite intricate, and I fear Elder Chiyo will not part with the antidote easily. Orochimaru had received news that the leading ninja was Kakashi Hitaki, who had initially made progress, but shockingly, he had killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Such overwhelming strength has become a curse. This led to Chiyo harboring resentment. Negotiations may be possible, but expecting her to provide an antidote to assist Konoha is sheer folly. Asaka found himself at a loss for words. Thus, the urgent task remains to unite the medical team with Tsunade and expedite the creation of the antidote. The medical team brings not just manpower, but also essential equipment. After all, this is a battlefield. Even though Tsunade has brought considerable supplies, they are bound to sustain some damage in the camp. Successfully producing the antidote will be exceedingly challenging without support. Understood. I will leave the sealing team and the Nin squad here. I will remain to snipe them while you take the medical team and the root ninjas to meet Tsunade. Yes. Asaka nodded solemnly. Just then, Rope Tree returned from setting up traps and spotted Asaka conversing with Orochimaru, rushing over with a look of surprise. Captain, what brings you here? Seeing that Rope Tree was unharmed, Asaka instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, I am here to support you. Rope Tree, expressing his discontent, replied, That is splendid. You have no idea how nauseating the poison from that salamander is. Many have succumbed to it in recent days. Chapter 90. The Meaning of Life After a Brief Respite. As Orochimaru and his team set traps, Asaka and the medical unit took a moment to rest, knowing they would need to travel at full speed soon. I did not expect you to be promoted to Special J-Nin. Seeing Rope Tree's envious expression, Asaka smiled gently and ruffled his hair. Rope Tree protested. Why are you patting my head? Asaka displayed genuine kindness, his eyes sparkling with innocence and encouragement. It's nothing. I just wanted to motivate you since you are now a Nin. Rope Tree eyed Asaka suspiciously. Having spent considerable time together, he doubted Asaka's sincerity. He sensed something amiss. Perhaps it was just Asaka's peculiar manner of speaking. Rope Tree often heard new and intriguing phrases from Asaka, each with a unique meaning. Your encouragement is rather strange. Rope Tree pouted, swatting Asaka's hand away. What new expression are you concocting to torment me now? He feigned a stern face, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. Asaka grinned mischievously, pulling a compressed biscuit from his ninja tool pouch, breaking it in half, and offering a piece. First, replenish your energy. The rainy weather is quite unpleasant, isn't it? Upon arriving in the rain village, Asaka felt the biting cold and dampness. The geographical conditions were particularly harsh, with perpetual rainfall making it exceedingly uncomfortable. Even Orochimaru, whom Asaka stole a glance at, was wringing out his soaked clothing, only for the drizzle to commence once more shortly after. Rope Tree paused, chewing on the biscuit, crumbs falling from his lips. Indeed, the environment is dreadful. I can neither eat nor sleep well. This war has proven far more brutal than I anticipated, and I have encountered many stronger individuals, clearly affected by the war. Asaka shook his head. Who hasn't he been? I was initially overwhelmed too, but what can we do? The journey must continue, and we must grow. Not at all. Asaka exaggerated, waving his hand dismissively. You are a rising star. Once we return, focus on enhancing your strength. You will undoubtedly grow. We are still young. Rope Tree's spirits were instantly lifted. True, Asaka added. You really are quick to recover. A signal from afar indicated that Orochimaru had completed setting the traps, and the medical team began organizing their bandages. Asaka suddenly lowered his voice. Once the mission concludes, I will show you something extraordinary. What is it? Top secret. What could possibly be so secretive? Is it a classified mission? Classified missions are nothing like that. This is something that can bring joy to the body and mind. A respite from all fatigue. By the way, did you bring the diamond talisman I gave you? I did. I have worn it continuously. Rope Tree revealed the talisman from beneath his collar, showcasing the scroll inscribed with intricate runes, always kept in an activated state. How many attacks can it withstand? Not many left, but this diamond scroll is indeed impressive. It has shielded me from numerous attacks. You wouldn't believe it. A kunai almost pierced my heart. But thankfully the scroll held. Of course, it can withstand explosions for a full minute without sustaining damage. I even carry one myself, having written it over the course of a day and night. All right, I get it. I understand your efforts. When we return, I shall treat you to a feast. You promised that. Now come here. What is it? Just let me reinforce it a bit more. Asaka placed his hand on Rope Tree's chest. A brief flash of blue light revealing a sealing mark as he reinforced the runes on the scroll. Asaka patted Rope Tree's shoulder. This time, I guarantee the explosive talismans won't harm you. Why do you keep cursing me? I'm not cursing you. It's just that your thinking is so direct. From now on, be more cautious. Do not act recklessly. This is war, not an ordinary mission. In regular missions, there aren't nearly as many unforeseen circumstances, and others have your back. On the battlefield, any trick can be encountered, and you wouldn't want to leave the Senju clan without a legacy. Rope Tree suddenly felt a chill, recalling Asaka's earlier technique, the Chidori strike. Please don't be so unsettling. I had just managed to forget about that. Just keep it in mind. Well, I must be off. Rope Tree extended his fist towards Asaka, only to realize that his companion had already moved ahead, symbolizing the greater burdens and risks he faced. Take care. Promise me you will return alive. Shallow Tsukikage similarly extended his fist, engaging in a clash. It's on. As he departed, Ki observed Tsukikage leading his companions further from his line of sight. Turning to look, Ki inquired, Orochimaru, do you think Tsukikage possesses the qualifications to become Hokage? Ki paused momentarily before shaking his head. No. Or perhaps he simply has no desire to be Hokage. Perhaps a simple and happy life is what he truly seeks. I couldn't comprehend this initially, but after experiencing this war and witnessing the plight of the displaced, along with the younger children thrust into the battlefield, my perspective has changed. Orochimaru felt he barely recognized the boy before him. Once a boisterous child with dreams of becoming Hokage, he had matured significantly in just over a year, although a trace of kindness still lingered within him. You've grown quite a lot, Orochimaru remarked. He then posed another question, possibly directed at Ki but equally reflective of his own thoughts. Do you not find life to be fragile? Fragile, indeed, Tsukikage replied. That is why I must become stronger. Only then can I protect myself. At any cost. Although unaware of what Orochimaru meant by cost, he understood that such words were not uttered lightly. It could mean losing family, friends, or comrades. I will strive through my own efforts. I will grow stronger step by step to protect everyone I care about, ensuring they remain unharmed. Orochimaru was taken aback by the depth of his words, hardly believing that the once foolish child could express such profound sentiments. You little rascal, he said, placing a hand on Tsukikage's head. What do you think, Orochimaru? Am I not right? And who taught you this? It was Tsukikage. Chapter 91. Successful Reunion Stop. With a raised hand, Tsukikage commanded everyone to halt. The reason was that, through a sensing technique learned in the Dragon Cave, he had detected a significant concentration of chakra ahead. Though not a sage's perception, which could identify whose chakra it was, he could sense its presence, leaving him uncertain whether it belonged to foes or allies. Are they enemies? In the next moment, Tsukikage flipped his palm, revealing a small white snake. Little snake, I entrust you with this task. Go ahead and scout the area. Understood, Lord Tsukikage, the small white snake responded, deftly slithering into the grass. Tsukikage closed his eyes, focusing intently, his fingertips quivering as he shared vision with the white snake through their summoning contract. Nearby, A medical ninja gripped his kunai tightly, murmuring, "If they are enemies and in such numbers, we might do not make a sound." Suddenly, Tsukikage opened his eyes, his pupils reflecting the images transmitted by the white snake. By the lakeside ahead, dozens of figures gathered around a campfire, the symbol of the hidden leaf village faintly glowing in the firelight. Upon realizing these were allies, Tsukikage instinctively sighed in relief. Where did this little white snake come from? A man with long white hair sensed someone spying and spotted the small white snake, reaching out to grab it. Tsukikage hurriedly communicated through the snake, "Jiraiya, it's me." "Tsukikage. Ah, so it's Tsukikage. I thought you were an enemy." While summoning snakes was rare, it didn't mean it was non-existent. Caution was always prudent. "Where is Tsunade?" "Tsunade is focused on developing antidotes at a forward base. I brought a few people to search for food, due to Hanzo's poison gas. Much of the food has become inedible, and our supplies are dwindling. That's a relief, but we also brought supplies." "Wonderful." Weave finally arrived at the base. Tsunade's weary eyes sparkled with renewed energy upon seeing the medical ninjas, immediately engaging them in discussions about the antidote. This is a critical moment. "Did you bring test tubes? The materials here are too crude. I've only found a bowl." "We brought them, Lady Tsunade." Meanwhile, Jiraiya grinned at Tsukikage, remarking, "What a transformation in just 3 days. In a mere few months, you've ascended from a CH Nin to a special J Nin. I never expected you to rise so swiftly. Come on, did you bribe someone?" "Don't jest. Who could I bribe? I merely had the fortune to assist Lord Danzo, which led to my special promotion." "Huh, I don't believe that. You must have saved his life. Otherwise, why would he entrust you with the roots?" Jiraiya had noticed that Tsukikage's team included members from the roots, a division close to Danzo, and only those with sufficient authority could command them. Just luck, just luck. "Hey, did you encounter Orochimaru on your way here?" "Yes, they were laying an ambush over there. I hope it goes well." "What is the current situation?" "Not particularly favorable. Largely due to Hanzo's poison gas, and his strength exceeds expectations. His title as a demigod of the ninja world is not unfounded." "Have you engaged him?" "No. We merely crossed paths at the beginning. There was no serious confrontation. As a general, one must not only lead the charge, but also command from the rear." "By the way, where is Minato?" "He is resting. In recent days, I have taken them on numerous missions, so I didn't bring them to search for food this time." After all, Jiraiya is a mature and powerful ninja. Just because he can handle it doesn't mean his students can as well. They had little time to rest after such intense operations and have already fallen asleep. "All right, Jiraiya, do you think you, Orochimaru, and Tsunade together can defeat Hanzo?" Hearing Tsukikage's concerned tone, Jiraiya felt perplexed. "Do you think we are weak?" "What? Do you look down on me?" "Of course not. It's just that in direct combat, we are at a disadvantage. They possess poison gas, and that salamander is no ordinary creature. But the three of us also have summoning beasts, and Tsunade's slug is a healing beast. So we need not worry about sustaining injuries. However, once the three of us confront Hanzo, it signifies that the battle has escalated to a critical level. If we fail, we lose this war." "You're overthinking it. In terms of overall strength, we far surpass the Rain Village. Hanzo, as the village leader, is cognizant of this. Otherwise, the original story wouldn't have spared you three and conferred upon you the title of the legendary Three Ninjas. What they fear is not you three, but rather your backers, Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Hidden Leaf Village. As the disciple of the Hokage, and with Tsunade being a princess of the Senju clan, the weight of these three is evident. Should anything happen to them, not only would negotiations be off the table, but the Rain Village could face annihilation by the Hidden Leaf." At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not yet aged, and the strength of the Hokage was not to be underestimated. Jiraiya stroked his chin, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "That may be true, but that old man Hanzo does not play by the rules. During our last encounter, he recognized Tsunade as a medical ninja at a glance. Although progress may be slow, developing an antidote is merely a matter of time. Hanzo will not wait that long. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have sent people to ambush us." That is indeed a valid point. Meanwhile, the ambush plan was proceeding successfully, as many ninjas from the Rain Village fell victim to traps, resulting in significant losses. Consequently, the remaining forces posed little threat. Orochimaru regarded the water clone of Hanzo before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "If your true self were here, we might have to retreat. However, your clone? Huh, a stubborn little brat. Let's see if you can hold your own." Orochimaru's tongue lightly caressed the roof of his mouth. unable to resist licking his lips. Suddenly, dozens of white snakes erupted from the ground, darting towards Hanzo's water clone like arrows. Unfazed, the clone formed hand seals, water release, great waterfall technique. A torrent of water surged forth from his palms, instantly dispersing the white serpents. Interesting, Orochimaru remarked as he vanished into the waterfall. Hanzo's pupils narrowed. Just as he prepared to be vigilant, snake-like arms emerged from the water, ensnaring his clone with fierce tenacity. Covered in barbs, these appendages relentlessly siphoned the chakra from the water clone. The clone reacted immediately. Poison. Playing with poison in my presence? Your snake venom pales in comparison to my fugu toxin. Orochimaru taunted. Let us put it to the test. Despite being a mere water clone, you've brought so many with you. I refuse to believe you lack an antidote. So that's your aim. Hanzo conceded, acknowledging Orochimaru's cunning. The fugu toxin, indiscriminate in its effects, compelled Hanzo to carry an antidote to protect his subordinates from its lethal grasp, yet not everyone had the remedy at hand. But do you think I will oblige? The water clone transformed into a puddle. Unperturbed, Orochimaru swiftly threw 3 shurikens, coated in paralyzing venom, accurately targeting the illusions attacking from 3 directions. Illusions have no effect on me. He licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes brimming with manic delight. Is that so? The real Hanzo's water clone had unexpectedly appeared high above, quickly forming hand seals, water release, water prison technique. A massive sphere of water descended, entrapping Orochimaru within. Now, savor the sensation of suffocation, you arrogant brat. Yet, Orochimaru remained calm, chakra surging around him as he began to absorb the water within the prison. Did you truly believe I was merely proficient in trivial arts? His form gradually became enveloped in white snakes, under the immense pressure of his chakra. The water prison began to crack. Now, it is my turn to counterattack. The prison shattered instantaneously, and the multitude of white snakes dispersed, revealing Orochimaru's true form. The scattering serpents, entwined with ominous cursed markings, spiraled into a colossal formation in the air. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he revealed his sharp, white fangs. This technique is called the serpent array. Hanzo's water clone quickly formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth return. The ground violently heaved, creating a massive earthen wall to block the serpentine onslaught. However, the white snakes disregarded physical barriers, piercing through the wall, their fangs glimmering with a sinister purple hue, the unique toxin of the dragon cave. Relying on poison for victory? I've already warned you. You are far too inexperienced to play with poison in my presence. The water clone clasped its hands together, condensing vapor into long needles. Water release. 1,000 needle rain. Countless water needles rained down upon the serpent formation, shredding the white snakes into pieces. Orochimaru's expression darkened, yet he remained composed. The remnants of the shattered serpents reassembled upon hitting the ground, transforming into smaller clusters that burrowed underground. At that moment, Hanzo finally comprehended Orochimaru's intentions. Whether through poison or serpents, it was all a means to survive. I know you won't kill me, even though I am but a water clone. Orochimaru replied, if my water clone is destroyed, the toxins within will assuredly claim your lives. Orochimaru continued, huh? You wish to see who is more ruthless? You have truly underestimated me. His voice echoed from all directions as the ground suddenly cracked open, and hundreds of white snakes burst forth, encircling the water clone. High temperatures are quite effective against toxins. The white snakes unleashed venom, while several of Orochimaru's shadow clones simultaneously executed fire release, combining with the toxic fluid to create an explosive effect. Fire release, venomous fire dragon bomb. The roaring, blazing fireball, infused with a noxious scent, surged towards Hanzo's water clone, warping the air under the dual assault of heat and venom. Hanzo's clone's pupils constricted as it rapidly formed hand seals. Water release, water break wave. A torrent of water collided with the venomous flames, generating a swirling barrier of grayish-purple mist that transformed the surrounding area into a chaotic battlefield. Oh ho! Orochimaru chuckled lightly, as the flames laced with toxin detonated in a tremendous explosion. The nearby white snakes were not mere decorations. They had quickly expelled explosive tags. In the end, you are but a water clone, incapable of withstanding such overwhelming power. The immense force shattered the water clone, dispersing it into a puddle. Yet, as it collapsed, the toxins concealed within began to seep into the atmosphere. Orochimaru promptly summoned the sealing team left by the previous commander, sealing team. The members of the sealing team gazed at the swirling mass of toxin, collaboratively invoking barriers to encase it within a hexagonal shield, preventing the noxious gas from escaping. The leader of the sealing team lowered a colossal scroll from his back, unfurling it to reveal intricate sealing formulas. He formed hand seals and pressed his hands against the scroll, toxin sealing technique. The toxic gas was gradually enveloped and flowed into the massive scroll. After a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead, the leader finally sealed away all the poison. With the toxin contained, Orochimaru directed the team to disperse the barrier and approach the spot where the water clone had vanished, hoping to find something left behind. However, predictably, aside from a pile of charred stones, there was nothing to be found. Alas, Orochimaru sighed, a hint of disappointment in his tone. If he could find an antidote to bring back to Tsunade for mass production, the outcome of this battle would have been predetermined. Meanwhile, the remaining Rain Village ninjas, witnessing the demise of Hanzo's water clone, displayed expressions of terror and began to scatter in all directions. Pursue them, Orochimaru commanded, leading the charge. Their mission was to catch the enemy off guard. If they allowed them to relay news back, the enemy would retaliate. Especially since only Jiraiya and Tsunade remained on the front line. SHRU had just knocked an enemy to the ground when he noticed those around him fleeing. What the? Why are they running? He exclaimed. Orochimaru-sama has succeeded. Only when a teammate alerted him did SHRU spring into action. Quickly pursue them. Do not let them escape. Understood. SHRU dashed forward, taking down an enemy in an instant. Orochimaru retracted the snakes from his sleeve, realizing that most foes were nearly vanquished. With only a few stragglers remaining, he sensed that they would not escape, hiding just behind a massive rock. Once the last enemy fell, the main force caught up. Led by SHRU, Orochimaru observed silently, a smile creeping onto his lips. SHRU, the enemy's morale has been utterly crushed. Those few hiding will not amount to anything significant. It's merely a matter of reaping the harvest. SHRU shared the same sentiment and charged forward, only to leap behind a boulder. To his surprise, 3 enemies lay in ambush just beyond it, and he felt the ground beneath his feet shift, revealing explosive tags. What the? Boom. The closest ninja was knocked to the ground by the resounding blast. What is going on? SHRU. Orochimaru stood stunned, unable to process the situation. Moments ago, he had intended to commend SHRU for his pursuit, only to find that he had fallen into the enemy's trap. Suddenly, a familiar necklace fell at Orochimaru's feet. Gazing at the necklace, he recognized it. Whose could it be if not SHRU's? Could it be? He shook his head vigorously. No. Barely escaping death, these individuals revealed their treachery by opting for mutual destruction, laying numerous explosive seals as if they believed me to be invincible. As Orochimaru grasped the necklace, he noticed a dark-skinned ghoul standing atop a stone, spitting sand and lamenting. Shungshu. The ghoul, Shungshu, donned an outrageous, explosive hairstyle as he approached Orochimaru, eyeing the necklace in his hand. Orochimaru, big brother? Thank you. Fortunately, Orochimaru managed to regain his composure, yet the backward step he took betrayed him. What is the meaning of this? Enough. I just leaped over and fell into their trap. Thankfully, I had the reinforced adamantine seal from the commander, but it still hurt quite a bit. Though he mitigated the explosive damage, the shockwave left its mark, reddening his chest. The remnants of the explosion's dust and heat transformed him into an unrecognizable dark-skinned ghoul with wild hair. Prompted by this reminder, Orochimaru noticed the scroll peeking from Shungshu's chest, previously bound to him by the adamantine seal. Next time, be more cautious. However, I bear some responsibility as well. He hadn't anticipated that a cornered foe might resort to such desperate measures. If anything were to happen to you, I would find it difficult to explain to your sister. When Tsunade entrusted her brother to me, I promised to guide him well. Today was truly perilous. Are you injured internally? Where are the medical ninjas? He had earlier designated 2 medical ninjas to assist with injuries. They have yet to arrive. Are there no others? At that moment, a masked female ninja approached. Her tone timid. I know a bit of medical ninjutsu. Orochimaru observed the girl, who stood nearly as tall as Shungshu, and deduced they were likely of similar age. Are you from the Roots? Yes. What is your name? The girl hesitated, aware that the identity of the Roots must remain undisclosed to anyone outside of Danzo. Just tell me. I will bear the consequences. It was not a lack of trust in the Roots, but rather the sensitivity of Shengshu's identity that warranted caution. Oh, if you prefer not to say, that's fine. It's not as if I'm gravely injured. Shengshu waved dismissively. Yet, the next moment, blood gushed from his nose. You. What happened? Blood is coming from my nose. Shengshu quickly wiped his nose, realizing he had lost a considerable amount of blood. The female ninja offered her assessment. It's likely an internal injury from the shock, causing the capillaries to rupture. You should be examined thoroughly. There may be bleeding in other areas as well. Quite knowledgeable. Do you practice healing techniques? Yes. And the chakra scalpel? Yes. Interesting. Those from the roots truly are remarkable. Before the female ninja could fully comprehend, Orochimaru swiftly acted, sliding his palm across her mask, which shattered in two. The girl stood stunned for a moment, but quickly regained her composure, her light yellow hair and youthful, innocent face contrasting sharply with the typical image of a root member. Quite composed. The explosive, screaming scene I imagined has not materialized. Rather, there's a vacant gaze. How long have you been with the roots? Cannot say. I will explain to Danzo. After much hesitation, the female ninja finally responded, 5 years. Shengshu was astonished. This girl, who appeared to be of similar age, had been a ninja for such an extended period. That's longer than my time in school. Your name? Yaoshi Yinayu. Let us expedite your treatment. I will scout ahead for any remaining traps. Others, follow me as we proceed cautiously. With that, Orochimaru departed. Shengshu glanced at the silent Yaoshi Yinayu and ultimately broke the silence. Sorry for the trouble. Yaoshi Yinayu stepped forward, reaching for his collar, prompting Shengshu to instinctively recoil. What are you doing? Checking your injuries. Oh, my apologies. Realizing his misunderstanding, Shengshu blushed and apologized. Yaoshi Yinayu continued her examination, removing his outer garment to reveal small beads of blood seeping from his back and chest. You only have slight internal pain, correct? Indeed. Yaoshi Yinayu's palm emitted a faint green glow as she employed her healing technique on his chest. The cold touch against his skin made Shengshu shiver involuntarily. Please remain still. All right. He complied, noting that her touch was unlike his sister's warm hands during her healing sessions. This was cool yet oddly comforting. The residual heat from the explosion made his body temperature high, and the coolness felt particularly soothing. While treating him, Yaoshi Yinayu suddenly inquired, Do you wear glasses? Glasses? Are you nearsighted? Yes. Shengshu glanced down at the mask, previously cut in half, realizing it contained 2 lenses. No wonder. I apologize on behalf of Orochimaru. It was unintentional. No problem. Do you have any? I do, but they lack prescription. I wore them before becoming a ninja. Shengshu retrieved a pair of protective goggles, reminiscent of Naruto's. Can the lenses be removed? They should be. I tried that before. Then that will suffice. But will they fit? I can trim them with a scalpel. Yaoshi Yinayu picked up the shattered lenses, comparing them to the goggles, and summoned a blue chakra scalpel. With swift precision, she adjusted the lenses to fit perfectly into the goggles. Now you can see more clearly. Please turn around. Okay. You have slight burns on your back, but nothing serious. Do you feel any pain? Just a bit itchy. Your recovery ability is quite impressive. Typically, individuals experience temporary pain after being burned. Yaoshi Yinayu observed the red marks on Shengshu's back, secretly admiring the Senju clan's resilience. Orochimaru, you finally arrived. The main force had gathered. After Orochimaru's successful ambush, he regrouped with the sniper unit. Did the plan succeed? Jiraiya inquired. Orochimaru shook his head. What about Tsunade? Jiraiya similarly shook his head. A few cannot hold on any longer. Chapter 94. Launching the full assault upon seeing Shengshu, Asuka commander initially failed to recognize him. Where did this Indian ghoul come from? Until the moment Shengshu spoke, did he realize it was him. Hey, how did you end up with that wild hairstyle? Don't mention it. I fell into a trap. Thankfully, your adamantine seal saved me. Otherwise, I might have. Reflecting on the terrifying scene, he realized how narrowly he had escaped. Without that layer of protection, he could have been utterly obliterated. I told you to be cautious. Will you act recklessly again? Yes, I understand. Asuka commander also appeared disheveled, his face and clothes blackened, yet he seemed vigorous despite his injuries. Are you injured? Shengshu sheepishly scratched his head and smiled. Just a bit, but it's all been treated. However, the fleeting expression did not escape the keen eye of the psychological expert, Asuka commander. I sense something unusual. Is there? It shouldn't smell bad. No, it's the scent of gossip. Who treated you? It was me, Commander. Suddenly, a girl wearing goggles approached. Aoyama's sure pondered briefly, realizing he had never encountered her before. Who are you? However, upon observing her attire, he inquired, from the root, where's your mask? The medic, Yao Shi Yao Yu, reported truthfully, it was severed by Lord Orochimaru. Aoyama's sure was utterly bewildered as he looked at the two individuals before him. Ah? So what exactly transpired? Allow me to explain, Ju interjected, proceeding to recount the entire situation. After listening intently, Aoyama's sure nodded and turned to Yao Shi Yao Yu, pondering whether this was to be the future priestess spy, the orphanage director, and the adoptive mother of Yao Shi Do. What a remarkable coincidence. What coincidence? Oh, nothing. Yao Shi Yao Yu. You may leave now and rotate with the ninjas from the route on the perimeter. Understood. After receiving the order, Yao Shi Yao Yu exited the tent. Why did you let her go? What? Do you wish to meet her again? Of course not. Take off your clothes. Why must I undress again? Stop with the nonsense. If I say remove them, then remove them. No need for any more chatter. Ju, with an air of resignation, complied. Very well. Soon, the tent was filled with suggestive moans. Don't touch my back. Why are your hands so rough? Why don't you mention that your skin is coarse? Wait, do we really have to remove the ones below? Just in case. We are all men here, what is there to fear? But I feel shy. I am not shy at all. Why should you be? Fine. Goodness, you are quite the mystery, aren't you? From the Senju clan. Is this also a family trait? What are you talking about? Are you finished looking? You haven't even helped me treat my injuries. What are you really staring at? Just checking for seals on your body. It seems I was mistaken. Aoyama's sure rubbed his chin, realizing there was truly no conspiracy at play. All right, put your clothes back on. Observing the darkened face, he noted the absence of the rosy dimples on either side, causing him to resemble an entirely different person. And with that tall figure, it was evident there was some foreign lineage in the Senju ancestors. Quickly wash your face. I know. Aoyama's sure followed suit and exited the tent, arriving at Orochimaru's Operations Command Center, which was merely a slightly larger tent. Sure, you have arrived. Yes. Has the mission been assigned? All tasks are completed. Now we await news from Lady Tsunade. If she manages to produce an antidote, our chances will significantly improve. If not, we will have to engage in full-scale warfare. I estimate that at least half of those in the camp are poisoned, and they are currently enduring. But it won't be long before the symptoms manifest. How long can the suppressants hold out? At most 5 days, and even then, it's merely holding on. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the tent. Report. Come in. Yes. What news do you have? Lady Tsunade has successfully developed the antidote. Upon hearing this, the group erupted with joy. It was undoubtedly uplifting news. What? That's wonderful. Our chances have increased considerably. Hurry, produce it in bulk. Yes. Aoyama's sure recalled that in the original narrative, an antidote was never created. Could it be due to Ju's involvement? In the original story, Tsunade was unable to produce the antidote due to the impact of his death, forcing a hasty engagement. Now that he was alive, she could focus on crafting the antidote. Never mind. The current situation is favorable. Sure, please notify the team. Increase personnel and gather all those affected into a confined area. Understood. Jiraiya, go to the front line and check on Han's troops. All right. Orochimaru turned his gaze to Nara Shikamaru, who was studying the sand table. Shikaku, how is the terrain analysis? Only 2 battlefields are advantageous for us, and we must separate the troops. Otherwise, one battlefield won't accommodate both sides. So we must act separately? Indeed, given the current circumstances, this is the best course of action to maximize our combat effectiveness. If there are too many crowded together, you won't be able to utilize large-scale ninjutsu. He was evidently referring to summoning techniques. If Hans and Orochimaru combined their summoning abilities, the rest would be mere fodder. And in a situation where friend and foe are indistinguishable, the larger numbers on the Konoha side would undoubtedly suffer more, compounded by Hans' toxic gas. Orochimaru's expression grew grave. Then it will fall to the 3 of us to restrain Hans. Only by keeping the poison gas away from the other battlefield can we secure a swift victory there. Indeed, under the current circumstances, this is the best arrangement. Then let us proceed as planned. Namikaze Minato felt as though he had experienced an extensive dream, one in which he and Uzumaki Kushina were lovers, where he became Hokage, married Kushina, and lived a blissful life. Kushina. Aoyama's sure pointed at the blonde boy reclining in the chair, Look at this fellow. He isn't even pretending to act. Ju shook his head beside him. This guy, even in his dreams, is fixated. What are you all doing here? Accustomed to awakening at the slightest sound on the battlefield, Namikaze Minato looked at Aoyama Sure, Ju, and his teammates before him. The group burst into laughter. As the overall commander, Orochimaru stood at the forefront of the main force, flanked by Jiraiya and Tsunade, launched the full-scale attack.